Audiobook title: Before the Apocalypse Arrives. Billions of adorable pets will help me shop for free. Chapter 01 to 506. Part 02. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking your dog lives one by one with my arrows. Although that beautiful young woman's performance was quite realistic, it was only superficial and slightly exaggerated. Only those young people who hadn't seen much of the world would fall for it. Seeing this scene, one might think of a hero saving a beauty, but looking at those big men, and then at the young woman though she was crying, they were clearly eye drops, and her eyes weren't panicked at all. It was all just an act. Their purpose was self-evident. This group probably ran out of supplies and was hiding in the stairwell, trying to find a way to lure some young single men over. If one were to rush out impulsively, they would likely be threatened by those big men to bring out their supplies immediately. Zayn Hader could see through this trick at a glance, mainly because he had a sister like Hader. He was already immune to beauties, and his standards had been raised so high that an ordinary seductive bitch couldn't possibly catch his eye. Moreover, before leaving, Hader had instructed him to be extra careful of beautiful women when outside, as they were likely sugar-coated poisons. One could easily fall into their trap if not careful. The biggest taboo for a man is to let lust lead the way. Once he sees a beautiful woman, he becomes a weakling, dazed and confused, and he will definitely never achieve great things. Furthermore, in the apocalypse, being particularly lustful is a very dangerous thing, as it's easy for others to exploit this weakness to kill you directly. In her previous life, Hader had seen many people use this method to harm others. Beautiful young women were often just bait, and once a man was seduced, a fatal trap usually followed. In the apocalypse, human life is as cheap as grass. If women don't have powerful strength or the protection of capable men, their situation becomes even more tragic. Meanwhile, Zayn Hader's performance here clearly gave everyone present a huge fright, especially that beautiful young woman. She was indeed very good-looking with a great figure, and it was hard for an average man to resist, but that cold arrow just now had almost disfigured her, and Zayn Hader's words made her even more ashamed and resentful. Brother Bao, look at this guy. He's so ungrateful. Does he think he's so powerful just because he has a crossbow? There are so many of us. Shouldn't we teach him a good lesson? The leader of these big men was like a small mountain, fat, strong, and with a face full of flesh. At this moment, the fat on his face twitched slightly as he said fiercely to Zayn Hader, "Kid, you're pretty arrogant, but you don't think you can walk all over us just with that toy in your hand, do you? Old 5, old 6, hurry up. Both of you go together and snatch that weapon from his hands." The two called Old 5 and Old 6 also had fierce looks on their faces. They held steel pipes, and interestingly, upon seeing the crossbow in Zayn Hader's hand, the one called Old 6 even picked up a nearby trash can to use as a shield, covering his vital spots. Zayn Hader couldn't help but laugh when he saw their cowardly behavior. Before coming here, Hader had already told her younger brother that he might encounter many dangers along the way and told him to be mentally prepared. Moreover, if he encountered someone trying to attack him, he shouldn't hesitate and should resolve it immediately. The world was about to fall into chaos, and from now on, no one would care about these things anymore. The central authority had once tried to save it, but they were simply powerless to turn the tide. Everything had been destroyed too severely, and there would be many more problems to follow. So from now on, from the moment the hailstorm began, human life was no longer valuable. When those wicked people realized this, public order would become even more chaotic, and evil and darkness would fill the entire city. The only thing that could save oneself was strength and determination. Slaughter and blood would appear sooner or later, and Zayn Hader needed to adapt to all of this in advance. Hader had sent 2 war pets along, which already ensured everything would be foolproof. Even if there was an accident, Hader could use her own ability to save Zayn Hader. For now, she would let Zayn Hader face all of this himself, and this composite crossbow is actually very powerful, comparable to an average pistol. This was the basic weapon Hader had equipped for Zayn Hader. It was sufficient for the early stages of the apocalypse. Other weapons would be brought out gradually, and as superpowers were triggered, these thermal weapons would slowly lose their original effectiveness. In front of an ability user, weapons were just like a light drizzle. However, since her family members hadn't activated their skills yet, she could only let Zayn Hader use some handy weapons for now. Seeing their actions, Zayn Hader didn't need to say anything more. With several bolts fired from the composite crossbow equipped with an infrared scope, even with a trash can blocking the way, It could be pierced instantly. The two burly men known as Old Five and Old Six fell instantly. One was hit in the throat and the other in the eye, both dying instantly. The guy called Brother Bao couldn't help but shudder all over when he saw this scene. The beautiful young woman screamed in terror, but she was met with a sharp bolt piercing through her throat. Zayn Hader still remembered Era Hader's words when encountering those who want to ambush you. Never be soft-hearted, just kill them. Otherwise, you might be the one dying the next second. Zayn Hader had always trusted his sister, and her dreams had told them one after another that all of this was real. His sister wouldn't harm him. Therefore, he absolutely believed his sister's words. And just now, he had clearly felt that Brother Bao had killing intent. It was a very subtle sensation. And he also knew that Brother Bao must have had lives on his hands already. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. Seeing his woman shot dead, Brother Bao instantly flew into a rage. There were 3 other subordinates beside him, whom he pushed forward, but those subordinates had never seen such a scene. This young man in front of them was too ruthless. He killed without a word. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. How could such a refined, sunny, and health-looking young man be so ruthless? The 3 didn't dare to rush forward at all. Brother Bao was furious and was about to say something when he felt a pain in his forehead. His vision went black. And then there was no then. The remaining 3 cowards, seeing their little partners, as well as their boss and his woman all exterminated by the young man in front of them, were instantly scared out of their wits. Gone was their previous thuggish appearance as they ran away while begging for mercy. Young man, we failed to recognize your greatness. Please. Thwack, thwack, thwack. They were met only with the sound of 3 crossbow bolts being fired. Honey Trap Gang wiped out. Era Hader was very satisfied after seeing Zayn Hader's performance through her pet's vision. In her previous life, Zayn Hader was the first to change his mindset, leading the family to charge through and carve out a path to survival in the early stages of the apocalypse. Her younger brother was indeed a good one and didn't let her down. This transition was truly fast. It was just that the first slaughter still gave Zayn Hader a bit of discomfort, and he directly vomited into the nearby trash can. After all, he was just an 18-year-old youth. Having to face this kind of slaughter right away was indeed a bit difficult for him. But thinking of his good brother still upstairs, Zayn Hader casually wiped the corner of his mouth and quickly headed up. As for those corpses, he didn't even give them a glance. They directly became the stepping stones for him to begin his path of evolution. Now grab your weapons and come with me. Let's go home together. The rest of the journey was relatively smooth, and they did not encounter any more danger. When Zayn Hader opened Hader Yu's front door, his good brother was hiding in a sealed room inside his house. Trembling, Hader Yu and Zayn Hader shared the same hobbies. They both liked figurines in the two-dimensional world. The reason Hader Yu particularly liked Era Hader was that she was very refined, just like a heroine who had stepped out of an anime, perfectly fitting his two-dimensional aesthetic. Coincidentally, Era Hader was also very capable and was the older sister of his own brother, so the place Hader Yu was currently staying was the room in his house used for storing figurines. It had no windows, just a sealed space, which was convenient for dust prevention. He never expected that this place would instead become the key to his survival after the natural disaster. I really have my two-dimensional wives to thank. If it weren't for you, I probably would have kicked the bucket already. I also have Sister Hader to thank for telling me in advance, allowing me to prepare so many supplies. It's a bit cold now, but I can manage. I just don't know when this damned hailstorm weather will end. I wonder how Zyro, Faye, and Sister Hader are doing now. I really hope nothing has happened to you. Please be safe. When Zayn Hader pushed the door open, he heard Hader Yu still muttering to himself. Zayn Hader had the key to Hader Yu's house, so opening the door was easy. When he appeared before Hader Yu simply couldn't believe his eyes. Zyro, Faye, how did you get here? Oh my god, I'm so touched. You charged right over, braving the deadly hail. Seeing Hader Yu excitedly asking questions incoherently, Zayn Hader's eyes involuntarily reddened. This was his best brother and friend in the world, and seeing him safe and sound now, how could Zayn Hader not feel relieved and excited? Seeing Zayn Hader staring blankly at him without saying a word, Hader Yu instantly became worried. Are you hurt then? Are you stupid? It's so dangerous outside. And you ran all this way to find me. Are you trying to get yourself killed? As Hader Yu spoke, he immediately stood up, walked over to Zayn Hader, and patted him down to check if he was injured. Hearing Hader Yu scolding and seeing his concerned expression, Zayn Hader couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. As expected of the brother he grew up with since childhood, he was worth it. Go on, go on. What are you patting? Your grandpa here is perfectly fine. Hurry up, put on this piece of clothing and follow me. Hearing Zayn Hader's words, Hader Yu was stunned speechless. I say, Sire Faye, Did the hail hit your head and make you stupid? If you don't care about your life, I care about mine. No, don't go anywhere now. The fact that you weren't hurt by the hail on your way here is already immense luck. But a person can't have such good luck forever. Zayn Hader had always been an athlete in school. His reaction time and physical fitness were excellent. He studied well, and he was handsome. Naturally, he became a very popular presence in the school. Hader Yu was also not bad. These two handsome guys walking on campus were definitely the most beautiful sight. He didn't know how many young girls' hearts they had stirred, and some more Fujoshi-inclined ones had already fantasized about stories starring these two brothers as dual male leads, but that was all in the past. Now, Hader Yu figured that Zayn Hader must have relied on his strong athletic talent and seized some good opportunities to evade the damage of the hailstorm, barely surviving to find this place just to rescue him. His good brother, Hader Yu, was deeply moved, but at the same time, he was absolutely determined not to let Zayn Hader risk it any further. Hearing his words, Zayn Hader couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. I said, "Cyro Yu, can we stop dawdling? Hurry up and put on this piece of clothing. This is gear my sister prepared for you. It's awesome, high-tech stuff. You won't be cold once you put it on. Besides, I want to show you what I can do now." Only then did Hader Yu notice that Zayn Hader was dressed very lightly, wearing only a thin shirt. It was unbelievable that he dared to come out wearing just a single shirt in this freezing environment of tens of degrees below zero. And yet he hadn't suffered any harm. Even if he hadn't been hit by hail, he should have suffered frostbite from the cold. Hader Yu had used every sheet and blanket in the house to cover himself, and he even took advantage of the times when the hailstorm wasn't so fierce to dismantle some wooden furniture in his house and start a small fire, which was how he had managed to hold out until now. But how did Zayn Hader manage to withstand the extreme cold environment wearing only a single shirt? And that wasn't even the most shocking thing for Hader Yu. What truly stunned him was that with a lift of Zayn Hader's hand, all the shelves and figurines in his secret room vanished. Holy crap. Cyro Faye, are you performing magic for me? How did you do that? Zayn Hader just smiled at this. Hurry up and change into the clothing, and then I'll tell you. Hader Yu didn't know what to say at this point. He knew Zayn Hader wouldn't harm him otherwise. He wouldn't have risked the dangerous hailstorm to come find him. Without another word, he put on the constant temperature clothing Zayn Hader gave him. As soon as he put it on, he immediately felt warm, seeming no longer affected by the extreme cold weather outside. Moreover, this constant temperature clothing had a hood and a mask, providing complete enclosure. He instantly felt comfortable. Oh, this is great. Cyro Faye, what kind of treasure is this? It's so incredible. Zayn Hader smiled. I don't know where my sister got this constant temperature clothing, but it's super effective and has no side effects, whether it's extreme cold or extreme heat. The clothing maintains a constant temperature of 25 degrees, keeping you incredibly comfortable. Impressive, right? Also, the method I used just now to make your figurines and shelves disappear was taught to me by my sister. This is a space ring. You can slowly figure out how to use it later. Follow me now. I'm taking you back to my house. That's the safest place. As soon as Hader Yu heard they were going back to Zayn Hader's house, he immediately became excited. After all, this way he could see Sister Hader. He felt energized and delighted just by being able to see her every day. Too bad Sister Hader already had a boyfriend. Oh wait, her boyfriend cheated on her, and he's probably frozen to death by now. Serves him right, scumbag man. Having such a great girlfriend like Sister Hader and still not being satisfied, still cheating, it's unforgivable. Hader Yu fiercely cursed Tang Jingfang, who had already become an ice corpse, and only then did he feel a little relieved. Soon after, Zayn Hader collected all the remaining supplies and various personal items in Hader Yu's home into the space ring, and then he rushed home with Hader Yu. When they went downstairs, Hader Yu saw a pile of corpses with blood flowing profusely, which gave him a shock. Holy crap, this. Zayn Hader didn't deny it, simply stating, they wanted to kill me, so I killed them. Cyro Yu, you need to be mentally prepared. The world is about to descend into chaos. Laws will become useless paper. Order will collapse and civilization will regress. We can only trust each other. We cannot trust anyone else. This is what my sister instructed. Grab your gear and follow me now. We're going home together. Is anyone still alive in Building 16? In the end, the two brothers returned to the safe house smoothly. The process was an eye-opener for Hader Yu. After all, he had activated the space shield and kept walking forward against the hailstorm. Of course, he also saw what the world under the hailstorm had become a scene of pure purgatory. At the same time, he realized even more how powerful he and Zayn Hader's sister, Hader, really were. With such a powerful sister around, They wouldn't be afraid even if they encountered danger in the future. Hader Yu didn't voice any objections to Zayn Hader wiping out a team of Badger Games scumbags. Instead, he felt what Zayn Hader did was very right. Furthermore, he believed 100% in what Zayn Hader had told him before. Since Hader said the apocalypse was coming, it must be so. Sister would not lie to them, and she certainly would not joke about something like this. Because of this, Hader Yu's entire mindset underwent a massive change. But more than that, it was a faint sense of excitement. Indeed, Hader Yu is not someone who liked to stay idle. Even though he usually appeared bright and healthy, perhaps it was due to his family of origin, but there was always a bit of suppressed restlessness in his heart. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, he felt he could finally let loose and get things done. It was just that he hadn't encountered them just now. If he'd had a handy weapon in his hand, he probably would have killed those scumbags even faster and more ruthlessly than Zayn Hader. When he heard Zayn Hader mention it, he secretly felt it was a bit of a pity. However, at this moment, after Hader Yu took the compound crossbow Zayn Hader handed him, he immediately entered a combat state. Their journey back was safe and sound. With a space shield, no harm could possibly come to them. Soon, the two of them returned to the safe house located in the Jingxiu Huayuan residential area. By the time they reached the 19th floor of Building 16, Hader Yu felt as if he were in a dream. Zayn Hader opened the door and was greeted by his parents' care and greetings, as well as his sister's warm and gentle gaze. The slight haze caused by the recent killing instantly vanished. As for Hader Yu, it went without saying. He was more than happy to be living under the same roof as Hader and Zayn Hader. As for that pair of scumbag parents of his, he had long since cast them to the back of his mind. Besides, he didn't have the ability to care about them. They were probably already dead in that luxury villa by now, right? Hader Yu stayed at Zayn Hader's home peacefully for 2 days, while Hader spent the time running all over the world. She wanted to snatch up all the red ability hail crystals before anyone else. Of course, there would definitely be some that slipped through the net, but certainly not many. After all, setting aside ordinary people, even ability users would find it very difficult to withstand this wave of the hailstorm. Furthermore, hardly anyone had awakened their superpowers yet because they hadn't even come into contact with the ability hail crystals. Naturally, besides the most precious red ability crystals, Hader would also sweep up ability crystals of other colors. As long as she saw them, she would take them all. So for the next few days, Hader was very busy. By the time she returned to the safe house from her worldwide harvesting process, the residential area's electricity and internet had both been restored. Of course, it was only intermittent, to give the people a glimmer of hope for survival. The authorities had worked desperately to repair the power, and the same went for the internet. Thus, once these two things were connected, the residential area's home in a group chat buzzed with activity once again. Heavens, it hasn't been easy. Finally, there's electricity. I've finally come back to life. Everyone hurry and use whatever you can to block those smash windows. Although the hail has stopped, the wind outside is freezing, and it looks like it's going to snow again. How many people are still alive? Can the living brothers and sisters give me a response? The authorities should be carrying out emergency rescue operations. Everyone hang in there. Building 8 survivors reporting in. Building 5 survivors reporting in. One after another, survivors from various buildings began to speak in the home group chat. Though they were few and far between, there was definitely one building where no one reported, and the one that had been blown up and collapsed at the beginning of the apocalypse. And another building with a big shot had also been attracting attention, Building 16. Especially since Hader had previously given Auntie Zhang a piece of her mind. She had almost become everyone's spokesperson. But now, no one from Building 16 had said anything. Could it be that everyone in Building 16 was dead? What about the brothers and sisters in Building 16? Is anyone still alive? No way. The big shot on the top floor of Building 16 had such strong defenses, much better than all of ours. Could they have kicked the bucket too? Seeing these discussions, Sarah Hader couldn't help but respond. Our family is doing very well. Thank you for your concern. Everyone, you'd better look after yourselves. Only Sarah Hader from Building 16 came out to speak. While no one else said a single word, this immediately drew intense attention from others. Then what about the other brothers and sisters in Building 16? Why hasn't any of them spoken up? Could it be that except for your family, everyone in the entire building is dead.
Your family didn't do something to the whole building just to save yourselves, did you?
All sorts of strange messages and conjectures came pouring in, seeing that these people offered no blessings, but instead various disgusting conspiracy theories. Sarah Hayter couldn't help but grow even more furious.
He couldn't help but recall what his daughter had said, and none of these people in the residential area would ever amount to anything, and they were all selfish.
He must never have close dealings with them, or he would only harm his own family.
Looking at it now, it was exactly as his daughter had said.
His family had never provoked anyone. It was always others who came to provoke them, coveting their supplies and their safe house.
Now that these people were starting to make baseless imaginings and guesses again, Sarah Hayter really couldn't take it anymore. What nonsense are you talking? Watch your mouths.
No one in our building is talking because a devil entered our building.
What does that have to do with us? Outsiders brought them here.
They didn't have supplies, so they robbed the residents of the entire building. The hailstorm was so heavy before that it drowned out the sounds of them killing and looting. Because our home has an independent fire passage and elevator, and we've set up various defensive measures, it couldn't break in.
That's how we escaped the disaster.
Save your energy and be careful about your own safety.
The underground garage connects the entire residential area. Don't get robbed without even knowing what happened. Immediately after, Sarah Hayter forwarded the footage she had seen on the surveillance earlier to the homeowner group chat.
This was something Sarah Hayter had prepared long ago.
She had installed some hidden cameras in the safety passages of other floors, which she had specifically arranged for the security company to do. They could closely monitor the movements of Sun Sheng and his gang.
Sure enough, it was of great use now. As soon as the homeowner group chat saw these images, everyone immediately felt in danger, and the survivors began to cry out in alarm. Use the devil to punish the wicked. At this moment, the survivors throughout the neighborhood were terrified by the content of the surveillance footage.
They realized that, just as Sarah Hayter had said, they were all in potential danger now.
Sun Sheng's group was vicious and committed heinous crimes. It was clear they were already quite practiced at committing outrages in Building 16 and were doing evil every day. In just a few days, they had stripped Building 16 clean. Even more terrifying was that they didn't just loot supplies and treat human life like grass, they were also kidnapping women.
It was a horrifying situation.
These people are insane. Aren't they afraid of the authorities coming for a reckoning later?
Exactly.
The organization will definitely come to the rescue. When that happens, they'll all be rounded up and shot. The fear is that before the organization's rescue arrives, they'll have already robbed us.
Enough talk. I'm going to unite all the survivors on my floor and quickly block the passage between the underground garage and our floor.
If we let them break in, we'll be in big trouble. With such a reminder, many people began to take action. They had to set up defensive measures quickly before that gang from Building 16 invaded other buildings. However, just as they were nervously contacting survivors to unite, they discovered that the people on various floors were not united at all. Some were willing to act, while others felt it was none of their business and stayed aloof. They all felt that after those demons from Building 16 finished looting that building, they should have plenty of supplies. How could they possibly come looking for trouble with them? Moreover, the organization's rescue should be coming soon.
They didn't believe these people could remain at large forever.
The reason they dared to do this before was entirely because the hailstorm had left everyone dazed and desperate.
When people can't even survive, they stop caring about consequences.
However, their thinking was truly not as clear as Sun Sheng's. Sun Sheng had already realized that under such a natural disaster, the organization would be overwhelmed. Even if they wanted to conduct emergency rescues, the aid each neighborhood received would likely be limited.
He didn't know if this disaster was only occurring in this province or if it was nationwide.
However, based on some news received earlier, it seemed to be a nationwide disaster, perhaps even global, which was incredibly eerie. Everything indicated that this catastrophe was not simple. It was the perfect opportunity for them to rise up amidst the chaos. Sun Sheng's guess was correct. They had waited for several days, but the official rescue had yet to arrive. Although power had been barely restored, it was only for 1 hour a day.
Everyone's contact with the outside world was limited to that single hour.
Interestingly, some idiot later added Sun Sheng to the homeowner group chat. This guy came on and immediately said something very fierce.
Hello, neighbors. I am Sun Sheng, the demon you've been talking about.
Actually, I don't want to do these bad things, but I can't survive otherwise, so I have no choice but to take your supplies. Right now, we have a lot of people and a big operation, so we consume a lot.
Our supplies are about to run out.
Please be generous and have each building contribute some supplies to us.
That way, we can live in peace and avoid conflict. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'm sorry. I'll just have to take them myself. As soon as he said this, The homeowner group chat went dead silent. The past few days of the disaster had taught the homeowners that the authorities might not be able to help for a while. Their supplies weren't much, and they had to last until the organization's rescue arrived. How could they be willing to give them away? But Sun Shen was not someone to be trifled with. If they really waited for him to break down their doors and rob them, their losses would likely be much more than just supplies. In an instant, some in the group chat immediately caved, while others maintained firm attitude of resistance. Of course, more people caved than resisted. That's how people are sometimes. They feel that if they can pay a little to buy peace and reduce their own risk, then it's fine. Asking them to actually rush out and fight Sun Shen's group was impossible. How could a flock of sheep beat a pack of hungry wolves? Era Hader remained silent, merely watching from the sidelines with a cold eye. In her previous life, these homeowners had all turned into malicious ghosts and targeted her family. Letting a ghost among ghosts like Sun Shen clean these people up first wouldn't be too late, and then she could slowly take him out. However, Zane Hader and Hader Yu were clearly very displeased with Sun Shen's behavior. In their view, their side had a space shield and very powerful compound crossbows. Taking out Sun Shen's gang would be a piece of cake. It all depended on Era's attitude. Sis, should we just take that Sun Sheng out before he gets too powerful? It would be doing the people a favor. Era Hader just waved her hand and responded nonchalantly. No rush, let the bullets fly for a while. I still have important things to do. Once I'm finished with my current tasks, it won't be too late to deal with them slowly. Just stay home. Don't ask questions and don't go out. Just remember what I told you. Zane Hader and Hader Yu both nodded heavily. They both listened to Era Hader. Whatever their sister said was lore. As for her parents, Sarah Hader had long been used to all kinds of intrigue and had seen through human nature. With this farther around, Era Hader felt very at ease. As long as Sarah Hader was there, the household would not fall into chaos. Sarah Hader's thoughts were very much in line with Era Hader's, so he remained consistently calm. During the remaining time, Era Hader once again traveled all over the world, snatching up various colored ability hail crystals. After all, the number of crystals dictated the speed of her rise in her future ceiling. She wanted to build a powerful war pet legion of mutated beasts. With these ability hail crystals, her vision would quickly take shape. In the future, ability users in various countries would be very scarce. Conversely, the war pet legion she possessed would become even more powerful. Moreover, Era Hader really wanted to see how far the subsequent butterfly effect of her disruptions would go throughout the world. Regardless, others might profit, but she certainly wouldn't lose. After her operations, Era Hader had collected a large pile of various colored ability hail crystals in her space. Of course, red crystals were the fewest, numbering only about 100 or 200. She hadn't had time to count them yet. For other colors of ability hail crystals, the darker the color, the rarer they were. The more common the ability hail crystal, the greater the quantity. But no matter what, she now held wealth beyond the world's imagination. Only at this moment did Era Hader finally breathe a sigh of relief. Currently, everything was proceeding according to her plan. The apocalypse had not arrived early, nor had it been delayed. The entire process of the apocalypse was advancing step by step. After the hailstorm, the extreme cold weather truly arrived, and the entire world was locked in by drifting snow. And just as Era Hader had prepared everything, the organization's rescue finally arrived. While the organization relocated, we stayed behind, seeing that the rescue from the authorities had finally arrived. All the surviving property owners in the residential complex could not help but cheer enthusiastically. Oh my God, the people from the authorities have finally arrived. The authorities haven't abandoned us. We're finally saved. Wife, our whole family has survived. Hurry, hurry, take your supplies and go to the shelter of the authorities. That's the safest place. Just as the power was restored to the building, people in the owners' group whose communication had just been re-established immediately informed each other. Everyone was fantasizing that everything could return to how it was before the natural disaster, back to that world as warm as spring. But what they didn't know was that, right now, the apocalypse had only just begun. There were plenty of hardships waiting for them in the future. Moreover, the shelter of the authorities was definitely not a place to go. At the very beginning, the authorities were naturally acting out of consideration for various aspects, and also out of kindness, thinking it would be convenient to take care of the disaster victims. As a result, the newly established shelter of the authorities was met with a blizzard, and it snowed for many days in a row. The shelter, which had open but relatively low-lying terrain,
was suddenly covered by wind and snow.
Many people couldn't go home even if they wanted to, and quite a few were trapped inside the shelter.
When the supplies inside the shelter were exhausted, they were simply trapped to death there.
Not everyone could move about in the extreme cold weather.
Even if they transferred, they would just freeze to death. At that time, many people secretly regretted it. Had they known, it would have been better to stay in that drafty home, at most sealing the broken windows with various objects.
They wouldn't have ended up being trapped to death in the shelter.
And as the disaster continued, in the later stages, when various supplies in the shelter began to run short, that was the moment when the dark side of human nature was revealed.
Right now, it was only snowing lightly, and after seeing the end of the hailstorm attacks, the authorities were already rushing to repair basic infrastructure like circuits, tap water pipes, and network communications.
But this emergency repair wouldn't last for many days before entering the next phase.
Hader watched the crowd walk out of their respective homes and join the migration queue. She really wanted to persuade them, but in the end, she held back.
No one would listen to her persuasion. Humans are like this. The herd mentality is very strong. When they see many people doing one thing together, they think that this thing is correct, but sometimes the truth is often held by the minority.
Currently, not many people were left in the residential complex, but those with true insight felt that staying in the complex was the correct choice.
Of course, some people reported the problem at Building 16 at the first opportunity, saying that a demon had appeared there, looted the entire building, and even killed people. The rescue team sent by the authorities this time consisted of soldiers, and as soon as they heard about this, they went over to check it out, wanting to find that gang of guys. But as Sun Cheng had thought, the manpower of the authorities was currently too scarce. After searching Building 16 thoroughly, they didn't find Sun Cheng and his gang. The soldiers had other missions to complete and had to leave first. Too many people needed rescue. Saving the living was the most important thing right now. Finally, the convoy of the authorities, carrying the residents of the complex who were willing to transfer, all left. As for those owners who guarded their own homes and were unwilling to leave, they didn't force them. After some persuasion yielded no results, they didn't waste any more time. Now all resources were precious, including the spots inside the shelter. Some people didn't want to leave, which just happened to save some spots. But they didn't know that the later shelter would be the true purgatory, especially in the later stages, when the authorities could no longer manage things. People were driven to desperation and resorted to cannibalism.
These were not legends, but bloody reality. Hader watched the densely packed crowd leaving and shook her head helplessly, then returned to her room.
She had already prepared what needed to be prepared.
When the next phase came, she would send her war pets that had activated the evolution chain to their original geographical locations respectively.
Let them grow rapidly.
The kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones were not a joke.
Letting them experience battle and baptism directly would be more formidable than anything else.
At this time, Hader's family and Hader Yu were all watching Hader eagerly, waiting for her next instruction. Hader Yu had also learned of Hader's special ability through Zayn Hader, and his respect and admiration for this sister became even more intense. He was also very fortunate that he could get closer to Zayn Hader's family, which gave him such a chance to survive. In the future, he only had one belief, that was, he would strike wherever Hader pointed.
Hader smiled at this moment, looked at her family and Hader Yu, and said, "Wait a moment today.
After everyone who wants to leave is gone, and the people in the complex have settled down, we will start collecting supplies further. We have the space ring.
Now the whole city is unguarded. We must seize all the surviving useful materials and bring them into our own hands before the survivors arrive." Why hadn't Hader taken all the supplies in the east before?
On one hand, it was to give everyone a chance to survive. On the other hand, it was also to train her family.
The apocalypse was not a joke, and she couldn't stand in front of her family all the time to shield them from the wind and rain. Only by turning each of them into a strong person could they become members of her elite team.
There wasn't much time for the family to transition. They had to go to the battlefield immediately.
That's right. In the environment of the apocalypse, any place could become a battlefield.
And in her previous life, in the environment of extreme cold, many people huddled at home, and only when they really had no other way were they forced to go out to look for supplies. So, a lot of information was very blocked. Hader didn't know if more powerful life forms had already appeared during this period in her previous life, because according to the previous development trajectory of the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones, they had already evolved when the hailstorm came.
That is to say, many powerful life forms or even zombies had actually appeared long ago.
It was just that the survivors didn't go out, so they didn't know.
When the extreme cold passed and all the barriers standing in front of the survivors were cleared, ordinary survivors began to go out to look for more opportunities, only to see countless mutant creatures and zombies as soon as they went out. At that time, the panic and helplessness of humanity could be imagined,
and the family members Hader brought with her naturally had to be cultivated immediately. Otherwise, if she kept taking them to clear levels, and in the end, when she wasn't around, they would have to fight the boss directly without the previous experience of practicing on small monsters. How could they grow up?
Now was the moment to let them face the apocalypse directly. Of course, Hader would arm them to the teeth.
As the father, Hader was the first to stand up.
Don't worry, Hader.
As men, we will definitely shoulder our responsibilities.
You don't need to consider anything else. Just stay at home and dream for us, and predict the future.
You are our most important trump card.
You must have dreamed of which place is safer. We will go there to collect supplies.
Help your family members activate their superpowers.
As expected, Dad was the most sensible and doted on Hader the most. As long as it was something Hader decided, Sarah Hader would give his full support.
Seeing her father's unconditional support and unreserved trust, Hader couldn't help but nod. Since that's the case, then it's settled. We'll set off tomorrow. However, before you leave, I'm going to arm you to the teeth.
Dad, you asked me before if we could all become beings like Superman.
My answer is yes.
We can even be more powerful than those so-called Supermen. Syro Faye, come over and cooperate with me in a bit.
I'll activate your skills first.
But regarding this matter, you must not reveal even a hint of it to anyone. Only the few of us can know. Hader Yu was the first to step forward and state his position.
Sis, don't worry.
Even if I were beaten to death, I wouldn't reveal a single secret. Besides, if these superpowers are very precious, please activate Syro Faye's first, and then your family's.
It doesn't matter if I have one or not. As long as I don't hold you back, that's enough.
Hearing Hader Yu say this, Hader's family felt that Zayn Hader had made a truly good friend. But on second thought, it made sense. They were childhood friends who grew up together, and the family knew Hader Yu's character well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought him into their family circle. Hader knew even better that in her previous life, both she and Zayn Hader owed Hader Yu several lives. Whenever danger struck, regardless of his own ability, Hader Yu would be the first to step up and protect Hader. Furthermore, Hader knew that her younger brother and Hader Yu's final mission ended with them being set up and killed by that bitch Alizar Hader. Therefore, Hader always remembered this friendship, so naturally, this brother of hers wouldn't be left out.
She replied with a smile. Syro Yu, don't worry.
Your sister has plenty of skills she can activate. You'll be able to become a powerhouse too.
The stronger you become, the more secure our team will be. You're part of our family now. How could I possibly leave you behind?
All right. No one should have any concerns. I can handle everything. Syro Faye, you come first.
You're the youngest and have the best adaptability, so we'll start with you.
Hearing his sister's words, Zayn Hader was both excited and a bit nervous. After all, he didn't know what the superpower would actually feel like. Hader smiled without saying a word.
She just brought Zayn Hader to the 20th floor, told him to close his eyes, and holding his hand, instantly entered a room in the space villa.
Although her space had upgraded, the number of people she could bring into the space was still limited to one.
But even so, it had already made many things much more convenient for Hader to handle. Hader told Zayn Hader to close his eyes and prepared to feel the integration of the red ability crystal. Choosing Zayn Hader first was entirely because he had already activated a very strong superpower in our previous life. Back then, without any protection, Zayn Hader had accidentally obtained in superpower hail crystals, which set him on the path of the strong. Now, with the red ability crystals and the protection of her space, which possessed powerful restorative and healing abilities, Hader could ensure that any negative effects arising during the integration of the ability crystal were eliminated. Integrating this red ability crystal was no simple task.
If it took a long time, tomorrow's first mission to collect supplies would have to be postponed. Hader still wanted to ensure her entire family became ability users before letting them go out. With the protection of superpowers, it would have greater security when encountering any situation. Combined with her space shield and special spatial abilities, she could ensure her family's safety was foolproof. However, Hader wouldn't say these things out loud. Letting them let down their guard would be the biggest mistake. No matter how powerful a superpower is, there will always be moments of lapse. The last things one should have in the apocalypse are relaxed vigilance and carelessness. Sometimes, any single mistake can be fatal. Meanwhile, Era Hader had already controlled one of the red ability crystals to merge into Zayn Hader's body. As soon as the red ability crystal touched Zayn Hader's skin, it instantly turned into a transparent liquid and quickly seeped into his body. In that instant, Zayn Hader felt an unprecedented pain, but in just a flash, another special energy eliminated that pain. This was followed by an unprecedented sense of comfort. Zayn Hader couldn't help but let out a soft groan of satisfaction. Era Hader watched in stunned silence. Her brother actually seemed to be enjoying it. Wasn't integrating an ability crystal supposed to be a very painful process? She had experienced it herself in her previous life. Now she didn't have to go through it, entirely because her skills had been brought back with her rebirth, along with her even more powerful space ability. But the pain she had once endured for the sake of power was still fresh in her memory. However, she soon realized that this was the space repairing and healing any potential issues from Zayn Hader's superpower evolution. Seeing this, Era Hader's heart finally settled. At the same time, she was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of superpower Zayn Hader would activate this time. After all, the red ability crystal only represented a special kind of superpower. As for what specific superpower it was like opening a mystery box. No one knew until it was activated. Regardless, it would be good. Any skill would do. After a short while, Era Hader felt that Zayn Hader's entire evolution process was complete. She instantly brought Zayn Hader back to the room on the 20th floor. Brother, are you okay? How do you feel? What skill did you activate? Era Hader asked with great anticipation. Zayn Hader slowly opened his eyes, and Era Hader noticed that there seemed to be a ball of fire burning in his gaze. That scorching sensation felt as if it could melt everything. Sis, I think I've awakened a flame superpower. Also, I should be able to turn my entire body into flames. The kind that can quickly neutralize any attacks. It's a bit like the elementalization described in anime. Hearing her brother's words, Era Hader couldn't help but gasp. Good grief, elementalization. In a sense, it was an invincible existence. Because once elementalized, any attack would be futile, easily neutralized by the elemental body. Yet, these elemental bodies could also launch extremely powerful attacks. If an enemy hit him, he could turn into nothingness. If he hit an enemy, they would be instantly reduced to ashes. How could anyone fight against that? Sure enough, the red ability crystal was formidable. It provided an S rank or higher superpower right off the bat. However, Zayn Hader would still need some time to get used to it and master this ability. This was understandable. After all, the stronger the power, the harder it is to control. Take it slow anyway. The extreme cold weather would still last for a very long time. Era Hader felt that with a brother who could turn into fire, they would no longer have to fear the cold in the future now. The lively flame was flickering in Zayn Hader's palm, dancing and jumping like a fire spirit, making Era Hader's eyebrows twitch. Although it looked like just a small flame, Era Hader keenly sensed that this tiny flame could burn down their entire floor. Now that Zayn Hader had successfully activated an S-rank skill, what would happen with the rest of the family? Era Hader couldn't help but be full of anticipation as she moved on to the next step with urgency, each with their own special abilities. Stay calm and don't be reckless. In the following time, Era Hader successively activated the superpowers of her parents and Hader U with the powerful repair ability of the space. Although they were integrating the red super ability crystal this time, the pain they endure was only momentary, and then they recovered. Immediately after, they gained unimaginably powerful superpowers. Father's Era Hader activated an earth element ability, but its intensity was very unusual. He could instantly control the soil and sand under his feet, forming rock barriers that could also transform into various shapes. If there were an anime character to compare him to, it would be like Gaara from Naruto. In fact, Sarah Hader's superpower was even more malleable than Gaara of the Sand. Of course, these were things that needed to be slowly explored later. Mother Shanzei Hader, on the other hand, activated a light element ability, which is a very rare superpower. Not only can it improve soil quality in the later stages of the apocalypse, making it suitable for planting crops, but it also has the ability to ward off evil and a certain healing capacity. Light element ability causes significant damage to zombies and possesses strong offensive power. This is definitely an ability that combines both offense and defense. As for Hader U, he awakened a seemingly common water ability, but he could transform it into various forms, such as ice and steam, for attack and defense. Especially in this extreme cold weather, the water ability's effect is absolutely outstanding. At least in the early stages of the apocalypse, the superpower is definitely the great weapon, because there are simply too many ways it can be utilized.
At this point, Erahater first let everyone get used to the power they had just acquired.
Next, it would have to face various treacherous and extreme situations in the apocalypse environment.
The reason why they hadn't dealt with Sun Sheng's group earlier was, firstly, to let them clean up the trash in the community. Using devils to deal with villains was the most effective method.
Of course, some people, unable to defeat them, joined them and became accomplices. When the time for reckoning came, these people would deserve death even more. On the other hand, after a period of looting, the ferocity in Sun Sheng and his group had been awakened. They now resembled people from the apocalypse world even more. Erahater wanted her family to see what kind of demons and devils people would turn into in an apocalypse environment. These were all touchstones for her family to train with. Interestingly, the family's control over their superpowers seemed to be very good.
Erahater felt that perhaps they had an affinity for these superpowers in their genes.
In her previous life, both she and her younger brother Zayn Hader were powerful ability users, but their parents missed the best time and did not become ability users.
This had always been something Erahater deeply regretted, and now she had rectified that regret. After seeing her parents' control over their superpowers, her conjecture grew even stronger.
Their family must have had an inherent advantage genetically. Otherwise, even with these special red super ability crystals, they might not have been able to activate their superpowers.
If one's innate talent is poor, no matter how good the external effects are, it won't help. Therefore, Erahater's confidence in her family was now even stronger. Sister Hader, I feel full of power now, like I could punch a bear to death. What should we do next? We'll listen to you. Just give us orders. We're not even afraid of a little danger. Now we've reached a height that many people can't even dream of. I don't believe anyone can be our opponent.
Hader Yu volunteered to lead the charge, eager to impress Erahater, especially after gaining powerful superpowers. The superhero he dreamed of becoming as a child could now, in a sense, be realized. Zayn Hader also seemed exceptionally excited. Clearly, he and Hader Yu shared the same thoughts.
Sarah Hader, however, while also excited, maintained his usual composure.
At this moment, he gently raised his hand to calm the two young men's impulsive thoughts. Both of you settle down, don't be hasty. Listen to your sister's arrangements.
Moreover, you mustn't have such thoughts.
You should know that the world is vast, and there are never a shortage of hidden talents.
If we can activate superpowers, why can't others?
Since the apocalypse is the general trend for the future, we must be even more cautious. Possessing great strength does not mean invincibility. Any carelessness could cost you your lives. Erahater nodded in strong agreement with her father's words. Her father was indeed more reliable.
Even after suddenly gaining immense power, he hadn't been overwhelmed by it, still maintaining his clarity and reverence. To achieve this was truly not easy. All right, you two rascals, absolutely mustn't be reckless. You must listen to Dad. Next, Dad will lead the team for our first outdoor survival experience. Don't worry, there's no danger this time, because it's chaotic outside right now.
And we should have seized the initiative, becoming the first batch of people to successfully activate superpowers. But more and more ability users will appear later, so you still need to be careful. Never think that just because you've gained a little power, you can let your guard down. That will definitely lead to a miserable death. When the two younger brothers heard their sister say this, they immediately became serious, no longer displaying their previous frivolous impulsiveness.
Erahater's judgment had always been very accurate, and she had even predicted the arrival of the apocalypse. Therefore, they had to listen to their sister. Moreover, Erahater knew that in her previous life, many strong individuals felt invincible after gaining superpowers, only to be killed by zombies, or by mutated beasts, or even more so, by their own companions.
Even she, in the end, wasn't she betrayed by that scum couple, which led to her rebirth?
Now that she had avenged her great hatred and killed most of the people who deserved it, it didn't mean that the apocalypse was without danger. Erahater even had a vague intuition that because she had prematurely activated many special events, although the apocalypse was still progressing as usual, she felt that the dangers during this period were even greater.
So she had to quicken her pace and train her family into an elite squad.
After letting them adjust their mindset and test the power they controlled, Erahater officially issued the first family mission.
First, find Sun Sheng and his gang and eliminate them.
After all, those beasts were disgusting to look at, and Building 16 had been thoroughly cleaned out by them.
All that material wasn't enough for them to squander for a few days. Earlier, many people had reported the actions of Sun Sheng's group when the authorities' aid arrived.
However, no one expected that the organization's manpower was already so scarce.
They casually searched for a bit, didn't find Sun Sheng's group, and then quickly evacuated the citizens who wanted to leave.
This terrified those who had reported them but didn't follow along.
After all, once the organization's people left, Sun Sheng's beasts would probably return. With the snow falling everywhere now, they couldn't go far.
Moreover, they had plundered so many supplies. How could they bear to leave?
So, seeing the organization's people withdraw, these beasts really did come back, and they began to exploit the remaining survivors with even greater intensity. Erahater's family witnessed all of this.
However, Erahater didn't let them act immediately, but waited a bit longer.
As a result, they saw even more beastly acts from Sun Sheng's group. I want to open my big baby.
Sun Sheng and his gang were truly in their element now.
To ordinary people, this disaster was the beginning of the apocalypse, but to them, it was like living in paradise.
In the past, they could never be as carefree as they were now, doing whatever they pleased.
Most importantly, Sun Sheng's previous prediction had come true. The authorities really didn't have the manpower to deal with them. At first, when they heard that the authorities had come to the rescue, Sun Sheng's gang, who had already slaughtered their way through Building 16, panicked for a moment.
However, Sun Sheng reacted quickly. He immediately took a few of his inner circle and hid in a secret spot within the residential area.
According to their plan, as long as they laid low for a while, they would be safe. After all, the authorities were definitely short-handed, and rescue time was precious. They would save as many people as possible. Who would have time to worry about small-time thugs like them right now? This gave them the perfect opportunity to cause chaos and havoc. Sure enough, once they saw the official forces leave, they jumped out again. It was a world of ice and snow outside. Trying to return to a familiar neighborhood was clearly impossible. They would likely freeze to death before they were halfway there.
Therefore, staying in the Jingxiu Huayuan residential area remained the best choice.
It wasn't as extreme as the days of the hailstorm now. Although there was wind and snow, it wasn't as damaging as the hail had been. As long as they found a good house, sealed the doors and windows, and then found some wooden furniture to use as fuel for fire, they could survive this bitter winter. They believed that a day would eventually come when things returned to normal. Furthermore, because of the God of Thieves' previous actions, many families had prepared quite a lot of supplies. In some families, the houses had been smashed to pieces by the hailstorm and the people were badly injured, but some of the supplies could still be salvaged. Now, it was time for Sun Sheng's gang to break in for a 0 yuan purchase.
Previously, Sun Sheng and his men had made some residents deliver supplies to their respective floor entrances for them to collect.
Later, they simply stopped doing that and went directly to each building to burn, kill, and loot, committing all sorts of evil. Some of the beautiful women were even snatched away by them to be used as tools for their lust. If the men in the house resisted, they were immediately beaten until they were bloodied and their lives were taken. Naturally, the women were even more powerless to resist. Their actions naturally caused public outrage to boil over.
Originally, some people in the residential area were secretly contacting each other, wanting to join forces to eliminate Sun Sheng's gang.
If they were allowed to continue causing such havoc, no one would be spared. But as it happened, some traitors decided to join them since they couldn't beat them. They entered Sun Sheng's team and even acted as informants, telling Sun Sheng all the important information. As a result, those organizing the counterattack became targets instead. They were besieged by Sun Sheng's gang. Their supplies and women were snatched, and the men were thrown outside to freeze to death. They didn't even spare the children, committing many beastly acts. Some people followed the main evacuation group out of desperation because they were terrified of Sun Sheng's gang. With the authorities leading the way, they were naturally more than happy to go.
But those who remained had to face Sun Sheng's even greater wrath and exploitation. However, Sun Sheng was also facing a major difficulty at this time. Because of their excessive behavior, most of the owners in the residential area had fled.
Now, only some elderly, weak, and orphaned people who couldn't run were left.
Anyone with even a bit of ability would have followed the main group. Therefore, there was very little profit left to be squeezed from the people remaining in the entire residential area. At this moment, a man with a small mustache in Sun Sheng's gang couldn't help but say to him, "Boss, we can't go on like this.
We have so many people in our team, and the supplies are far from enough."
Don't be fooled by the supplies still in the residential area.
Look at the guys under us. They're all eating and drinking lavishly. Not at all like they're in an extreme environment.
At this rate, we won't last more than a few days."
Hearing the mustache man's words, Sun Sheng also frowned deeply.
Then what do you suggest?
There aren't many people left in the neighborhood now.
We can only look for supplies in those old broken houses.
What else can we do now? The mustache man couldn't help but smile and said, "Boss, don't we still have a big treasure that hasn't been opened yet?"
As the mustache man spoke, he pointed upward. Sun Sheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I know that, of course. That family didn't leave.
It seems they are very confident in themselves and have plenty of supplies.
But before, even Jang Jiankang's whole family couldn't get them to open the door. If we go now, we'll have an even harder time.
Have you forgotten? They use high-pressure water guns to attack people.
If you get hit by that water gun now, you're just waiting to freeze to death. At this, the mustache man smiled and said,
"Boss, they live by the water gun, and they'll die by the water gun.
As long as we block their nozzles, won't they be without defensive measures?"
You should know. Zhang Jianqiang said that his dead brother-in-law prepared several warehouses full of supplies.
We don't just want to open their house. We want to get our hands on those warehouses of supplies.
That way, we'll have capital. No matter how long the cold wave lasts, we'll be able to survive. Hearing the mustache man say this, Sun Sheng immediately remembered the words of that scapegoat, Zhang Jianqiang.
Oh, you've got a good memory at the right time, kid. Now I know we really must open this big treasure.
Big Treasure was the nickname Sun Sheng and the others had for Arahader. Arahader was beautiful and controlled such a safe house.
Everyone was extremely envious and wanted to rush into the house to dote on this big treasure. Unfortunately, they never had the chance. Sun Sheng thought back to what the mustache man had just said, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Have you thought of a way to solve the problem of the high-pressure water gun? The mustache man immediately smiled and said,
"Boss, we just need to do this and that. Wouldn't that work?"
Hearing his method, Sun Sheng slapped his thigh. That's a good method. You really are smart. Fine, then we'll do exactly that. At this moment, Sun Sheng could already see himself pinning the great beauty down and ravaging her. Thinking about it, the guy's throat went dry.
He grabbed a woman nearby and went into a room to vent his lust. The woman cried out for mercy, while the mustache man outside the room revealed a sinister smile.
And Arahader saw all of this through her special pet's perspective.
She couldn't share all of this with her parents, but the horrific things Sun Sheng's gang had done had already spread in the homeowner group chat. Her parents naturally despised such people, but they both listened to Arahader and didn't try to be saints by going out to deal with Sun Sheng directly.
Because Arahader had said that in her dreams, these so-called good neighbors had almost swallowed their family alive. They believed Arahader. If the safe house were breached, their end would surely be tragic. At that time, every seemingly friendly neighbor would turn into a demon to bite them viciously.
In fact, some beasts had already turned into demons, and the demons' claws were reaching out toward them.
The dumbest yet most effective method. It had to be said that this time, Sun Sheng and his gang were truly desperate.
There weren't many households left in the residential area now. Only about 1/10 of the population remained.
This was also because Sun Sheng's group had acted so ruthlessly before, scaring everyone away. Once the authorities' rescue arrived, few people were willing to stay here any longer.
This neighborhood had the highest number of people leaving among all the residential areas.
After all, who would want to live their days in constant fear? This made Sun Sheng very frustrated.
Originally, to better control the neighborhood, he had taken in families who had offered their loyalty.
Now, their team consisted of dozens of people.
The daily expenses for food and basic needs were a massive burden.
Admittedly, except for Arahader's home, they could use the supplies of any other household as they pleased.
After all, many families had already died out on the very first day the hail arrived.
This had given them some chance of survival, but even so, that chance remained slim and was only held in the hands of a few. With such a large crowd following him and clamoring for food, Sun Sheng naturally couldn't handle the pressure.
Therefore, he was now prepared to kick out all those who weren't part of the core group and let them fend for themselves.
If this continued, he wouldn't be able to afford to keep them.
Only the few brothers who had been with him from the start were the loyal core he had to keep.
Of course,
before kicking them out, he could still make good use of them.
As for those who stayed, he wouldn't support them for nothing.
Hasn't the opportunity come now?
Next, they had to take down Arahader's family. That way, they'd have supplies and beauties. Why wouldn't they do it?
Just thinking about it was exciting.
He heard that not only was that little beauty gorgeous, but the beauty's mother still possessed a charming grace as well. Thinking of this, Sun Sheng couldn't help the restlessness in his heart. Although they had already snatched several beautiful women, those women had been through so much not enough food or warmth, no way to wash, and living in fear every day that they were now a mess. He had long since grown tired of looking at them.
His current intel on Era Hader's home was still that they had a safe house with very abundant resources, and that the safe house was very warm with all kinds of perfect living facilities.
Era Hader's family's life in the safe house was not much different from before the natural disaster. It was much more comfortable and free than their own little drafty houses. Because of this, he yearned even more for this wonderful place where he could eat his fill, stay warm, and indulge his lust. The thought of it was delightful. In this world where natural disasters were spreading, such a place was comparable to a dwelling for mortals, with such a wonderful destination right before his eyes. How could he restrain himself? So he spoke hypocritically to the crowd.
Listen up, everyone.
Since you're following me, Sun Sheng, I will never leave you behind.
But you also have to prove your own value.
Otherwise, I, Boss Sun, am no pushover, and I certainly won't support useless people who just eat for free.
You all know the household on the top floor of Building 16, right?
They live in the best house and enjoy the most abundant supplies, while we live miserably. They're living a carefree, wonderful life. Don't you want to try such a divine lifestyle?
The opportunity is right in front of us. As long as we open their front door, I guarantee everyone will live in a house as warm as spring and eat and drink the best every day.
You've seen the current state of the organization. There's no telling when this damn weather will end. Besides, you've followed me on doing many things. It's impossible to clear your names now.
You might as well let loose and give it your all. Now, it's all right here.
What are we still hesitating for? Everyone, put your back into it and charge. Break down their door for me.
This isn't the first time we've done this.
I believe everyone will surely succeed.
Before Sun Sheng even made a move, he gave a pre-battle pep talk.
Sure enough, the gang was stirred up and excited. They all wanted to eat and live well, and have beautiful women by their side who wouldn't look forward to such a life.
They had originally thought about leaving with the authorities' rescue, but they had already joined Sun Sheng's gang and done many bad things, long since setting themselves against the other residents.
Going to seek rescue now would likely lead to immediate punishment. Only a fool would follow them, but if they didn't follow the rescue, they could only starve with Sun Sheng's gang, which also frustrated them. Hearing the beautiful blueprint Sun Sheng described, how could a bunch of starving people be unwilling? In truth, none of the people who joined Sun Sheng were good. Their hearts were inherently dark, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to do such things. Now, since there was a chance to live better, they would naturally go all the way. Sun Sheng had already had them prepare various defensive measures.
Of course, he didn't tell them that the opponent also had a high-pressure water gun as a weapon.
As long as they broke the defenses of the first floor, it would be much simpler to continue their assault on the 19th and 20th floors.
But they had no idea that Era Hader had set up defensive doors for every floor, and each door was thicker than the last.
Most importantly, each door was serviced by a special high-pressure water gun, along with other defensive measures.
At this moment, Sun Sheng and his men had no idea what kind of cruel reality awaited them. Currently, they were just carrying some bedding and buckets filled with plenty of ice, snow, and firewood as they walked toward the main door below Era Hader's home. Era Hader had dispatched her special pets to keep a constant eye on the movements of Sun Sheng's gang. So, when they started moving, Era Hader had already seen it. Seeing their weapons of attack, Era Hader couldn't help but laugh.
What a primitive and stupid method.
If they didn't stop them, it really might have been possible for the other side to succeed. Era Hader could tell at a glance that the opponent wanted to use wet bedding to quickly turn into an ice wall under the extreme cold, blocking the nozzle of the high-pressure water gun.
The method was crude, but it was effective.
If they really managed to block the high-pressure water gun, the first level's defense would basically be declared a failure.
Then they could recklessly destroy that metal iron gate. Era Hader also let her family see what these stupid thieves were doing.
When Era Hader saw it through the surveillance, he couldn't help but frown.
Hader, this can't go on. They'll destroy the metal door below sooner or later.
How about we fight back? Era Hader had originally intended to let her parents, Zane Hader, and Hader you form a small team to gain experience in the external apocalyptic environment.
She hadn't expected people to come and deliver their lives so soon.
Era Hader gave a cold laugh and said to her family, "Dad, you're right. We can't just let them destroy things.
Now take Cyro Faye and Cyro Yu and go take them out."
Our first team operation.
Hearing Era Hader say this, Sarah Hader, as a father, was slightly stunned for a moment, but in the end, he firmly agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you. These people got what they deserved. Their deaths won't even cover their crimes. I've wanted to take them out for a long time." At this moment, Sarah Hader's hands were trembling slightly after all. It was his first time doing something like this.
Zayn Hader, on the other hand, adapted very quickly. He firmly believed in his sister's prophecy.
The apocalypse was coming. The world was going into chaos, and the laws and order of the past would come crashing down. Only the strong could survive in this world, where neither morality nor human ethics would matter. Aside from one's closest family, everyone else was an enemy. It was a matter of life and death. Sis Dad doesn't need to do anything. I can handle it all by myself. Zayn Hader was eager to try at this moment.
He had just mastered his fire element superpower and couldn't wait to put it into practical combat.
Moreover, he had already seen blood, so he felt no burden when taking action.
His father and Hader, you had never seen blood. Making them take action directly now might be a bit difficult for them.
Hader, however, shook her head.
No,
all of you must take action, including Mom. You have to join the operation too.
At the very least, you must take out one of them.
Today, all of you must see blood. Mom, remember, do not be soft-hearted.
You saw with your own eyes how these people were wreaking havoc in the residential area before. It's only because we have strength and powerful combat capabilities that we've been able to escape disaster.
Otherwise, think about it. What kind of tragic fate would our family have suffered after they broke through the door? Father, Zyro Faye, and Zyro, you would certainly have lost their lives, and you and I would surely have faced a fate worse than death. These people, and the enemies we'll encounter in the future, will only be more brutal. There is no humanity to speak of in the apocalypse. You must learn to change your mindset. Being soft-hearted toward them is being cruel to yourself and your loved ones.
Hader knew that her mother was usually a bit soft-hearted. She had even thought about whether they should help the other neighbors in the complex before.
After all, her mother had always been kind to others and was a very gentle and beautiful woman.
She had been well protected by Zayn Hader over the years and had maintained herself well.
Although she was 50 years old, she looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s or 40s, possessing a lot of charm. Although Zayn Hader's name was a bit rustic, she was indeed a genuine beauty. Otherwise, she couldn't have given birth to someone as beautiful as Zayn Hader. She hadn't even lifted a finger to kill a chicken in her entire life, so asking her to kill someone all of a sudden was indeed a bit difficult. However, the one thing one must not have in the apocalypse is a saint's heart. The biggest taboo is being soft-hearted. Zayn Hader wanted her mother to grow up quickly.
They had a long road ahead, and she didn't want her mother to be an ordinary person who was bullied by others, just like in her previous life. Even though Zayn Hader now had a light element ability, if her mindset didn't change, she would be in great danger once she encountered a lethal situation.
Sometimes, a single act of kindness can lead to one's own death.
Now, in Hader's view, only her parents, her brother, and Hader you could be trusted unconditionally.
Everyone else would become their enemies or competitors.
Regardless, changing as early as possible was the best choice.
Zayn Hader opened her mouth. She knew her daughter wasn't like this before, so she must have seen many bad things in her dreams.
As for how bad it was, she could catch a glimpse of it from those few words just now.
Indeed, if that situation really happened, she and her daughter would probably truly suffer a fate worse than death.
Therefore, at this moment, Zayn Hader also tried to quickly adjust her mindset. Those people outside were all people who deserved to die. They should be cleared out.
All right, Hader, Mom promises you I will definitely become strong. Our family has such good conditions now, all because of you. Mom absolutely cannot hold you back. Don't worry. Mom will definitely complete the task in a moment. Women are weak, but mothers are strong. Zayn Hader felt that she had to fight for her daughter's sake.
Zayn Hader couldn't help but gently pat Zayn Hader's hand.
Don't worry with me here. I won't let you be in any danger. When the time comes, you'll be responsible for sniping from the shadows. Just take out one or two to complete the task. Seeing the lovey-dovey appearance of the old couple, Zayn Hader couldn't help but want to complain. You two, stop feeding me dog food. Serious business is more important.
Zayn Hader was the first to stand up.
Sis, let me take the lead. My superpower has the greatest power. Zayn Hader nodded with a smile at this. All right, since Sire of Faye is so proactive, you'll take the lead.
Don't worry, I'll be right beside you all.
As for what my superpower is, you'll find out in a moment.
Zayn Hader's words immediately made her family members very curious, because they had each awakened very powerful superpowers, and Zayn Hader was the one who helped them activate them. They also wanted to see to what extent Zayn Hader's superpower could reach.
At this moment, the 5-person team composed of the family was quickly assembled.
This was the first time their family was acting together as a team. Of course, before setting out, Zayn Hader armed each of them to the teeth.
Bulletproof vests, special operations uniforms, ballistic helmets, riot shields, and various other weapons all appeared from Era Hader's space. When they saw this equipment, the whole family was stunned. Hader, did you rob someone's armory?
How do you even have these kinds of weapons?
The legendary AKs and Desert Eagles, as well as some assault rifles previously seen in movies and TV shows, all appeared before the family, fully loaded with magazines. Hearing her father's question, Era Hader could only silently lament in her heart.
Truly, no one knows a daughter better than her father. You're spot on. Your daughter really did rob someone's armory. However, Era Hader didn't explain much. She just had them quickly put on the equipment.
In a while, they could use weapons if they wanted or superpowers if they wanted. In short, they needed to adapt well to their own combat styles.
Nevertheless, Era Hader still suggested it was better to use superpowers directly.
After all, weapons might become useless in a few days. They were only useful in the early stages of the apocalypse. In the end, mastering superpowers oneself was more practical. But men, after all, love weapons, especially the AK, which they had only seen in legends before. Now that even a Desert Eagle was in their hands, it wouldn't be satisfying if they didn't use it. What shocked the family even more was that Era Hader actually summoned a bunch of war pets.
Hader's mouth immediately formed a large O shape, looking like it could fit 3 eggs.
After a long while, he finally reacted and said, Sister Hader, this is a dinosaur, right?
Or a velociraptor? How did you do it?
Era Hader said with a bit of mischief and a hint of chunabu.
Come on up, young man. You're a dragon rider now.
Eliminate scum, warehouse anomaly, unexpectedly for the family. With a single thought, Era Hader transported the entire team to a safe corner on the first basement floor while everyone held hands. All the members felt a blur before their eyes, and they went from their brightly lit home to the pitch-black darkness of the first basement floor.
Fortunately, Era Hader had warned them in advance to stay calm and keep quiet no matter what happened. Moreover, she had also told them about her ability to perform space travel.
This allowed them to steady their minds despite the shock, and they didn't cry out in surprise. At this moment, everyone in the team felt both nervous and a bit excited. After gaining power, they hadn't had the chance to use it yet.
By then, on the first basement floor, they saw those guys busily and recklessly surrounding the metal protective door of Building 16.
Behind them, a burly man was shouting loudly, Brothers, charge, break down the door, and the beauties will be ours. The supplies will be ours too. Along with a house as warm as spring, we'll live it up then and have a taste of paradise. Upon hearing Sun Sheng's empty promises, the group of guys immediately began to howl and wail like ghosts.
It had to be said that Sun Sheng was quite good at making empty promises and also knew how to avoid risks.
His lackeys were charging ahead while he stood back giving orders, staying far away from the door for fear of being hit by the high-pressure water gun. After all, he had seen how powerful the high-pressure water gun was before, so it was better to be careful.
From a distance, Era Hader's family had already heard Sun Sheng shouting his empty promises.
Those scumbags were naturally excited, but the family was instantly filled with rage upon hearing it.
One can imagine what would have happened if they didn't have the strength and the door was breached by these people.
It would be exactly as Era Hader said. The men would surely die, and the women would face a fate worse than death.
Era Hader had summarized the situation in the simplest terms, but one could imagine the horrors she had encountered in her dreams. It must have had a significant impact on Era Hader's psyche.
Therefore, the family now listened to whatever Era Hader said and strictly followed her instructions. Only in this way could the family's long-term safety be ensured. Zayn Hader, being young and impulsive, couldn't hold back after hearing Sun Sheng's words. He drove his velociraptor mount and charged toward the howling scumbags. Velociraptors were master hunters and experts at stealth. They were extremely fast and could advance silently, approaching opponents in the fastest and most secretive way was their instinct. So, when Zayn Hader took the lead and 5 figures riding velociraptors suddenly appeared behind Sun Sheng and his group, everyone was stunned.
Sun Sheng only had time to shout "Holy crap!"
before he was burned to ashes by the flames in Zayn Hader's hands.
That's right, in just a single encounter, the leader of this group was ground to ashes.
He truly became a pile of scum.
The mustache man, the group's advisor, only had time to let out a startled cry before turning tail and running.
As for the other slaves, the boss was dead. So why should he care? He needed to escape to save his life.
He knew better than anyone what danger looked like, though he didn't know what method the opponent used to burn someone to ashes. But he knew the opponent possessed a power they absolutely could not contend with. If he didn't run now, when would he? However, since he was right next to Sun Sheng, he was naturally the first to be attacked. Similarly, a fire serpent coiled around him. He only had time to let out a shrill scream before instantly turning into ashes. In his fury, Zane Hader showed no mercy.
The temperature of the flames seemed to soar along with his rising anger. There was no need for any soft-heartedness towards such scum. Leaving them in this world would only be a source of trouble.
Thus, with 2 attacks, Zane Hader directly wiped out the leaders of this criminal gang. Zane Hader understood better than anyone that to catch the bandits, one must first catch their leader.
Seeing their 2 leaders fall one after another, the remaining small fries were scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. Someone shouted, "Heavens, they have weapons. Everyone, run for your lives." However, Hader Yu, who loved weapons, picked up an AK and started spraying bullets at the group. A series of massive vibrations instantly echoed throughout the entire B1 level. The sound of the AK firing, the sound of car windows shattering, and the wailing cries of the guys blended together, making it look like an Asura battlefield. Of course, the Asuras at this moment were Era Hader's family.
Now, not just Hader Yu, but even Zara Hader and Shanzi Hader had picked up AKs and started firing.
Seeing the scene, Era Hader couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead.
A group of ability users using AKs for physical attacks, she was truly speechless. However, Era Hader didn't forget to remind them.
"Dad, use your Earth Element ability to block their path, or attack them directly with Earth spikes."
Zara Yu, where's your ice ability?
"Freeze them." "Mom, use your Light Element ability directly to blind them." Following Era Hader's commands, the family hurriedly switched their attack modes and finally acted like primary ability users.
After all, it was their first time using them, so they were still a bit unaccustomed, but after using them, they all felt delighted.
They were much easier to use than guns. They hit exactly where they aimed. Using superpowers caused a sense of mental exhaustion, but it was still acceptable.
However, physical attacks were also satisfying.
Spraying bullets was not only loud and grand, but also provided a sense of percussive joy. Era Hader suddenly realized that her family members seemed to be warmongers and physical attack fanatics. They just loved using weapons for physical strikes. Well, she'd let them be for now. It wasn't that dangerous yet, so they could train slowly. Superpowers definitely had to be practiced, as they would be the mainstream in the future. Once ability users became powerful, these firearms would no longer be the greatest threat, but for ordinary people, such attacks still caused massive damage. Under everyone's powerful and dense attacks, in just a few minutes, these scumbags were truly ground into dust.
Zane Hader exhaled. He no longer had the nauseating reaction he had when he first took a life. Instead, he felt a sense of relief.
Sarah Hader, his wife, and Hader Yu appeared even more composed, as if they hadn't been affected at all.
Era Hader felt that this might be because their mindsets had undergone a powerful change after their superpowers awakened. Their mental strength and physical fitness were much stronger than before when Zane Hader was still an ordinary person using a space shield to save Hader Yu. They had no psychological burden after killing those scumbags.
Zane Hader even directly used his fire element ability to send them to heaven, grinding them all to ashes to keep the bodies from offending everyone's eyes. If the corpses weren't cleaned up after being killed, they would have a chance to turn into zombies later. Turning these guys into ashes directly eliminated any future trouble. This way, Era Hader could rest assured and let the family proceed to the next task.
Next, she had to collect the warehouses Era Hader had prepared earlier.
These guys had taken such a risk precisely because they found out about this. After wiping them out, the only people who knew about this were likely some of Zara Hader's former subordinates.
She wondered how they were doing now that thick snow had piled up outside. Who knew how many people would lose their lives because of it? At this time, Era Hader once again instantly transported the family to the outside of one of the warehouses.
When they arrived, the whole family couldn't help but frown.
There were already people in the warehouse? Why didn't you leave me 2 scumbags to practice on?
Dad, could it be your former employees are here?
Seeing shadows in the warehouse, Era Hader couldn't help but ask. Zara Hader shook his head. It shouldn't be.
I sent them home long ago to prepare their own supplies.
You also gave them a batch of supplies and told them to stay home.
Besides the park guards, no one else should be coming here. Maybe those guards broke in to save themselves. Hearing her father say this, Era Hader nodded, thinking it was highly likely. Under the weight of natural disasters, human survival instincts are triggered, knowing there was a place with such a large amount of supplies. It was hard to guarantee the park guards wouldn't be tempted. In her previous life, Era Hader had seen all kinds of people and experienced all sorts of things. It wasn't the most chaotic time of the apocalypse yet. The natural disasters had only just begun. Many people were still law-abiding. People like Sun Sheng, who turned bad and started causing trouble immediately, were still in the minority. The quality of the park guards wasn't necessarily guaranteed. Era Hader was well aware of this beforehand.
Before coming here, she had prepared for the worst-case scenario that this place might have already been targeted.
Era Hader didn't care, after all. Her space already contained enough supplies to last them dozens of lifetimes. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't bring all her relatives into the space at once, she would have wanted to hide away in there for a lifetime.
Of course, it seemed she herself couldn't stay hidden in the space forever. It felt as if some rules were pressing upon her, forcing her to face this apocalypse properly and cherish this rare opportunity of rebirth.
She also had to change some of the events of the apocalypse. Things had indeed changed now, and Era Hader knew there was still a long road ahead.
So, she would move forward steadily, one step at a time, and cherish the journey.
Bringing them to this warehouse now was specifically to give them some experience. Looking at their earlier attacks, although they were working as a team, their various skills were chaotic and their attacks disorganized.
Many attacks were ineffective and wasteful. This gave Era Hader, who had great chemistry with various teams in her previous life during the apocalypse, a headache.
Her family's elite squad still needed training. Coming out today was the right call. However, hearing his father's words, his younger brother Zayn Hader snorted coldly.
I don't care who they are.
If they dare to mess around in our family's warehouse, I'll show them.
After experiencing 2 rounds of killing, Zayn Hader had developed a capable aura and had quickly adapted to the current survival environment of the apocalypse.
His mindset toward killing had completely changed. He wouldn't go out of his way to provoke others. But if anyone dared to threaten his family's safety, he would strike immediately and turn them to ash. Anyone who dared to take advantage of his family would definitely not have a good ending. Hearing Zayn Hader's words, Sarah Hader nodded and signaled to Era Hader.
Let's go.
We'll go in and see who these people think they are. As the group walked over, they saw the warehouse door was locked from the inside, and some noisy sounds were coming from within. Everyone frowned at once.
Judging by the voices, these people seemed quite young, and they were both men and women. They weren't just park guards.
Everyone looked at each other in surprise.
What on earth was this? Why were they throwing a party in their family's warehouse?
Without a word, Zayn Hader used his fire superpower. He threw a fireball, and the door went flying with a bang. The massive noise gave the rowdy people inside a huge fright.
The warehouse was brightly lit and as warm as spring.
A diesel generator was rumbling, and they were even using the luxurious central air conditioning.
Used supplies were scattered all over the floor and piled in corners, emitting a foul stench that no one had bothered to clean up.
This scene made Era Hader's entire family frown. However, when that group saw the team wearing special ops uniforms and protective helmets, they looked just like military or police. They immediately thought the rescue team had arrived. The young man leading them wore a white sweater and had an air of nobility. He clearly wasn't from an ordinary family. There were many beautiful women around him, led by several wealthy young heirs.
As soon as those guys saw Era Hader's family, they hurried over and said bossily, "What took you so long?"
If we hadn't found this warehouse for shelter, we would have been killed by the hail long ago.
How do you do your jobs? Who's in charge? I'm going to tell my dad to fire you.
You can just wait to go home and farm sweet potatoes.
Seeing this guy's behavior, the sharp-witted Zayn Hader couldn't help but ask, "May I ask, who's your father?" The other party glared at him arrogantly. "Didn't the people who sent you to rescue us tell you?"
My father is Lai Gang, the city's #1 official. You have no manners at all.
Hurry up and evacuate us safely, or you'll regret it.
Even though this god-forsaken place has food and drink, we can't get out.
I've been bored out of my mind for ages.
Behind him, some other young heirs and wild women couldn't help but clamor as well. Yeah, hurry up and take us away. If you're any slower, we'll make your whole family suffer.
Don't think just because you have guns that you're anything but a bunch of grunts. We can kill you whenever we want.
At that moment, Hader Yu and Zayn Hader quickly exchanged a look. With a tacit understanding, they raised their AKs and blasted him with a bang. The two of them didn't hesitate and wiped out everyone in front of them. However, in the next moment, they stopped using weapons and used their superpowers instead.
Era Hader had told them to quickly adapt to using superpowers and not rely too much on weapons.
In the future, the main way of fighting would be through superpowers. Adapting to this ability earlier and becoming stronger sooner would allow them to go wherever they pleased. Hader Yu pressed his hand to the ground, and frost spread along the way, sweeping over the group of young heirs and flashy women with lightning speed. In an instant, they were frozen into blocks of ice. Immediately after, Zayn Hader used his fire skill to send out several fire snakes. Wherever they passed, the ice sculptures instantly melted into water vapor. Just like that, Those living people vaporized in front of everyone in an instant. These two brothers really had a natural chemistry. The combination of ice and fire eliminated the enemies in a flash.
Seeing her parents frowning, Hater was afraid they wouldn't be able to accept it right away. So she quickly explained to them, "Mom, Dad, don't overthink it.
None of these spoiled official brats are any good. Keeping them alive only helps the wicked.
Besides, they've been here. If they ever went back, they might cause us trouble because of this warehouse's location." As it turned out, Sir Hader didn't care at all.
Instead, he grumbled, "Hey, you two rascals, you were too fast.
Why didn't you leave a couple of scumbags for me to practice on?" Hader, the master thief, was right next to me. After completely wiping out that group of scum second-generation heirs, Hader and her family slowly began to take inventory of the supplies stored in the warehouse. Although a significant amount had already been squandered by that group, mostly food and drink, it was only a small fraction compared to the warehouse's total volume.
It was no wonder those guys were so excited. Furthermore, some items in this warehouse required storage at room temperature.
Hader had already spoken to Father Hader about the possibility of encountering various extreme weather conditions later on.
Therefore, a diesel generator had been prepared here, and the air conditioning was kept running on heat.
The external air conditioning units had also been protected with special iron plates and remained undamaged, so they could still be used.
It was just that things like gasoline and diesel would become increasingly scarce in the future. After all, under the apocalypse, human technological civilization would come to a complete standstill.
In a few days, when the special solar flare erupted, electrical appliances stored on the surface would be struck by the solar flare and completely ruined.
Those cars and electric vehicles would also become discarded lumps of scrap metal.
Of course, the electrical appliances, instruments, and various vehicles stored within Hader's space would not be affected.
The space was effectively isolated from all disasters.
Now that there were still so many supplies left in the entire warehouse, she had her family members fill their respective space accessories to the brim, leaving no gaps whatsoever.
Even so, the space accessories of the few people present couldn't even hold a small fraction of the warehouse.
Hader, it looks like we'll need to make a few more trips. Father Hader could not help but explain the situation to Hader.
Hader just smiled, waved her hand, and said, "No need for so much trouble. Just watch me." At this moment, Hader released a pile of war pets. Wherever the war pets went, all the supplies, along with the storage racks, were completely swept away.
Seeing an incredibly clean warehouse with nothing left behind except for that pile of trash, the family couldn't help but gulp hard. Mother Shanzi Hader couldn't help but ask, Hader, just how big is your space?"
"You packed away this entire massive warehouse." Her younger brother, Zayn Hader, who was on the other side, was the first to think of something and asked Hader directly, "Sister, could you be that legendary god of thieves who appeared out of nowhere?" Upon hearing Zayn Hader's question, the whole family gasped in shock.
They hadn't even considered this possibility at first, but after seeing Hader's ability to instantly store the entire warehouse, they couldn't help but think about it.
Plus, Hader had indeed gone abroad some time ago. Her destinations included Sakura. Perhaps she had even visited a country across the ocean during that time. THGH, the sister Hader. Is this true?
Hader, you couldn't help but shiver. Back then, he and Zayn Hader had excitedly discussed how this god of thieves was a role model for their generation, having accomplished feats that everyone else wanted to do but dared not, and certainly couldn't have pulled off.
Most importantly, this person was like a chivalrous thief, not only causing those countries that besieged the East to suffer huge losses and giving them a taste of the apocalypse in advance,
it also indirectly reminded the people of the East, giving more people a sliver of hope for survival.
If not for the reminder from the god of thieves' grand feat, who knows how many people would have starved or frozen to death on the very first day the hail arrived. Therefore, they had always admired this god of thieves.
Hearing their persistent questioning, Hader felt the time was ripe and there was no need to hide it any longer. So she smiled faintly. "All right, as long as we, our own people, know about this, that's enough.
Make sure not to tell anyone else." Upon hearing Hader's response, the family's hearts raced. They were both excited and incredulous. Yet, the scene from just a moment ago was still fresh in their minds. If Hader didn't possess such an ability, who else could have pulled off such a major feat? "Oh my god, sister, it really is you. This is so cool."
I was telling Zyro you before that the god of thieves was our new idol, never expecting that the idol was right beside me, ha.
Zayn Hader was as excited as a child at this moment. So his sister was this amazing.
His sister must have awakened her superpower a long time ago, and it was the legendary space skill, allowing her to prepare for everything in advance, thinking about the big things his sister had done before, emptying out almost every major city in a country. Just how abundant were those supplies?
They would be enough for their family to live on for hundreds of lifetimes.
The key was that it had severely crushed a country's arrogance.
Father hater mother, and hater you felt the same way, finding all of this too incredible.
But various superpowers had been activated, and miraculous war pets had appeared.
Even extinct dinosaurs had appeared before them. It seemed there was nothing hater couldn't do. Hater's right. This matter must absolutely not be known by anyone else. If even a hint of it leaks out, we will become the target of everyone. In the future, when we use space skills, we must be doubly careful and ensure there is no one else around before using them. Don't think that just because we seem very powerful now, we can go against the whole world. There are many unknown powerful forces in this world. Do not think that just because we have superpowers, we can get carried away. That is something we must absolutely avoid.
It was Zara Hader who spoke, as the eldest head of the family in the group. He was the most knowledgeable and the most composed. In their previous life, it was also Zara Hader who led everyone to solve many major problems in the early stages of the apocalypse. Back then, Zayn Hader was responsible for charging into battle. Zara Hader held down the fort, and Era Hader was responsible for controlling her Warped Legion to assist from the side, also displaying her own powerful strength.
Working together as a family, the power was immense. If not for someone intentionally causing trouble in the shadows and sabotaging their family, they would have lived very well in the apocalypse too.
Fortunately, that most critical potential danger had already been cleared by her in advance, and the remaining matters would naturally be much smoother.
Hearing Zara Hader's reminder, everyone nodded in agreement.
Now that this warehouse had been cleaned out, Era Hader continued to walk around the logistics park with her family.
Although snow was falling all over the sky, they didn't feel cold at all thanks to their constant temperature suits.
Era Hader had also figured out what was going on with that group of official second-generation heirs, because there were several sports cars parked in a warehouse not far away. They had likely encountered the natural disaster while coming to retrieve the sports cars, and then found the nearby supply warehouse and naturally took shelter here. Seeing these sports cars that would soon become scrap metal, yet were still gleaming with the luster of metal and technology, Era Hader didn't say a word and immediately collected them all.
At the same time, she looked around to see if there was anything else in the logistics park worth scavenging.
As it turned out, not long after they walked out, they saw a convoy of vehicles outside breaking through the snow and charging into the logistics park.
Seeing this, Era Hader raised an eyebrow. Without any hesitation, she teleported back to the safe house with her family. However, she left a few special war pets behind to continue observing the situation. They brushed past each other, concealing their tracks. Not long after Era Hader's family disappeared from the warehouse, a group of soldiers burst through the door.
They quickly inspected everything inside the warehouse.
Then they saw several bullet holes on the wall. An officer among the soldiers immediately noticed this detail. Go and check the situation with those bullet holes.
The officer gave the order, and a soldier immediately carried it out.
Soon, the soldier returned reporting to company commander. Those are AK bullet holes. Hearing this news, the officer's eyebrows twitched.
He personally went over to take a closer look, and it was exactly as his subordinate had said.
Company commander, these are the coordinates where young Master Zhao sent his distress signal. Moreover, a skirmish must have occurred here. There are also traces of high temperature burning. Perhaps young Master Zhao has already. The officer waved his hand and said, young Master Zhao is the son of an important figure in the city. Orders from above are to see him alive or see his corpse. Continue the search and rescue. We must find young Master Zhao. They were soldiers, and especially under the weight of a natural disaster, they were even more inclined to obey orders. However, the soldiers felt somewhat bitter. As it turned out, equality never truly existed between people. If it were an ordinary citizen, how could so much manpower be mobilized to find them? Right now, there was a shortage of manpower everywhere, and everyone needed rescuing.
Expending so much military force just to find the son of a so-called important person made quite a few people feel very uncomfortable.
But an order was an order. A soldier's vocation is to obey.
Since they wore this uniform, they had to obey the orders from above.
Thus, the group of army warriors quickly began their search and rescue. Of course, during this process, if they encountered other survivors, they would naturally save them along the way.
After all, what they hoped for most was to provide rescue in front of the people in other disaster areas. Unfortunately, the higher-ups weren't giving them that opportunity right now. If they could save others while searching for young Master Zhao, they felt it would be a form of psychological compensation. However, They had no idea that the person they were looking for, even his corpse, had already been burned to ashes by Era Hader and her group.
And Era Hader, through the vision of her pets, saw everything those army warriors were doing. After returning home, Era Hader thought for a moment and made a new decision: relocate. In any case, the people in Building 16 had long since died out completely.
Sun Sheng and his scumbag group had already finished off the survivors of Building 16 in just a few short days, except for Era Hader's group, who owned a safe house with the strongest defenses and remained undisturbed. No other residents were spared.
Today, Sun Sheng's gang had gone all out.
They left a few women in the house but didn't leave them any clothes, just a single quilt for them to huddle together for warmth. He didn't believe these women could escape like that.
As long as they still wanted to live, they would inevitably stay. However, some women had already been tortured to the point of madness. After the men left, a woman jumped from the window to commit suicide. Blood-colored ice flowers splashed onto the ground, only to be covered by snow again. So, strictly speaking, only Era Hader's family was left in the entire Building 16.
Since that was the case, she might as well just blow up the entire Building 16.
Their tracks would be buried in the ruins, and from then on, others would think they had also died in the collapse of the high-rise. Era Hader had built 2 safe houses before precisely to have these 2 options ready.
The unfinished villa area was her second base. The first base was used to survive the first stage of the apocalypse, and when the time was right, she would blow it up to cover their tracks.
By then, the unfinished villa area would have long been covered by the endless snow, and no one would know there was such a miraculous place beneath it.
So now, Era Hader directly took her family and teleported to the villa safe house. After settling them in, she returned to the original residential area of Building 16.
To Era Hader's surprise, although her actions were fast, the military was even faster. This time it seemed to be a special forces unit, fully armed with live ammunition.
From a distance, Era Hader saw a team braving the blizzard, heading toward the Jinxiu residential area.
This was information gathered by Arfei and the pterodactyl baby, whom Era Hader had sent out as sentries. They traveled through the blizzard using the space shield. The 2 flying pets had grown stronger after evolving. Coupled with the protection of the space shield, the extreme cold and blizzard had no effect on them.
They had become Era Hader's best assets for aerial reconnaissance and gathering intelligence. Chameleon Lightning, who was hidden back at the warehouse, also sent back news. The officer at the warehouse, unable to find any more useful information, sent the corresponding message back to headquarters. He also asked them to check who the warehouse where young Master Zhao had stayed belonged to.
The other side actually found Era Hader's father, Sarah Hader. Very quickly, communications had been restored, and the organization had some emergency protocols in place.
With the efficiency of the organization and the military, it was very easy to find disinformation. Therefore, Era Hader's decision was naturally correct. Seeing the special forces about to enter the residential area, she revealed a smile that showed everything was under control. The plot had completely changed, but she also possessed even greater power.
What if it changed? In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. At this moment, she directly put the entire metal safe house into her space.
This thing was still very useful.
Even if it couldn't be used on her floor anymore, it might be useful elsewhere in the future.
She would collect it first. It couldn't be wasted.
Then, only the original framework remained of the entire floor, which was immediately invaded by wind and snow leaking from all sides.
Immediately after, Era Hader used powerful explosives from the armory in her space to conduct a controlled demolition of the entire Building 16.
It instantly turned into ruins, and she teleported directly back to the villa where her family was. From then on, all traces left by Era Hader's family were completely buried here.
Goodbye, soldier brothers. I hope I don't have to face you in the future, because I won't show any mercy then.
The group of soldiers was still upholding their duty. They were merely following orders. Era Hader didn't resent them. Those who should be hated were the unscrupulous people in power.
That young Master Zhao who was burned to ashes in the warehouse was clearly not a good person. He probably caused plenty of trouble in the past. She considered it acting on behalf of heaven to rid the people of a pest.
At that moment, the special forces happened to enter the Jinxiu Hueyun residential area, only to see their target, Building 16, vanish into thin air amidst the wind and snow.
That scene of world-ending disaster couldn't help but shake all of them to their core.
Damn it. brothers, "Say no more, hurry and save people." The soldiers immediately rushed toward the ruins. As a result, other survivors soon came out to seek help. But they were from other buildings. The entire residential area suddenly fell into chaos because of this unexpected turn of events. Meanwhile, on Hader's side, she lit the fireplace in the villa-safe house, and before long it was as warm as spring. Hader, what should we do next? Her father couldn't help but ask for Hader's opinion again. He was now at a loss, knowing nothing about the future. Now, he could only rely on his daughter, who possessed foresight. Hader gave a beautiful smile. Continue training, and then seek revenge. A sworn enemy from a past life must be nipped in the bud. Hearing Hader say this, the whole family couldn't help but turn their eyes toward her. Hader, what do you mean, seeking revenge? Who do you have a grudge against? Is it Ali's or Hader? But she probably won't survive this natural disaster, right? Her father, Hader, asked a string of questions. After all, his daughter had always been the image of a good girl before the apocalypse. He found it hard to imagine how his precious daughter could have a grudge against anyone. However, he thought back to how Hader had handled every enemy before cleanly, efficiently, and without leaving any loose ends. How did this look like the delicate girl in his memory who only knew how to play with pets? Mom, Dad, do you remember which family's warehouses in the East were emptied the most? Hader blurted out the answer immediately. Alburge Syndicate Group. I heard before that they deal in grey industries. They used to be underworld figures who went legit, and that's how they rose to power. Anyway, everyone has heard that the money they make isn't clean. It's just that they've gone legit so thoroughly that no one can catch them in the act. Hearing Hader say this, Hader nodded with a smile. Exactly. I'm going to look for trouble with them. Because I know that in the apocalypse, they will become a massive scourge. Moreover, in my dreams, you all suffered heavy blows because of their schemes, traps, and ambushes, and even lost your lives because of it. I absolutely will not allow such a thing to happen. My dream warnings have been very accurate so far. As long as the problems in the dreams are solved in advance, everyone's safety can be guaranteed. The apocalypse is an inevitable trend. I'm afraid that you might have fatal accidents because of this Alburge Syndicate Group in the future, so I must nip the problem in the bud and crush the Alburge Syndicate Group while it's still in its infancy. Hader's words left everyone in a state of shock. The current Alburge Syndicate Group was indeed in a somewhat awkward position because they had stockpiled so many supplies, and all of them had been emptied out by Hader. It could be said they suffered heavy losses and were severely weakened. In her previous life, the Alburge Syndicate Group relied on the supplies they had stockpiled to rise strongly during the apocalypse, coupled with the fact that their leader, by Alburge Syndicate, was a mysterious and powerful superpower user. He led the Alburge Syndicate Group to rise in the apocalypse, becoming a force that no one dared to look at directly. But now, the Alburge Syndicate Group's greatest reliance in the apocalypse had already been destroyed by Hader. She wanted to see what these guys would do now. Since she had already offended them, she might as well do it thoroughly. It would be best to just wipe them out directly. Alburge Syndicate Group had branch offices all over the country, and she didn't know which city by Alburge Syndicate was in at the moment. Hader would have to search for him carefully. In her previous life, it was the spy Alburge Syndicate who secretly teamed up with Alice Hader to kill Hader and Hader U. At that time, Hader had charged into the base whereby Alburge Syndicate and his people were like a madwoman, turning it upside down. But she still couldn't find a trace of him. Now that Alice Hader was dead, Hader's revenge was only half complete. This spy Alburge Syndicate was elusive and had very strong hiding abilities. Hader strongly suspected that this guy had also awakened a stealth superpower like chameleon lightning. Otherwise, it really wouldn't make sense. With her superpower methods at the time, it should have been impossible to not even see a shadow when looking for someone. This only showed that Baya Alburge Syndicate was definitely very formidable. However, based on her memories of her previous life, Hader had already done her best to collect all the red super ability crystals in the world 3 days before the hailstorm arrived. Perhaps this action of hers had already interrupted Baya Alburge Syndicate's path of evolution. Nonetheless, Hader felt that she couldn't let her guard down. She still had to look for him. It would be best to kill him directly while he hadn't yet awakened his superpower. Otherwise, Hader would always feel uneasy. Hearing Hader say this, the whole family couldn't help but look at each other. In Hader's dream, they had actually all been killed by that guy. It was an eerie feeling. After all, everyone was ignorant of the future, and most people had no idea what their subsequent fate would be. Now that they knew the ending in advance, they naturally wouldn't let such a thing happen. Hader originally hadn't planned to tell them this,
But in order to give them a sense of urgency and make them master their skills as soon as possible, she had to tell everyone.
This was the only way to make them take it seriously psychologically. Only by becoming strong themselves could they better control their own fates. Mom, Dad, Cyro Faye, Cyro you, don't worry.
Since we've predicted the danger in advance, we just need to resolve it. Also, my dreams seem to be a kind of deduction.
If I do nothing, the dream will definitely become reality. But if I prepare well, the outcome of the dream can be changed. Everything in the dream has already undergone many changes because I plundered supplies from all over the world. This is not something an ordinary person could do. Trust me, I will never let you be harmed again.
At this moment, Erahater's eyes were firm and her expression was solemn.
The whole family could deeply feel her immense determination, thinking about how Erahater had always been leading them at the forefront of the apocalypse. Naturally, they wouldn't have any objections. Shanzehater grabbed Erahater's hand and said,
Hater, of course we'll listen to you.
With you here, we'll be safe and sound.
But don't worry, even I, your mother, won't hold you back.
We will all become strong. Even in the apocalypse, our family must stay together and whole.
It had to be said that Shanzehater used to adhere to the principle of being kind to others and still had a bit of a kind, Holy Mother heart.
But after truly witnessing the cruelty of the apocalypse, she felt she could no longer be like before.
Shanzehater was not the kind of person who was inflexible. By now, she had already made the wisest change.
The other male members didn't even need to be mentioned. Each of them was already rubbing their hands together, eager to try, and preparing for the next battle.
After possessing power, their mentality had also undergone a huge change. They could no longer be casual, ordinary people like before.
Seeing her family members constantly accepting the facts, quickly absorbing knowledge of survival in the apocalypse, and working hard to change themselves,
Erahater knew that everything she had done was finally paying off.
It was better than anything that her family could take this seriously.
They had finished scavenging that previous warehouse and then proceeded toward the next one. Erahater hadn't known before that his daughter was the god of thieves, so for the sake of caution, he had purchased many supplies but didn't dare to place them too centrally together.
This was because he was afraid the god of thieves would find them all at once and easily plunder them.
Now they could only go from warehouse to warehouse, and along the way, they also checked if there were any other places in the parks where these small warehouses were located where they could pick up something extra.
Erahater said that if these supplies weren't taken, they would be ruined by the cold anyway. It would be too wasteful, so they might as well take them for themselves.
Therefore, everyone had no psychological burden whatsoever when it came to harvesting.
Along the way, Erahater's family didn't encounter any special dangers. It wasn't until the last small warehouse that Erahater discovered something different.
It turned out that not far from their own small warehouse was actually the backup warehouse that Alburage Syndicate Group had prepared. It really was a stroke of luck.
The family shared a look and walked toward that Alburage Syndicate Group warehouse with great tacit understanding. These post-apocalyptic days are getting more and more exciting. Erahater felt that the people from Alburage Syndicate Group were sometimes truly dim-witted. If they were a bit smarter, they shouldn't have plastered such obvious labels on the warehouse wall, telling everyone that this was an Alburage Syndicate Group warehouse.
Isn't this just asking for the god of thieves to come and rob them?
However, based on Erahater's understanding of by Alburage Syndicate, she felt that this might be a simple and direct display of weakness, while also being a trap.
It was just to lure her past self into emptying this warehouse, while simultaneously setting up a dragnet here, waiting for her arrival. At this moment, the Erahater family, having emptied their own warehouse, couldn't help but vigilantly check what the situation was like in the warehouse opposite. It was simply too close to their own warehouse. One could even see the scene next door through the window. The windows of Erahater's warehouse had all been reinforced, so they weren't destroyed by the hailstorm immediately.
But the warehouse opposite was different. It had already been battered all over by the hail.
In fact, most of the logistics warehouses in the park had suffered similar fates and had long been battered into disarray by the hailstorm. However, before the hailstorm arrived, Erahater had already used the fastest speed to clear out every warehouse across the country that she could find.
These warehouses would only be destroyed instantly under the impact of the hailstorm. Leaving those supplies in warehouses would just be a waste. It was better to take them into her own hands.
Erahater had been the latest to take action on the major warehouses in the east.
Until the day before the apocalypse arrived, she still hadn't taken action.
On one hand, she wanted to leave a glimmer of hope for the Easterners. On the other hand, it was because she didn't really value these warehouses anymore.
After all, she had already looted more than half of the world's supplies, and they were all the highest quality ones. This was already enough.
At the same time, She left behind some warehouses with stronger defenses to allow her family's elite squad to hone their coordination and help them adapt to survival in the apocalypse as quickly as possible. However, Era Hader never expected that right next to her father's last warehouse would be the warehouse of her enemy.
Did anything more need to be said? However, even though Era Hader now possessed powerful superpower and her family was armed to the teeth, she still didn't rashly let her family go over.
After all, the impact Al Burj Syndicate Group had on her in her previous life was simply too great.
In all things, be a bit cautious. Caution never leads to big mistakes. Thus, Era Hader began to dispatch her War Pets reconnaissance team to take action. Chameleon Lightning was naturally the best scout. With a change of color, it turned invisible and teleported into the warehouse opposite. Grey Parrot of Fae also spread its wings and flew high, observing the surroundings for any abnormalities.
David the German Shepherd had also shifted into combat mode, ready at any moment to follow Era Hader's commands. As for that Egyptian cat Schrödinger, it took a casual glance at the warehouse, let out a meow, and fed back information to Era Hader.
There is danger, but it is not very threatening.
Era Hader raised her eyebrows. Although Schrödinger's precognition's superpower had only evolved to the primary stage, it already had a certain degree of power, and its predictions were very accurate. Moreover, this prediction was based on Era Hader's current strength.
They were all ability users now, and they had the protection of Space Shield on them. Yet it was still predicted that there was danger. That meant there might also be ability users on the other side. Furthermore, the opponent's attack power might even be able to pierce through the Space Shield and cause harm to their elite squad.
However, given their current strength, they should be able to handle it easily. That was why it was predicted as having danger. But not being very threatening, Era Hader raised her eyebrows.
She knew that although she had collected all kinds of ability crystals, big and small, from all over the world, this did not mean that no other ability users existed.
An ability crystal was one way to activate a superpower, but it was not the absolute way. Many ability users could naturally activate the superpower within them under different environments. As for how this superpower was formed, besides ability crystals, the natural eruption of superpower in other ability users was also a topic that many scientists in her previous life had been researching, but they couldn't figure it out either. They only knew that under the intense and extreme environmental changes of the apocalypse, human potential received unprecedented stimulation and catalysis, thereby generating superpower. Moreover, from the moment the apocalypse arrived, there was a special, mysterious energy in the air, filling every corner of the globe.
These mysterious energies were also the catalyst for activating superpower,
and an ability crystal was the most direct and highest success rate catalytic medium. But there were also some strong individuals who only needed changes in the external environment to activate their superpower.
Era Hader's eyes narrowed at this moment, and she immediately became more vigilant. She knew that superpower activated naturally in this way could be strong or weak, but many of the strong ones were extremely monstrous. The apocalypse hadn't arrived long ago, so even if they had activated their superpower, it should still be in the initial stage. Therefore, it would have some impact on them, but it wouldn't be fatal.
But even at the initial stage, it was already capable of posing a threat to them. This was enough to show that experts within this Al Burj Syndicate group had already appeared, and they were quite formidable.
If given time, they would inevitably grow into powerful figures.
Thinking of how the Al Burj Syndicate group in her previous life had repeatedly set traps for her Citadel of Zoyer base team, causing her loved ones to die one after another, and how she was even conspired against and killed by that scumbag sister,
Era Hader couldn't help but be furious.
In her previous life, the scumbag sister and scumbag man were her primary targets of hatred. Her second target of hatred was this Al Burj Syndicate group.
That was why she had said to let the family elite squad continue training, and then seek revenge. Now, the first step of seeking revenge had arrived. Mom and Dad, Sire Faye, Sire you listen to my commands from now on, and be sure to be careful.
Although the windows of our warehouse have been reinforced and sealed, the other side might not be able to see our situation. However, as Al Burj Syndicate group is our primary enemy, we must absolutely not underestimate them.
I have a hunch that there are also ability users in the opponent's team. Therefore, in a moment, we must give it our all and kill them in one blow. I have already sent the war pets to scout for information.
Once we have clearly checked the situation on the other side, we will immediately launch an attack. We must kill the ability users on the other side at the first opportunity.
Otherwise, once they grow up, they will inevitably become a scourge to our family. Hearing Era Hader say this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Rest assured, Hader, We will all listen to you.
But you must also pay attention to your safety.
Right now you are our backbone, so nothing can happen to you. Her father, Zara Hader, reacted immediately. The other family members also nodded heavily, and their hands gripping their AKs tightened involuntarily. Today was truly too extraordinary.
First, they wiped out the Sun Sheng gang. Then they wiped out a bunch of scumbag second-generation youths. And immediately after, this final wave brought them face to face with their future archenemy.
Since the arrival of the apocalypse, their days felt like a roller coaster, even more thrilling than the first half of their lives combined.
Enemy first time facing a superhuman. Air Hader War Pet reconnaissance team quickly went over and scouted the enemy situation.
Then, they soon discovered that this warehouse was indeed a bit different. Besides some supplies, it actually stored a large amount of explosives. Good heavens, what are they trying to do?
However, Air Hader had encountered this kind of situation before, especially after rampaging in Countria for a while. The people there had already thought about delivering a devastating blow as soon as the God of Thieves was discovered.
Unfortunately, many warehouses were located near densely populated areas with many staff members.
Places like these couldn't just be blown up on a whim. Moreover, they didn't know who this God of Thieves actually was. Was it a person or a ghost?
Could they use conventional weapons to deal with it? However, the next few times Zara Hader carried out a zero-yuan purchase, it was indeed somewhat dangerous. They had installed high-tech defensive measures in all storage locations,
but they had no idea that Air Hader could take those defensive measures away just the same. Furthermore, Air Hader didn't just act randomly. Before making a move, she would always have her War Pet reconnaissance team take a good look first. How they arranged their defenses, what weapons and defensive equipment they placed, she had already seen it all clearly.
Then, she would just go and clear them out one by one. Her space could collect everything, which was quite an unsolvable problem for them.
In fact, whether it was Countria or other powerful nations in the world, as long as Air Hader set her sights on them, no one could defend against her.
So, seeing Alburj Syndicate Group using such a clumsy method to try and take her down, Air Hader just smiled and said nothing.
However, to her surprise, just as Arfei flew a bit closer, a sound came from inside the warehouse, and immediately a crossbow bolt shot toward Arfei's flight path.
And it was extremely accurate. Air Hader saw this scene clearly. That crossbow bolt almost hit Arfei, but Arfei was, after all, a war pet that had already begun evolving and possessed extremely strong aerial combat capabilities. He dodged the crossbow bolt's attack with a simple turn. However, what surprised Arfei and Air Hader even more was that the crossbow bolt actually turned. After the crossbow bolt brushed past Arfei, it actually turned back. Air Hader now understood the opponent's ability. This ability user likely possessed telekinesis and also had extremely strong perception.
In other words, he had anti-stealth and sniping capabilities, and more importantly, the sniped crossbow bolt could change its flight trajectory without losing power. The opponent's telekinetic shooting ability was very strong. However, since they were people from Alburj Syndicate Group, they were enemies of Air Hader's family. Without a word, Air Hader immediately led her War Pet Legion and her family to launch a charge. As for the explosives hidden in the warehouse, Air Hader's War Pets had already put them into the space as they passed by, so they could no longer pose any threat to her.
Moreover, Air Hader had her space shield, and the whole family possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities.
At this moment, Air Hader's 5-person team was wearing special operations suits, with only their eyes visible through their masks.
Mum Flash
received. Mother Shanzi Hader's light element ability immediately activated, and the entire warehouse was instantly illuminated by a dazzling light.
The light was so dazzling that the people lurking in the warehouse were clearly blinded instantly. Caught completely off guard,
Air Hader and the others were prepared and easily avoided the dazzling damage from the flash. At this moment, a series of muffled groans could be heard coming from the inner part of the warehouse.
Obviously, the group of people had all suffered from the eye-scorching damage of the flash. After all, the warehouse had been pitch black everywhere before, and now, suddenly being hit by a dazzling light, an average person really couldn't withstand it.
Coupled with the fact that Air Hader and the others moved quickly, they didn't give the opponent any time to react. As a result, the people inside immediately realized they were under attack.
Suddenly, countless crossbow bolts sprayed from the other end of the warehouse like a rainstorm. Dad, Earth Wall Defense. After receiving Air Hader's command, Father Zara Hader waved his hands, and a layer of sand and soil blocked the way in front of everyone. Immediately after, a series of rapid thumping sounds from the arrowheads hitting could be heard. These crossbow bolts all hit the newly formed earth wall, but not a single one could pass through the wall.
However, Era Hader soon sensed that there seemed to be more than one wave of this era rain. The second wave followed immediately, and it was even more accurate than the first. But at the same time, it allowed Era Hader to sense where the opponent was launching the attacks from. Era Hader gave a cold sneer, but she didn't plan to take action herself. This was a good training opportunity, so she would let her family handle it. Zyro Faye, it's your turn this time. Burn all the crossbow bolts to ashes. Zyro, you should be able to feel the opponent's position, right? It's up to you next. Follow up with your water ability and see if you can freeze their location directly. Era Hader gave 2 commands in a row, and the 2 brothers already knew very clearly what they had to do. Zayn Hader was also full of excitement at this moment. Holding up his space shield, he climbed onto the earth wall and waved his hands, causing countless fire dragons to ignite throughout the warehouse like fireworks filling the sky. Miraculously, these fire dragons accurately and quickly caught the trajectory of every crossbow bolt, burning them to ashes instantly. And after each fire dragon finished burning a bolt, it would merge with the other fire dragons. The combined fire dragon became larger and more ferocious, appearing extremely spirited. This sequence of moves clearly left the opponents dizzy and completely dazed. Immediately after, the water ability followed. In this icy and snowy environment, the water vapor condensed into ice the moment it appeared. The place where the countless arrows had just been fired from was instantly frozen into a giant lump of ice, and the giant fire dragon condensed by Zayn Hader was now standing in front of that large lump of ice, bearing its ferocious fangs. Spare me, heroes. I surrender, I surrender. This little woman doesn't know how I've offended you just now was also an act of self-defense. I had no ill intent. Have fair skin, a beautiful face, and a soft body. Heroes, could you give me a chance to serve you? I will definitely satisfy you. Good heavens, this is actually a young woman. However, Era Hader clearly sensed that while this young woman was speaking, there was also a shark or a lurking nearby. This is a trap. From a distance, Era Hader just gave a cold sneer. Then, with a flash, she arrived at the location where the enemy was lurking. But when everyone saw this fully armed figure suddenly appear, they were all startled. Just as they were about to attack, they discovered that at some unknown point, they had already been entangled by a series of thick vines, unable to move at all. Where is your brother, Kang? One of the kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life, Demon King Vine. Mission accomplished. In fact, after Era Hader had determined the enemy's location, she had already ordered her war pet, the Demon King Vine, to lurk nearby, ready to strike at any moment. The group of people lurking in the warehouse had been poised and ready to attack the moment they heard the warehouse door open. However, they never expected that their opponent's strength would be so formidable, possessing a superpower the likes of which they had never heard of or seen before. Shouldn't that kind of overwhelming power only belong to the superheroes in movies? Why was it appearing in reality? It turned out that art truly does imitate life. They hadn't seen it before simply because they were narrow-minded. Superheroes really do exist. Just as they were all feeling utterly shocked, they were instantly blinded by a flash of white light. At this moment, the only powerful individual among the group who had awakened his superpower stopped hiding. He struck out rapidly, desperately using his superpower to attack the opponent. But they never expected that she wouldn't bother reasoning with them at all, nor would she give them much of a chance to counterattack. In a single exchange, all of their attacks were neutralized, and they were left with no choice but to surrender. Now, I will ask, and you will answer. What is your relationship with Bai Alburaj Syndicate? Where is Bai Alburaj Syndicate? Era Hader asked her questions coldly. One of the exceptionally stout fat men immediately began to howl. You damn woman, are you from the rescue forces? You dress so formally, hurry up and let us down. Otherwise, our Alburaj Syndicate group are. Before the fat man could finish, he instantly turned into a shriveled corpse, like a mummy that had been sucked dry of all nutrients. Finally, he turned directly into a pile of ash, which was instantly scattered by the wind and snow blowing in through the crack in the door. The wind and snow were freezing, blowing the powder, which carried a faint scent of blood all over the faces of the remaining survivors. This scene made everyone shudder uncontrollably. Good grief. What on earth was that thing? He talked too much. Next, you answer. Era Hader pointed coldly at another man dressed in a suit and tie. We are personnel from the Alburaj Syndicate Group Security Department. I don't know where President Bai is right now either. We were ordered to come here to block the God of Thieves. We don't know anything else. Era Hader sneered. In that case, what use are you? As soon as she finished speaking, the man in the suit also instantly turned into gray ash, killed on the spot by the Demon King Vine.
This eerie method of execution terrified everyone remaining on the scene. Someone was even scared into losing control of their bladder.
As a result of his incontinence, he became the next pile of ash. Hader smiled faintly at this point.
My apologies, that last one was a mistake.
Because he soiled himself and got my pet dirty. I couldn't help myself and let him go on ahead.
In the future, please control yourselves. No relieving yourselves whenever you please. Now, let's continue our friendly exchange. At this moment, the group of men and the one young woman were all on the verge of crying from fear. What kind of friendly exchange was this?
Turning people into ash at the slightest disagreement was simply inhuman. However, not a single one of them dared to utter a word of protest.
It wasn't that they hadn't thought about struggling, but the moment they moved, the vines on their bodies would tighten further, accompanied by an intense stinging pain.
They felt as if some sort of needles had already pierced into their flesh.
They even felt a slow sucking force, as if the vines were prepared to drain them dry at any second. By now, this group was truly terrified, completely consumed by fear.
They never imagined that they, who had run rampant for years under the protection of the Alburge Syndicate group, would end up like this.
They had done many dirty and unsavory things in the past, things that the Alburge Syndicate group couldn't directly involve itself in, were all carried out by them. Swindling, extortion, contract killing, and so on. They had done it all. But now, they were like lambs to the slaughter. The opponent's methods of killing them at any moment were truly unheard of and unseen.
Even though they were all wicked people who had committed every kind of evil, they were facing a dimensional reduction strike before this even more powerful demon.
Young woman, why don't you tell me where by Alburge Syndicate is?
To think you actually have a superpower, and a telekinesis type at that. Big sister will have to take good care of you in a moment.
Era Hader stared at the only young woman in the group, and everyone's eyes fell upon her. It was clear that these brutes treated her quite differently.
She was likely a minor leader, and Era Hader also felt a special superpower fluctuation coming from this young woman.
An ability user who had only recently awakened.
However, her superpower intensity was quite good, so she had likely obtained a purple grade or higher ability crystal. Quite a lucky young woman. I don't know what you're talking about, and I don't know where Brother Kang is. I'm just following orders to intercept a rat who might come here to steal things.
I saw it just now. Those explosives and supplies disappeared instantly.
If I'm not mistaken, you're that god of thieves, aren't you?
I didn't expect it to be a woman, and such a young one at that. Heh. What goes around comes around.
I've long expected this day to come. After this hellish weather arrived, I thought the world was going to fall into chaos and people like us could finally live outside the lore. I just didn't expect to run into you here.
I accept my defeat.
The superpower you mentioned is the telekinesis I just acquired, right? What do you plan to do with me? I assume you won't just suck me dry like you did the others, right?
The young woman said a lot in one breath, but none of it was useful information. However, as an ability user, she had her uses.
Since she wouldn't talk, then she could die.
With a crack, the young woman's neck was snapped by the Demon King Vine, and her life was extinguished in an instant. The deceased young woman vanished instantly. She was taken into the space by Era Hader, as she would have other uses for her later. Then, a cold gaze, visible behind her mask, turned toward the others once more. By now, these formerly vicious bugs were already shivering with fear, but they were bound so tightly by the Demon King Vine that they couldn't move at all. I'll talk. I know where Brother Kang is.
He's currently at the Haitian Feast Club. The address is XXXX. As soon as the man finished speaking, Era Hader's figure vanished instantly.
A moment later, she reappeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Era Hader's cold voice rang out again.
He's not there. You can die now. The guy who had just given the address instantly became grey ash next. You answer.
Era Hader randomly pointed at another guy. After getting a piece of information, Era Hader teleported away again. As it turned out, this was also a wrong address. The guy who gave the wrong information was immediately reduced to ash, and then it was the next person's turn. It wasn't until she had teleported 13 times that Era Hader finally found her nemesis from her previous life, by Alburge Syndicate, a wine pond and meat forest in the apocalypse. After a brief and direct interrogation, Era Hader finally discovered Baya Alburge Syndicate's location. Baya Alburge Syndicate was the chairman of the Alburge Syndicate group despite his youth. He already possessed a net worth of tens of billions.
However, Era Hader knew that Baya Alburge Syndicate was the fourth-generation successor of the Bai family. Yet, he had never exposed even a shred of information about himself on the internet.
Only Baya Alburge Syndicate's name could be found online, but no one had ever seen a photo of him, nor did anyone know what he actually looked like. Some said the Bai family had done many shameful things and feared retaliation, so they went to great lengths to protect their successor.
Nevertheless, after Bai al-Buraj Syndicate took over the al-Buraj Syndicate group, he did an excellent job of completely whitewashing a massive conglomerate that had operated in both legal and illegal spheres. It had to be said that this fellow was indeed very resourceful. In fact, in her previous life, the al-Buraj Syndicate group had risen to power by hoarding a vast amount of supplies during the early stages of the apocalypse. They must have discovered the secret of those ability hail crystals during that time.
Furthermore, Bai al-Buraj Syndicate was ruthless and had a group of very obedient subordinates under him. Presumably, once he discovered the use of the ability hail crystals, he immediately used human lives to pile up a group of ability users. Thus, they became a major power that could run rampant in the apocalypse. The key was that after those people became ability users, they were actually willing to continue obeying Bai al-Buraj Syndicate.
This was quite remarkable.
After all, many people feel they have become superior once they become ability users, transcending their original positions and no longer respecting those who used to be above them. In fact, because they possess powerful abilities and no one can restrain them anymore, their actions often become even more brutal and unrestrained. Yet, even so, Bai al-Buraj Syndicate could still control his subordinates, which only went to show that he himself was very strong. Therefore, Era Hader felt that such a person must be nipped in the bud at the first opportunity.
After the interrogation, and giving careful instructions to her family to wait for orders on standby, Era Hader finally arrived at the place where Bai al-Buraj Syndicate was hiding.
To her surprise, even in the apocalypse, Bai al-Buraj Syndicate was still living a carefree and leisurely life. He was currently in a sealed club, enjoying abundant supplies and countless beauties.
This club was one of Bai al-Buraj Syndicate's private properties, and he had even given it the nickname Platinum Palace. This also showed that, in private, Bai al-Buraj Syndicate was actually a flamboyant and extremely extravagant person. When the apocalypse arrived, for whatever reason, Bai al-Buraj Syndicate had hoarded a batch of supplies in the underground warehouse of the Platinum Palace and gathered all the most capable young women under his command.
When the hailstorm arrived, the outside world was already in chaos, but because the Platinum Palace was a sealed entertainment venue with great privacy and many defensive measures, they actually managed to escape the disaster. Those young women knew the outside was in turmoil and that the Platinum Palace was the best shelter for them. Consequently, they naturally served Bai al-Buraj Syndicate even more diligently. When Era Hader arrived at the door, Bai al-Buraj Syndicate was still enjoying a life of luxury and dissipation. Seeing Bai al-Buraj Syndicate indulging himself among the women, Era Hader thought it could truly be described as a forest of meat and a pool of wine.
Brother Kang, I served you well last night, didn't I? You have to keep pampering me today too.
Brother Kang, this little vixen has already served you, shouldn't it be my turn today? Bai al-Buraj Syndicate sat there arrogantly with his arms around the women, lying comfortably in the embrace of a group of beauties, looking extremely relaxed. Why so much nonsense?
I'll pamper whoever I want. You just focus on serving me well.
The outside is already a mess. Those commoners are still hoping for someone to save them.
It's better to rely on yourself than on others. I'm telling you, feel free to leave if you want.
As long as you're not afraid of freezing or starving to death outside. Be my guest.
However, I can guarantee that if you follow Brother Kang, you'll never have to worry about food or clothes.
In other places, that might not be the case. Regardless of the changes outside, Bai al-Buraj Syndicate seemed completely unaffected, continuing his extravagant lifestyle. Even his hairstyle was perfectly maintained, a slicked-back look that was clearly being meticulously groomed. Now he was there, completely naked, lounging among a group of young women, feeling quite comfortable. After a chorus of coquettish complaints, a cold and elegant voice sounded from outside.
Brother Kang, warehouse seems to have happened at the warehouse.
Upon hearing this, Bai al-Buraj Syndicate immediately sat up, his eyes turning sinister. The look of being lost in a world of luxury just moments ago vanished instantly.
As he stood up, two naked young women immediately helped him into his bathrobe. They all knew that Brother Kang was about to get down to business. Brother Kang had a very bad temper when he was working and didn't like being disturbed. Otherwise, one wouldn't even know how they died. What's going on? What about Ying and the others?
Have you contacted them? The cold and elegant young woman simply nodded. We've tried to contact them, but no one could be found.
The surveillance we set up there only showed a flash of white light before the screen went blank.
As for Ying, the entire squad has lost contact. I don't know if the God of Thieves is here or if it's one of our other enemies. By Alburaj Syndicate frowned.
Only a flash of light? Did someone already know it was a trap and detonated the explosives in the warehouse?
By Alburaj Syndicate then walked into another office, separated only by a wall from the wonderful forest of meat and pool of wine. This was where he conducted serious business. It was exceptionally clean, without a single useless item.
At this moment, Alburaj Syndicate was rapidly processing information when an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly alerted him in his heart. He immediately took a weapon from the drawer and instinctively fired in one direction. With a bang, a scorched mark appeared on the bulletproof glass. Though it did not shatter, the cold and elegant woman also chambered a round in her weapon.
Although she looked down on this young master, his methods and his premonition of danger were truly top-notch.
It was precisely by Alburaj Syndicate's powerful sense of crisis that had saved his life several times.
There were countless people who wanted someone like by Alburaj Syndicate dead.
If he hadn't been alert, he would have been killed many times over by now.
Who's hiding there?
Come out. God of Thieves, it's you, isn't it? I know you must be here.
You're already a big figure who has shaken the world. So why hide like a coward?
Come out, and let's have a good talk.
However, as soon as by Alburaj Syndicate finished speaking, his head flew into the air in the next instant.
Before he died, he only saw a pair of cold eyes behind a tactical combat suit. The cold and elegant woman beside him also failed to act before she found her chest heavily struck.
In the next second, her consciousness plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, the beautiful women in the forest of meat and pool of wine next door had no idea that their brother Kang was gone. At that moment, someone far away on the other side of the city saw everything that had just happened through a special ability.
At the same time, a cold sneer appeared at the corner of their mouth. I have no intention of being your enemy. Hater. You're back. You scared Mom to death.
How was it, sis? Is the matter settled?
Hater finally breathed a sigh of relief as she shuttled back to her family's side once again.
It's settled, but I have a faint feeling that something isn't right. Everything went too smoothly.
At that time, Hater had sent her family back to the safe house in the Viller area. After confirming they were absolutely safe, she had charged to buy Alburaj Syndicate's side and killed him directly.
Now, due to the exotic beast resonance, she had directly mastered various skills. She hadn't even absorbed the red super ability crystal yet. She was thinking of becoming powerful through her current abilities first, and then see what kind of effect absorbing the red super ability crystal would have.
Just now, she had only used Windblade to kill by Alburaj Syndicate and the young woman who was his personal bodyguard,
and she hadn't left a single trace behind.
However, she had no idea that her actions at by Alburaj Syndicate's place had actually been seen by someone.
But the other party's methods were extremely meticulous, even though Hater felt something was off. She couldn't find any clues. Moreover, while at by Alburaj Syndicate's place, she always felt a sense of being watched, so she vanished instantly after the successful kill.
The enemy she could never find in her previous life, the great villain who had caused her family's collapse and death, was gone just like that.
Hater felt it was all a bit surreal.
Furthermore, she had just directly taken all the supplies from the warehouse of by Alburaj Syndicate's club.
If the people there went to look for supplies only to find them empty, things would probably descend into chaos immediately. Something's wrong.
I clearly collected a lot of supplies just now, so why is the quantity in the space incorrect? She had collected all of by Alburaj Syndicate supplies into a designated location within her space.
But at this moment, there were only a few scattered items in that spot. It wasn't even on the same scale as the warehouse full of supplies she had seen at by Alburaj Syndicate's place earlier.
The numbers didn't match up at all. This was the first time she had encountered this in all her times collecting supplies. Hater's gaze narrowed at this realization.
With a thought, the chameleon lightning, which possessed strong stealth capabilities, returned to the location of the Platinum Palace.
But now, where was there even a single person left in that place? Everything was clean, as if there had never been any trace of people living there. Just moments ago, there were clearly so many living young women, each twisting their naked waists to charm men. Yet now they were all gone.
Hater's brow twitched as she realized she had likely encountered a master, and one that could produce hallucinations at that. Hello, God of Thieves. For our first meeting, I am by Alburaj Syndicate. Although I haven't seen your true face, your crisp and decisive style just now truly fills me with admiration.
I wonder why your excellency bears such a grudge against my Alburaj Syndicate group.
If there is anything this little brother has done improperly, please speak plainly. and I shall surely correct it.
I mean no ill will. I only hope to coexist peacefully with the god of thieves.
If I could have the honor of cooperating with you, that would naturally be for the best. I may not have much else, but I have many loyal subordinates who can help the god of thieves handle many tasks that are difficult to manage. Of course, Your Excellency the god of thieves possesses great divine powers and likely doesn't need much help from me. I wish to state my stance. From now on, Alburage Syndicate Group will never be your enemy. Whatever you wish to take from Alburage Syndicate Group, feel free to take it. They are all worldly possessions, as long as you like them.
The massive Platinum Palace was empty, yet a very loud broadcast voice rang out.
Through chameleon lightning, Hader could hear it clearly.
Good grief. The by Alburage Syndicate she had killed just now must have been a body double, or perhaps even just an illusion.
She was already an ability user with powerful mental strength, yet she had still been deluded by the opponent.
This person was indeed not simple.
Hader knew that someone like by Alburage Syndicate wouldn't die so easily. In her previous life, she was already one of the strongest kings among ability users, yet she still couldn't do anything to by Alburage Syndicate.
However, although Hader hadn't found a real by Alburage Syndicate couldn't find her either. Furthermore, by Alburage Syndicate's broadcast was on a loop. In other words, the other party didn't know when Hader would return to this Platinum Palace, but he was certain she would.
This guy was indeed quite interesting.
Hader let out a cold laugh, shook her head helplessly, and recalled chameleon lightning.
It seemed she wouldn't be able to find this guy for the time being. Moreover, she would have to be even more careful from now on.
Until today, aside from taking out one of Alburage Syndicate Group's warehouses, they hadn't caused any substantial damage to the group.
As expected, one cannot underestimate any opponent.
Especially this by Alburage Syndicate, who had dealt them such a heavy blow in her previous life. Now, the opponent was like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows, and since he was already on guard, he would likely be even harder to deal with in the future.
However, Hader now possessed absolute strength. One day, she would find this guy and wipe him out.
Hader checked the batch of supplies stored in her space that she had taken from the Platinum Palace.
Sure enough, there were some tracking devices placed inside. But once they entered the space, these trackers naturally lost their effect. Hader didn't destroy them. Keeping them might be useful in the future.
Today, the family had set out as a team for the first time and accomplished quite a lot.
The overall performance was decent. Hader was currently conducting a debrief with her family. Dad, Mom, your moves were still a bit slow today.
You need to improve your efficiency next time.
The enemy won't give a heads up before attacking us. Whoever is faster gains the upper hand. Once some masters strike, they go for the kill, and they are extremely sinister and ruthless. Sire Fei, Sire Yu, your strikes were very fast today, but you wasted too much superpower.
Many attacks only require you to control a tiny bit of superpower to put the opponent to death.
Using a cannon to hit a mosquito is absolutely unacceptable. You can't release all your superpower at once. It's like in a game after using an ultimate move. There's a period of weakness.
If you face a well-matched opponent, as long as they dodge this wave of attacks, they can take your life in the next second.
Right now, we've seized the initiative because there aren't many ability users or exotic beasts yet, but that might not be the case in the future. By then, the difficulties you face will be thousands of times stronger than now.
So, in the future, we must focus more on coordination and train our combat techniques well.
At this moment, Hader undoubtedly hoped that her whole family could transform rapidly. Everyone listened very seriously, summarizing and concluding today's shortcomings together. She believed it wouldn't take long for them to become powerhouses in their own right, while Hader was leading her family through this intense growth.
The world outside had already descended into true chaos.
Countless people, with the help of organizations, had gone to various shelters. There were also some who thought their own supplies were sufficient and were unwilling to evacuate the homes they had lived in for decades. Most of those with this mindset were elderly. On one hand, they couldn't bear to leave the old place, and on the other, it was to leave more chances of survival for the young people.
At this time, the special forces that had arrived at the Jingxiu Huayun residential area were frantically dealing with the mess left after the explosion of Building 16.
At the same time, they were also trying to find any clues regarding young Master Zhao. As a result, during their search, they discovered a special notebook. I actually activated the superpower.
At this moment, Jingxiu Huayun was in total chaos.
Perhaps because it wasn't the first building collapse. The remaining survivors were even more panicked. They were afraid that by staying there, they too would face the day their building collapsed.
Now they regretted it immensely. They shouldn't have stayed in this residential area in the first place. How good would it have been to leave with the main group? Meanwhile, when the special forces entered the residential area and saw the scene, they could no longer turn a blind eye. A group of them joined the rescue operation one after another. Survivors from other floors had already run out of their respective homes. They could no longer sit still, whether they were old or young, or had stayed for other reasons. They no longer dared to remain in their houses, carrying the little remaining supplies they had. They hurriedly sought out the military personnel. "Comrade, Building 16 is a den of monsters. You don't need to save them. The people inside are all dead. They were all killed by a group of demons."
That's right. Last time the troops came for rescue, we mentioned this. But back then there weren't enough people to clear them out, and they ended up escaping instead.
Only one family was left, protected by a safe house. But now, look at this, the building collapsed. That family was on the top floor, falling from such a height. Who could survive? Unless they're Superman. It's pitiful. The neighbors in this building are truly pitiful.
But soldier brother, can you take us to evacuate first?
I feel like the buildings in this complex aren't safe. I don't know if those heartless real estate developers cut corners, but 2 buildings have already collapsed.
These survivors were clamoring for help while also explaining the situation within the complex. When the family of Hader was mentioned, the commander of the special forces couldn't help but ask a few more questions.
They even had a safe house. It seems they were prepared long ago. First squad, go over and take a look. See if there's anything left from that safe house, and see if you can find their bodies. Upon searching, various metal door panels and hardware accessories were found crushed on the ground, many of them deformed. The bodies, naturally, were ones Hader had specifically collected.
She had found several people killed by Sunshine in the building who were of similar ages to her family, and after Hader's disguise, they took on their identities.
Their features had long since been ruined by the cold, making them unrecognizable.
Seeing this, the Special Forces commander felt depressed.
A lead had been cut. It seemed young Master Zhao was completely lost. However, a special notebook caught his attention. Among all the messy items, this notebook was remarkably well preserved. He flipped through it casually and discovered many extraordinary things. Nearby, there were also several crystals of different colors. All personnel assemble. Guard these ruins. Bring all residents of the entire complex here together. Keep them under strict watch. At the same time, this commander directly called for the highest level of reinforcements.
Soon, the notebook and several ability hail crystals were specially sealed and sent to a special agency in the capital.
Information regarding the development of ability users and prophetic knowledge of the apocalypse thus fell into the hands of the Eastern Great Nation.
The apocalypse had begun, and in its early stages, Hader had already disrupted the path to power for ability users in other powerful nations.
While the Eastern Great Nation surely found it difficult to save the entire world from the apocalypse now, it was always possible to cultivate a batch of seeds and leave behind some hope. Furthermore, once the organization cultivated a group of powerful ability users, the entire global landscape would also undergo earth-shattering changes. Hader was no saint. She was very selfish.
However, she could still manage to leave a glimmer of hope for her motherland, no matter what. In both her previous life and this life, it was because of her country's strength that she had the opportunity to rise later on.
It was also the organization's selfless efforts, conducting rescue after rescue, that gave the experts of the Eastern Land a chance to rise.
After all, in her previous life, when the space ability users of Contria and other powers united to let a bunch of fanatics run rampant in the East, it was the organization that took various life-risking rescue actions, allowing the East to barely withstand that siege. It was also because of that siege that the order in the East completely collapsed, and the Central Authority was unable to save the situation. Now, Hader had broken the momentum of enemy nations and allowed her own motherland to become strong.
Thus, the entire East would become the most prosperous place in the apocalyptic world. All of this was something Hader had planned long ago.
She couldn't sacrifice herself for the entire Eastern land like those people did.
But she admired that group of lovely, respectable people.
It could be considered a repayment for the sacrifices these people made in her previous life.
Seeing that her notes and ability crystals had been taken by the organization, she knew that the storm stirred by her butterfly wings was growing larger and larger.
When she was harvesting the ability hail crystals, she had taken everything she could see in other nations, though there would certainly be some that slipped through the net. No matter how powerful she was, it was impossible to gather every single ability crystal without missing any. However, in the East, she had scavenged the least, only taking all the red ability crystals for herself. As for the other colors and strengths of ability crystals, she had only scavenged a little as a token gesture. She believed there was still a large stock remaining among the people. Once the organization saw the reminders in her notes, they would likely conduct a large-scale, carpet-style collection very soon. Furthermore, they would cultivate a group of talented ability users in a targeted and planned manner. Having reached this step, Era Hader felt she had a clear conscience. Of course, her family would also become stronger and stronger, and more importantly, her war pets would become more powerful and numerous. Regardless of what nations or powerful forces existed in this world, she herself had to be the strongest.
Thinking of this, Era Hader couldn't help but smile. She didn't need to worry about the rest. Looking at the red ability crystal in her hand, she decided to consume one tonight to see if she could activate her own body's special superpower. Currently, exotic beast resonance was brought from her previous life, and space was triggered by a subsequent special ability.
These were things she already possessed, but in a sense, she hadn't yet activated the superpower that belonged to her in this life.
Era Hader made proper arrangements for her family, telling them to stay alert and guard the surroundings. After dispatching a circle of war pets to keep a good watch outside, Era Hader instantly moved from the safe house into her space.
Holding the red super ability crystal, she very skillfully began the superpower activation process. To her surprise, she felt no pain at all during this process. Instead, there was a blissful sense of euphoria. Then, in less than a second, a new superpower was activated. I actually activated this superpower? Mysterious note. At this moment, Era Hader was undoubtedly very excited and thrilled. With a thought, her body flickered, and she instantly appeared beside her family. Seeing her like this, her family, who already knew she was about to activate her superpower, immediately gathered around her with anticipation.
Berta, did you succeed? What skill did you activate?
Sister, your skill must be very powerful. Let us see it. Era Hader just smiled, then immediately activated her skill, and Era Hader disappeared. Then she reappeared behind everyone. Now, everyone was a little confused. This Hader, did you activate space ability? The ability to instantly move. But what's the difference between this and your space ability? Isn't this a waste of an activation opportunity?
It can't be that depressing, activating the same superpower.
The family couldn't help but ask questions all at once. Era Hader couldn't help but rub her forehead. From a visual perspective, it really seemed to be the case. But the difference was huge.
No, well, let me explain.
On the surface, it looks very similar to instant movement through space. But in reality, I didn't move through space. I directly walked behind you. It's just that your time stopped, and I can do anything while your time is stopped.
What? Time stopped?
Zayn Hader was the first to exclaim, "My God, sister, this is a time superpower. This is incredible."
You've just activated it.
As your ability improves in the future, will more terrifying abilities appear.
For example, time reversal.
At this moment, Era Hader was also completely bewildered,
because in her previous life, she had encountered so many superpowers, but time's superpower was something she had never heard of or seen. Space ability was already extremely rare. Even though Alizar Hader had such a space in her previous life, she could only use it for storage. Moreover, the size of her space was far less impressive than what she possessed now.
Not to mention the ability to teleport and traverse, and now, Time's superpower was an even rarer existence.
Era Hader was also curious at this moment. After her time's superpower upgraded in the future, could she really achieve time reversal?
Would that mean she would have countless opportunities for rebirth? But that would be too strong, too abnormal, of course, even with only the time stop ability. The current Era Hader was already enough to stand proudly among the strong.
Just imagine, all attacks stopping in front of her. While Era Hader could kill any enemy in front of her during the time pause.
It could both save her life and attack. The key was that once time stopped, enemies would only become targets, which was simply fantastic. However, currently, Era Hader could only pause time for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, everything would resume operation, and the cooldown was a bit long.
After using the time superpower once, she would need 12 hours before she could use it a second time.
It's like charging for 12 hours for 10 seconds of fun, but 10 seconds was already enough to do many things. Enough for her to kill many enemies.
After all, what she now commanded was not just time stop. How many enemies could large-scale attacks kill in 10 seconds?
Unimaginable. Well, it seems a 10-second true woman isn't bad either. Haha. My sister's superpower is indeed the strongest. Now, as long as we team up with Sister Hader, we'll be safe. Hader, you seemed exceptionally happy at this moment, and the admiration in his eyes for Era Hader grew even stronger. As Era Hader became more powerful, The whole family smiled. Their survival in the apocalypse environment would be more secure in the future.
The only pity was that the potential enemies had not yet been eliminated, but Hader was confident that the next time she saw by Alburage Syndicate, he would not escape
with this time stopped superpower. As long as it was used properly, it would definitely be an invincible existence in the early stages of the apocalypse.
Furthermore, Hader had clearly seen through her pets that the special forces had already taken away the notes and ability crystals she had deliberately left behind.
She believed it would provide great inspiration to the Central Authority. Several important matters had been largely resolved, and Hader felt a slight relief, but also greater pressure.
By Alburage Syndicate was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined.
Moreover, the opponent had been hiding all this time, and the by Alburage Syndicate she saw was probably not his true appearance.
Hader had a premonition that there would likely be a bitter battle in the near future.
However, pressure brings motivation, and life still goes on.
Now, she was much stronger than in her previous life, and much stronger than others. Her next step was to return her war pets to their original locations.
With war pets oppressing various countries, things would naturally become more chaotic, and her war pets would also be able to grow rapidly. Just as she was about to do this, she returned to her room and discovered something very strange. "Hello, boss, you really surprise and amaze me. You actually have such powerful abilities. Plundering the entire globe before the apocalypse.
That's ruthless, but I like it.
Friendly reminder, due to the butterfly effect of your power, the apocalypse process may change. You need to be mentally prepared in advance. Although you are already very strong, it doesn't mean you have no opponents, and danger can appear at any time. Please maintain your vigilance."
Another friendly reminder. It's time to use your cat.
Don't worry, I have no ill intentions and am your ally.
I just hope you live longer in the apocalypse.
It's just that you seem powerful now, but there are still many loopholes. Hurry up and become stronger. Live longer, infinitely longer, please.
An oversized piece of paper, printed with red Song typeface, was stuck in the safe house of the villa area at some unknown time. No one had ever entered her safe house, and her powerful perception had given no alerts. Most importantly, in this safe house villa area, she had assigned her war pets to guard every villa and every room, and guarding her room was the Egyptian cat Schrödinger. Did anyone else come in just now?
The war pet Schrödinger transmitted information telepathically, Master. No, I didn't see anyone at all. Just a blink of an eye, and these words appeared on the wall.
Hader, as delicate brows furrowed.
This was indeed a situation she had never imagined before.
Such deliberately placed papers could appear around her at will. If the other party wanted to attack them, wouldn't that mean, however, at the end of the note, a plea for her to live longer truly showed the other party's longing and worry through the handwriting.
And it even said it was her ally.
What exactly was the owner of this note?
Hader vaguely felt that her rebirth might be inextricably linked to these large character papers, so she took out a pen and wrote a sentence in the blank space of the paper. "Who are you? What is your purpose? Can we contact each other through these large characters in the future?"
As soon as she finished writing, Hader's handwriting disappeared, and the large red characters above also vanished, superpowered sequence dominating the top 20. Seeing the handwriting suddenly vanish, Hader couldn't help but raise her eyebrows again.
Who placed this paper? What was the mystery behind it? Why would the other party warn her? These weren't things an ordinary person could do.
What was the other party's purpose?
From the current situation, the person sending her these large notes didn't seem malicious. It even felt a bit like when she sent special notes to the organization. The other party seemed to want to tell her something but couldn't say it all. Hader smiled. She felt her rebirth and this apocalypse were becoming more and more interesting.
She didn't have to wait long.
On the large, blank sheet of paper, a row of large red characters appeared again. "There are many things I cannot say. I just want you to live longer. I need many special conditions to send you information. Remember, use your cat more often. Don't waste any opportunity. Please try to collect purple grade ability crystals or higher and activate them. There will be surprises. Also, please pay attention to the number of your red ability crystals. I will only send you a message again at the next apocalypse node. Please make sure to hold on until then." Then the red text disappeared again. Immediately after, a series of blank numbers suddenly appeared on the paper. After the number 003, 2 more words appeared a time. Hader then saw different words appearing after a series of numbers. Red 001 empty, red 002 empty, red 003 time manipulation, red 004 space manipulation, red 005 empty, red 006 source of light, Red 007 source of spark. Red 008 source of heavenly water. Red 009 source of earth. Red 010 profit. Red 299 here. Red 300 empty. Orange 301 empty. Purple 1001 empty. Seeing this series of lists and numbers, Era Hater finally understood roughly this was a sequence of superpowers. The earlier the sequence number, the rarer it was, and her time manipulation and space manipulation superpowers were ranked 3rd and 4th respectively. So what were the 1st and 2nd superpowers? They were actually stronger than these two. Era Hater was very curious. The exotic beast resonance superpower she activated in her previous life was ranked 28th. It was already a very top-tier superpower, but there were still other powerhouses ahead of her. She was fortunate that the superpowers activated by her family were all in the top 10. This was something she had never dared to imagine in her previous life. Following that, her war pets, the kings of the 9 great life restricted zones, had superpower rankings between 11 and 20 plus. The Egyptian cat's profitability was ranked 10th. In other words, out of the top 20 in the superpower sequence, they occupied 16 spots. Only the 1st, 2nd, 5th, and 20th weren't theirs. This was already a terrifying thing. The superpower sequences activated by Era Hater's original war pets were also quite extraordinary. The activated superpowers were basically all in the top 50, which made Era Hater happy. With such a super elite war pet legion and an elite family team, as long as they improved their overall strength, she believed that surviving until the next apocalypse stage mentioned by the red text would be very easy. But what exactly lay behind those red words, and which step would count as the next apocalypse stage? She didn't know these things and could only take it one step at a time. However, Era Hater felt there was nothing to be afraid of. She should now be the strongest force in the entire apocalypse environment. Alone, she could establish a whole faction. Moreover, she had so many red ability crystals in her hands. She wondered if she could master other superpowers besides time and space. Also, the red text reminded her to pay attention to the number of red ability crystals. She looked at the numbers arranged on a large sheet of red paper, which covered the walls of her entire room. From 001 all the way to 2000, red was from 001 to 300. Totaling 300. Orange was from 300 to 1000, totaling 700. Purple was from 1001 to 2000, totaling 1000. In other words, the world's top ability users plus those special exotic beasts, mutant spiders, and even mutant zombies totaled 2000. There was some more common superpowers after that, but Era Hater wasn't sure exactly how many. But for the top tier part, this should be the number. And the red ability crystals Era Hater had collected so far numbered about 268. She didn't pay much attention to the crystals of other levels for now. Among these top-tier crystals, there was still 32 that she didn't have this year. Indeed, even after being reborn and possessing extremely strong abilities, she couldn't gather all the red super ability crystals. However, if the powerhouses of the world knew the value of these ability crystals and that Era Hater had already collected so many, they would probably all go crazy, wouldn't they? This girl was just too good at hoarding. Regardless, Era Hater had already seized the greatest advantage. She had to arm her people and her war pet legion to the teeth first. To her surprise, she originally had 268 red super ability crystals, but after activating superpowers for her family and her war pets, she had used nearly 30. Yet when she counted them again, she found 268 red super ability crystals, not one more, not one less. What was going on? Was this the hint the red words had given her? Moreover, the text was red. Could there be some special connection? At this moment, everything was like a thick fog. Era Hater originally thought that because she had seized so many advantages, she could walk through this world unchallenged. But now she found that even though she was reborn, there seemed to be a giant net cast over her head. Everything was full of unknowns and dangers. This faint sense of unease also made Era Hater's anger flare up. No matter who you are or what you represent, I must control my own destiny, and the opportunity to control one's destiny required powerful strength. At that moment, without a word, Era Hater began her path of strengthening. After absorbing the first red ability crystal, Era Hater felt that her body was already a bit full and could no longer absorb any more. The energy represented by a red ability crystal was too massive. If it weren't for a space supporting them before, she felt her family and those war pets might have all exploded from the pressure. Of course, the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones were exceptionally gifted, born with the potential to accommodate this energy, so they merged very well. and their strength skyrocketed. It was also time to release them back to the wild, back to their original territories, of course. Before that, Erahater didn't forget the reminder from the red text, so she quickly picked up her golden Egyptian cat. Schrödinger, come, it's time to dream. It's up to you now. The prophetic predictions that send chills down your spine. Schrödinger rolled her eyes at Sundilai at this moment. You only think of me now. I'm not happy. Erahater's war pets were all very obedient, but that didn't mean they didn't have emotions, especially these domestic pets, who had already developed very deep feelings for Erahater in the past. In her previous life, Schrödinger had worked herself to the point of coughing up blood, yet she still wanted to predict the future for Erahater. Unfortunately, Erahater didn't cherish it back then. Hee, little baby. Wasn't Big Sister just afraid that using your superpower too much would tire you out? Your superpower is very strong, but your life potential isn't enough to support that much, so I'd rather not use your superpower if I don't have to. However, since this is sudden, Big Sister can only bear the pain of letting you work a little. What Erahater said was not without reason. In her previous life, Schrödinger often used her prophetic superpower, leading to a huge deficit in her body. In the end, she couldn't accompany Erahater to the later stages of the apocalypse and passed away early. At that time, before Schrödinger passed away, she was already somewhat delirious and would sometimes talk nonsense. Therefore, Erahater hadn't taken the prophecy about Erahater's betrayal to heart. She felt that perhaps Schrödinger had expended too much effort, eventually leading to mental confusion and her talking nonsense. Looking back now, Erahater felt that she had truly let down this cute kitty's sacrifices. Fortunately, in this life, she had killed Erahater and her scum couple partner immediately, finally making up for her past regrets. Furthermore, she felt that since she was already so strong, possessed so many other powerful war pets, and had foreknowledge of various crises in the apocalypse, she felt that even up to the point of the late apocalypse in her previous life, she wouldn't need to use Schrödinger. After all, she already knew many of the things that would happen later. The details might be different, but the general trend would never change. Just like how the apocalypse arrived as scheduled, neither early nor late. Little baby, don't be angry. Our family is facing difficulties now. You have to help me no matter what. Don't worry. Once it's done, I'll give you 50 episodes of harem cat-fit dramas to watch to your heart's content. How about it? Schrödinger shook her fluffy little paws. You want to dismiss me with only 50 episodes? Are you looking down on this, Mal? At least 100 episodes. Erahater was directly amused by the little kitten's words. Fine, 100 episodes it is. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. In her previous life, Erahater had already discovered that Schrödinger particularly enjoyed watching imperial court drama catfights. As she watched more, this Egyptian cat's walk even began to resemble Consort Hua. When looking at other little partners, she always had her cat face slightly tilted up at a 45-degree angle. In her eyes, these little partners were all flamboyant sluts competing with her for their master's affection. Of course, this was just a joke. If any of the little partners really got hurt, she would be more anxious than anyone. Sister, you don't need to pity me. Isn't it just a bit of life force? As long as it keeps Papa and Mama safe and happy, it's worth even my death. Hearing Schrödinger's words, Erahater couldn't help but hold her forehead with lines of frustration. Had this little cat watched too many court dramas and started acting? As soon as Schrödinger finished speaking, David came up and pressed down on her little head. Don't worry, if you go I will be the one to protect the master. Schrödinger shouted in frustration. Get lost, you jerk. The grey parrot Huey squawked and chimed in. Jerk, how annoying. Chameleon Lightning just silently raised its head and then quickly turned invisible again. Land Turtle Ban was wearing a small pair of reading glasses, studying the latest shoujo manga. Looking at this chaotic scene, Erahater was truly impressed. However, it also seemed to add a bit of life and fun to this dangerous apocalypse. Erahater had already sent the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones back to their original territories. But how could these fellows be willing to leave the comfortable environment of the space? They had good food, drinks, and fun inside the space, and could even bond with their master-sister. Their daily lives were quite delightful. After going back, it would be days of fighting alone and struggling against the heavens again. It was still snowing heavily outside. Even in far-off Africa, it was the same. The entire planet seemed to have turned into a vast expanse of white, frozen solid. However, Erahater knew that this extreme cold blizzard held great significance for the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones, and she couldn't let them miss out on it. Now, Erahater held Schrödinger like a throw-pillow person, and Petsoon drifted off into dreamland. In her dream, Erahater seemed to have become that carefree, good girl who ran a pet shop again.
Except that the apocalypse still arrived, continuing to play out according to Era Hader's previous trajectory, but because of the butterfly effect caused by Era Hader, as well as the various supplies and superpower hailstones she had plundered in advance, the original environment of the apocalypse had been greatly altered.
Under the extreme environment of the apocalypse, powerful mutated life forms still appeared. After all, the former kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones had already activated their superpowers a few days ago, becoming incredibly powerful life forms. Many surviving mutated plants also began to grow stronger.
Even some special human corpses, after suddenly and accidentally coming into contact with superpower hail crystals, strangely turned into zombies ahead of time. What's more, some people who hadn't come into contact with those superpower hail crystals at all and were previously ordinary humans later opened the evolution chain within their bodies due to the drastic environmental changes, automatically becoming ability users. However, without proper and correct guidance, the growth process for such ability users was extremely difficult.
The evolution chain is not something that can be opened casually. Sometimes, opening it is the beginning of a collapse.
This batch of humans who failed to evolve were the first to automatically turn into ferocious zombies. In far-off Country A, a group of people who should have become ability users had now begun turning into man-eating monsters because of Era Hader's preemptive plundering. Consequently, Country A, which was already a purgatory, now had an even more terrifying and difficult survival environment. In the dream, what surprised Era Hader the most was that her former scum couple enemies, Alice Hader and Teng Jinfeng, had actually awakened early. A special purple superpower hail crystal had crashed into their previously frozen corpses.
After a few days of fusion, they were truly bound together forever, becoming a monster with 4 arms, 4 legs, and 2 heads. In the very moment this monster woke up, it sought out Era Hader's family, driven by a surge of resentment from its past life and blood ties.
The superpower activated by the mutated 2-headed zombie was very bizarre, and because Era Hader's family was still adapting to their powerful superpowers and hadn't truly mastered them, the team actually fell into a disadvantage after a bloody battle.
Even worse, Era Hader's superpower actually proved ineffective against this mutated 2-headed zombie. To protect them, her father Era Hader was seriously injured, his fate unknown. Seeing this scene, Era Hader woke up from her dream with a start.
Phew, fortunately, it was just a dream.
However, Schrödinger, you're amazing. You've done Big Sister a huge favor. At this moment, Era Hader gnashed her teeth in hatred.
Originally, she hadn't directly smashed Alice Hader and Tang Jinfeng's corpses because she wanted to kill them directly after they turned into zombies to obtain a special crystal that could also enhance her war pet's strength. She just hadn't expected that the butterfly effect she caused would make things turn out that way. Compared to potential ways to increase strength in the future, she believed more in nipping problems in the bud.
It seems I was overconfident and a bit too arrogant, even thinking of using this method to increase the strength of my war pets.
I can't let a potential threat grow. I'm going to go and wipe them out right now, leaving not even a trace behind.
Eliminate the threat at its root, the mother and child zombie king.
Era Hader immediately activated her superpower and quickly arrived at the place where Alice Hader and Tang Jinfeng had been killed.
According to the original progression of the apocalypse, these frozen corpses would all turn into man-eating zombies once the extreme cold passed and the snow melted. The first wave of extreme cold would last for half a year. After that, the ice and snow would melt, temperatures would return to normal, and that's when the zombie virus was supposed to break out. Not only that, but mutated beasts and mutated plants would also grow wildly.
Therefore, according to the original plot's development, both Alice Hader and Tang Jinfeng would become zombies, and they would inevitably be mutant zombies. Era Hader's original plan was to have her war pets kill them again just as they turned into mutant zombies, and then absorb their mutated crystals. This way, she could extract the maximum value.
After all, mutant zombies weren't that easy to find. Sometimes only one appeared among 10 million zombies, especially in the early days of the apocalypse. Mutant zombies were even more of a rarity. That was why Era Hader had kept their corpses.
She hadn't expected she'd overestimated herself. Fortunately, the red text had given her a reminder, and Schrödinger's dream prophecy ability assisted her, allowing her to foresee this dangerous future and make up for her previous mistake. Now, she wouldn't let that happen again.
Arriving at the scum couple's residence, Era Hader indeed found their corpses tied together, frozen into a large block of ice.
Everything should have been fine, but she hadn't expected an orange superpower hail crystal to crash in on the last day of the hailstorm. Era Hader knew very well that although she now possessed the time superpower and had unlocked the powerful top 3 superpower training abilities,
sometimes a higher-ranking superpower series didn't necessarily mean the ability user's strength would be higher.
In fact, there wasn't a world of difference between red and orange superpowers. It also depended on the ability user's own talent and the integration of their subsequent combat experiences.
Many times, these factors could compensate for many shortcomings.
Seeing this orange ability crystal, Hater naturally accepted it without a second word.
As for this scum couple, Hater didn't intend to let them remain in this world any longer.
After a few superpower attacks, the ice sculpture instantly turned into ice shards and was then directly incinerated into water vapor.
With this, Hater finally confirmed that not even a trace of this scum couple remained. They would never have another chance to make a comeback. She finally let out a long breath, and her heart instantly relaxed. Phew, you scum couple really are something, making me take an extra trip.
After you go to hell, be good ghosts and don't come back to the human world to cause trouble again.
Hater sneered. This was finally the complete end of this grudge. A small worry in her heart could finally be laid to rest, while she breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The gravity in her eyes never dissipated. The apocalypse wasn't easy for anyone.
Of course, Hater didn't let her family know about dealing with the scum couple.
She was afraid her parents would be sad. Fortunately, in their minds, those two definitely wouldn't have survived the extreme cold. If they were dead, they were dead.
Next, Hater had to face another major challenge and danger.
Hater knew very well that normally, zombies would only appear after the extreme cold weather, but those at the Zombie King level didn't need to wait that long. They had already begun to enter the evolution stage early on. In Schrödinger's dream, besides the two-headed mutant zombie formed by the scum couple, there was another difficult opponent. Dad, Mom, Zyro, Faye, Zyro, you, I'm afraid we're going to have a tough battle next. So be mentally prepared.
This is our next target. Hearing Hater's words, the family instinctively looked at the map she had already prepared. A very obvious circle was drawn on the map with a red marker. Inside the circle, the location was clearly shown to the Third People's Hospital.
Seeing this address, the family members couldn't help but look at each other.
Hater, what are we going to this hospital for?
To do a zero-yuan purchase of their medicine and medical equipment. Her father, Hater, was the first to ask.
After all, if they weren't going to the hospital to snatch those things, what else could they be doing?
At this moment, Hater showed a grim expression.
If there's a chance, we can take some. But that's not our main purpose.
I've already prepared plenty of medicine and medical equipment before. They aren't a necessity now.
This time, we're going to kill a scourge,
a mutant mother-child zombie. Hearing Hater say this, the family members present couldn't help but look at each other again. They had never seen a zombie before, and it's a mother-child zombie now. Hater could only use a prophetic dream to explain this to them. Hater told them that in the dream, this mother-child zombie mutated ahead of time, one child and one mother. One was an agility type, and the other was a tank type.
As soon as they appeared, they directly devoured all the survivors left in the hospital, undergoing a massive evolution because of it.
Because there were many viruses in the hospital, this creature even evolved a plague superpower. It directly enslaved the entire northern district of the city with its plague virus, forming a terrifying zombie army. This zombie army had cost Hater nearly half of her war pet team to dismantle. It was mainly because this mother-child zombie mutated early, seizing the initiative and catching everyone off guard.
This event had never happened in her previous life. After all, in her previous life, everyone was still struggling to survive the extreme cold.
But now, because of Hater, many things had changed. Hater couldn't help but think of the reminder in the red text. The difficulty had increased rapidly, or the progress of the apocalypse would have some minor adjustments. Although the overall direction wouldn't change, the level of difficulty would double.
Thinking of this, Hater couldn't help but rub her temples. Seeing Hater's troubled look, Hater immediately stepped forward.
Sis, don't worry, let me handle this. Now that I have the initial ability of elementalization, the damage from the opponent should be significantly reduced for me. I think I can solve it. Hearing this, Hater shook her head.
Of course, I can't let you go alone.
We are family, and we are a team. Whatever we do, we must ensure nothing goes wrong. With me here, you definitely won't die.
However, even so, we still need to prepare carefully.
This time, the equipment I give you will definitely be the most advanced and powerful. Superpowers need to be trained. But in life and death moments, all available resources must be used. Nothing is more important than life. Your lives are the most valuable. I hope you can always be with me through this long apocalypse. The apocalypse is merciless. It can only be swept away. Erahater's words brought warmth to the hearts of the whole family. At the same time, they began to take this mission even more seriously.
After all, even with Erahater's current formidable strength, she still had concerns, so naturally, no one could afford to be careless.
According to the scenes Erahater saw in her dreams, that mother-child zombie should have just begun its evolution and hadn't reached its peak state yet. Therefore, it should be relatively easy for the family to deal with it now.
Furthermore, Erahater had such a massive war pet legion to back her up.
With everything ensured to be foolproof, the family finally began to move. This time, Erahater did not teleport the whole family there. The cost of teleporting the entire family together was simply too high.
Even though she had plundered many vaults around the world,
using it still made her heart ache a little. This consumption was 10 times more than a usual long-distance teleportation. It seemed she would have to be more frugal in the future. Though she had plenty of gold, it should be used where it mattered most. Erahater would be teleporting long distances many times in the future, and the consumption of gold bars and various precious metals would only increase.
For now, it was better to save.
Besides, for a distance as short as the City People's Hospital, they could easily go by snowmobile. The amount of supplies that originally needed to be hoarded was immense. Gold wouldn't go bad if it was left there, and there would be plenty of opportunities to collect it later. So Erahater wasn't in a hurry. More importantly, she couldn't stay by her family's side forever. That wouldn't be conducive to their growth. She had to teach them everything they needed to learn. Thus, with a few thuds, Erahater pulled 5 snowmobiles out of her space.
These things were basically non-existent in the south. After all, it rarely snowed there in the past, so snowmobiles had no place to be used. But things were different now. In this ice and snow-covered environment, having these snowmobiles would definitely allow them to achieve twice the result with half the effort.
At the same time, Erahater wanted her family to adapt to various apocalyptic combat environments.
Let's go get on.
To the city's 3rd People's Hospital, the 5 snowmobiles had already been filled with fuel. Say and Hader you both looked exceptionally excited. They had never played with this kind of equipment in all their lives. Boys always loved driving various modes of transportation. In this frozen world, these snowmobiles were practically divine tools.
Erahater was the first to get on, directing everyone to move out.
Sis, I'll take the lead.
If there's any accident or danger, I'll warn everyone. I'll just have to trouble you to look out for me a bit more. Hader was the first to step forward. He felt it was time for him to perform well.
After all, he intended to cling tightly to Erahater's golden thigh. If he didn't show his loyalty now, when would he? Erahater didn't object. Having Hader in the front was indeed a pretty good choice. All right, time is of the essence.
Let's get into formation and move out immediately.
Erahater didn't know exactly when that pair of mutated mother-child zombies would awaken their superpower.
However, currently, her entire family had activated red super ability crystals.
No matter how powerful those mother-child zombies were, they couldn't possibly compare to them.
Nipping the enemy in the bud was the best choice. Of course, Erahater didn't let her guard down and immediately armed every family member to the teeth.
Then, the 5 of them mounted their snowmobiles and waited for Erahater's command.
Even Shanzahater, who usually appeared quite intellectual and gentle, didn't act fragile at all now.
The whole family was heading out, and since she had the ability and combat power, she naturally wouldn't hold everyone back. Seeing the change in her parents, Erahater felt happy from the bottom of her heart. They had quickly adapted to the extreme environment of the apocalypse.
By now, a thick layer of snow had accumulated outside the safe house in the villa area.
However, this was no problem for Erahater. She simply collected the snow into her space, and a path naturally appeared. The family members were speechless for a moment. Space could actually be used like this. It was simply invincible. At that moment, the 5 snowmobiles roared out, heading towards the city's 3rd People's Hospital.
Despite the whistling cold wind, none of the 5 felt any chill.
Their physical constitutions had already been comprehensively enhanced by the activation of their superpowers. As the first batch of awakened ability users, the family had already transcended the scope of ordinary people. Coupled with the protection of their constant temperature clothing, they felt nothing as the wind and snow hit them.
However, as the family roared past certain road sections, they inevitably attracted the attention of countless people. Most importantly, outside their constant temperature clothing, Erahater and the others were wearing special operations uniforms and bulletproof vests. The whole group was dressed in uniform special ops gear, looking just like regular army forces.
This was far too easy to cause misunderstandings.
Hey. Officers, I'm a trapped survivor. I didn't make it into the last rescue batch. Can you take me with you now?
I can pay a very high price.
You guys stop right now. I want to file a complaint.
What time is it?
Why haven't you come to save people?
Appearing only now, your efficiency is far too low. You're really spending our taxpayers' money but doing nothing.
Stop for us right now. Take us out of here immediately. Facing these people, Hader remained expressionless and fired a bullet directly in front of those who wanted to rush over and block the way. She didn't hesitate at all, acting decisively, which immediately startled those blocking the road. Don't stop.
I'll clear the way from here. Hader zoomed past her family to take the lead. At the same time, the AK in her hand began to rattle. At this moment, she fully understood why the whole family liked using physical strikes. It really was quite satisfying to use.
The survivors who had been blocking the front trying to stop them were now scared out of their wits, scrambling and crawling to get back.
Each of them was dressed like a bear, stumbling through the snow looking extremely pathetic. Hader ignored them and continued to charge straight ahead. At first, some people thought they wouldn't dare kill anyone, but they were immediately gunned down by Hader. This group of roadblockers immediately scattered like startled birds. Oh my god, they aren't special forces, they're bandits.
Run, hurry. If you're slow, you might get robbed.
In fact, Hader had no way to reason with them, nor did she need to. Anyone who dared to block her path would die. In her previous life, during the early stages of the apocalypse, countless people had either invited wolves into their homes or died violent deaths because of their soft hearts. No matter what, Hader's family would never make such a low-level mistake.
With Hader leading the charge, the men in the family didn't need to say anything more.
They all picked up their AKs, firing a few warning shots whenever they encountered people, and killing without mercy if anyone still dared to block them. They could see now that the world had descended into complete chaos, and no one would listen to reason anymore.
Those blocking you might turn into demons or beasts in the next second, hesitating not at all to snatch their equipment and motorcycles.
If they were even slightly soft-hearted, they and their family might be the victims in the next moment. The apocalypse is merciless.
They were simply making the most direct and correct choice. As for Hader, who had originally been a bit soft-hearted, although the journey was without actual mishap, it was still nerve-wracking. Later, she also unconsciously joined the ranks of those firing their AKs, sweeping through all the way. The family finally arrived at the city's third people's hospital.
Get off, stay alert.
There could be danger here at any time.
As soon as Hader got off, she instantly stored all the snowmobiles into her space. The whole family, all protected by space shields and with AKs chambered, began to explore towards the pitch-black hospital entrance, which looked like the maw of a giant beast. The enemy is stronger than imagined. Give it a good sniff and find where your kind is.
Tell me as soon as you find them.
Hader easily released a few velociraptor babies. By now, the velociraptors had grown to be taller than a person. They looked agile, strong, and powerful.
This was also thanks to the many livestock Hader had hoarded in her space earlier.
Thus, the zombie dinosaur babies, who loved flesh and blood, were able to grow rapidly before activating their skills. These dinosaur babies were the most powerful group of war pets.
Of course, they weren't bad now either.
Most importantly, they had the ability to assimilate zombies. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be attacked by zombies,
but they could attack the opponent and absorb special energy to strengthen themselves. But what they had to face this time was the mutated mother and son zombie king.
That was definitely not a simple existence. Hader sensed with her spiritual power but found nothing. This indicated two possibilities.
The first possibility was that she had arrived too early, and the opponent's evolution hadn't started yet.
The other possibility was that the opponent was already so strong that they couldn't sense it. Hader's heart sank. She was currently more inclined toward the second possibility. After all, this pitch-black hospital naturally gave off a sense of oppression and eeriness.
It was a bit like a horror movie set. It was evident that troops had come to assist immediately, leaving behind many footprints and signs of movement. It was also clear that the evacuation at the time was very chaotic. Many people must have died in the hospital recently.
After all, the wards where patients stayed were basically bright and clean, needing ventilation from time to time.
This helped with recovery, but the more it was like this, the more it meant that under the hail attack, many patients didn't have time to react before the windows were smashed, and they must have been left bleeding from their heads.
Patients' bodies were already weaker than normal people's in such moments where they needed to flee for their lives. it was even harder for them to exert their life potential. Therefore, everywhere Hader's family went was filled with shocking icy red. Hail pierced through the glass windows, causing injuries to many patients and staining many hospital walls with blood.
There were also many people who had come for medical treatment who also died during the onset of the apocalypse. City's Third People's Hospital was the best hospital in the city and was usually overcrowded.
When the hail arrived, many people couldn't dodge in time. That was why there was this purgatory-like scene now. The more people there were and the more open the spaces, the easier it was to cause harm. As the family walked through, their hearts couldn't help but feel heavy. They could automatically reconstruct those unbearable scenes in their minds.
Now the entire team could understand what Hader meant by the apocalypse being ruthless. Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but tighten their grip on the AKs in their hands.
Zayn Hader and Hader held riot shields and led the way in front.
Her father, Hader, also held a riot shield, bringing up the rear of the team. The three men protected Hader and her mother, walking forward cautiously.
This was the formation they had already agreed upon, so there were naturally no problems.
Of course, at the very front of the team was the combination of David the German Shepherd and Land Turtle Biban. David was tall and had high health, while Whiteboard had an extremely strong defensive superpower.
Whiteboard was currently lying on David's back, and David was covered by a green energy shield, which was Whiteboard's defensive skill. Grey-haired face stood on Hader's shoulder, not flying directly in this small space, but remaining on high alert to see if a series of mental attacks were needed. Although the atmosphere was exceptionally eerie as the group walked along, it was safe.
They didn't even suffer a single attack. Sis, are we being a bit too nervous? We've been in here for a while, and besides us, there isn't a single living thing. What kind of attack could there be?
At this point, they came to a place that looked relatively clean. Looking around, they didn't seem to find any corpses.
Everyone couldn't help but relax a little.
After all, Hader had already told them that they were here to find the mutated mother and son zombie king. This corridor was empty, with nothing left behind. It was just a passage from before. Presumably, not many people walked here before, so everyone felt a bit more relaxed. The previous series of purgatory-like scenes made one's heart feel pressed and their scalp tingle. Hearing Hader's question, Hader smiled.
Don't let your guard down.
This place is definitely much more dangerous than you imagine.
You must be ready for battle at all times,
especially when executing missions outside. Never take anything lightly. Perhaps, before Hader could finish her sentence, a sudden clatter sounded from the end of the road, followed by continuous noises. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Each echo was like a hammer, striking everyone's hearts. Zayn Hader and Hader's high-intensity flashlights immediately shone forward, but they found the corridor ahead pitch black. The high-intensity flashlights couldn't even reach the end.
Hader, who had just questioned if the family was too nervous, now fell silent. Sis, did you see that just now?
It seemed like the shadow of a child darted past. Zayn Hader couldn't help but mention it. Hearing this, Hader, who was beside him, suddenly shuddered. You guy, can you stop scaring people?
Is it fun? Zayn Hader glanced at him, a trace of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What, getting cold feet already? Do you want Sis to send you back? Hader quickly looked at Hader. He didn't want to disappoint his sister, so he immediately explained. Cold feet? How can brother get cold feet?
No, let's go over and take a look together. Although he said that, Hader, you really didn't want to move alone with Zayn Hader.
Seeing his good brother's cowardly look, Zayn Hader had already understood his true thoughts.
Hader was the type who was easily scared yet loved watching horror movies. It had always been like this. He especially liked watching all sorts of messy horror movies from around the world. Every time he watched, he wasn't brave enough and had to drag Zayn Hader to watch with him. Zayn Hader was truly exasperated.
But Hader didn't have a trace of a smile on her face at this moment.
She looked at everyone with a solemn expression, signaling with her eyes to be careful at all times.
She felt that they seemed to be getting close to that mother-child zombie king.
Could the shadow of the child Zayn Hader saw just now be the little fellow from the mutated mother and son zombie king? Everyone, don't be impulsive. I'll send some scouting insects over to take a look first. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated.
With so many war pets surrounding her, was she still afraid of this thing?
Hader couldn't help but secretly cheer herself on.
However, the zombie velociraptors surrounding them still had no reaction. This indicated that the enemy was not yet particularly close. Hader quickly took action.
She spread her hands, and a swarm of flying insects instantly flew out from her palms.
That's right. Sarah Hayter had cultivated a batch of insect-type war pets specifically for times like this. As a result, after the flying insects had been out for a long time, Sarah Hayter's connection with this batch of insect-type war pets was actually severed. Where did you hide my family? The sudden disappearance of the flying insects caused Sarah Hayter's heart to sink, but it also undoubtedly sent her a strong signal. This mutated mother and son zombie king was indeed not to be trifled with. As expected, her previous hunch was correct. The opponent had undergone a powerful mutation that made it even more imperative not to let a tiger return to the mountain. She had to nip it in the bud. Sarah Hayter now realized that even taking her family for short-range teleports consumed a great deal of energy. The consumption for her alone was minimal. Even going to country across the ocean would only cost a single small gold bar. With the blizzard raging, leaving this city was no easy task. And even if they did leave, would other places be any less dangerous? In the wilderness, only powerful mutated beasts could survive. In the cities, there would be countless zombies in the future. It would be better to turn this city into our own base and attempt a clearance plan. That unfinished villa district was in the suburbs, facing the city center across a distance, forming a strategic pincer position. Moreover, she had already owned it to the teeth, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it. It was an excellent base. In Schrodinger's original prophetic dreams, the two greatest threats in the city were the two-headed zombie king mutated from Alizar Hayter and Tang Jingfeng, and the other was this mother-child zombie king. Sister, what do we do next? I feel like something is wrong with this main road too. Hayter, you couldn't help but swallow his saliva, wanting to offer Sarah Hayter a suggestion. In fact, Hayter's performance at this moment also inadvertently served as a reminder to Sarah Hayter. Right, we retreat the way we came. We'll start exploring again from another path. Sarah Hayter made a decisive judgment, while also wanting to test her theory. Sure enough, not long after they started heading back, the entire team discovered the problem. This road seemed like it would never end. No matter how far they walked, Sarah Hayter sneered. As expected, there was a problem, but this situation wouldn't stump her. At the same time, she could deduce one of the enemy's methods. Sister, we seem to have been tricked. This is like being stuck in a ghost wall. Hayter's voice carried a hint of a tremble. He was a bit nervous, but he definitely couldn't wimp out. Zayn Hayter, on the other hand, was very calm. After all, no one had been harmed yet. Furthermore, this should just be a hallucinatory skill intended to keep them circling here to exhaust their mental energy. Sarah Hayter could roughly judge the enemy's intentions now. If this was the work of that mother-child zombie king pair, they were indeed quite something. Sarah Hayter smiled and said, "Everyone give me your hands." The whole family obediently cooperated with Sarah Hayter. In the next moment, everyone's vision blurred, and they appeared in another corner of the hospital. Sarah Hayter sneered, trying to play these tricks on her. Space traversal broke it instantly. At most, it just cost a few gold bars. As they walked earlier, she had already left coordinate anchors in various places, so that they could traverse at any time. Hayter, what happened just now? That was way too eerie. The mother, Shanze Hayter, also grew nervous. Only after the family reached this relatively safe spot did they breathe a sigh of relief. Sarah Hayter smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Just a small trick by the enemy to create some mental illusions. It seems I still underestimated it." However, just then, the whole family heard the pitter-patter of many footsteps outside. Help, help. Is it the rescue team? Please. Save me. I see you. You're the people's soldiers. You can't leave us civilians behind. Exactly. What took you so long? We've been trapped in the hospital nearly to death. We can't survive much longer. If you hadn't come, we would. However, before the person could finish, Sarah Hayter coldly fired a burst of bullets at those rushing toward them. Because this part of the building was shielded by others, it was relatively well preserved. But now, the bullets shattered the hospital's silence, the sound of the weapon echoing continuously throughout the hospital building. Each bang struck the hearts of these survivors. Who told you we were a rescue team? Get back immediately, or I won't mind taking your lives. Sarah Hayter's icy words scared the group of living survivors into scattering like birds and beasts. They retreated a long way before they dared to stop. If you're not a rescue team, why are you wearing regular military uniforms? I think you are. You can't do this. Saving the rich and then ignoring the life and death of us poor people. If you won't let us live, we won't let you live either. Either rescue us, or we all die together, brothers and sisters. There are only 6 of them, and there are so many of us. I don't believe they'd dare to kill us all. The other side clamored for everyone to unite. After all, this seemed to be their only chance at survival. If they continued to stay in this hospital, there was absolutely no way out. However, even in this chaotic environment, Air Hader still caught a hint of something abnormal. 6 people.
Our team only has 5 people in total. Where did the 6th person come from? Air Hader was suddenly startled and immediately turned to look at all the relatives beside her.
She found that there was indeed an extra figure in the team, but she didn't counterattack immediately.
Instead, she issued her command. Faye. The grey parrot immediately activated its skill mental blast.
As a result, the figure originally wearing the same combat uniform as their family quickly collapsed, while another woman-like figure slowly blurred and turned into Hader Yu's appearance. The collapsed figure had now turned into a burly man in a white lab coat. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices and twitching all over, clearly not going to survive.
The other survivors suddenly screamed, "They are crazy."
They killed Dr. Kai. It's over. We have no way out now. Let's fight them.
Hearing this, Air Hader couldn't help but frown. She could clearly feel that most of these survivors in front of her were patients, but they didn't have the weakness of patience. Instead, they had a kind of mania and impulsiveness.
As the strongest person in the team, Air Hader could feel that this group of patients was actually stronger than ordinary people, with quite impressive strength.
These weren't patients. They were practically a bunch of combat weapons. Air Hader's brow furrowed tightly. This hospital was truly eerie everywhere. Don't be soft-hearted. Use lethal force, with one command. The family woke up from the shock of having an extra person beside them just now and saw the patients rushing over like madmen.
They no longer hesitated, and the rapid rat-tat-tat of AKs quickly resounded throughout the corridor. Soon, the group of people rushing over fell one after another. Seeing Air Hader remain silent, her mother Shanza Hader patted her shoulder. Hader, I know. This isn't your fault.
These people have gone mad. In this situation, it's either kill or be killed. Air Hader certainly didn't feel any guilt, but she suddenly grabbed the hand of the woman in front of her and pressed the Desert Eagle against the other's forehead.
Right, it's not my fault. But tell me, where have you trapped my family? Get stronger. Don't hold us back.
The pandas are on their way. Hearing this question, the other party was clearly stunned for a moment.
Hader, what are you talking about?
I'm Mom. However, in the next second, Air Hader pulled the trigger. After a loud bang, the other party's head exploded and they collapsed. What appeared before Air Hader now was the face of another strange woman. Air Hader sneered and immediately activated her time-stop superpower.
Then, she teleported back to the safe house in the villa area. Following that, she began to activate another function of the space ornament.
Teleport.
This kind of teleportation was one way. It could only teleport back to the location of the coordinate anchor from other places. This was another space ornament function Air Hader had developed after her space improved previously.
Mainly because this kind of one-way teleportation could only be used once a day, and the cooldown time was very long. Moreover, this kind of teleportation was different from her holding hands with her whole family to perform a space leap. A collective space leap was quite expensive in terms of cost, but this space ornament teleportation had no significant consumption other than the long cooldown. Just now, as soon as she used the collective leap function with her family, she sensed that something was wrong with the people around her. Today's opponent was indeed not simple. They had actually used eerie methods to hide her family members in different places.
It was indeed a very special ability user.
At the same time, Air Hader had already sensed that this was a human ability user, not a mother-child zombie.
In other words, besides the mother-child zombie, there was another powerful opponent in this hospital.
Under these circumstances, Air Hader felt it was better to have her family return quickly. Otherwise, there might be significant casualties today.
It was true that Air Hader wanted to train her family, but when the opponent far surpassed the others, doing so would be a bit overconfident.
So, when it was time to play it safe, it was better to be a bit more cautious. Of course, if it were just her alone, she wouldn't have any problems at all.
After all, if she encountered real danger, she could instantly enter her space.
Plus, with the stacked space shield and whiteboard super defense, she could withstand any kind of attack.
Therefore, she first returned to the safe house herself and then used the space ornament's one-way teleportation function to urgently summon her family back.
At this moment, several family members had all returned to the safe house.
However, it seemed they had all undergone some trials. When she returned, Air Hader collected her pets along the way.
So, Grey Parrot of Faye was now on Air Hader's shoulder, with a gentle mental shock from her. Several family members woke up from a kind of mental illusion.
Hader, what happened to us?
I feel like I did a lot of things just now, but I was also walking in endless repetitions.
Air Hader was the first to wake up,
seeing that his family was all around him. He finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Air Hader didn't hide anything and spoke directly to her family.
You all saw it this time. This is a powerhouse with mental superpowers and special space superpowers.
Now you should be able to understand why I've always emphasized that you can't underestimate any opponent.
There is always someone better out there. You can never afford to be overconfident. This person is not someone you can handle right now.
Leave the rest to me. We'll review today's events when I get back.
As soon as Era Hader finished speaking, she vanished before everyone's eyes.
Clearly, she had used the space teleportation function to head out again. Seeing this, Hader you couldn't help but smack his lips and turn to ask Zayn Hader.
Sire of Fae, I feel like we've become Sister Hader's dead weight.
Zayn Hader was also feeling a bit dejected at this time.
This should have been the first time they truly faced a powerhouse. The previous times were all crushing battles that didn't provide any real training effect.
As it turned out, after encountering an expert this time, they were almost powerless to fight back and still had to let his sister take over.
Furthermore, Era Hader bringing them all back was undoubtedly because she was worried about accidents. Zayn Hader grit his teeth and faced reality.
Yeah, since that's the case, we have to work hard. We can't hold sister back next time. I'm going to the training ground right now to train my superpower.
The parents looked at each other, but they were also a bit worried about Era Hader. If their whole family couldn't handle that expert before, would Era Hader be okay going alone?
Zara Hader also went to train with his 2 sons, while also reminding Shanza Hader not to fall behind. Wife, we also have to become stronger and more capable so we can share our daughter's burden.
Otherwise, if she has to protect us every time we go out, then we really will be dead weight. Hader said our superpowers are very strong and have great potential. In that case, we must practice diligently and become powerful so we can shield her from the wind and rain in the future.
Hearing her husband say this, Shanza Hader also nodded firmly. Right. As a mother, if I can't protect my daughter, then what use am I? I'll go practice with you all right now.
We'll wait together for Hader's triumphant return. Although Era Hader had already left, she also saw the changes inside the safe house. Seeing her family respond so positively, she couldn't help but feel very comforted. She knew that none of her family members were cowards.
Even if they weren't particularly powerful yet, it was only because their superpowers hadn't been fully adapted and developed.
Once their strength grew, they would become her strongest support.
As for now, Era Hader still had to rely on her war pet legion to be reliable.
The 9 great kings were now growing rapidly in their respective territories. Era Hader knew that those were the paths of slaughter they had walked in their previous life, and this life would naturally be no different. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become the kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life. In fact, as long as Era Hader recalled any one of them, the current situation could be easily resolved.
However, she didn't do that. While the kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life were powerful, Era Hader had other tasks for them. For instance, over the past few days, the kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life had already experienced many battles in their respective areas.
Interestingly, Era Hader hadn't sent Gun back,
because Gun had originally started fighting in an urban environment.
So, keeping it by her side seemed quite good. Moreover, Era Hader possessed some special bamboo that could be continuously cultivated in her space. After eating this special bamboo, Gun's growth potential would become even better.
And now, it was time to let Gun out to help solve the trouble at hand. At this moment, Era Hader had already returned to the hospital with her war pet legion.
She sat on Gun's fluffy back, feeling very comfortable.
But in reality, she was prepared for battle at all times. Soon, she returned to the area where she had encountered various troubles earlier, and like last time, the corridor was just a corridor. She didn't encounter any more special illusions. However, Era Hader saw the 2 corpses she had just taken out.
At this time, both corpses seemed to have had their flesh and blood sucked dry, turning them into something like mummies. This situation immediately made Era Hader frown. She became even more determined in her heart that the enemy must be eliminated today, or they would surely become a disaster in the future.
Your ultimate move missed, moreover. That mental illusion just now was indeed quite powerful.
But the more powerful it is, the harder it is to activate. Superpowers are like that. They can't be invincible forever. There will always be some limitations.
Even though Era Hader now possessed many special superpowers, she couldn't use them without restraint. So, after Era Hader directly teleported her family back just now, that powerhouse with mental superpowers could only be instantly blinded.
In game terms, it was equivalent to wasting an ultimate move.
Or rather, the opponent's ultimate move was directly purified by Era Hader using special means. Now that Era Hader was back, the opponent was naturally in the superpower's cooldown period. It was like a tiger having its claws and teeth pulled out. Now was the perfect time to strike while he was down. At this moment, Era Hader's mental power poured out like mercury. instantly covering the entire hospital. Consequently, she discovered several patients wrapped in thick blankets, surrounding a small figure in the middle, hurriedly walking out of the hospital.
Seeing this, Hader's mental power quickly covered the other party. Such a dense life potential.
It seemed she was right this time. Let's go. I finally found the target.
Now is the opponent's weak period. Let's get moving, little partners.
Panda Gun, holding the space shield given by Hader, charged forward like a tank at lightning speed.
This caused quite a stir, and the fleeing group clearly felt the rapidly approaching threat.
The opponent with the dense life potential seemed to tremble violently before curling up, being carried away even faster by the group.
Seeing this, Hader found the opponent quite interesting.
What was going on? Hader still didn't know what kind of creature the opponent was. However, Hader wasn't going to give them any chance to escape.
She quickly sent out her baby pterodactyl, which spread its wings and dove straight toward the opponent.
The group had already reached the hospital entrance and even had several snowboards.
Hader was a bit stunned when she saw this equipment.
What on earth?
Someone even prepared snowboards in advance. Could there be someone else like her who knew the winter apocalypse was coming?
Otherwise, why would there be snowboards here?
This equipment, which shouldn't have appeared here, further highlighted the unusual nature of the situation.
Hit Hader as surprise upon seeing the zombie pterodactyl flying in the sky. That massive dense life potential seemed to curl up even smaller.
It seemed to be shivering even more violently. Hader immediately sensed that the opponent might not be human. This made Hader even more interested.
If it wasn't human, it was most likely a mutated beast. What kind of mutated beast would be in a hospital?
And one that could possess such strong mental power and create mental illusions.
That was truly remarkable.
Sairoi, charge.
Don't give it any chance to escape.
An order was given, and the zombie pterodactyl let out a sharp screech. As soon as the sound wave hit, the fleeing figures froze, and some even fell directly onto the snow. This was a superpower mastered by the pterodactyl. This kind of sonic attack had a significant impact on people. The movements of the fleeing people also slowed down noticeably.
At this point, Hader was on the second floor, watching them frantically flee on snowboards outside on the first floor.
Because they slowed down due to the zombie pterodactyl's sonic attack, Hader on the second floor had already reached a position roughly above them.
Panda Gun didn't seem to need any further instructions from Hader and jumped straight down from the second floor.
The massive black and white ball smashed onto the people like a meat bomb, kicking up a huge cloud of snow.
With a loud bang, a large crater was smashed into the ground.
Then, a shrill, mouse-like scream came from under Gun's belly. Good heavens, Hader saw the thing from before and thought it might be a mutated small animal.
Could it be a mouse?
However, after such a massive physical attack from Panda Gun, would this small animal be killed instantly? Look at you, you bear of a child. Why are you so reckless?
That's enough. If you smash it to death, I won't be able to collect it even if I wanted to. Hader pinched Panda Gun's round ears, like a mother teaching a naughty child, coaxing it patiently.
Panda Gun felt the pain and let out a few whines, while sending a thought into her mind.
Sister, this guy isn't honest.
It tried to trick sister before. I'm angry.
It still tried to run after we found it. I was so angry that I just wanted to knock it out.
This silly Gun Hader couldn't help but complain inwardly.
Was that knocking it out?
That was smashing their enemy to death. Hader could only sigh and climb down from Panda Gun. The chubby Gun slowly stood up from the snow pile and gave a gentle shake, showering Hader with snow. This move made Hader hold her forehead, not knowing what to say.
Looking at the large crater Gun had smashed, there were several figures at the bottom who had long been flattened like meat patties, but one of them still protected a large mass of something in his arms. At first, Hader thought it was just a small animal, but looking closely now, the opponent was already half as tall as a person, which was quite large. However, just as Hader tried to approach it, the thing shot out from the person's arms like lightning, trying to crash straight into Hader.
As it turned out, although Gun looked silly after its new evolution and increased strength, its reaction speed was incredibly fast. Gun pressed its paws down, and with several popping sounds, countless green bamboos shot up from the snow. They formed a bamboo forest wall. The shadow crashed directly into the bamboo wall, making a series of clattering sounds. Interestingly, not a single one of these bamboos broke. Instead, they trapped the shadow between them. Gun proudly raised its fat paws and made a grabbing motion as if catching a ball. The bamboos instantly formed a square cage, trapping the thing inside so it couldn't break through no matter what.
Then, the opponent actually let out a clucking sound, and the shadow began to bite the bamboos with all its might. But the bamboos were like solid steel bars, not moving an inch under their opponent's assault.
Gun very proudly took credit. Sister, see, my superpower is amazing, right? I'll continue to protect Sister in the future. I just hope I can stay in Sister's big space and dig lots of big bamboos.
Hater couldn't help but grab Gun's furry head and give it a good rub. Good boy, Gun, you're wonderful.
Sister loves you, of course. What was more important now was to see exactly what kind of thing was trapped in the bamboo cage. After seeing it clearly, Hater couldn't help but be amused.
No wonder it clucked. Bunnies are so cute. How could you hit them? At this moment, Hater and her group of war pets saw milky white little animals slamming forcefully against the large bamboo cage created by Panda Gun. Wasn't this just a pure white rabbit?
The key issue was that its size was far too large. It was almost as big as David before his evolution.
Right now, this big white rabbit was quite fierce. Its eyes turned blood red as it kept making cooing sounds. A rabbit making such sounds meant it was already very angry. Obviously, being trapped here made it feel furious, yet it was helpless. Oh ho, you little thing, you've got quite a temper.
Hater sent a wind blade directly through the bamboo cage, hitting the big white rabbit with a bang.
The rabbit became like a bumper ball, bouncing violently back and forth dozens of times inside the cage before finally coming to a stop. By this time, the big white rabbit had turned into a puddle of mush, unable to get up. Hater simply gave Gun a command. Gun's chubby hand gave the outside of the bamboo cage a light pat, and a surge of emerald green energy seeped inside along the bars. The minor injuries the big white rabbit had sustained were healed instantly.
The big white rabbit, which had looked like it was at death's door, suddenly became full of energy. This time, it no longer dared to bare its teeth at Hater, though its eyes still held a hint of resentment. Hater saw its expression and immediately laughed. Haha, it seems you're still not convinced.
Do you want another round? As soon as Hater finished speaking, another wave of wind blades hit.
The big white rabbit instantly became a bumper ball again.
As the fluffy bumper ball bounced back and forth, the war pets by Hater's side began to bob their heads along with its movements.
It seemed that even after becoming war pets, they still retained the cute side of small animals. Beside them, Hater couldn't help but be even more amused. After a short while, the big white rabbit turned into a puddle of mush once more. Panda Gun didn't need Hater to give a command this time. Its chubby little hand patted the bamboo cage again, and the big white rabbit was resurrected with full health.
However, this time, there wasn't a trace of resentment left in its eyes. Now, the big white rabbit prostrated itself and trembled as if worshipping a deity, submitting to Hater. Only then did Hater give a truly hearty laugh. As long as you submitted,
from now on, you are my war pet.
Come here quickly. She reached out her hand, and the big white rabbit vanished from the spot, appearing in Hater's spatial war pet slot.
Once it became Hater's pet, the rabbit that used to bite people instantly turned into a docile little white bunny.
Master, you were too mean just now. Bunnies are so cute. How could you hit a bunny?
Good grief. Hater couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead.
Had she just recruited a drama queen rabbit? Hater had already realized that her war pets were either airheads or drama queens. They were either the straightforward husk type or the type that would act for her at the drop of a hat to curry favor. What could she do? She had to spoil her own pets herself. Why are you still calling yourself Bunny?
Since you're here and you're now my war pet, let me give you a name.
What should it be?
Let's go with Milk Candy.
Come, Milk Candy. Come out and let Big Sister give you a hug.
Milk Candy obediently rushed out from the war pet slot. Hater quickly received some of Milk Candy's identity information. This was a special attribute that came after becoming a war pet to better synchronize with the master and facilitate exotic beast resonance. The past experiences and memories of these war pets would rapidly flow into Hater as consciousness. In particular, information regarding how they became stronger was especially vivid. But for now, Hater didn't have time to sort through Milk Candy's memories. She immediately asked the big white rabbit, Milk Candy, did a pregnant woman in the hospital meet with some misfortune, and did she turn into something very fierce? Hearing Big Sister's question, Milk Candy immediately became interested. A very fierce pregnant woman?
Not really.
However, I always hear a woman crying over on the third floor opposite us. It seems like she cries all day and night, never stopping, saying things like save my baby and so on. Her crying is so miserable and so scary.
I originally had very good mental power, but as soon as I get close to that area, I get severely affected.
So, after escaping from the laboratory, I only passed by that place once by chance and never went back again. Indeed, Milk Candy was a rabbit from the laboratory. By some stroke of dumb luck, when the natural disaster struck, countless hailstones smashed the laboratory to pieces.
An orange ability crystal had pierced right through Milk Candy's cage and landed in front of it. Then, Milk Candy turned into a rabbit with super strong mental power, even capable of creating mental illusions. Milk Candy, take me there. In a bit, Big Sister will give you the best carrots and vegetables. Don't worry, once we get there, I'll put you back into that very comfortable space. How about it? In response, Milk Candy just went limp in Hater's arms.
Big Sister, Milk Candy is injured and has no strength to show the way. Can I have some yummy food first? I've been eating rotten leaves from the hospital cafeteria all these days. I'm almost getting sick of it.
Seeing its shameless behavior, Hater didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her war pet was acting spoiled. As the master, she could only compromise. Hater directly took out the highest quality carrots from her space.
These carrots were freshly grown in her planting area, irrigated with spiritual spring water.
These specially grown fruits and vegetables were exceptionally delicious. Even Panda Gungun's bamboo was produced this way.
Hater discovered that after feeding the war pets with these special ingredients, their strength increased every day, and their foundation was very solid. She could only say she absolutely loved her space. The moment Milk Candy saw the carrot, the entire rabbit went numb.
In an instant, it went from its puddle of mush state to a good little bunny.
It even stuck out its tongue like a dog, with a face full of flattery. Big Sister, you are the best sister in the world.
I want the carrot.
Just one bite, and I'll go through fire and water for you. Whoa, these days, even rabbits know how to use idioms.
As it turned out, the carrot, which was almost as long as a forearm, was indeed swallowed by Milk Candy in a single instant. Seeing Milk Candy's fluffy mouth instantly bulge from chewing the carrot, with those big front teeth still sticking out, Hater couldn't help but be even more amused.
The originally tense atmosphere vanished in an instant. Beside them, Gun really couldn't bear to watch and directly tugged at the corner of Hater's clothes. Big Sister, I'm hungry.
Food.
Well, the panda cub certainly knew how to act cute after the battle just now, and seeing the new member Milk Candy gorging itself upon arrival, the group of war pets felt unhappy, very unhappy. They were all looking at Hater with resentful eyes. Hater could only press her hand to her forehead.
They were her own war pets. What else could she do but spoil them? She finally managed to serve the group of war pets.
Only someone like Hater with a space could play around like this. Otherwise, how could anyone be so at ease in such a dangerous environment?
However, one moment Hater was happily feeding them, and the next second, she switched into combat mode. Although Milk Candy was very cute, a rabbit that could bite was naturally not simple. Once it clearly pointed out the location, Hater appeared on the third floor Milk Candy had indicated with a teleportation.
Sure enough, as soon as she appeared here, Hater heard a piercing cry. I beg you, save my child. Save my child, please, don't hurt them. It was because of this sudden, mournful wailing.
However, in just an instant, her mind cleared.
Her powerful mental strength allowed her to automatically shield herself from the influence.
At this moment, Hater summoned Panda Gun and the big white rabbit, Milk Candy, once again. Gun was a tank type who could also provide healing. Milk Candy was a mental type powerhouse, and she wanted to see Milk Candy's prowess.
Previously, Milk Candy had played her entire family like a fiddle.
However, Hater had managed to crack Milk Candy's tricks in an instant, but it was undeniable that Milk Candy was quite extraordinary.
Given time, it could also become a very powerful war pet. At this time, faced with the ear-piercing agony from the other party, Milk Candy trembled slightly, but because its sister and little partners were by its side, everything didn't seem so frightening anymore. After all, Hater was now moving out with her war pet legion, and they were all pets with relatively strong defenses against sound waves and mental power. Furthermore, the space shield could defend against everything, so it naturally provided some defense against sound wave attacks as well. Hater showed no cowardice and headed directly toward the source of the sound. As it turned out, before she had gone very far, a figure suddenly blocked her path.
Are you a rescue worker? You can't go any further. There's danger here.
The person who suddenly appeared was a young man wearing glasses. Looking at him, he seemed to be under 30 years old, but he was already starting to go bald.
This man was probably a programmer before, wasn't he? Who are you? Seeing Hater fully equipped and surrounded by a bunch of animals was simply unbelievable to him. He swallowed hard, not knowing who the person in front of him was.
Hearing that the other party actually spoke with the crisp voice of a young woman, the man was stunned for a moment.
But seeing the cold glint of the AK in her hand, He quickly raised his hands. I'm a family member of a patient here. After the hailstorm hit, I was trapped here and haven't had a chance to get out.
Hader frowned at this moment because the man was dressed very thinly. Yet he didn't seem cold at all. This man has a superpower. Who is the person crying inside?
Do they need help? Hader asked casually, but she never lowered her guard.
The man in glasses gave a bitter smile. That's my wife. She has a bit of a mental illness and can't be let out.
But don't worry. I'll keep an eye on her and won't let her hurt anyone, on the condition that you absolutely do not appear in front of her. Otherwise, I might not be able to stop her. Please leave quickly. I'll keep an eye on her. Thank you.
Hearing the man's words, Hader's eyes narrowed slightly. You don't need rescue. The man in glasses seemed very resistant and refused bluntly.
No need, no need.
Please leave quickly and go save other people in need.
Thank you, we can take care of ourselves. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp cry came from the pitch-black corridor inside.
Save my child. Save him. He's so hungry, and I'm so hungry too. Please give us something to eat. Woo woo woo, you beasts, seeing someone in trouble and not helping. Right at that moment, several tall figures behind Hader slowly walked forward.
Snored and sinnered.
The sound of several noses snorting caught the man's attention.
His eyes instantly froze in disbelief.
These are velociraptors.
Who on earth are you?
Through the velociraptor's consciousness, Hader instantly captured the information that they sensed one of their own kind. Moreover, that zombie of the same kind was rapidly approaching, getting closer and closer. Clank, clank, clang, a series of chain-clashing sounds rapidly approached from the deep corridor behind him. Hader immediately raised her AK and quickly chambered around,
seeing her ready to attack at any moment. The man in glasses went completely numb. He immediately raised both hands and knelt on the ground. Female police officer, I beg you, don't shoot.
That's my wife, that's my wife.
I'll control her, I beg you not to shoot.
My wife still has my child in her belly. As soon as he finished speaking, figure rushed out of the darkness like a ghost. The chains didn't affect the other party's speed. Instead, they became her weapon. In the next second, Hader pulled the trigger. At the same time, a wind blade spiral with lightning attributes struck directly toward the dark shadow.
This used the physical impact of the AK to block its path, followed immediately by an even more powerful attack.
The opponent was fast, but the lightning wind blade was faster, hitting the figure instantly. On this side, as soon as Gun saw the opponent, it pressed its furry paw, and countless bamboos appeared out of thin air on the ground. A large bamboo cage formed instantly. At the same time, several velociraptors immediately surrounded the man in the dark shadow. Seeing the lightning wind blade spiral suddenly emitted from Hader's hand, the man was completely stunned. What kind of ability was this? How could it be so powerful? Furthermore, these animals were actually all following this woman's instructions. Who exactly was this person?
The injured dark shadow was now trapped inside the large bamboo cage.
Once she regained her senses, she immediately grabbed the bars of the bamboo cage. Her long hair was messy and draped over her shoulders, and her fangs, covered in thick liquid, hissed and bared at Hader and the others. Those long, sharp nails were curved, looking more like the sharp talons of a velociraptor than human hands. It seemed she was the main target. Seeing Hader raise her AK again, ready to fire, the man immediately blocked the bamboo cage with his body.
Don't shoot. Please don't shoot. I beg you, you've already tracked her, I beg you.
However, in the next second, the woman who had turned into a zombie suddenly opened her bloody mouth with a bang and spat out a mass of something. Although the female zombie no longer had pupils in the whites of her eyes, she seemed to still have consciousness. She could clearly sense that Hader was the most important core among this group of powerful creatures, so this lethal attack went straight for Hader's face.
As a result, a huge figure suddenly appeared in front of Hader, catching that mass with its sharp claws.
Hader looked closely and found that the mass was actually a wet infant, only the size of a palm.
The huge figure could crush it with a single finger. When the man in glasses saw that the suddenly appearing huge figure was actually a Tyrannosaurus Rex, he was about to lose his mind.
But seeing the infant in the Tyrannosaurus Rex's claws, he immediately began to scream heart-wrenchingly.
No, don't kill her. That's my daughter.
I beg you, I can be food for you. I can make bread. I can make lots and lots of bread. As long as you have me, you'll have endless food.
I beg you, I'm useful to you. Don't hurt my daughter. I beg you.
The man in glasses knelt on the ground, crying heart-wrenchingly and pleading all just to give his wife and daughter, who were no longer human, a chance to live.
Hater originally had other uses for this mother-child zombie, but hearing the man's words, her attention was instantly drawn.
Are you King? A man who produces bread with superpowers in the apocalypse. In the previous life's apocalypse, King was a fairly well-known figure. It was because he was that eccentric ability user who could turn soil into bread. When they first learned of his superpower, many factions thought it was complete trash. The key issue was that this guy didn't provide much bread. Only 500 grams a day. It wasn't even enough for one person to eat properly.
However, because he was an early member of a certain survivor's base, he lived a very comfortable life.
After all, later on, a single piece of bread could buy a night with a beautiful woman. This shows just how severe the subsequent food shortage became. But because of this, he also became a captive ability user. Still, one could only say this guy's luck was incredibly defiant of the heavens, although his skill was indeed trash at the beginning.
During an accidental special operation where he followed a team as a backup granary to kill zombies, he unexpectedly absorbed a special mutant zombie crystal. Immediately afterward, the bread he made underwent a qualitative change. Not only did his output increase, but his bread also gained attributes.
After ordinary people ate it, they could briefly possess superpowers for about a day. If an ability user ate it, they would receive a boost in superpower intensity, essentially gaining a strengthening buff. Some breads could even possess offensive properties or healing functions. Suddenly, King became a hot commodity that every major base fought over.
However, his personal strength was still too weak.
In the midst of the power struggles, some big shots felt that if they couldn't have him, they should destroy him. So they simply killed him. Anyway, in the end, the guy died quite miserably.
Hater didn't know if King's wife and daughter had survived in a previous life. Regardless, the man had ended up alone. She heard he had been depressed for a long time.
Now, hearing this man say he could produce bread, Hater directly spoke his name. When King heard that the female police officer opposite him actually knew his name, he was stunned. He used to be a very ordinary programmer, the kind who wouldn't make a ripple if thrown into a crowd. He worked himself to the bone from dawn to dusk just to give his wife and child a good life. But this damned natural disaster had destroyed all his happiness.
His wife had turned into a terrifying existence that was neither human nor ghost, and even the child in her womb had become like a ghost infant. He truly couldn't accept this reality.
Perhaps after the disaster passed, his wife and child would get better.
Seeing his wife turn out like this, he didn't want to live anymore.
He suspected his wife had turned into a legendary zombie, and he even felt that if that were the case, it would be fine if he died. At least his wife would be eating him instead of someone else. His wife would still be clean and hadn't harmed anyone else. As it turned out, on the day the hailstorm arrived, he was knocked unconscious by a piece of hail. After waking up, he awakened the skill to produce bread. By the time he found his wife, she had already turned into that ghostly state.
He thought he was a goner,
but the bread he produced could actually calm his zombie wife down with just a small piece. She could stay quiet for an entire day. It was as if they had returned to those peaceful days of the past.
There were no supplies in the hospital, and everyone was struggling to survive under the freezing ice disaster.
Only he stayed by his zombie wife, hiding in a corner. Every time his zombie wife wanted to go out and bite someone, he would stuff a piece of bread into her mouth, and she would quiet down. Even the child in her womb would quiet down. King didn't know why this was happening. He felt that while heaven had robbed him of his wife, it had given him another chance to stay by her side. As long as he could make bread, he could keep his wife with him forever.
Perhaps this was the power of love, but now, a woman who could destroy everything had arrived.
King didn't have much ability. He could only make bread. He hoped to use this skill to trade for a glimmer of hope for his family. That female police officer, I used to be a law-abiding good citizen. I've never done anything bad. My wife and child, even though they've become like this, they haven't harmed anyone else. I feed them bread, and they love the bread I produce.
I beg you, don't hurt them.
They really haven't taken anyone else's life.
I beg you.
I can produce 500 grams of bread every day. Aside from what I give my wife and my own survival rations, I can give all the rest to you. With me, you'll have an endless supply of bread rations. I beg you, please spare our lives. King knelt down directly, praying that the powerful woman before him would show mercy to his family. His behavior made Hater feel both amused and sympathetic. In the previous life, King's reputation was actually quite good because he had saved many people with his bread, but it was also because of that bread that he lost his life.
This is the price of being a saint, however. It was also clear that King was a very sentimental person.
If it were any other man seeing his wife and daughter turn into zombies, they would have fled long ago, right? Oh, right. A men's knees are worth gold. You don't need to kneel to anyone.
I didn't say I'd take their lives, so get up quickly.
However, since your wife and child are like this now, they will likely be targeted by others in the future. Not everyone can be like me with strong defenses. Have you thought about how you'll live your life from now on? Hugh Daking stood up and simultaneously fed his wife and ordered her a large piece of bread. The zombie woman immediately quieted down, and the infant in the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex's hand also calmed down instantly. Era Hader signaled her Tyrannosaurus Rex to release the zombie baby. The little thing swooshed back into its mother's arms. The features of this mother-child zombie were quite delicate. If they hadn't turned into zombies, they would likely have been a beautiful mother and daughter pair. At this moment, Era Hader looked more closely at the mother-child zombie. There was a black vertical mark on their foreheads, and the pupils in their eye sockets were gone, replaced entirely by white.
Those hollow eyeballs gave off a terrifying feeling no matter how one looked at them.
Their deathly pale skin and purple, cracked lips all indicated that they were no longer human.
Era Hader couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. However, the fact that a mother-child zombie could be controlled by Gyo Daking made her very interested. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Having experienced so many zombie battles in her previous life, she had never heard of anyone being able to control these zombies. However, she had an even more adventurous idea.
Gyo Daking, you don't want your wife and child to be displaced and attacked forever, do you?
How about following me?
I think I might have a way to make your wife and child a bit better. The mother and child zombie kings have become my battle pets. The reason Era Hader said this was because she had already caused several zombie dinosaur babies to evolve, which quickly produced a very subtle effect. Among them, the most powerful was naturally the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex. Having such a name was indeed no joke. Therefore, this zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex had a natural suppression over the mother-child zombie, who had become the same kind. Moreover, through the information shared by the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex, Era Hader quickly understood this simple classification of zombie ranks.
In her previous life, people classified ranks based on the strength of ability users and zombies.
The lowest was F rank, going up to A rank, and then there was the even higher S rank. As for Era Hader, by the later stages, she had already become the strongest SS rank powerhouse. After activation by the red super ability crystal, Era Hader's war pets were all A rank or above. Once they became slightly more familiar with their superpowers and their combat intensity increased, they could immediately become S rank. Following that, it would be their development and use of superpowers. After increasing their power, they would reach an even stronger level. So the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was already an A-rank war pet, naturally exerted pressure on the mother-child zombie. Even if Era Hader took no action, Gyo Daking's wife and daughter would be as docile as dogs. However, Era Hader wanted to experiment with something. The zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex had easily made the mother-child zombie its subordinates, and it could control them completely. So did the mother-child zombie also disguisedly become Era Hader's pets. After some verification, the mother-child zombie truly vanished from the spot and entered Era Hader's space war pet slot.
After being nourished in space, the mother-child zombie's terrifying eyes, which originally had only whites, actually condensed new pupils.
However, their pupils were actually purple. At the same time, they seemed to have received a series of information. When they faced Era Hader again, they directly called out Master.
Era Hader also felt a touch like a soul contract. This was a resonant connection that all pets would develop with her. Seeing this, Era Hader couldn't help but smile.
At the same time, the mother-child zombie also seemed to undergo some subtle changes. That baby zombie actually started to speak. Master Sister, thank you. You're the one who saved me and Mommy. At this moment, Era Hader could hardly believe her eyes and ears.
This she had actually succeeded.
If this were true, and 95% of the world's population would turn into zombies in the future, did this mean she could take them all into her space and turn them into her own pets? Would the subsequent zombie apocalypse then be automatically resolved?
A new species had been born directly through her.
However, she felt that things would definitely not be that simple. Moreover, this was only one experiment conducted on the mother-child zombie. The subsequent consequences were still unknown. At this time, Era Hader just nodded slightly.
Your father is still waiting for you outside. Go see him.
However, you still need to be careful. Whatever you do, do not touch or bite him.
You likely still carry the zombie virus.
I'm not sure if your relatives turned into zombies, whether they could come to me like you did to undergo a new evolution.
That's right. In Era Hader's view, the mother-child zombie had completed a new evolution. They possessed movement speed, combat power, agility, and even intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary people.
Of course, ordinary zombies were just a bunch of walking dead, only capable of attacking humans for their fresh flesh and blood. But these things seemed to have become different for the mother-child zombie. Sister, I'm hungry. Daddy only feeds us a little bread every day. It's not enough at all. The baby zombie couldn't help but stretch out its little claws. Era Hader wasn't afraid and even gave them a gentle squeeze. After all, they were her war pets, and she had the zombie assimilation attribute, so they couldn't hurt her. Seeing that Era Hader wasn't afraid of it at all, the zombie baby seemed to become even happier. But after it smiled, it knitted its little brows again. It was too hungry.
It had only been born for a few days, and unlike other infants, it required a large amount of fresh flesh and blood.
In this space, Era Hader was practically a godlike existence. With a wave of her hand, fresh beef appeared before the zombie mother and daughter. Eat, eat until you're full. Eat as much as you can. The zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex outside definitely eats more than you. Look at how big it has grown. The baby zombie was instantly delighted upon hearing Era Hader's words. Seeing the fresh lamb chops and steaks before it, it picked them up without a word and began to gnaw on them. No cooking was needed at all. They loved fresh flesh and blood. Seeing the mother and daughter zombies with their mouths bright red from eating, an ordinary person would probably faint from fright. But Era Hader had seen plenty of terrifying scenes during the apocalypse. The small scene was nothing at all. At this moment, she was actually studying them with great interest.
This was the first time she had taken real zombies as pets, something she hadn't even considered before.
The space evolution of the zombie dinosaur babies had brought her a great surprise,
and this pair of mother and daughter zombies was an experiment on a whim. But it had actually succeeded. Now things were getting interesting.
As long as she continuously increased the superpower intensity of her zombie dinosaurs, making them bigger and stronger, they would always stay ahead of all other zombies. They could then control these low-rank zombies, making them all available for Era Hader's use. This was truly impressive. From now on, the zombie apocalypse would no longer be an apocalypse for Era Hader, but rather a cornerstone for her to become even stronger.
At this time, Era Hader looked closely and found that after eating some flesh and blood, the baby zombie had actually become supple, not as pale as before, and had quickly grown in height.
The baby zombie, which was originally only the size of a palm, was now as long as an adult's forearm.
This growth speed was a bit too fast. It seemed that as long as they ate a lot, they could grow quickly. As for the mother zombie, perhaps because she had just given birth to the baby, she also needed a large amount of fresh flesh and blood to replenish her strength.
This flesh and blood was the greatest delicacy in the world to them. At the same time, Era Hader exerted a powerful pressure on them.
In their consciousness, there was only one voice constantly warning them that Era Hader was the heavens, and they had to obey her in everything. After the mother and daughter zombies had literally devoured a sheep and a cow, they finally stopped eating.
They patted their still relatively flat bellies, faces full of satisfaction.
By now, the baby zombie had grown to the size of a 1-year-old child. The zombie mother also underwent some new changes. She had a curvaceous figure, seemed to have grown a bit taller, and her skin was no longer as pale as before, instead gaining a white jade-like texture, making her look less terrifying.
Thank you, Master. In this life and the next, we are at your command. Era Hader waved her hand and led them straight out of the space.
Just now, Era Hader had led them into a room first before taking them into the space.
So, when they emerged from the space and walked out of the room, Kyodakin, who was waiting outside in a frantic state, was left dumbfounded, but also filled with immense joy.
Ling, you're better?
And this who is this child? Cast aside all your maternal instincts. Daking, I'm better than ever.
It was Master.
Era, she treated me. Now I have my own consciousness and won't attack others like before. This is our child, also treated by Era.
The treatment method was a bit special, so she grew a bit faster.
Immediately after, the zombie little girl crisply called out to Kyodakin.
Daddy. Looking at the little girl, as delicate as a white jade porcelain doll, Kyodakin was completely stunned. He had never heard of a newborn baby turning into a 1-year-old and being able to speak in the blink of an eye. What on earth was this? Moreover, his wife seemed able to speak and had consciousness, having returned to normal, yet something still felt different. But Kyodakin didn't care about any of that.
He immediately wanted to kneel to Era Hader again, but was caught and held up by her. All right, don't be in such a hurry to kneel.
First, listen to me explain the current situation.
First of all, your wife and daughter have mutated, in a strict sense. They are now zombies, you understand? The kind that want to bite people when they see them and eat a lot of meat. However, I used a special method to restore their consciousness. But their natures, zombies, will not change. They still like to eat meat and even have a natural craving for the flesh and blood of living people. But I can help them control it, and I can provide them with fresh beef and mutton every day to ensure their survival.
However, you cannot get close to them at will. If you accidentally get infected with the zombie virus, you will also become a zombie.
And I cannot guarantee that I can treat you the same way I treated them. This kind of treatment is risky and not necessarily successful. Do you understand what I mean? Dakin nodded with difficulty, feeling a bit distressed in his heart. His wife and daughter were right in front of him, yet he couldn't be close to them.
However, now that his wife and child had come back to life in another way, he was still very grateful to Hader.
At this time, Dakin couldn't help but say, "I'm female police officer and truly grateful to you for bringing such great help to our family.
Just tell me what I need to pay.
As long as I can do it, I'll give my life to complete it."
Dakin was no fool. If the other party was willing to help him like this, they must want something. Survival in the apocalypse was so difficult, and his wife and daughter needed to eat fresh meat regularly. As Hader had just explained,
if the meat supply couldn't keep up, the mother and daughter might have to eat people, and once they started eating people, they would likely become true zombies later on, completely losing their reason and becoming even more terrifying beings. So, now their family of 3, 1 human and 2 zombies had to stay by Hader's side. Hader smiled. Dakin wasn't too stupid, which she was quite satisfied with. First, become a member of our group and join my team. I will provide your family with good survival conditions, but the premise is that you must all be obedient.
The 2 of them are very obedient, I believe that.
As for you, I still need to see your future performance.
If you don't make the cut, don't blame me for kicking you out.
Second, cast aside all your saintly heart. Follow only our arrangements and instructions. And do not help anyone, because you must know. The first reaction of anyone who finds out your wife and child are zombies will be to kill them to eliminate future trouble. So if you are still as saintly as before, you will bear the consequences yourself.
The subtext was already very clear. If you want to be a saint, don't join Hader's team.
Hearing that there were only these 2 things, Dakin immediately had no objections and nodded directly. "All right, I promise you."
Female police officer, what should we do next?
Also, how did you know my name and that I am somewhat saintly? I am indeed helpful sometimes, but it hasn't reached the level of being a saint. Dakin scratched his head somewhat innocently.
Hader just sneered.
Could she say it was because his great achievements in her previous life were so famous?
Don't worry about that so much.
Also, don't call me female police officer. My name is Hader.
You can call me sister, and follow my orders from now on. Don't worry, I'm conducting research here.
It shouldn't be long before a zombie virus serum appears. At that time, you can be immune to the zombie virus and be close to your wife and daughter. Hearing this, Dakin was overjoyed. He had thought that in the future, he would only be able to look at his wife and child without even being able to give them a hug. Hader explained briefly that as long as Dakin wasn't injured, ordinary hugs with the mother-child zombie were still okay. The family of 3 finally felt at ease and were happier than ever before.
Husband, we'll work for Sister Hader from now on. You must work hard and not be kicked out. Nunuo and I are both committed to Sister.
Only she can let us survive in this apocalypse, and I don't want to eat people. Hearing his wife Ling say this, Dakin immediately patted his chest and said,
"Don't worry, wife, I won't hold us back. Besides, except for Big Sister Boss, no one else would likely tolerate us and might even scheme against us.
I can feel that Big Sister Boss is truly good to us and won't cheat us." Hearing her husband's words, Ling nodded heavily.
I think so too. Anyway, we'll just do our best to help Big Sister Boss.
Hader had already brought the family of 3 to the hospital entrance, and then with a bang, she revealed 3 snowmobiles.
Let's go, get on. We're going home.
Then she took the lead and drove out.
The driving method of the snowmobile was very simple, basically foolproof.
Dakin, Ling, and their daughter each tried it out and quickly mastered the driving skills. They then swiftly followed Hader's figure, speeding through the swirling snow. It was originally a natural disaster, an apocalypse, but the family of 3 had ignited new hope along the way. Dakin also witnessed how fierce this Big Sister Boss was.
It was the same road, but when Hader drove through again, she clearly felt that the male lead's people had decreased significantly. After all, Hader had plenty of experience surviving the apocalypse. How could those novice survivors have been able to stop her just now? However, there were still those who didn't know better and had set up obstacles on the road. Grey Parrot Arfei was always the first to scout ahead. responsible for reconnoitering enemy movements on the path Hader intended to take.
Sure enough, it soon sent back a message. Sister, there's a group of people who want to harm you.
They set up an ambush on both sides of the road.
From the look of it, they want to use tripwires to knock you off your motorcycle.
Ambushed. Do you have a husky at home?
Boss, will that group of people really pass through here again? We've been waiting for ages, and we're about to freeze to death.
Yeah, if this isn't going to work, we should just head back and hunker down. If we keep freezing like this, we'll turn into frozen corpses ourselves before we catch anyone.
A few suspicious-looking individuals hiding on a street corner were all starting to have second thoughts.
This group was originally a professional debt collection gang, specialized in chasing debts for those online lending companies.
They had done their fair share of dirty deeds.
After the apocalypse arrived, they had originally wanted to follow the others to the shelter.
But thinking about the dirty things they'd done in the past, they figured they might be arrested the moment they stepped inside. As the leader of this group, Shannon was quite resourceful otherwise. He wouldn't have been able to grow his debt collection team to such a size.
However, because they hadn't gone to the shelter and their supplies were being consumed rapidly, they were on the verge of collapse, and some in the group were already starting to complain.
For such people, Shannon simply let them go, telling them to just head straight for the shelter. In fact, several people had already run off, and he hadn't stopped them. The times were different now, and with people leaving, he could save on rations and supplies. He didn't have high hopes for how his group would perform inside the shelter anyway.
After all, they were used to running wild outside. Suddenly entering a confined environment and being subjected to rules, how would that be any different from prison? It was better not to go to that shelter at all. It was better to endure a bit of cold and hunger outside while remaining free to do whatever they pleased. The group following Chen now were all loyal old-timers who had been with him since the debt collection days.
Though they were all thugs and hooligans, they were remarkably loyal. Moreover, they were all ruthless characters when it came to getting their hands dirty.
Hearing his crew getting cold feet, Shannon was also secretly considering leaving. But just then, the distant roar of a snowmobile echoed through the air.
They're here, they're here.
Boss, you actually called it.
You're amazing.
Haha, boys, get to work.
We can't let these fat sheep slip away.
Let me see, there's only one person left in the back.
Wait. No, there are 2 vehicles, and one of them carries a woman and a child. Aha, this is great.
We're going to have some fun.
Anyone being rescued by special forces like this must be rich or powerful, and she's definitely a beautiful young wife. Let's all have a good time together later, brothers.
Quiet down, don't give us away. When they get in front of us, we'll pull the tripwire together. Chen immediately lowered his voice to suppress his brother's excitement. After all, true victory only came once the enemies were subdued. Besides, the other side had weapons seemed like the legendary AK.
They clearly weren't from an ordinary family, therefore, they had to handle this with extreme caution.
However, he felt that as long as they could trip them and send them flying, the targets would be lucky to survive with their skin intact.
They had already set the trap and prepared some primitive large stones for the attack. Chen believed that with his crew's ruthlessness, their chances of success were quite high. By now, every member of the gang was ready.
However, right then, they saw the person in the lead wearing special operations gear suddenly stop. Then, a round was chambered, and the weapon opened fire rapidly toward their position.
Rat-tat-tat-rat-tat-tat, the tongues of flame spitting from the AK looked exceptionally bright against the vast, white, snowy expanse. Then, as if the bullets had eyes, they instantly swept through the area where Chennon's group was hiding. Several gang members fell to the ground instantly, silenced forever. There were 9 members in the gang total. Now 7 had fallen. Bright red blood spread rapidly, quickly turning into red ice.
Shannon was filled with regret.
He shouldn't have brought his brothers here to set an ambush.
How could a special operations soldier be so easily ambushed by them?
They had previously thought that if they could steal the snowmobile, along with the gear and weapons, they could walk tall in this wintry apocalypse.
But they never considered the consequences of failing. Now the consequences were here, and they were more than Shannon could handle. These were his most loyal underlings, and now they were gone in an instant. The other person had wiped out their entire gang in the blink of an eye. I surrender. I give up.
Big brother, have mercy.
We were just desperate. We only blocked you because we had no choice.
A wise man knows when to submit. Shannon immediately crawled out on his knees like a dog.
What met him, however, was a cold question from Hader. Are you Shannon?
Hearing a crisp female voice coming from inside the special operations suit,
Shannon was momentarily dazed.
It was actually a young woman, judging by her voice. She had to be a great beauty. He felt a wave of frustration. If the ambush had succeeded, their group would have had two beautiful women to enjoy. The one riding the snowmobile behind her was clearly a curvaceous young woman,
and this girl in the special operations suit had an amazing figure too. A trace of gloom flashed through Channon's eyes, even as he maintained his sycophantic facade. "Female police officer, you've heard of me, but I'm law-abiding now. I haven't done anything bad."
This time was purely out of desperation. "Please let me go. I'll definitely repay you well."
While uttering words of flattery and begging for mercy, Channon slowly crawled on his knees, inching closer to Era Hader. As a result, the moment he moved, Era Hader fired a single shot from her AK, instantly blowing the hat off Chen's head.
"Take one more step and I'll blow your dog head off."
"Answer what you're asked, and get back." Era Hader's maneuver crushed any thoughts Channon had of fighting back. She was too alert. He didn't have a single opening. He could only wait for a better opportunity. Behind them, Hugh Dakyang and his family couldn't help but swallow hard as they witnessed Era Hader's decisive and ruthless style.
"Only the zombie little girl," Nunuo whispered secretly to her mother. "Mummy, I want to eat meat." This was clearly because the scent of fresh blood from the recently deceased men had triggered her zombie bloodlust. The zombie mother, Aling, also swallowed with difficulty.
She really wanted to eat meat too, although she had just eaten a whole cow. The sight of fresh human flesh triggered a powerful physiological urge that she could barely control. To her surprise, however, a unique surge of energy emanated from the purple mark on her forehead, quickly suppressing her bloodlust.
"The same happened to Nunuo, the zombie mother," Ling said directly to her daughter. "Your master's sister doesn't like us eating people.
Bear with it for now.
If you're really hungry, sister will give you meat to eat."
Though their conversation was quiet, it was overheard by the highly tense and focused Channon.
In the biting cold wind, he suddenly felt a chill run through his entire body, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. My God, we were only thinking of killing people and doing some bad stuff, but these ruthless people are actually planning to eat people. While Channon was shivering in fear, Era Hader's voice rang out again.
"Channon, do you have a husky at home?"
"Policewoman, have you arrested me before?" Channon felt numb. He felt certain that he had fallen into the hands of an old acquaintance.
He asked tremblingly, "Female police officer, did you arrest me before?" But no matter how hard Channon racked his brain, he couldn't recall being arrested by any female police officer.
If that had really happened, he would certainly remember it. Then it must be that this female police officer was in the department he used to stay at. Otherwise, how could she be so familiar with him?
Era Hader just sneered, basically having confirmed the other party's identity. "Your husky has been requisitioned. Lead the way immediately." Hearing Era Hader say this, Channon couldn't help but swallow hard.
He had been planning that if he really couldn't make it one day, he would slaughter the husky and stew it for dog meat. Now, it was equivalent to having a generous ration directly plundered from him. "I say, female police officer, can you make an exception? You see, you've already killed those brothers of ours. Surely you can't be so lawless as to snatch my dog away too, right?"
The result in response to him was another burst of bullets, which directly blew the head off the piece of scum behind him.
Then, the weapon was aimed at him again. "One more word of nonsense, and the bullet will go straight into your head." Seeing this scene, Chen dared not say another word, hurriedly scrambling backward, nodding and bowing while saying he would lead the way for Era Hader and the others. On Chen's side, there was only one lackey left now.
That lackey raised his hands high, not daring to say any nonsense. "Female police officer, I'll take you there, I'll take you there. Please don't shoot me, bullets don't have eyes. I'd beg you to spare my life." Era Hader just lifted the AK, signaling for the two to lead the way.
Behind her, Hugh Dakyang, seeing Era Hader's fierce bandit-like style, swallowed hard again. Aling and Nunuo, the mother-daughter zombie pair, were swallowing hard, gulping down saliva, really wanting to gnaw on the corpses on the ground.
However, in the end, they held back.
Things the master hadn't told them to do, they would die before doing. Era Hader's strength had already been deeply imprinted in their minds.
At the same time, they also knew that there were many special war pets behind Era Hader.
Sure enough, Era Hader's war pets soon appeared, one after another, forming a guardian team. The two guys who were originally walking in front turned their heads and discovered so many animals around Era Hader. They were completely numb.
"Female police officer, what is this?" Era Hader just nodded coldly. "Less nonsense. Don't ask what you shouldn't.
Lead the way."
Channon had no idea why Era Hader had set her sights on their family's husky. In fact, in the previous life of the apocalypse, Channon was also a famous existence. At that time, there were two major gangs in this city. One was Zhang Sheng's Black Snake Gang, and the other was Chen and Jama Gang.
The two occupied the south and north of the city respectively, standing as rivals. It could be said that they had carved out most of the city's survival resources.
However, They were eventually wiped out by Era Hader and her group of little partners.
As for why this Channon was able to occupy such a large area in the north of the city, it was all thanks to the husky beside him. This husky really had the fortune of a foolish dog. Not only did it muddle-headedly awaken a superpower, but it could also control a group of mutated beast werewolves.
Within this group of werewolves, there was also White Wolf King. This was equivalent to adding 2 mutated beast combat powers, and moreover, they obeyed Channon, an ordinary person without a superpower. This was also the reason why Channon was subsequently wiped out. The 2 mutated beasts were indeed very strong, but he himself had no combat power.
Channon himself was directly targeted as a weakness, although he usually operated in the gray areas and often got into fights. In the extreme environment of the apocalypse, those meager skills of his quickly became useless. Therefore, although he was indeed carefree for a long time in the early days of the apocalypse, he was eventually wiped out. As for those 2 mutated beasts, after losing Channon's control, they disappeared with the wolf pack for a period of time. However, they later surprisingly became a scourge in the region.
Looking at the time frame, this husky should not have started to mutate yet. After all, Channon was actually thinking about eating the dog. It was unknown what the husky would feel if it knew that it had been so calculated by its master while it loyally guarded Channon's side.
However, at this moment, Channon and his only remaining lackey were truly on edge.
The 2 walked in front, secretly exchanging glances. Although they didn't speak, they could understand each other's meaning. Boss, what should we do?
This female police officer is too fierce. She simply doesn't give people a chance to speak. What else can we do?
Take it one step at a time.
When there's a chance later, we'll run in separate directions and meet at the old place. The 2 had been roaming the world together for many years, and they had a tacit understanding with just one look.
Both of them were thinking of running away separately. Being targeted by such a female police officer was definitely not a good thing.
If they were made to do hard labor at the shelter, it would truly be more miserable than being in jail, and they certainly wouldn't want that.
However, this female police officer was ruthless and could directly take their lives. What could they do? As a result, the 2 just exchanged a glance, and then they heard a crisp bang, and the only remaining lackey also had his head blown off.
Channon was instantly so scared that he knelt on the ground, not daring to even raise his head. All of his lackeys had now been killed, not even given a chance to speak. He could feel that in the eyes of that female police officer, all their lives were as cheap as ants, not worth mentioning.
This is the last chance.
If you still don't cherish it, then don't blame my bullets for not having eyes. Era Hader's cold voice came again.
Channon dared not have any more petty thoughts, hurriedly nodding and bowing as he said it. Oh, female officer, female leader, I was wrong. I will definitely lead the way properly. Please don't shoot again. Okay,
I won't dare to have any petty thoughts again. Bullets really don't have eyes, and a piece of scum like me isn't worth wasting a bullet on.
This guy still thought that Era Hader's ammunition was precious and that she shouldn't be willing to use it casually. But now that all his little brothers and lackeys had been wiped out, he didn't see any sign that she felt bad about wasting bullets.
Channon was absolutely terrified at this moment. Era Hader's cold voice came again in move. Channon could only tremble, walking forward with unsteady steps.
The distance that originally wasn't very far felt like he had traveled thousands of miles. The female police officer opposite him was truly a killing god. He really regretted it now. Why was he so blind? Why did he provoke such a killing god? What he didn't expect even more was that Era Hader had deduced their identities just from their behavioral habits and geographical location. However, everything was over now. Era Hader watched the sky arrive at a fairly high-end residential complex and finally reached the bottom of a building. Just as he was about to open the door, there was a crisp bang, and Channon's had instantly exploded. Era Hader had let him lead the way just to reduce the difficulty of searching and also to save some time.
After all, having accurate search from the air would also require more time. Moreover, it wouldn't necessarily be accurate. Just now, after this Channon arrived downstairs, he clearly had a strong sense of survival and was preparing to pull some tricks. There should be some small traps he had prepared here. Therefore, Era Hader didn't say another word and directly ended his life.
This gunshot instantly made the entire residential complex explode. After all, the residents of this complex had been wondering when rescue would come again. Now, seeing Era Hader in this special combat uniform, and seeing that she had directly killed the notorious piece of scum Channon in the complex, these residents seemed to see a savior, one by one sticking their heads out from the broken doors and windows of the stairwells to call for help. An unexpected surprise from the husky. Brother, were you sent by the organization to rescue us?
Oh my God, what took you so long?
Last time it was agreed that the second wave of rescue would arrive immediately after. But we've been waiting for so long.
What's wrong with you guys? This is too much.
Were you planning to abandon us? I'm going to file a complaint against you. As a result, the person who just said they were going to complain was immediately sent back by a volley of bullets from Hader. The survivors seeking help instantly pulled their heads back because they saw the person who had been shouting the loudest get shot in the head at this point. Even a fool would know that this person was not here to rescue them. Moreover, her attitude was clear. Whoever dared to keep blabbering would be beaten until they shut up.
After finishing off Chen, Hader took Kyo Daking's family of 3 to another building, kicked open the main door, and let them in to hide from the wind and snow. The zombie mother and daughter were actually unafraid of the severe cold, but Kyo Daking couldn't withstand it.
Fortunately, Hader had plenty of winter clothing and had Kyo Daking wrap himself up tightly. Kyo Daking was crucial to her next step of superpower research. He was Hader's little partner, an experimental subject, so he naturally needed to be well protected. Big sister boss, what's the plan for coming here? Is this our base? Kyo Daking couldn't help but ask.
Hader shook her head and said,
Of course not.
I came here to find another little partner, a little partner just as important as you guys. Rest assured and wait for me here. You have your wife and daughter to protect you, so there won't be any danger. They are very powerful now. No one can threaten your safety. Hearing Hader say this, Kyo Daking didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was actually the one being protected now, and he was being protected by his own wife and child. At that moment, the zombie wife Ling and the zombie daughter Nunu both showed a proud smile. However, their faces were still a bit pale. Although they had started to look a bit like white jade, they still had a slightly eerie and uncanny feel to them. Seeing this made Kyo Daking feel a bit uneasy. Wife, I'm entrusting my whole life to you. Hearing this, Ling immediately smiled. Okay, hubby.
You used to protect us, now it's our turn to protect you. Hader ignored the family's banter and carefully explained the precautions to them.
Feeling still a bit uneasy, she let 2 zombie velociraptors stand guard nearby just in case. Next, she vanished before the family of 3 with a flash. Seeing Hader's figure suddenly disappear, Kyo Daking was so startled that he fell onto his butt.
His zombie wife Ling couldn't help but laugh as she helped him up. Look at you, with this little courage. How are you going to follow Big Sister Boss in the future?
Kyo Daking's face turned beet red from the comment. No, wife, she flew away. Big Sister Boss flew away.
She was gone in an instant.
Oh, I suddenly have a bold guess. Our Big Sister Boss wouldn't happen to be the legendary god of thieves, would she? The more Kyo Daking thought about it, the more it made sense. After all, without the ability to come and go as one pleases, how could someone snatch so many resources under the close surveillance of major nations?
Furthermore, Hader had promised them before that as long as they followed her, there would be plenty of supplies, and she would let them live increasingly prosperous lives.
Without enough supplies as a foundation, how could she be so assertive? Now, everyone was fighting to the death just for a bite to eat. His zombie wife Ling smiled slightly.
It's enough that we know it ourselves. You must not go out and talk nonsense.
Regardless of the reaction of Kyo Daking's family,
Hader had already arrived at the location of the legendary husky. Arfei had already scouted the husky's location earlier, which was why she could arrive there so accurately.
To her surprise, the husky was actually locked in a large cage, looking extremely miserable.
She had thought that for such a loyal husky, Shannon would treat it well. She didn't expect the scene.
Hader saw that the husky was so thin it was barely recognizable. It clearly hadn't been fed for quite some days. But suddenly seeing Hader, a stranger, the husky hurriedly tried to stand up and barked. But because the cage was too low, it couldn't even straighten its back and was forced to lie down again.
Seeing it like this, Hader couldn't help but shake her head. And then she had David the German Shepherd appear directly.
In the next second, a massive figure appeared before her.
The enhanced David the German Shepherd exerted a sheer bloodline suppression, causing the husky to immediately prostrate itself. At this time, the husky showed a submissive expression, even having a hint of a fawning air to it. Hader had originally just wanted to try it out, but seeing that the husky was so intelligent, combined with David's suppression of it, she couldn't help but palm her forehead. It seemed her worries were unnecessary. At this moment, she directly opened the dog cage and asked perfunctorily,
Your master doesn't want you anymore. Are you willing to come with me? The husky had long since realized this fact. Its unreliable master had been gone for a while. At this moment, it seemed to understand Hader's words and showed a thoughtful expression. However, before it could even think for a second, it was slapped on the head by David's paw and knocked down. The husky instantly felt that its whole dog life was ruined. It seemed there would be no good days ahead.
But when Arahader took out a large bone for it to gnaw on, the husky, which had been starving for several days, came over without a second thought and rubbed against Arahader's leg.
Arahader knew the husky had agreed.
Besides, it wasn't in a position to refuse.
With a thought from Arahader, the husky was instantly taken into her space. Next, Arahader searched the somewhat messy room.
It was evident that Shannon's group didn't really know how to take care of a room. It was likely they had no choice but to lock the husky in a cage.
After all, if the husky were allowed to run wild, the home would be truly ruined.
And just then, Arahader saw a red hail crystal in the corner of the room.
Her eyes immediately lit up. What kind of stroke of luck was this?
No wonder this husky was so strong in her previous life. It turned out it had fused with this red super ability crystal.
Arahader took it away without another word. Coming out today, she had intended to train her family and resolve a hidden threat along the way.
She didn't expect to recruit 4 little partners directly, each with great potential. Arahader's elite team had added another powerful force.
Meanwhile, the husky, having entered Arahader's space, was truly letting loose.
Because there was so much food inside, and having been hungry for several days, it didn't care about anything else and ate its fill first.
Moreover, it had been stuck in a cage and couldn't move at all. Now, in such a vast space, after eating and drinking its fill, it ran wild like a horse off its leash, having the time of its life.
Seeing the husky's state, Arahader shook her head and ignored it, deciding to slowly help it activate its superpower tonight. She also wanted to see what the husky would be like after its superpower was activated.
In her previous life, she had been annoyed to no end by this husky, but now that it was under her command, it would be a powerful combat force.
Just as she was feeling satisfied, unexpected news came from the zombie mother Elaine.
Master, we are being besieged. I survived.
Hearing the information transmitted by zombie Elaine through her war pet's mental link, Arahader couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
Are there really people who aren't afraid of death? She packed up the ability crystals in the room and pocketed the remaining supplies. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, so nothing could be wasted. Then, with a flash of thought, she returned to a location near Gyodaking's family. Upon arrival, she found that a circle of people had already surrounded the family of 3. The leaders were clearly hoodlums. She could hear them shouting at that moment.
"Where's that Special Forces soldier? Since you're her accomplices, don't blame us for being ruthless. She's definitely no good. She probably defected with military equipment to live a carefree life on her own."
You're still counting on someone like that? Forget it. Behave yourselves and be quiet hostages, and we'll guarantee you won't die. If you dare try anything, a single man can't fight off a crowd. Your wife and child will be the ones to suffer then.
The leader was a green-haired youth who didn't look like a decent person. He and his gang had completely surrounded Gyodaking's family.
Seeing 2 velociraptors standing guard nearby, they couldn't help but sneer. What ear do you think this is? You think you can scare people with 2 velociraptor models?
Ha ha ha. This guy is hilarious.
A time like this, he's carrying 2 models around.
Isn't that a joke? Gyodakang, on the other hand, was already sweating for the people opposite him and quickly offered a kind word of advice. "Listen, guys, I suggest you leave while you still can.
My wife has a bad temper, and these 2 velociraptors are alive. They eat people. If a fight really breaks out, you probably won't be a match for them."
It wasn't that Gyodakang was being soft-hearted. He just didn't want his wife to eat people. Once the precedent of cannibalism was set, he feared things would spiral out of control.
This was also why Zombie Ling had signaled Arahader immediately.
She had regained some own now, but she still couldn't properly control her desire to eat people.
Seeing these living people, everyone except her husband looked like giant cans of meat that made her mouth water. At this moment, her zombie daughter Nunuo, who was shielded behind her, was already panting heavily, with drool nearly dripping down, a sign she was ready to bite. Once this sort of thing started, it would be very difficult to restrain in the future.
Fortunately, Arahader had already fed them a cow and a sheep, which had barely managed to fill their stomachs. But after some time for digestion, they seemed hungry again. Gyodakang was frantic, but unfortunately, he had no offensive power other than manifesting bread. He suddenly felt that in such an extreme environment, he was truly useless as a man. If only he could be like the big sister boss, picking up a weapon and gunning down the people in front of him. That would be truly satisfying. Even if he didn't have an offensive superpower, physical strikes would work.
Unfortunately, he didn't have an AK in his hands. However, good advice cannot save a ghost determined to die. These people thought Gyodakang was just scared and trying to trick them.
Hee, brother, thanks for the warning. But I'm not afraid.
I'm actually quite interested in your wife. She's really beautiful, and she looks like she just gave birth. Sour milk must be very plentiful. This time, King truly couldn't endure it. His wife and daughter were his bottom line. No one was allowed to covet them.
He finally understood why Hader wanted him to abandon all his saintly compassion.
In this environment where order was gradually collapsing, without enough strength, one could only be bullied.
Especially since his wife and daughter were both very attractive. Moreover, after being treated by Hader, their skin had taken on a jade-like quality, appearing crystal clear and possessing a unique aura.
In times of peace, he would have been the object of envy for countless men, but in this current environment, his beautiful wife and daughter had instead become meat in the eyes of countless ambitious scoundrels.
If he remained as soft-hearted and kind as before, it might bring a devastating disaster upon his family.
Finally reaching the end of his patience, King quickly issued a command to the 2 velociraptors.
Kill them.
Leave none alive. The 2 zombie velociraptors had long been hungry and thirsty beyond endurance. Before this, the instructions they had received were to follow King's arrangements and protect the safety of this family of 3.
Now that King had given the order, the 2 zombie velociraptors swiftly approached the gang. Seeing that these 2 velociraptors were actually not models and had bared their fierce fangs to bite them, the gang of hoodlums finally snapped to their senses.
Oh my God, these are actually real dinosaurs. How can this be?
Have we entered Jurassic Park?
This snowy environment actually brought dinosaurs back to life?
Run quick. What are you two still mumbling about over there? The green-haired guy who had shouted the most arrogantly and another fellow were immediately pinned to the ground by the 2 velociraptors, their throats bitten through in one go.
At this moment, the 2 velociraptors fully utilized their powerful ambush capabilities and continued to pursue the remaining people. The hallway was narrow to begin with, and those people wearing bulky winter clothes couldn't run fast at all. Before long, a series of miserable wails echoed throughout the entire hallway.
Within 5 minutes, the enemies were completely wiped out.
Seeing this bloody scene, King's legs couldn't help but tremble slightly. But seeing his wife and daughter staring longingly at the corpses on the ground, he quickly stopped them. Wife, daughter, hold back. You absolutely cannot eat them. If you're hungry, I'll make some bread for you to hold you over. Once the big sister boss arrives, she can give you meat to eat. Only then did Hader slowly step out from the shadows. She had taken off her mask, revealing her pretty face, and gave King a beaming smile. King, you've passed the first test. Welcome to my team. King finally breathed a sigh of relief.
In truth, ordering the killing of others for the first time had left him feeling flustered and heavy-chested. Always a kind person, he was slowly beginning to adapt to the rhythm of the apocalypse. He propped himself against the corner of the wall with some difficulty, barely managing to stand firm. Thank you for your trust, big sister boss.
I will work hard to earn your approval and won't hold you back. Before long, the 2 velociraptors returned with mouths full of blood. They still looked like they wanted more. Hader patted their heads and put them directly into a space, then turned to King's family and said,
"Let's go.
Things are done here. Next, there are more important plans to carry out."
With hearts full of trepidation, King's family followed Hader back to the safe house in the Viller district. As they entered the house, which was as warm as spring, King could no longer hold back his tears.
They had finally survived.
Important intelligence next target. After settling King and his family into another villa, Hader checked in with her family to let them know she was safe. And only then did she properly communicate with King and his group through her conversation with a Ling. Hader suddenly obtained a piece of very important intelligence. It turned out that deep down, a Ling had an intuition that she would become the most powerful zombie in the city.
There's only one zombie king in a city, and they only evolve to the strongest level after undergoing various trials and slaughter. Hader suddenly had a feeling that the evolution of these zombies was just like raising goo. Similarly, isn't the evolution of humans the same? They grow through constant slaughter, and the one who can survive to the end and become the strongest is naturally the king. Didn't the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones from the previous life all evolve this way?
It's just that because their regions were different, they couldn't compete with each other.
But now that all the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones have entered her command, she needs to occupy the resources of these 9 places. These kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life cannot just be cultivated at will. They are essentially the kings who fought to the end in their respective 9 great forbidden zones of life. Therefore, they still need to follow their growth trajectory, and Hader has her own reasons for putting them all back in their original places. She is effectively occupying 9 large territories. When her war pet legion becomes increasingly massive, Won't she be able to occupy even more territory? By then, won't the entire apocalypse be under her control? Thinking of this, Era Hader couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. Life was becoming something to look forward to more and more.
However, right now she still needs to properly arrange the few little partners she just recruited into her team.
Yuo Daking possesses the skill to conjure bread. If developed properly, his bread will become special buffs, which is clearly a great help for team combat. The female zombie Ling is a female warrior-type tank with strong strength and defensive capabilities. The zombie little girl Nunu is an agility-type zombie with extremely strong speed and attack power. Her is waiting to fuse with the red super ability crystal, and the superpower it will gain is unknown.
The mutated giant white rabbit milk candy possesses hallucination-type superpower, which can confuse people's minds while also sensing the other party's good or evil.
Especially Milk Candy's superpower. After performing exotic beast resonance with Era Hader, everywhere Era Hader went, everyone had something similar to a loyalty indicator above their heads. Now she can see that those who can become her war pets, and have been with her for a longer time, are all die-hard loyalists to Era Hader. Yuo Daking's family of 3 is also full of loyalty. And Milk Candy have the lowest loyalty among all the war pets, but they will definitely not betray her. When enough time passes, they will naturally become die-hard loyalists too. These are all pieces of information that flashed through Era Hader's mind. No one had told her, but she just sensed them. It was a very magical feeling.
However, because of this, Era Hader had more things to do. The first thing is to have Burher fuse with the red super ability crystal. In the previous life, because of this they had to struggle a lot to eliminate Chenin. It's no wonder Chenin had a feeling of being caught by Era Hader in the dark, because that was exactly how it was in the previous life. They could be considered old enemies, but now Chenin hadn't grown up yet and was directly eliminated by Era Hader, which is also the reason why Era Hader didn't hold back at all, because she knew very well that this Chenin was completely different from his name. He was an extremely restless and vicious villain, and the bad things he did in the previous life were truly too numerous to record.
Letting him continue to develop would just be asking for trouble for herself.
Big sister boss, what should I do next?
Yuo Daking was extremely nervous right now because he knew that if Era Hader was the god of thieves, she possessed so many supplies from all over the world that there really wasn't much she would need him for as a result. Era Hader just smiled slightly. I know what you are worried about. Do not belittle yourself. You are very important to me.
When the time comes, you will be the logistics officer in our team.
Of course. A bit of bread you can conjure now is really not up to standard. However, I can help you evolve. Hearing Era Hader say this, Yuo Daking swallowed with some difficulty.
Boss, what does this evolution mean? What do I need to do?
Era Hader just smiled. It just means making you stronger. You only need to cooperate with my arrangements. Now cover your eyes. I will take you upstairs, and we will start the evolution immediately. Yuo Daking nodded a bit foolishly, then signaled to his wife and children. He felt that the boss would definitely not harm them, otherwise, a burst of bullets just now could have sent his whole family to meet God. Why would she need to wait until now and waste so much effort on them?
Therefore, he knew that his ability was useful to Era Hader. This also made him breathe a sigh of relief.
Before, he felt that his superpower was really too useless, although it could keep his family fed. Just solving food and clothing in this apocalypse was not enough. One also needed a life-saving superpower.
He couldn't kill people, couldn't block bullets, and still had to rely on his wife and children to protect him. As a full-grown man, living like this was truly frustrating now, hearing that Era Hader had a way to make him stronger. And besides, it seemed like he was very important.
Yuo Daking immediately felt that this was something that could work. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Yuo Daking came down from upstairs. At this moment, there was no longer any confusion in his eyes as before, but instead, they were filled with confidence. Boss, I feel that the bread I conjure now is more powerful, but I'm not sure how to use my ability yet. I need to study it properly.
Era Hader waved her hand, signaling him to study it slowly, while simultaneously bringing out a pile of beef and mutton to let the zombie mother and daughter have a full meal.
The zombie mother and daughter ate more and more flesh and blood, and their strength also visibly increased, especially the zombie little girl Nunuo after eating another sheep. Her height grew a bit more, and her facial features seemed to have opened up a bit, making her look as big as a 2 or 3-year-old child. The mother and daughter naturally thanked Era Hader profusely again, and Era Hader told them to adapt well to their abilities, as there would soon be new battles. After all, Era Hader wanted to make them both the zombie kings of this city. This way, even if everyone else turned into zombies in the future, their family could live without fear. By then, this city would become their territory, and no one would be able to enter. This was Era Hader's first plan, to turn this city into her own territory and then slowly expand outward. Since the world order has collapsed, she would break everything and use her strong fists to recast a new order. Perhaps this is another path for human survival. However, she must be very, very strong.
Thinking of this, Era Hader couldn't help but smile.
She absolutely cannot have fewer war pets. As long as she has many war pets, who in the world can be her opponent?
After directly having her and milk candy fuse with the ability crystal and purifying them, Era Hader's strength went up another level.
At this moment, she made an important decision. Mom, Dad, Cyro, you, starting from tomorrow, you and Guo Daking's family will form a team to scavenge all the supplies in the city. This is a test for you. And while you're at it, clear out some unimportant people. From this moment on, this city is under our control. Upon hearing Era Hader say this, Sarah Hader quickly asked,
"What about you? Hader, do you have other plans?" Era Hader smiled confidently. "Of course.
Right now, in other countries, powerful ability users should have already appeared. I want to go and meet them. I will only be the strongest." Upon hearing Era Hader's words, the whole family looked at each other in dismay.
Hader, if you go over there by yourself, will there be any danger?" Sarah Hader's first concern was his daughter's safety.
Hearing him ask this, Era Hader smiled and said,
"Dad, you're just worried because you care too much. When I went out for a Zero-Yun purchase before, I didn't tell you either. Yet I still looted every major city and country all by myself, didn't I? Even the treasures at their National Aerospace Research Center were all taken by me. They couldn't catch me before. And now it's even less likely, because I'm even stronger than before. And since they have only just started, I'm going to disrupt their national destiny."
Hearing Era Hader say this, everyone present couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Good heavens, to directly disrupt a nation's destiny, is that something an ordinary person would say? Her mother, Shanze Hader, still couldn't help but worry. Anyway, no matter what you do, your own safety is the most important thing.
We will all be here waiting for you to come back.
However, I believe in my daughter. You will definitely win the first battle and return in triumph. Era Hader gave Shanze Hader a reassuring look and said with a smile, "Hee. Then thank you for your kind words, Mom.
However, before I leave, I still want to have Guo Daking's family coordinate with you all."
With their family added to the mix, you should be able to survive better in this apocalypse environment. Some might say that not everyone abroad is necessarily a bad person, and there's no need to paint them all with the same brush.
However, when others invaded us, did they ever think that not every one of us descendants of Yan and Huang was a bad person?
Invaders never care about innocent lives. When bullied, no innocent life is spared. In a national war, everyone is a soldier.
Only by depleting all the enemy's vital forces can we ensure our own safety.
Era Hader felt that the best defense is offense. Since she has a powerful war pet legion, her most important goal upon arriving there is to find even more formidable war pets to join her team. In this way, her war pet legion would grow larger and larger like a snowball.
Anyway, the experience Era Hader had summarized from her many years of surviving in the apocalypse told her that this apocalypse world is just like raising poisonous insects. Only the strongest can survive.
And she must be that strongest one.
The 3 members of Guo Daking's family also learned of Era Hader's upcoming actions, and naturally, they had no objections.
Their family had already met Era Hader's family, and the next step was for them to team up and coordinate. Era Hader would take them to train and get in sync for 2 days, and then she could set off and leave. She couldn't stay by her family's side forever after all. They always needed time and space to grow.
If Era Hader stayed here all the time, their growth speed would only become slower and slower, and they would become increasingly dependent on her.
Therefore, if Era Hader wanted them to become strong, they had to experience hardship and bloodshed themselves. In her previous life, Era Hader didn't have such great ability, yet Zayn Hader and her father were still able to lead the family to break through the encirclement. In this life, they have even stronger strength, and Era Hader believes they will definitely be able to do well. It's just that she cares too much about her family, which is why she provided them with more protection.
Over the next 2 days, Era Hader took them to sweep through some supply warehouses that were originally stored at home. Fortunately, no other accidents occurred, and everything went very smoothly. Perhaps it was because Era Hader had made a name for herself by fighting with her family over the past 2 days. Now that the network hasn't been completely cut off and the solar flare hasn't erupted yet, people could still communicate with each other via the network during the 1 hour of electricity provided each day.
Era Hader and her group had undoubtedly attracted the attention of many people, and at the same time, their fearsome reputation had spread.
Oh my god, these few people wearing special tactical gear. At first I thought they were from the military, but it turns out they aren't at all. They hit anyone who tries to stop them. I don't know where they got their weapons and equipment. It's just too cool. They even rode snowmobiles. Where would you find those in the South before?
They must be bodyguards and guards from some wealthy family. The equipment was specially hidden. Those damn rich dogs.
What's the use of talking here?
If you have the ability, go and rob them. Everything is chaotic now.
Everyone, please don't wander around outside.
If you have supplies, just hold on for a few more days. Maybe there will still be rescue coming from above.
What kind of pipe dream are you having?
Now the authorities are all busy dealing with the shelter issues. Who has time to care about us?
Stop talking, everyone. We're not having it easy in the shelter either. We eat less than chickens and do more work than dogs.
Where can we go to reason with anyone?
What's going on?
Are even the supplies in the shelter running low? Yeah, the military has indeed collected supplies from various sources, but if you don't work, you don't get supplies. If you work, the supplies given are not even 1/10 of your previous salary.
It's really depressing. Just leave it at that. The world is in total chaos now. It's already not bad that you have stable food. We who didn't go to the shelter are already worrying about how to live from now on. After this food is eaten, what are we going to do? How back then we told you to come to the shelter, but you weren't willing. You still thought this snow disaster would pass quickly, but now you're dumbfounded. Right. How are you talking?
Even if I want to go, I can go now. In this ice and snow, do you think you can travel thousands of miles to get here?
Don't freeze to death on the road. A bunch of netizens complain to each other on the network, which could be considered a way to vent their pressure under the natural disasters of the apocalypse.
Now everyone knows that it's really hard for this bitter cold snow disaster to pass. They don't know when the ice and snow will melt. It won't be like this for a lifetime, will it? But the vast majority of people probably won't be able to hold out until then. Food is one aspect, but keeping warm and heating is what's deadly. After burning all the wooden furniture in their homes, where else can they find things to keep warm? These survivors couldn't help but feel depressed and panicked.
Why didn't they stock up on some coal back then?
The most deadly thing is that some desperados have started to act again. These desperados are the ones who are fundamentally unwilling to enter the shelter because that would mean they would be exposed under strict surveillance. Instead, by fighting for limited survival resources outside, they can live longer.
Consequently, the survivors left outside have to face a second special challenge.
The desperados have already set their sights on them. Order is collapsing more and more thoroughly, and the crazy nationwide zero-yuan purchase has already begun, and Era Hader and her family will not care about any of this. They only have one goal, and that is to enhance the strength of their entire team. Through these 2 days of coordination, the family's use of their superpowers has become increasingly proficient. Even Kyodakyang, who can conjure bread, is now making increasingly impressive bread. He can create all kinds of flavors and attributes according to his wishes. Of course, the most important thing is their attributes, which can add buffs to the team and also have healing effects. Now the team has offense, defense, and healing. It's quite stable. Seeing that her family's team could already be independent, Era Hader felt that it was time for her to leave. New Yorkers returned to Country A with a single thought. Era Hader arrived in New York, Country A. Her coordinates were simple: the shovel-wielding goddess statue. By now, thick snow had piled up at the foot of the shovel-wielding goddess statue, and the nearby sea was also covered in ice and snow. The entirety of New York had turned into a vast expanse of white.
Era Hader had visited almost every major city in Country A. As the former largest city in the world, New York had a permanent population of about 8.8 million, and the materials it consumed daily were astronomical.
Therefore, when Era Hader plundered the supplies in the surrounding area, the entire city of New York fell into a state of panic. After all, these people from Country did not have the hoarding gene that Easterners possessed. Furthermore, New York was truly a city where light and darkness coexisted. It had the most prosperous metropolitan business districts, as well as crime-ridden dark neighborhoods. It was a paradise that countless people yearned for, and a hell that many could not escape. Of course, in the face of today's extreme natural disasters, New York was naturally not spared, except here. It had clearly turned into a purgatory. Era Hader didn't come here just for fun. She had a detailed plan. In North America, surprisingly, No powerful kings of life exclusion zones were formed in her previous life.
This was entirely due to their once powerful foundation of ability users.
Moreover, their emergency response units were also very formidable. But now, emergency units or not, all their supplies and equipment had been snatched away by Era Hader.
As for ability users, Era Hader had directly plundered their highest-end red super ability crystals.
Thus, in this initial stage, Country A's situation was much more difficult than the apocalypse in her previous life. Interestingly, even amidst this world of ice and snow, one could still see smoke rising from all over New York. The more skyscrapers there were, the more severe the damage was when the hailstorm hit. Some buildings had even collapsed halfway. The scenes here truly gave off the feeling of an abandoned city.
Husky, come out and get to work.
Husky, who had just been subdued by Era Hader, was thrown out of the space. Husky, who had been frolicking in the warm space, was momentarily dazed when it suddenly appeared in the ice and snow.
But seeing its master's majestic expression, Husky immediately acted like a sycophant and came over to rub against Era Hader's long legs.
Hee, master sister, do you need me for something? The pet thoughts coming from Husky even carried a silly, goofy feeling. Era Hader ignored its sycophantic act and said directly, call over all the surviving dogs and wolf cubs in this city. There should also be some canine animals in the zoo. Now let's see what you're capable of.
Husky couldn't help but get excited. The skill it had activated was called Wolf Blood Boiling. Moreover, this superpower was an aura-type attribute. As long as it was activated, all canine pets within a 100-kilometer radius with a lower ability level than it would be under its control.
Furthermore, once this army of canine creatures activated their wolf nature, they would become fearless of death, and their attack power would increase significantly under the influence of its aura. They could even possess rapid healing abilities and even immunity to the zombie virus.
Therefore, in her previous life, after Husky developed human-like intelligence, it caused a great deal of trouble for Era Hader's family.
The canine legion controlled by Husky, even a small teddy, had extremely strong attack power. The key was that the wolves and dogs controlled by Husky were not afraid of death or injury at all, charging and biting the enemy one after another.
Moreover, once Husky understood human nature, it commanded those dog legions just like a master tactician. Coupled with the ability to cooperate with its master's commands, its destructive power in the early stages of the apocalypse was definitely top-notch. Era Hader had many superpowers, all obtained by sharing the special abilities of her pets, which she could use at any time. However, for the time being, she avoided using them whenever possible because they were her trump cards for killing enemies instantly.
Sometimes it was better to keep things steady.
With the space shield on her, even if she were attacked with a sniper rifle, it wouldn't break her protective space shield. Era Hader could basically ensure her own safety. After receiving Era Hader's command, Husky immediately let out a loud howl. Woof woof owl, woof 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 owl.
Its highly piercing howl seemed to penetrate all of New York. In fact, those dogs hiding beneath the disaster couldn't help but shudder when they heard this roar. Some dogs that had long been starving suddenly felt filled with strength.
They ran out one after another like a relay race. Many survivors who kept dogs couldn't hold back their pets at all.
They could only watch blankly as their little partners of many years vanished in an instant. In this world of ice and snow, how could a human outrun a dog?
Besides, they didn't want to risk going outside.
In recent days, people were being killed every day, and Sierra Yuen purchase incidents were occurring more and more frequently.
The New Yorkers who could survive now relied either on strength or luck.
Everyone knew that under the ice and snow, going out now was definitely a dangerous thing. Seeing so many dogs suddenly running through the snow, forming a torrent, the survivors couldn't believe it, and they all felt that something was about to happen. Moreover, countless survivors had heard Husky's roar that penetrated the entire city. There's a dog barking.
I'm already starving.
Chris, let's go out together and catch a dog to eat. Richard, don't be afraid. We have guns. Let's get moving. We have nothing left to eat. This damn hail and snowstorm is about to freeze me to death. I didn't expect there to be so many dogs left in New York.
If I don't catch a few to have a feast, I'll be letting myself down. That's right. Quite a few people near New York had recently frozen or starved to death.
The remaining survivors saw the live dogs like seeing large sausages running in front of them. How could they hold back?
Furthermore, many people in New York had guns thus. As some dogs passed by, many gunshots rang out.
These gunshots rose and fell, triggering countless echoes throughout the city. Hearing these sounds, Era Hader knew that her purpose of using these dogs as bait had been achieved. When people are starving, they will eat anything.
They won't even pass up nearby corpses.
To survive, many survivors would use any means necessary.
So, seeing so many lively dogs, Era Hader didn't believe they could resist. If she remembered correctly, 2 powerful ability users had once emerged in the area near the Statue of Liberty. After all, this was a port location with abundant supplies, so many people had their eyes on it. But now, this port had long been visited by Era Hader, and those supplies had already been harvested clean. So many people were now starving. Therefore, when a large swarm of dogs from New York surged through the port like a torrent, countless hunters also flocked there. They were too short on supplies. If they could get a few more dogs back this time, at least they could survive a bit longer. Seeing the constant gunshots and that they were getting closer and closer to her position, Era Hader couldn't help but reveal a cold sneer. She then gave a command to Big White Rabbit, who was lying on Husky's back. Milk Candy, get ready. Don't let a single one go. I can sense the danger. At this moment, the big white rabbit perched on Ur's back gave Era Hader a look that clearly signaled it had received her message. Countless dogs were approaching Era Hader and Ur. After its superpower was activated, Ur's size had increased by a size or 2, and it was now truly as big as a calf. It looked less goofy now and possessed a bit more lupine majesty. The survivors and hunters outside, seeing so many dogs going crazy and swarming toward the poop-scooping goddess, immediately grabbed their weapons, wanting to hunt the dogs. As a result, bullets were fired, and some dogs were hit. But even though they were injured, these dogs dragged their bleeding bodies and continued to sprint forward. Furthermore, a group of survivors weirdly discovered that the wounds on the injured dogs stopped bleeding very quickly and even healed rapidly. My God, what is wrong with those dogs? Have they mutated or something? Why can't I kill them no matter how much I shoot? Even if I just killed one, it would be enough for me to go back and have a meal of dog meat. What the hell is this? Are these dogs crazy? Why are they all running toward the poop-scooping goddess statue? I don't know if these dogs are crazy, but I'm about to go crazy myself. I'm starving to death. You trash scum, get away from me. All those dogs are mine. Har, what are you screeching about? Buddy, are you hungry? Then let me give you a shot to feed you. At some point, the frequency of gunfire began to increase. Moreover, those hunters and survivors who were hunting dogs had originally aimed their guns at the running dogs, but later, they turned their guns around and started shooting at other people who wanted to hunt the dogs. The tempers flared higher and higher, and eventually, they started shooting as soon as they saw anyone. Shoot the people first, then the dogs, because they knew that even if they managed to take down a dog, someone else would come to steal it. Right now, even a single bite of food could make them fight until they were bloodied and bruised, let alone a living dog that could be slaughtered and eaten. It was fortunate that this wasn't a peaceful year anymore otherwise. If animal lovers saw the scene, they would have been attacked immediately. Regardless, these guys just started fighting like this. Later, they realized that if things continued this way, they wouldn't get any dogs, and they would die first. Nobody knew who called for a ceasefire in the end, but the moment that person shouted, they were blown away by an RPG. You ask, why would there be an RPG in New York? The answer is simple. As long as you have money here, you can get anything. And now, as long as you have supplies, you can get anything. Era Hader had indeed harvested a large batch of their supplies and weapons and ammunition before the apocalypse arrived. But no matter how powerful she wasn't a god. She couldn't possibly take away all the supplies and equipment. Therefore, there were still some fish that slipped through the net at this time. Through the perspective of her warpaths, Era Hader had quickly seen that various gunfights had already started in every area of New York. In more serious cases, like the RPG earlier, they were used directly to strike enemies. Indiscriminate attacks. Seeing this chaotic scene, the corners of Era Hader's mouth couldn't help but curve into a beautiful arc. Let it get chaotic, the more chaotic the better, so she could fish in troubled waters more effectively. Her plan was also going quite smoothly. Although some dogs had been wounded by bullets by the time they reached Era Hader, their wounds had basically healed. This was Urher's superpower, the effect of wolf blood boiling. Good heavens, so many dogs had actually all self-healed, especially some of the injured dogs. They had originally been hit by bullets, but after healing, they actually spat out the bullets that had entered their bodies from their mouths. Era Hader was simply amazed at what she was seeing. Could it really be operated like this? However, she then recalled the scene from her previous life where she had fought the Wolf King Ur, and now she finally understood why she had found that Ur so difficult to deal with back then. After all, as long as the dogs around it still had a breath left, Ur could save them. When Era Hader had faced her in her previous life, she didn't have any good healing teammates by her side. Under such circumstances, fighting Urher and its pack naturally carried more risks. But now Urher had become her own little partner war pet, So what else was there to say?
The stronger its ability, the more relaxed and happy Era Hater would be. Master Sister, I have already induced hallucinations in all the hunters who entered the area. I haven't sensed any ability user appearing for the time being. They are all ordinary hunters and survivors.
Hearing Milk Candy's response, Air Hater couldn't help but frown. Okay, continue with the previous steps, don't stop.
None of these people are good. Wipe them all out.
Milk Candy responded to her directly via telepathy. Okay, Master, I definitely won't let you down.
It was truly using the cutest tone to say the most vicious words.
But if anyone thought this big white rabbit was just a fluffy, cute thing, they would be seriously mistaken. In fact, this was only a small part of Era Hater's plan, which was to use Verher's ability to lure out some survivors in the nearby area.
Moreover, with these dogs eventually converging by her side, those people would naturally have a very clear target. Among them, there might just be the person Era Hater was looking for. As for inducing hallucinations, that was Milk Candy's superpower.
After the superpower was activated, the range that Milk Candy's hallucination superpower could cover had expanded significantly.
Therefore, it had turned the vicinity into the current scene where countless New York survivors were slaughtering each other. They were all constrained by Milk Candy's hallucinogenic superpower. Some guys even put the gun barrels in their mouths directly, dying instantly. And just as Era Hater was closely controlling all of this, two figures were hiding in a high building far away, holding binoculars and watching everything happening here. John, what do you think is going on?
Are those dogs crazy?
Why are they all rushing toward the harbor as if they don't want to live anymore? Should we go and snatch some dogs back as supplies? With our current strength, it's definitely no problem. Those people just have weapons. But we now have extraordinary strength. Just like those superheroes, the person speaking was a chestnut-skinned woman who looked very bold, with exaggerated vital statistics, yet possessed a wild beauty.
And the man named John was carefully observing everything happening in the distance through high-powered binoculars.
They were in a high position, overlooking most of the situation in New York. Moreover, the glass on the exterior of this building had long been smashed to pieces by hail, but some of the suites inside were still intact. The structure of this building was actually quite good, which allowed some people to survive. John just waved his hand at this time, telling Jennifer beside him to lie down.
Don't raise your head.
I can already feel the danger, and the other party is not here with good intentions.
We had better be careful. Jennifer couldn't help but pout and shrug her shoulders upon hearing this. Indifferent.
Fine, I'll lie down, but give me the binoculars. Let me see what the situation is over there. John shoved the binoculars into her hand.
Jennifer opened the high-powered lens and saw a stunningly beautiful Asian woman smiling contemptuously right at their lens.
The gaze seemed to pierce through the high-powered lens instantly, striking directly at her soul. You think you can escape facing this situation? Jennifer almost threw her high-powered binoculars away.
She didn't know why, but she felt her heart pounding rapidly. It seemed they had been targeted.
Seeing her like this, John, who was next to her, couldn't help but pat her shoulder. Darling, what's wrong? You look like you've seen something terrifying. I mean, come on. What haven't we encountered during this apocalypse? Besides, we activated our extraordinary powers together. What is there to be afraid of?
Jennifer only managed to steady her mind after hearing John's words.
Even from that distance just now, she could feel the pressure our hater exerted on her. So she immediately said to John, John, we need to leave quickly and find a different place.
I feel like we've been targeted.
Hearing Jennifer's words, John immediately gathered all the equipment and supplies around him without a second thought, hoisted a large backpack, and pulled Jennifer away.
He and Jennifer were a couple.
After they activated their superpowers, they were still able to live freely and comfortably, even in this snowy apocalypse environment. This tall building originally had nothing to do with them, but now it was theirs.
Countless people had evacuated from inside to seek refuge, each looking for their own path to survival.
Only they did the opposite, coming to these tall buildings and finding a lot of supplies. They encountered some dangers during this time, but because they possessed superpowers, they simply killed their enemies. In this process, they really did encounter opponents they might not be able to defeat. But Jennifer seemed to have a very powerful intuition and could always detect them immediately. When facing such formidable opponents, they simply avoided them, surviving by laying low until now. It must be said that the two cooperated flawlessly, possessing the tacit understanding of a couple. This was also why John quickly pulled her away without a second thought after hearing Jennifer's words. As a result, just as they reached the room entrance, a pretty figure appeared before them. Hello, you two. Why are you leaving in such a hurry?
Stay and have a cup of coffee. The other party's tone was friendly, But the AK in her hand was no joke. It was aimed directly at the two of them.
John held Jennifer's hand, and they both immediately raised their hands, adopting a posture of surrender. "Madam, please lower the muzzle.
We are both good citizens with no criminal record."
Perhaps there is some misunderstanding between us."
As he spoke, John slowly pulled Jennifer closer to the broken window. He could tell that Jennifer was extremely nervous, which meant the other party was a very dangerous individual, and they might not be able to defeat her. The female police officer in front of them might possess extraordinary powers just like them, but she was wearing combat gear and holding an AK, giving the impression of an ordinary combat officer.
But that immense pressure also told him that the woman in front of him was definitely not ordinary.
He was trying to stall, simultaneously using his usual trickery to prepare for an escape. The hand he held Jennifer with was actually already releasing a signal.
The two had great chemistry. They had secretly arranged a retreat plan long ago. Since this way was blocked, they had to find another solution.
Hearing John's words, the female police officer, Error Hater, let out a light chuckle.
"Whether there's a problem or not is not up to you to decide. Come over and accept my inspection.
If you truly aren't dangerous individuals, I will naturally let you go."
Put down your backpacks and weapons, turn around, and slowly squat down.
Such official wording. But John thought, asterisk, who the hell would believe that, asterisk? He knew how many people had believed the words of the A-Country police and ended up dead.
That would be equivalent to giving up resistance and letting the other party manipulate them.
John pulled Jennifer back toward the broken window of the tall building, while pleading with Error Hater in a very ingratiating tone. "No, no, no. Madam, I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. Please let me explain, but farewell for now." Just as they reached the window, he pulled Jennifer and fell backward.
Then, with a wave of his hand, Error Hater felt all the office desks inside the shattered building fly toward her like cannonballs. In an instant, a rumbling sound erupted on the floor, the sound of large steel desks smashing against the walls and floor. Meanwhile, the two continued to fall through the air, yet neither showed any sign of panic amidst the high-altitude wind and snow.
John simply shouted to Jennifer, "Jenny, hurry up.
Spread your arms and fly."
Jennifer rolled her eyes impatiently at his command, but showed no annoyance.
At this moment, John hugged her long legs, while Jennifer's arms rapidly transformed, becoming a pair of huge, extra-long wings.
With a gentle flap, they soared into the wind and snow.
They flew directly from this tall building to the skyscraper on the other side. The glass in its skyscraper had also been shattered by hail, leaving them as hollow structures. In the wind and snow, they could only transfer across via short-distance gliding. They immediately rushed into one of the floors, but the momentum was too great. The moment they burst in, they tumbled over like gourds, rolling several times before finally stopping. At this moment, both of them felt like they had narrowly escaped death.
The pressure the female police officer across the way exerted on them was truly overwhelming.
They both felt that if they had stayed in front of her for just a few more seconds, something terrible would surely have happened. But at this moment, they both burst into hearty laughter, celebrating their survival. "Ha ha ha, Jenny, you really should practice your flying skills.
Next time we run into danger like this, I don't want to be dropped to my death by you." Jennifer couldn't help but roll her eyes again. "John, if you try playing around like that next time, I might just drop you midair." Hearing this, John couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, putting his arm around Jennifer's shoulder with a roguish look. "Darling, don't be mad. Didn't we cooperate perfectly just now? That female police officer was probably crushed to death by me. Tonight,
I'm going to properly reward you and make you feel good." Hearing him say that, Jennifer impatiently slapped him. "Who's making who feel good?"
Don't you know the score? However, while the two were still celebrating, a cold, scornful laugh sounded right next to their ears. "You too, isn't it a bit too early to start celebrating?"
"I strongly suspect you are dangerous elements. Please cooperate with my investigation. Turn them all into zombies. Rebuilding the post-apocalyptic order begins in Country A." Error Hater's words instantly made the two of them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar.
Both were severely startled. After all, if Error Hater could suddenly appear before them, then what about everything they had just done?
Wasn't Error Hater clearly supposed to have stayed back there? Why was she appearing here too? Moreover, she seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Jennifer's mind raced, thoughts flashing like lightning. In a sudden burst of realization, she blurted out the truth. You are the legendary god of thieves. You had already awakened transcendent powers before the apocalypse, and it's this kind of super ability that allows for instantaneous movement, right?
If that's the case, you must have another ability, a storage ability that can empty out supplies in an instant.
Jennifer's blurting out of these words caused John to break into a cold sweat instantly. Even if you knew, you shouldn't say it out loud. What kind of pig brain does this woman have? John was feeling extremely frustrated at this point.
He forced the corners of his mouth up into a smile that looked worse than crying.
Female police officer, my girlfriend is just a fool talking nonsense.
We don't know anything, and we've never seen you, please.
Before John could finish, Era Hader fired a shot into the floor in front of them.
Shut up. Do you take me for a fool? Since you know, don't even think about running.
Only dead people can keep secrets. The cold words once again made the two feel like they had fallen into an ice hole.
But it was impossible for them to just sit and wait for death.
John directly shoved Jennifer. Run in different directions. After all, Era Hader was only one person.
No matter how powerful she was, she could only chase one of them. If they split up, the worst-case scenario was that one might escape.
The two, who shared a strong rapport, signaled each other with their eyes if there's a chance to escape, meet at the old place. However, before they could take 2 steps, they felt as if they were simultaneously tackled to the ground by some kind of beast. John looked back and nearly fainted.
He saw a massive velociraptor pinning him directly to the ground, weighing on him like a giant mountain.
In the next second, the velociraptor bit down on his shoulder. After a cry of pain, a bone-deep agony instantly spread through his entire body. Following that, John felt his body stiffen and his nostrils bleed. He glanced over to see his girlfriend, Jennifer, also pinned and being bitten by a velociraptor. He used the last of his strength to try and use his superpower, attempting to move the velociraptors off them with his mind. But it was useless. His superpower seemed to have failed. Please don't hurt her. She's a good girl. Cough, cough. Era Hader only gave a cold sneer.
That's right, in your eyes. She might be a good girl.
But in my eyes, she is no different from a demon.
Indeed, these two were also country powerhouses who had wreaked havoc in the East in her previous life. They even enjoyed playing killing games, not sparing women or children, just to compete over who could kill more Easterners. This was the reason why Era Hader showed no mercy when harvesting supplies here.
These two were indeed a very good couple on the soil of Country A, usually appearing quite positive, but once they reached the East, they seamlessly switched to demon mode.
In her previous life, she didn't know how many Easterners had managed to survive the harsh environment only to die at their hands.
This was also the reason why she sought these two out immediately after arriving in New York, after being bitten by the zombie velociraptors. The potent zombie virus quickly ravaged their bodies. Era Hader also wanted to see if these two ability users would turn into zombies because of this. At this moment, the massive zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex had appeared beside Era Hader, constantly watching the changes in the two. With a single look from Era Hader, the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex received the message instantly. The two velociraptors obediently stopped their biting and picked up John and Jennifer in their mouths, delivering them to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's slightly short but extremely sharp foreclaws grabbed the two of them at once.
Era Hader could clearly see that the two were undergoing rapid changes.
Many blood veins like black spiderwebs had appeared on their faces.
Their pupils gradually dissipated, and their eye sockets were slowly taken over entirely by the whites of their eyes.
Their limbs and teeth underwent rapid transformations, becoming extremely sharp, pointed, and long.
Their canines turned into fangs, becoming particularly prominent. I didn't expect the zombification of two ability users to go so smoothly.
Not bad. Their physical bodies are rapidly strengthening and filling with power, but they are also very violent and bloodthirsty. Their superpowers have also undergone some changes, becoming more crude and powerful. Oh, I didn't expect that after an ability user becomes a zombie, the strength of the mutant zombie also increases. This is truly an interesting discovery. Era Hader watched the transformation of these two former country powerhouses like a scientific researcher. Soon, both of them completed their transformation, becoming genuine mutant zombies. At the same time, they became Era Hader's strongest tools, facing the two newly turned zombies. The zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a roar directly at them. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, as if shaking loose much of the snow accumulated on the skyscrapers of New York. Upon hearing this roar, the survivors throughout New York felt a sudden tremor in their hearts.
Even the people who had been controlled by Milk Candy's hallucinogenic superpower just now snapped back to their senses because of this dragon's roar. However, the battle had already begun.
What did it matter if they were awake? For those who had already opened fire, it was a matter of life and death. The battle continued, with constant gunfire and smoke rising from all sides, but no one would have thought that the two ability users, who could have become the strongest in the apocalypse, were ultimately controlled by Era Hader. John and Jennifer greet the Master. The two, who were thrown into the space by Era Hader for further study, soon became Era Hader's zombie war pets. Their pupils focused again, and their eyes became clear, except for diamond-shaped vertical mark on their foreheads. Their skin had also become deathly pale, possessing that sickly look of a zombie.
However, if one didn't look closely, it was hard to tell the difference between them and a human. Era Hader waved her hand gently.
All right, next. Find these few people. If you can defeat them, capture them for me, then transmit your thoughts to me, and I will go there to deal with it. These people should all be in New York right now. Don't let a single one slip away. This was the second part of Era Hader's plan of first control the two future strongest powerhouses, then expand from those points to slowly capture all of New York in one net.
This city, once the world's #1 metropolis, would become her base for conquering all of Country A.
Reforging the apocalypse order starts from Country A, to disrupt the fate of Country A, and to find my good sister who fought alongside me in my past life.
John, tell me what you know about this place. Era Hader was now sitting in a room in a nearby skyscraper, sipping red tea and gazing at the snowy scenery outside, as she asked John, who had just become her zombie war pets.
Master, after your harvest, the entire New York is severely lacking in supplies. The politicians here are trash. Instead of helping to solve problems, they only shirk responsibility. After that, more and more people couldn't bear it and left New York. Before the hailstorm and snow disaster arrived, the population of New York was probably only half of what it used to be. Then the hail disaster came, directly killing a large number of people, followed by another large number freezing to death. It's estimated that the current survivor rate in New York is about 1%. Era Hader raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. So, there are still 80 to 90,000 people in New York right now. Then, these 80 to 90,000 people still had to compete for the limited survival supplies. Some became strong, some became bandits, but no matter how they changed, Era Hader believed that a very small number of people had already begun to awaken their superpower, and Era Hader's next target was these awakened ability user. Although 80 to 90,000 people seemed like a lot in the vast New York, these 80 to 90,000 people wouldn't have made a ripple in the past, but now, they had become the cream of the crop among the survivors. After all, one must first stay warm, then not starve. Both must be taken into account to survive. At this moment, John nodded slightly upon hearing Era's question. Yes, Master. This number will continue to decrease. Era Hader now showed a triumphant smile. This was right.
In her previous life, she had heard indirectly that the number of survivors in New York at that time was definitely much higher than now, at least 400,000 to 500,000.
But now, the number of survivors in New York could only be considered a fraction of the number in her previous life.
Era Hader knew that her plan to disrupt Nation A's fortune was largely successful.
Reducing the number of their survivors would reduce their chances of producing strong individuals.
Coupled with her preemptive plunder of a large number of red ability crystal, the possibility of top-tier strong individuals appearing was also greatly reduced. Through her efforts, Era Hader had undoubtedly achieved her first small goal.
Immediately after, Era Hader issued her second command. John, Jennifer, you two are more familiar with New York. The task of finding ability user will be entrusted to you. However, besides this, I also want you to find someone. She has an Eastern face and is named Han Zerjian.
Here, she looks like this.
As Era Hader spoke, she took out a portrait of the target person for them to see. This portrait was drawn from her memories. If you find her, please protect her safety and notify me immediately. She is very important to me. Era Hader's eyes instantly became sharp, showing how much importance she placed on this matter. The two future zombie kings, who were new to the scene, couldn't help but pay closer attention.
Yes, Master, we've noted it. But Master, can we eat people?
Yes, Master, we've just evolved and are still very hungry. We probably don't have much combat power. Hearing John and Jennifer's back and forth, Era Hader couldn't help but laugh. These two really were at a agreement couple. They even complimented each other when speaking.
Era Hader directly produced 2 cows for them to feast on, while also warning them, never eat people.
They are delicious to you, but also highly poisonous. Eat too much, and you'll truly become walking corpses. Hearing Era Hader say this, The two future zombie kings couldn't help but look at each other. If you're hungry in the future, don't think about eating people. Find me immediately, and I will provide you with the most abundant and delicious food. John and Jennifer had just evolved and needed a large amount of flesh and blood for energy replenishment at this time.
At the same time, it was also to consolidate the new abilities they had gained.
Soon, the two cows provided by Era Hader were completely devoured by the zombie couple. You two really can eat. However, this should be enough for you to consume for a while.
Of course, if you encounter supplies, just take them and put them into your space ornament.
John was now full and satisfied. The fresh, bloody beef was the ultimate delicacy for him. In this way, he felt that following Era Hader, this female boss, wasn't so bad. She was the god of thieves. What supplies wouldn't she have? But even so, Era Hader kept warning the two of them to take any supplies they found and leave none behind. Era Hader did this, naturally, to compress the living space of the New York survivors. This would make their chances of rising even smaller.
However, John didn't dare to act on his own and asked cautiously,
Master, do you have a grudge or enmity with Han Zirjan?
"At a time like this, are you still looking for her to seek revenge?" Era Hader couldn't help but laugh at his words.
Clearly, these two new members hadn't truly grasped Era Hader's meaning. However, it was understandable. They had just joined the team. So how could they know Era Hader's preferences? Era Hader smiled, answering in a relaxed tone. Han Zirjan showed me kindness. I came here to find her, which can be considered repaying that kindness. As she said this, Era Hader's tone softened a few degrees unconsciously. Hearing Era Hader say this, John immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was very curious, wondering if there was actually someone who could make Era Hader repay a kindness.
Actually, Era Hader had looked for Han Zirjan before harvesting the supplies in New York.
Unfortunately, New York is very large, and Han Zirjan didn't leave her much information in her previous life.
Era Hader only knew that Han Zirjan was an international student.
Before the apocalypse, she was still in a preparatory class, preparing for Nation A's ACT exam, and would enter university after passing it. However, all of this was interrupted by the sudden apocalypse. As an international student and a preparatory student, Han Zirjan seemed to have encountered many troubles and disputes later on.
But in the end, she returned to the East through some special means and notified Era Hader in advance that Nation A's ability user were preparing to attack the East through a space-time shuttle passage.
In fact, it was thanks to Han Zirjan's reminder that Era Hader's team and base were fully prepared, thus becoming the first Eastern survivor teams to counter foreign invasions. Later, Han Zirjan also became Era Hader's good teammate, fighting alongside her, and she was especially fierce against those invaders. Unfortunately, Han Zirjan was also harmed during a mission in the end. Probably another good deed by that little bitch Alizar Hader. Era Hader had also searched for Han Zirjan's whereabouts in many ways before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, the world is vast. New York is too big, and there are too many people.
Era Hader couldn't find her. Era Hader also didn't know if her resource harvesting plan had affected Han Zirjan's fate. But this matter had to be done, both publicly and privately. Now she can only try her luck to see if she can find the good sister who fought alongside her in her previous life. These dogs must be demons, the Urher, which had already gained human-like intelligence, wore a cheeky yet funning smile at this moment, rubbing against Era Hader's legs, while occasionally sticking out its long tongue and panting. That goofy expression made Era Hader unable to help but cover her forehead. Also, seeing all those silly and cute dogs and wolf pups behind the Urher, Era Hader started to doubt whether her previous decision to let the Urher do such things was the right one. However, she had to dote on the war pets she had taken in, even if it brought her to tears. It was just meat, right? She had plenty.
Interestingly, the army of dogs and wolf pups controlled by the Urher could all follow its commands, so they could also be directly taken into the space by Era Hader.
At this moment, without a word, Era Hader instantly got it done.
A large army of dogs and wolf pups quickly appeared in the spacious and warm space, and the next moment, all the dogs and wolf pups were stunned. Then they started running wild.
At this moment, Era Hader finally experienced a scene of chaotic, joyful pandemonium. However, in this lifeless apocalypse world, suddenly seeing such a lively and vibrant scene made her feel much better.
Anyway, in this space, she was like a god.
She could restore anything they messed up with a single thought. At this point, Era Hader didn't care that much anymore. She just let them run wild. Of course, she had harvested so many supplies before, including all kinds of pet food, dog food, cat food, fish food, everything.
For others, raising so many dogs would definitely be a burden. They wouldn't even be able to afford to feed them.
But for Era Hader, It was just a drop in the bucket.
She let them eat to their heart's content. After all, they wouldn't finish it even in 800 lifetimes seeing these dogs and wolf pups, from their initial confusion to eventually treating Error Hader as their true master.
Error Hader as War Pet's army suddenly grew by a large margin. Error Hader didn't plan to use the best ability crystal for these ordinary dogs and wolf pups.
Just using ordinary ability crystals would suffice,
because their life potential was insufficient. If she really let them use those high-level skill crystals, it would drain their life force, and there was a high chance they wouldn't be able to bear it and would explode and die. Even with the special ability of the space suppressing it, it would still be very difficult for them to withstand it.
Therefore, using slightly better green ability crystals would be enough. In this way, Error Hader directly obtained an army of mutated dogs and mutated wolves. Moreover, with the Urher's Beast blood-boiling superpower aura, these dogs and wolf pups all had super strong defense and recovery abilities.
This would help her unify New York very well after having a good meal in the space. The dogs, having been strengthened by superpower, were dispatched by Error Hader, moving in groups of 3 or 5 toward different areas of New York.
Of course, when they left, Error Hader also showed them a portrait of Hans Zerschen,
strengthened by superpower. They had very strong memories. As long as they saw an Oriental woman similar to the portrait, they would be able to recognize her at first glance.
At this time, the sound of dogs barking could be heard all over the New York area. For a time, the survivors all remembered the scene of countless dogs swarming away yesterday. Many wanted to hunt the dogs for food, but ended up not catching any dogs and getting beaten up instead. Many people went out and never came back hearing so many dogs coming out again. Any smart survivors knew there was something fishy about these dogs.
Some people who were starving didn't care about this at all. They just wanted to eat dog meat.
So, some people grabbed their weapons and prepared to take action stealthily. George, look quickly. There are 3 dogs.
Let's have a go. A black man nudged his little partner beside him, and the guy named George looked at the situation outside with binoculars.
3 plump dogs were wandering not far away, and to the starving people, they looked just like 3 big plates of sausages. The 2 black men, who hadn't been full for several days, were now restless. As a result, George said to his little partner,
"Don't rush, let's see the situation first.
These 3 dogs seem a bit weird.
Haven't you noticed?
Those dogs used to hide and didn't dare to show their heads. They have human-like intelligence and have more sensitive sense of smell, able to predict danger. So they were very afraid before. But now look at these 3 dogs. They don't look afraid at all. And they even have a hint of provocation. I feel this is very wrong."
"Chris, we'd better take it slow.
Bullets are too precious."
The black man, Chris, couldn't help but slam his fist heavily on his thigh at this moment. "George, it's just 3 dogs, right?
What's there to be afraid of? If we don't act and someone else beats us to it, it will be troublesome later." George still shook his head, insisting on his judgment.
"If that's the case, we have to be even more careful."
How does that saying from the East go? Hunters like to shoot the birds that fly up first. If we go out now, we are the ones flying up first, and we will definitely be targeted. It's better to wait a while. If someone really succeeds, we can set up an ambush. Don't worry, nobody in Reagan's family across the way has a brain. They will definitely rush out at the first opportunity. Sure enough, just as George finished speaking, someone rushed out from another building, picked up their weapons, and started shooting at the 3 dogs. The result that shocked George and Chris immensely was that the 3 dogs directly condensed an ice wall in front of themselves. The bullets went bang, bang, bang against the ice wall, but they didn't break the defense of the ice wall. Seeing this scene, George and Chris were stunned. What kind of ghost ability is this?
Have these dogs also become like superheroes, possessing extraordinary powers?
Are they superpowered dogs? However, the next second, the 3 dogs quickly bypassed the ice wall, flashed forward, and directly bit the black man from Reagan's family across the way to death.
Truly, with one bite, they clamped onto the opponent's throat.
That black man didn't even have a chance to scream before he was gone. George and Chris, who witnessed all this, were trembling with fear. Immediately after, a series of mournful, ghost-trying, wolf-howling screams came from the Reagan family across the way. Listening to those shrill screams, one could imagine the miserable state of the Reagan family. Those 3 dogs were not ordinary dogs, but demon dogs. George and Chris covered their mouths tightly, fearing that if they made any sound, they would attract those demon dogs. They swore that they would never dare to provoke dogs again in the future. Chris even cast a grateful look at George. If George hadn't been beside him just now, he would probably have been the first one to rush out
and the result could be imagined. The same scene kept appearing in every corner of New York.
Thus, all survivors had a common commandment from now on. If you see a dog, immediately take a detour. They were no longer pets that could be manipulated at will, but demons standing at the top of the food chain in New York. Of course, all of this was under Era Hader's control, and just after so many dogs were sent out in an overwhelming manner, Era Hader also finally found the person she was looking for. She regretted it. There is no such thing as a saint in the apocalypse. In this ice-covered New York, anyone who has survived until now has some level of ability, or their friends and relatives do. Among the remaining tens of thousands of people, there are many capable individuals. Some ability users have even awakened early under the natural disaster. Various processes of natural selection have rapidly accelerated, prompting the emergency genes of certain people to explode and activate their latent skills. Once the evolution chain opens, they require a massive amount of energy, necessitating enough food intake to maintain their bodily functions. Otherwise, they are likely to suffer a backlash from these superpowers at this moment. Era Hader was in a skyscraper near the Statue of Liberty, overlooking the entirety of New York. The plan was progressing very smoothly, but Era Hader felt that everything was going too well, which was eerie in itself.
The number of survivors in New York now was less than 1/5 of those in her previous life. But those who could survive under these circumstances represented even greater strength and luck.
Era Hader wanted to take a close look at exactly what these survivors were capable of.
However, to her surprise, after searching for 2 days, she hadn't found a single ability user, nor even any zombies. Could it be that because the environment and population were different, the impact produced here had also changed? Or perhaps the changes in John and Jennifer had made certain sensitive people immediately realize the danger and go into hiding.
As for those dogs, they had been attacked many times recently, but after every attack, they would take a batch of survivors' lives with them. This instantly made the atmosphere in apocalyptic New York even more tense. All the survivors had realized the severity of the problem. Besides the icy natural disaster, these mutated dogs were an even more fatal danger to them. The survivors were like cowering rats, hiding away once again.
They would absolutely not give the dogs a chance to find them.
Everyone knew that dogs had a keen sense of smell, so they each tried every possible way to mask the scent on their bodies.
On this day, in the student cafeteria of New York University, a pretty young Oriental girl was cowering in a corner, shivering. When the natural disaster first struck, she was in the back kitchen cleaning up with her younger sister, whom she depended on for survival. As a traditional Oriental youth, she possessed excellent culinary skills.
Although she was still a student, she had already been hired by the boss as a chef. The Chinese food she made was very popular, so her usual salary was quite good.
She also deeply cherished this work-study opportunity. So when the disaster struck, she who should have already been off duty was still in the back kitchen cleaning up, wanting to be worthy of her pay. Her sister, knowing how hard she worked, had come over to help after finishing her self-study session. As a result, the two of them could no longer get out. Fortunately, there were many ingredients in the kitchen, enough for them to manage for a while. However, after the disaster struck, some people found the cafeteria and asked her for help. Kind-hearted as she and her sister were, they opened the cafeteria doors and let those survivors in.
But once those people entered, they were completely unreasonable and occupied all the resources here. What should have been her survival supplies were now not given to her at all. She and her sister had only eaten a few coarse compressed biscuits to stave off hunger over the past 2 days as the disaster continued. The survivors consumed more and more ingredients.
The people here didn't have the habit of hoarding food or money, and they certainly didn't think about where they would find more once the supplies were exhausted. They only thought about filling their bellies for the moment.
By these past 2 days, the 10 survivors who had been let in had almost exhausted the food reserves in the kitchen. "Han, I'm hungry. Go out and find food for me, or else I'll have a taste of your sister."
The speaker was a fat white man, a staff member at the university, who was currently looking at the Han Zhejian sisters with a fierce expression. Han Zhejian's hands were trembling. She felt like she had no strength left to hold the kitchen knife. She refused directly, saying, "I won't go. Why should I go? You bandits stole my sisters and my survival supplies, and now you want to bully us."
"Impossible." The fat white man, Mike, let out a cold snort.
"It's not up to you to be unwilling. If it really comes down to it, we'll all come at you together and see how you like that."
"They'll find food, as long as you bring back something to eat. I guarantee your sister's safety."
"But if you don't go, even if I risk getting hurt, I'll take both of you sisters down. Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well have some fun first."
Hearing Mike say this and seeing his disgusting smile, Han Zerjin's heart bled.
She regretted it. She truly regretted it. She should never have been soft-hearted and let these people in. Previously, it was this fat man who acted pitiful, leading a group of survivors to beg bitterly.
They even knelt before the Han's sisters, saying there was a child in the group and pleading with them to give the child a chance to live.
Han Zerjin saw a 10-year-old white boy in their group looking at her with imploring eyes.
In the end, the two sisters' hearts softened, and they let them in.
As it turned out, they had truly invited wolves into their home, if given another chance. Han Zerjin would rather die than allow these beasts to enter the door.
These past few days, Shia and her sister had been constantly on edge, taking turns keeping watch with a kitchen knife. This was because several men among these survivors had been harboring ill intentions toward them.
Once, a man had already crept over quietly and was about to reach them, making the dazed Han Zerjin's heart leap wildly in fear. She had only managed to force the man back by swinging the kitchen knife fiercely, but these people were many, and there were other tools in the kitchen.
If they weren't afraid of Han Zerjin fighting to the death and didn't want to get hurt themselves, they probably would have come over to have their way with the two girls long ago.
Han Zerjin also knew that what the other party said was the truth.
These past few days, these guys had tried to get close several times. Wasn't it precisely for those things? She knew that if she didn't have a weapon, she would likely have been meat on a chopping block by now, eaten until not even scraps remained. 10 survivors, 6 men, 3 women, and 1 child.
Those 3 women had long been mistreated by these 6 men. But to survive, they had no choice.
As for that child, Han Zerjin could guarantee that if conditions worsened even slightly, they would abandon him or even do something even more beastly.
For the past few days, Han Zerjin had been trying to think of a plan, but now she couldn't leave and couldn't stay. She was truly in a dilemma.
Now that these people were suddenly making her go out for food, she looked at her thin clothes. She would basically lose her life if she went out but for her sister to live. She could only risk everything. She handed one of the kitchen knives to her sister.
Sister, I'm going out to find food for you now. You must stay alive.
If they dare to do anything filthy, fight them to the death immediately.
Don't hesitate. You must live on.
Hearing her sister's words, Hanzime, being the younger sister, felt her eyes instantly redden. She knew that once her sister left, there was likely no chance of her surviving. Thinking of this, she was overwhelmed with sorrow, her eyes instantly clouding over with tears. After all, in such a frigid environment outside, and with them being so thinly clad, how was going out now any different from suicide? These damned beasts truly deserve to be sliced into 1,000 pieces. At this moment, the sisters both missed their homeland immensely.
If they were in the East, they probably wouldn't have encountered such a miserable situation, right? In fact, here in Country A, they had deeply felt many instances of discrimination, but they had also received help many times. Perhaps this was the reason why they had retained a shred of kindness initially and were ultimately willing to open the door for this group of scumbag men.
But now they knew exactly how foolish their actions had been back then. Sister, if we are to die, let's die together.
I'm going out with you.
Hearing Hanzime say this, the fat white man, Mike, immediately intervened. No way.
If both of you go out and run away, who are we going to find? Don't even think about it.
One of you sisters must stay here. Only by finding food can you save the life of one of you, and you must return within 2 days.
Otherwise, don't blame us brothers for not knowing how to appreciate these Eastern flowers. After he finished speaking, the few scumbag men nearby couldn't help but chuckle. Looking at them, it seemed they had long been unable to wait.
Indeed, in the extreme environment of the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature is magnified to the extreme. That they could endure until now before acting out was already quite unusual. Hearing them say this, Han Zerjin really wanted to slash them with a knife. However, she knew very well that as a woman, even with her sister, she couldn't possibly be a match for these men. Besides, the other side had weapons.
The reason they had held back until now without touching the sisters was entirely because they were afraid of accidentally getting hurt.
None of the men wanted to lead the charge, because if they got injured, in this kind of environment, they would likely lose their lives very easily. They were also suspicious of one another. Now that they had no better options, they could only cooperate for the time being. However, teaming up to bully this pair of Eastern sisters was still quite enjoyable. They felt that Eastern women were easy to bully, and after being bullied, they liked to hush things up and swallow their grievances. They had long been accustomed to this kind of cowardice from Eastern women.
Therefore, bullying them now, these guys truly had no psychological burden at all.
They were certain that Han Zerjin didn't want to risk her sister's life and wouldn't dare to fight them to the death.
They believed that Easterners were just like that. As long as they could survive, They would endure great humiliation just to keep living. The few scumbag men all revealed a smug smile at this moment. They felt that they could absolutely hold Hans-Jürgen and her sister firmly in their grasp. In the end, Hans-Jürgen gritted her teeth and decided to go out to find food herself. Before leaving, Hans-Zime wanted to take off her own coat and drape it over her sister to increase her slim chances of survival. But in the end, it was refused by Hans-Jürgen. At this moment, Hans-Jürgen hugged her sister and whispered some words in her ear. "My dear sister, I'm leaving.
I suspect they will likely mistreat you after I'm gone.
If you can live like those walking corpses, then don't resist. Wait until you find the right opportunity, and then slaughter all these guys.
If you don't want to live in such humiliation, if they dare to make a move, fight them to the death.
If we can drag one of them to hell, we'll have made a profit.
Don't worry, sister won't abandon you.
As soon as I find food, I will return immediately. Trust me. As long as it's possible, I will do everything in my power to return to your side as soon as possible." Hearing her sister's words, Hans-Zime couldn't help but want to cry again. But she knew that now was not the time to cry. Tears would freeze, the villains would become more rampant, and things would only become more troublesome. Moreover, she didn't want these scumbag men to see her weak side. Her sister had risked her life for her, so she must survive strongly.
Sister, don't worry, I won't let them get their way.
At worst, I'll take them down with me.
But sister, I would rather believe that you can come back alive. You must come back alive.
Finally, Hans-Jürgen hugged her sister tightly, then turned and left resolutely. As she left, her icy gaze swept fiercely over the few of them that look actually made the scumbag men, who thought they had victory in their grasp, feel inexplicably chilled.
However, that fat white man, Mike, also glared back fiercely, even revealing a sinister smile.
When it comes to ruthlessness, in this environment of the apocalypse, who doesn't know how? Everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Hans-Jürgen gripped her kitchen knife tightly, clenched her fist, and walked straight outside. As soon as she stepped out the door, Hans-Jürgen felt as if she were about to freeze stiff.
In her heart, she had a stubborn will and a powerful conviction she had to survive. But sometimes, no matter how strong personal will is, it isn't invincible. It was just too cold outside. With every 2 steps, Hans-Jürgen felt like she was about to be finished. She was dressed too thinly. Coming out in this situation was no different from suicide. At this moment, looking out, the outside was a vast expanse of white. Where was she supposed to find food? Because the restaurant where she was located was relatively high up and not completely covered by ice and snow, she was still able to open the door and go out. However, how easy was it to find food in this world of ice and snow?
After roughly identifying the direction, she wanted to move forward, but the sky full of wind and snow instantly caused her, thinly clad as she was, to lose her ability to fight.
Soon, she felt as if she were about to lose consciousness.
Am I going to die just like this?
If I die, what will happen to my sister?
Those scumbag men won't let her go. I can't die. I can't die.
I promised Mom and Dad that I would take good care of my sister. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. I might have to break my promise.
I'm going to go to the other world to see you a little earlier than my sister.
Hans-Jürgen had even seen the images of her deceased parents, and in her mind, like a movie playing, scenes from the first half of her life flashed by. However, just at this moment, she inadvertently touched a cold hailstone, and for some reason, the knife in her hand directly cracked open the shell of the hailstone.
The exposed orange hailstone instantly turned into a special kind of energy, which suddenly spread throughout her entire body. Immediately after, endless pain felt as if it were tearing apart every one of her cells, destroying, restructuring, and being reborn.
She felt as if she were about to split open and become someone else.
This special painful experience made her ache to the depths of her soul.
But strangely, although she was in so much pain she was about to go crazy, she felt incomparably excited.
She suddenly had a flash of intuition and wondered if she had obtained some special encounter. Moreover, it could allow her to survive in this cold environment. She had originally thought she was going to die, but unexpectedly, a turning point appeared.
However, this pain that went deep into her soul made her feel that even if she didn't die, she was not far from death. Just when she thought she was going to be pained to death, a powerful female voice reached her ears.
Sister, do you need help?
I can make you feel better, and I can help you take revenge. Are you willing to become my little partner?
Subdue me, and I'll do anything you want.
The future #1 ruthless person. I'm willing. As long as I can live. As long as my sister can live, I'll do anything. At this moment, Hans-Jürgen naturally wouldn't let go of such a chance to escape death. She didn't care at all why an Eastern female voice appeared in her ear.
She only wanted to live now. It was such a simple request, but in the environment of the apocalypse, it was truly difficult beyond measure. Soon, Han Zerjian's vision went dark, and she felt as if a layer of gauze had been placed over her eyes.
Immediately after, the cold outside vanished, her pain disappeared, and what followed was a pleasure so extreme it made her feel incredibly refreshed.
It was the kind of joy that comes from suddenly being cured of illness and being filled with strength. A series of information soon appeared in her mind.
She knew she had become stronger and had obtained a powerful superpower.
Bronze skin and iron bones. After activating the superpower, one possesses super strong defensive power, becoming invulnerable to blades and spears, impervious to water and fire, unaffected by heat and cold, with doubled strength.
Now, for her to deal with that group of scumbag men was as easy as reaching for something in her pocket. Han Zerjian did not forget her benefactor and hurriedly asked,
"Sister, thank you for saving me and giving me such powerful abilities. I, Han Zerjian, have no way to repay you. If you have any orders, just tell me. I will go through fire and water without hesitation."
"But can you tell me who you are?" The female voice was crisp and pleasant, with a wonderful magnetic quality, yet it made whoever heard her speak feel very convinced.
"My name is Era Hader. I come from the East. You will know who I am in the future. For now, go back and save your sister first." In her previous life, Han Zerjian often took out her sister's photo, stroking it back and forth as if reminiscing, or as if in deep, painful self-reproach.
Era Hader knew that Han Zerjian's sister died in the early stages of the apocalypse.
When she asked Han Zerjian just now, she said that as long as she and her sister could live, she was willing to follow any of Era Hader's commands. Era Hader naturally understood the pain of losing a loved one in the apocalypse.
If possible, she also hoped her good sister could make up for this regret.
"Do you have anything belonging to your sister with you? Personal clothing or something like that will do. If you have any, give it to me quickly."
The current Han Zerjian was no longer affected by the bitter cold outside.
Although Era Hader was mysterious, she knew that since the other party had saved her, and she had nothing worth being cheated or robbed of, she had nothing now, therefore, it was impossible for the other party to be trying to trick her. She immediately took out a pair of her sister's gloves. Era Hader let beside her sniff them, and immediately barked a few times in that direction.
Era Hader was using powerful sense of smell to sense and determine Han Zimei's position and coordinates. This was a special ability awakened after powerful superpower evolved. Era Hader and had cooperated before, so they completed the positioning very easily.
Next, with a single thought, she directly teleported Han Zerjian to Han Zimei's location.
As a result, as soon as the two stood still, they found that a group of scumbag men was already very close to them.
Era Hader didn't say a word and raised her foot to kick the person closest to her. That black man flew backward instantly like a cannonball and slammed into the stainless steel wall of the kitchen. With a bang, the wall was dented with a large hole, and the person spat blood wildly, clearly not going to survive.
Seeing the scene, the several scumbag men who had approached just now were immediately startled and quickly took a few steps back.
However, without waiting for them to react, Era Hader SAK was already raised. With a few bursts, they all fell down and became silent. Everything happened so fast that everyone was finished before they could react nearby. Han Zimei was stunned when she saw her sister return with another fully armed, beautiful woman who appeared out of thin air.
However, she quickly reacted.
With a clang, she dropped the knife in her hand and threw herself directly into her sister's arms. "Woo woo woo, sis, they really didn't keep their word. If you had come back any later, I'm afraid I would have committed suicide." Han Zerjian softly comforted her sister.
"It's okay, isn't sis back? Don't cry, it's too cold now. Are you hurt? Let sis see."
Han Zimei immediately smiled and shook her head. She felt the luck of having survived a disaster, and at the same time, she looked curiously at the fully armed Era Hader beside them.
"Is this sister a friend? Sis, did she save you?
And then she miraculously brought you here." Han Zerjian nodded gently and, at the same time, turned and bowed deeply to Era Hader.
"Thank you so much.
"If it weren't for you, my sister would have." Hearing this, Era Hader just waved her hand and said,
"It's fine.
"You already agreed to become my little partner just now.
Since you're a teammate, you're one of us."
"I've always been like this toward my own people. I would naturally save your sister.
However, I don't keep idle people.
Joining my team means you must demonstrate your own value. Moreover, you are an ability user now and possess great strength. Now, go blow those guys' heads off and eliminate them completely." Hearing Era Hader say this, both sisters present swallowed with some difficulty. They indeed hated those few scumbags. If Era Hader hadn't arrived just in time, even if she were a few seconds later, Han Zimei, the younger sister, would probably have suffered, but having Han Zhejian go and kill them directly now, sending them to the afterlife, she was still a bit fearful.
After all, she had never done anything like this before, however. She could also see that this was the test Era Hader was giving her. The various abilities Era Hader had just displayed truly dazzled Han Zhejian, and at the same time, it seemed to open the door to a new world for her. Now she was the same kind of person as Era Hader. She not only had super strength, but also did not fear the severe cold. However, compared to Era Hader, she only had bronze skin and iron bones right now.
Her defensive power was relatively strong and her strength was quite large, but in terms of destructive power, she was still far from Era Hader.
In the end, Han Zhejian gritted her teeth and slammed her already hardened fist directly onto the head of the fat white man, Mike.
With a bang, this guy's head was like a bursting watermelon. Instantly, red blood mixed with white brain matter splashed everywhere. The scene was so beautiful that it made Han Ziyume beside her vomit. She really couldn't help it. However, what surprised even Era Hader was that Han Ziyume directly picked up the kitchen knife from the ground, walked fiercely toward the black man over there, and with one stroke, ended his life. Era Hader's SAK had indeed knocked them all down, but it hadn't killed them instantly. Era Hader's shooting was quite skillful. She avoided all the fatal spots just so these two sisters could do it themselves and get their revenge.
At the same time, it was also to test the other party's character.
After all, she had saved Han Zhejian all of a sudden. Would the other party produce a butterfly effect because of this and not be as ruthless as in the previous life?
However, Era Hader's concern obviously didn't manifest, which was good just as Era Hader was about to go over and encourage the sisters. The door to the room was actually knocked on, and a peculiar, childish voice sounded at the door.
Hello, sisters.
Did you kill all of these scumbags?
I have a special ability that is very useful for you. Can you take me and my mom with you? I will definitely help you solve many problems. Oh, right. My name is Richard. My ability is mechanical construction and programming.
Hearing this name, Era Hader couldn't help but raise her eyebrows.
Good heavens, she hadn't attracted the #1 ruthless person of Countria from her previous life, had she? The future king of machines. Apocalyptic Cute Pets 1-23.
Richard was the most ruthless person in Countria during the apocalypse that Era Hader knew from her previous life.
The youth known as the king of machinery. He had always been a loner.
When the solar flare turned all electronic equipment and machinery into scrap metal, he was the only one who could still utilize those tools and devices. He even designed incredibly powerful robots to serve as weapons against zombies and various mutated creatures.
The robots he manufactured seemed to possess a unique life of their own, as if endowed with a magical power.
Not only were they agile and possessed immense combat strength, but they also followed orders with absolute loyalty. So, while others were struggling to fight against their superiors, he led his own army of robots and swept through the entirety of Country A. However, what Era Hader remembered vividly was that when the ability users of Country A traveled through spatial tunnels to the east to plunder resources, Richard did not participate. He was a very proud youth with overwhelming strength. He had always looked down on things like sneak attacks and plundering others. At the same time, he was a pacifist who utterly detested war.
What he loved was doing research and designing all sorts of special tools and machines, spending his days in the company of discarded parts.
In the end, he truly achieved immense fame.
Moreover, because he could breathe life back into countless discarded tools and continuously excavate the machinery and materials he needed from the ruins, he soon became invincible, sweeping through all of Country like a swarm of locusts. Some said that the reason those ability users could travel and plunder was also thanks to Richard.
If he hadn't plundered those resources so thoroughly, the ability users of Country wouldn't have taken the lead in crossing the oceans to cause trouble in other countries. However, Era Hader didn't see it that way.
Even without Richard, those messy invaders wouldn't have stopped their path of aggression. Therefore, it was just people with ulterior motives trying to shift the blame onto Richard, because everyone knew that Richard didn't care about these things at all and couldn't be bothered to explain.
He only cared about doing research, seizing materials, and making robots. He never associated with people, preferring cold machinery, and now, the little boy Era Hader saw was only about 11 or 12 years old, yet he actually told her he was very good at mechanical design and programming.
Era Hader couldn't help but feel curious. Was the boy in front of her truly the Richard who would grow up to be the king of machinery in the future? However, upon careful thought, Era Hader realized the possibility was extremely high.
Richard never associated with people, and the reason was likely that during this period, He watched his mother suffer all kinds of humiliations, while these scumbags wanted to use them up and then sell them off.
This would surely leave a massive psychological trauma on him later. Hating humanity, being a pacifist, being a loner, and being eccentric, all of these things could be explained now.
Era Hater couldn't help but gently rub Richard's small head.
Because of Milk Candy's presence, she could very clearly sense whether the person opposite her harbored any ill will.
No matter how well the other party hid it, she could see their attitude with perfect clarity.
This also caused many people with strong camouflage abilities to lose their effectiveness in front of Era Hater.
Sure, Richard.
Since you're so capable, of course you can bring your mother along. I don't support useless people here, but Richard is definitely a very capable elite talent.
So I'm willing to make an exception for you.
Era Hater pulled several pieces of cold weather clothing from her backpack.
They didn't look very thick but were extremely warm.
After Richard put them on, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Big sister, this is constant temperature clothing.
Where did you get such amazing material?
The sisters, Hanzirjan and Hanziyume, also found it unbelievable.
Did such incredible technology really exist in the world?
Era Hater just smiled.
This constant temperature clothing was all replicas made by her mother later on. They were made using constant temperature clothing fabric harvested from Country A's National Aerospace Research and Development Center, though it was of a secondary grade.
But it still had extremely strong warmth retention and heat prevention effects.
However, the constant temperature clothing worn by Era Hater's family was clearly superior. Era Hater felt that it might have been a previous research result that she had snatched away before it could be promoted. The project team researching this constant temperature clothing must have been incredibly depressed, and now this secondary grade constant temperature clothing fabric could be given to these new little partners by her side. After they put on the constant temperature clothing, Era Hater clearly felt that the loyalty of several people had increased.
Particularly after Richard's mother, Katie, put on the constant temperature clothing. Richard's loyalty soared to a new height once again. At the same time, an extreme passion appeared in his eyes. It was a mix of worship, admiration, and various other emotions. As mother, Katie hugged her child and thanked Era Hater 1,000 times over.
Era Hater just gave a faint smile. No need to thank me.
If you want to thank someone, thank your child. If it weren't for him, I probably wouldn't have had any interaction with you, let alone take you along.
All right. Next, I will take you to a safe place.
Hanziyume, Katie, and Richard, you will be responsible for staying at home. My pets will ensure your safety.
Citizen, you'll come on a mission with me next. In the meantime, get familiar with your superpower.
Hanzirjan immediately stepped into her role.
Yes, boss. Now Hanzirjan directly called Era Hater boss. She felt that Era Hater had the aura of a female boss, and she felt particularly safe being by her side. Boss, where are we going now? Hanziyume, like her sister, also called Era Hater boss.
Era Hater smiled.
First, I'll take you to the safe house to have a good hot bath and a full meal. Hanzirjan already knew about Era Hater's ability to take her through space, but she didn't mention a single word of it in front of others, not even to her own sister. At this moment, Era Hater did not use her teleportation superpower but instead led the group on foot through the ice and snow. She naturally had her reasons, and Hanzirjan only needed to be responsible for protecting Era Hater and following her commands.
After all, both sisters' lives were saved by Era Hater, so it was only natural for her to risk her life for Era Hater.
She just hoped that Era Hater could always maintain this state in the future. Era Hater didn't say much more and directly brought out 3 snowmobiles nearby, letting them each get on and charge forward with her.
Then, along the way, she also gave them several AKs and Desert Eagles for emergencies. Such a large commotion from the group instantly attracted the attention of many survivors. I don't support useless people. Everyone must have value.
Since Era Hater dared to give them weapons, she naturally had absolute confidence in herself.
Moreover, none of these newcomers would have a chance even if they wanted to harm her. After all, she was protected by her space shield. The new little partners didn't know that if they actually dared to do anything foul, Era Hater could kill them instantly. Instead, the fact that Era Hater handed over the weapons so openly moved the little partners deeply. After all, these were weapons, having them provided much greater security in this apocalypse. But Era Hater gave them away just like that, without the slightest stinginess or guard. How could they not be moved by such trust? Looking at the fully armed Era Hater holding an AK, she truly resembled a female war god. However, the 2 women who had come in with those scumbags earlier were unwilling to leave with Era Hater and her group. These 2 women looked at Era Hater's group and thought they must be crazy. It was a blizzard outside, a world of ice and snow, and they didn't even know where to find food.
Wasn't going out, not just seeking death, so they preferred to stay in their tiny corner rather than risk going out, content to just guard what few supplies they had.
Era Hader was naturally happy with this. She hadn't wanted to bring along two burdens anyway. Richard's mother was different. After all, she was the mother of one of her little partners.
Era Hader wasn't so heartless, as long as she didn't hold them back.
The group charged straight out, but to their surprise, they didn't feel cold at all. The effect of the constant temperature clothing was surprisingly good. They were also very aware that everything they were about to face was a test from Era Hader. Everyone present was smart and naturally understood Era Hader's intentions. Hans Zerschen wanted to bring her sister, and Richard wanted to bring his mother. Bringing people was fine, but they had to have the ability to protect their own relatives. Otherwise, Era Hader wasn't going to be a babysitter.
If Richard didn't show enough value, she would reconsider whether to let mother and son join her small team. However, to Era Hader's surprise, Richard truly lived up to his reputation as the most ruthless person in country in his previous life. Although Era Hader had just helped him activate his superpower, his application of this mechanical control superpower was as natural as moving his own limbs. It was as if he were born for this special ability. What he was demonstrating now was already showing promise.
They were currently in a corner of the university, and there were some unused tools and small machinery around the cafeteria.
With a gentle wave of Richard's hand, these small machines and tools instantly disintegrated into tiny parts, which he then rearranged into pieces of special armor.
This armor covered the 3 snowmobiles, a scene that looked like movie special effects but was happening right before everyone's eyes.
Era Hader knew she had truly found a treasure this time.
Moreover, she was now certain that the Richard before her was the future king of machinery. She knew.
Good heavens, she had actually taken the king of machinery as her subordinate.
This one person alone was enough to face an army. She could easily handle countless zombies in the future. Of course, she still needed to cultivate Richard's loyalty and raise his skill level. Not bad, little Richard.
I underestimated you.
The young Richard just smiled shyly. Big sister, time was tight, so I only increased the engine efficiency of the motorcycles by 1/3, but it should be enough. Even with this armor, we'll still be able to go very fast.
Era Hader couldn't help but rub his little head again. All right, good job, kid. I wasn't wrong about you.
From now on, we're family.
Let's go. We'll head home first, to a small base I've set up. Since you're so capable, you can help me give that base a good overhaul.
Hearing Era Hader say this, Richard didn't have any objections. Instead, he looked excited. Thank you, big sister. My favorite thing is studying machinery.
I'll have plenty to do once we get to your base.
Don't worry, I'll definitely turn your base into the most well-defended place in the world. Hearing this, Era Hader naturally burst into laughter. Good, I'll look forward to it and wait for the good news.
But don't be in such a hurry. Once we arrive, you should rest for a few days and get plenty to eat and drink first.
I know you've all suffered lately, but with me around now, no one will ever be able to bully you again. After hearing this, Richard's eyes sparkled even more.
And my mum,
I believe big sister can definitely do it.
Era Hader couldn't help but give him a machinoid roll of her eyes. It seemed this kid hadn't quite believed her before.
All right, now comes the real test for you all.
I won't help you along the way.
You'll have to deal with any danger yourselves. The ammunition I gave you should be enough.
Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but look at each other.
After all, under the control of those scumbags for so long, they hadn't even had a single full meal. Era Hader had just given them a little something to eat to tide them over, but they were far from full. But the test had already begun. Even if they weren't full, they had to pull themselves together and give it their all. However, to Era Hader, as surprise, the young boy Richard was actually the first to fire not long after they left the cafeteria area. Someone tried to intercept them, a group of fierce-looking thugs who looked like delinquent students. Hey girl, leave the snowmobiles behind, or don't blame me for being ruthless. A tall, burly man voiced a blatant threat. Just looking at him put a lot of pressure on people.
Before he could say another word, there was a muffled thud of a gunshot. Even with a silencer, the Desert Eagle's power was not diminished at all. The wretched man who had just spoken fell to the ground. The remaining two cried out and tried to run back in panic. But 2 more thuds followed, and the 2 who tried to flee were instantly killed. How old is this kid? He didn't even hesitate to kill. He's definitely a talent.
At this moment, Era Hader immediately saw the strength of the young boy before her. Thinking of this, Era Hader couldn't help but become a bit more wary.
This scene was also witnessed by some nearby survivors.
A group of people immediately lowered their heads, praying they wouldn't be noticed by these ruthless individuals, but that was impossible. At this moment, Figures were vaguely visible everywhere within Hader's line of sight. With a cold sneer, she directly dispatched 2 dogs to follow Richard. Little Richard, follow these dogs and clear out the rats around us. The real test began now. The king of machines makes his debut, doing the coldest things with a sunny smile. Hearing Hader's command, little Richard immediately sprang into action.
He had never imagined he could attain such a powerful ability. Hader had only intended to give it a try. She hadn't expected to actually recruit the future king of machinery into her team.
This was truly something worth celebrating. However, that was just a small test. Now is the time to verify Richard's true combat power.
In Hader's initial plan, Richard would need some time to adapt and wouldn't be sent out to fight immediately. The king of machinery was formidable because, after accumulating a certain amount of industrial waste resources, he could build his own mechanical army. It was a match for Hader's army of war pets.
But right now was still the early stage, and Richard didn't have any decent combat capabilities yet. To Hader's surprise, Richard asked her a curious question. "Sister, can I dismantle and reassemble this snowmobile?" Hearing Richard's words, Hader was stunned.
Was such an operation even possible?
She roughly understood Richard's idea. There were no handy machines nearby right now. The only useful thing was the snowmobile. Hader had many snowmobiles, as many as she wanted, so she naturally agreed to little Richard's reasonable request.
Next, she would see what he was capable of.
Hader nodded.
"You can.
As long as it's beneficial to you, feel free to use it. You can take any supplies you want. Cultivating your combat power is more important than supplies right now." Hearing Hader say this, Richard was once again deeply moved.
He understood very well how precious a snowmobile was at this point in time, yet this sister gave it to him just like that, letting him do whatever he wanted with it.
That was a sign of immense trust and regard.
"Sister, I definitely won't let you down."
After Richard finished speaking, his small hands began to wave. The entire snowmobile was instantly dismantled into tiny parts and then reassembled. During this process, some parts seemed to undergo subtle changes.
Once reassembled, Hader felt it looked like something out of the movie Transformers she had seen in her previous life. The scene was truly quite shocking.
As expected, ability users are full of hidden talents. One must never underestimate anyone.
What followed was much more simple and direct. Accompanied by Hader's war pets, little Richard took the robot he had built from snowmobile parts and quickly began a build and clearing operation.
The scene looked a bit bizarre, yet it was extremely impressive. The snow robot acted like a giant shield, protecting Richard and the dogs, and these dogs were mutant dogs trained by Hader, which had already formed a significant combat force. With the two working together, they were an unstoppable existence to the current survivors. Hader was no saint. She had keenly sensed earlier that countless pairs of eyes in the nearby buildings were staring at them, likely planning to snatch their supplies and snowmobiles. Of course, if they could also seize the weapons in the hands of Hader's group, that would be even better. In the apocalypse, human hearts change. Having such thoughts was quite normal.
In Hader's original plan, little Richard would have needed a period of preparation before going to the battlefield.
Initially, she wanted Richard, his mother Katie, and Hans Zeme to stay and guard the safe house. She and Hans Zergen would go out to get things done.
However, it seemed now that Richard could enter the fray early. Subsequently, a series of screams rang out from the adjacent building, accompanied by barking and the rumbling impact of machinery.
The originally quiet building suddenly returned to the clamor of the pre-apocalypse days.
However, this clamor didn't last long before returning to calm at this moment. The building was dead silent.
And just then, little Richard walked out of the skyscraper. He was stained with some blood but was uninjured. Seeing her son like this, his mother Katie immediately rushed over to check if he was hurt. But Katie didn't say much, because she knew very well who had given her son everything. Both their lives had been saved by the girl before them. If mother and son didn't show enough ability and sincerity, they would still be kicked out. Furthermore, Katie was a very grateful person.
So, seeing her son come out like this, she didn't say anything extra despite her heartache. After all, with the mecha Richard built himself and the protection of the dogs, Hader had also specially given him a special space ring, allowing him to use a space shield to protect himself throughout.
This basically ensured his safety, though Hader hadn't said as much, letting Richard maintain enough vigilance himself.
After all, experiencing things firsthand was more useful than her saying it 100 times. However, Richard's performance was much better than she had imagined.
At this moment, Richard had some blood on his face, yet he wore a bright, sunny smile.
Sister, I've finished the mission.
Not a single rat is left upstairs. They've all been eliminated. Erahater gently rubbed his fluffy head.
His soft golden hair felt very comfortable to the touch, a sensation similar to a golden retriever she once owned.
She smiled at Richard and said, "Good, you passed your assessment. From now on, you're a member of my team."
Now keep up, we're going home.
Going home. For Richard, those two words were such an unfamiliar concept. Where did they have a home anymore? Hearing this, even the Hansersian sisters were stunned for a moment. However, they soon realized that Erahater intended to treat them like family. The Hansersian sisters had passed their test earlier, and now Richard had successfully passed his as well. Richard's mother, Katie, couldn't help but step forward at this time.
Boss, if there's a mission like this next time, I can do it too, as long as you give me a weapon.
Hearing Katie's words, Erahater couldn't help but see the woman in a new light. Previously, to protect her child, she had sacrificed everything, even allowing herself to be toyed with, just so her child could live.
This was actually a very difficult thing, but Katie had done it.
Erahater didn't look down on this woman at all. On the contrary, she now held her in some regard.
However, it was understandable. After all, in the environment of the apocalypse, survivors experienced all kinds of hardships, and it was inevitable for hearts to change.
Unless one became strong, they would be swallowed by this dog-eat-dog world.
Only when you became as hard as a stone and full of sharp edges would others not dare to touch you casually.
Erahater nodded slightly, indicating she understood. Fine, then next time you can carry out missions with Richard.
We have a lot to do next, and we just happen to be short on hands. Back to our home.
Erahater's words undoubtedly put everyone present at ease.
After all, everyone understood one thing: only if they were valuable would others keep them around.
In the apocalypse, everyone had one urgent desire, and that was to survive.
But once they truly survived, it seemed they had no further goals. They didn't know what to do next or how to earn the right to keep living.
And Erahater gave them a clear goal. As long as they worked for Erahater, they would have the right to survive. As for the rest, Erahater didn't need to say much. Several of them had already undergone a preliminary baptism of blood. When it came to fighting others again, they would no longer hesitate. Even Richard's mother, Katie, now dared to hold an AK and spray bullets at the enemy. Along the way, Erahater had specifically chosen some crowded and chaotic areas, wanting them to see what people would become in an apocalyptic environment. Wherever they passed, opponents would appear to block them.
Furthermore, every single one of them wanted to rob them blind.
This was simply the main theme of the apocalypse.
That's how it often was. Even if you didn't rob others, others would rob you.
To survive, people were truly capable of anything. Of course, there were also those with weak wills who felt that living was so difficult they might as well just die. However, more people were willing to walk the path of struggling for survival.
On this journey, even Katie had used an AK to take down many who tried to rob them.
Once that mental hurdle was cleared, rapid growth could follow.
Erahater felt that after observing her for a while, if she was suitable, she could also evolve Katie into an ability user.
After this round of steady upgrades, Erahater discovered another special ability of the space.
That was, she could take back the skills she gave out as long as a skill was activated within the space. She could reclaim it instantly.
At the same time, her loyalty-sensing ability had also become stronger. She could clearly sense whether those around her had any intentions of betrayal,
or if they would do something disadvantageous to her. After all, Erahater had been betrayed so miserably in her previous life that she felt the most important ability was observing the human heart. This ability was even more important than her superpower.
And the space was truly like providing a pillow just when she was getting sleepy, giving her this ability all at once. So, she dared to directly take Richard in. Talents useful to her should naturally be taken in as lackeys.
Not to mention the future #1 ruthless person of Country A, the king of machinery.
Fighting their way through, no one had posed even a slight real threat to them. After all, the difference in strength was simply too great. If Erahater wanted to, she could easily sweep through all of New York and leave not a single living soul behind. She felt there was no need to do that now. If she really wanted to, she wouldn't do it herself, as letting her several new little partners handle it would be more than enough. Erahater acting personally would be a bit like bullying, no different from a max-level character picking on a level 1 newbie.
And what she had to do now was even more important. Of course, carrying out everything in an orderly manner was Erahater's style. The group finally arrived at the safe house Erahater had set up.
The Empire State Building in New York, once a landmark of this international metropolis, had now been cleared out by Erahater. At the same time, she had installed a safe house on the top floors.
It would take some effort for others to get up there after all, at dozens of stories high. Climbing up slowly would take quite some time.
Of course, Era Hader simply used a zombie pterodactyl to grab the several people and fly them into the sky. Arriving at their floor,
the Hansiljan sisters and the mother-son duo of Richard and Katie had definitely experienced things unimaginable in times of peace.
"Boss, that move of yours really gave me a fright." Hansiljan didn't know what to say at this point. That was a real dinosaur. Her boss actually had the magical ability to resurrect dinosaurs. Could this be the boss's superpower?
Richard, following close behind, also looked at these living prehistoric creatures with burning eyes.
He was a science enthusiast and was interested in all scientific and sci-fi themes.
Besides being a machinery enthusiast, life sciences like this were also a project he was very interested in. It's just that in his previous life, he had no opportunity to conduct any experiments. He could only tinker with machinery, assembling various mechanical works he liked from discarded metal and parts.
"Boss, you are indeed the most mysterious and powerful expert I've ever met.
Thank you for giving me this magical power.
I will be like a knight, loyally guarding you for a lifetime."
At this time, Richard still looked like a little boy, yet he spoke many words with a serious face. Every time she saw him like this, Era Hader couldn't help but ruffle his fluffy hair into a bird's nest.
"All right, you don't have to be so serious when working with me. I know your intentions. Just perform well in the future. Besides, you're still a child."
"Don't act like an old man."
"Although it's the apocalypse now, you still shouldn't lose the happiness that belongs to a boy."
"You like robots, right? Later, I'll take you to sweep up all the mechanical parts and various metals in all of New York. You can tinker with them however you like then. It would be best if you could build me a Gundam army. That's your next task."
Hearing Era Hader's words, Richard's eyes immediately brightened. This was what he loved doing most. Richard's mother, Katie, looked grateful at this moment.
"Thank you, boss. We will all work hard from now on."
After the apocalypse arrived, the thing to fear most was having nothing to do, because once one stopped, a fear of the apocalypse and confusion about the future would arise. Instead, always having something to do and having a goal would make one feel secure. Hearing Katie's words, Era Hader waved her hand casually. "All right, today is your first day joining my team. You'll meet more little partners in the future. Now, let's enter our home first and enjoy some warmth in the apocalypse." Hearing Era Hader say this, the few people looked at each other in bewilderment. They were nearly freezing to death. What warmth was there to speak of? However, when Era Hader pushed open the door of the safe house and they walked in, a long-lost breath of warmth greeted them. A warm fireplace, soft lighting, and comfortable rooms. Everything was just like the peaceful times before the apocalypse. It made them feel as if they were dreaming. They had dreamed countless times of the warm and peaceful world they once experienced, only to wake up to the cruelty of the apocalypse.
Previously, the upper echelons of Country A had issued a nationwide broadcast.
Because of the God of Thieves looting, Country A's various stockpiles were in short supply, and emergency forces were unable to act.
Therefore, the people of the United States could only fend for themselves and find their own way to survive. Katie could never forget the despair that broadcast brought to everyone.
And now, she truly felt warmth within the apocalypse.
For a moment, she couldn't help but burst into tears.
Was this something they could really enjoy?
However, just then, a sudden loud boom echoed nearby.
Era Hader frowned, feeling very annoyed. She was busy painting a bright future for her little partners, and someone had to come and cause trouble. Are they tired of living? Important information regarding the delivery of the Husky. The rumbling sounds coming from below were clearly caused by weapons striking something.
Era Hader couldn't help but recall when she had first arrived in New York and set her dogs into action. Some people had actually used RPGs to fight back.
After all, there were quite a few wealthy people in New York, and many hadn't even reacted when she first cleared out the Empire State Building. It was likely that some wealthy individuals now wanted to regain control of this building. However, the power in the Empire State Building had been cut off. Even if they regained control, without basic facilities, how could they live here? Of course, these were not things Era Hader needed to worry about. For now, she just needed to eliminate the intruders.
Young Richard volunteered eagerly, itching for a chance to act, and Hansiljan also wanted to demonstrate her abilities.
However, Era Hader waved her hand. "Don't be so anxious, you'll have your chance to show what you can do later."
Hurry up and take your minions to wipe them out. Milk candy. go and assist Urher.
You two are more familiar with this city, so keep a closer eye on things from now on.
Barked twice, indicating it understood. Its mistress had just given it some delicious bone and meat, and it was still savoring the taste of reward for its excellent performance last time. It knew that as long as it cooperated well with its mistress and got the job done, there would be an endless supply of bone and meat to eat in the future.
Milk Candy, soft and fluffy, remained perched on Urher's back, though it too had received a reward from Era Hader. These two generals were now working in perfect harmony. Milk Candy possessed spiritual power attack bonuses, while Urher could control the dogs to carry out various encircling attacks. Since its evolution, Urher's intelligence had developed, and it was truly cunning. When the enemy advanced, it retreated. When the enemy retreated, it pursued it, played various tactics with incredible skill. Era Hader also discovered that it particularly enjoyed watching war movies. In its spare time, it would even open up a tablet to watch them, specifically choosing the historical war channel.
Era Hader felt that this definitely wasn't just a regular husky. Suddenly intelligent made her feel a bit unaccustomed to it.
However, this dog was truly cunning. It usually hid behind the dog legion and never fought on the front lines itself. Perhaps in Urher's mind, a king only appears for the grand finale, and the grunt work should be left to the other dogs.
At this moment, a group of dogs was teleported directly behind the enemy lines downstairs by Era Hader.
The sudden descent of the dog legion instantly knocked the enemy down.
Leading them was a bald black man, who had brought a group of black men to try and reclaim everything that belonged to them. They had spent half a lifetime of effort just to barely secure a room in the Empire State Building, only for the apocalypse to arrive and get them kicked out. How could they stand for that?
However, he remembered that the opponent was a killing god. If they moved too slowly, they would be finished off by her. But he felt that was only because he hadn't had weapons. Once he had weapons, who could be his opponent?
He had no idea that a group of mutant dogs had recently appeared near New York. The apocalypse had severed the internet, making communication between people incredibly slow.
Therefore, when the pack of dogs descended from the sky and attacked from behind, everyone was caught off guard, and most of the group was wiped out instantly. Seeing this, the black man leader knelt on the ground and surrendered. Big brother dog, I surrender. Spare my life. Spare my life. I know where there are weapons and supplies. Yes, yes, yes. There's also a doomsday fortress that was built by a wealthy doomsday enthusiast in the past. Even if a nuke hits, it can easily withstand it.
Please, you must believe me. Don't kill me.
I can take you to find that doomsday fortress, because I was involved when that doomsday fortress was built.
Clearly understood what the other party said. It had originally intended to flatten him with one paw, but it stopped now.
It felt that this might be a good opportunity to trade for bone and meat on the other side. In Era Hader's doomsday safe house, 3 women and 1 teenager were eating the delicacies before them with tears in their eyes.
Steaming hot KFC and McDonald's, the junk food they used to look down on most, had now become the ultimate delicacy. They were wolfing down the food, completely disregarding their own image. After all, they hadn't had a proper meal in several days, only the most basic energy requirements to sustain life.
They had even rarely been able to drink water.
The snow outside could be melted into water, but they dared not drink it.
It was simply too cold, and without fire to boil water. If they drank the ice water, their bodies might just perish from the rapid drop in temperature. But now, there was fast food, hot coffee, black tea, desserts. All of this made it feel as if they had returned to the peaceful and wonderful world before the apocalypse. It felt just like a dream, and all of this had been provided by the beautiful woman before them. Era Hader was hungry too, but she was eating Chinese food, a portion of shredded pork with garlic sauce over rice. It was sweet and spicy, and she was eating it with great satisfaction. The people beside her naturally had no objections. After finishing 1 round, they still felt unsatisfied because they had been hungry for too long.
Era Hader didn't stop them and simply brought out another batch of delicacies.
This time, it was an even better buffet. Various delicious foods were laid out before them, making everyone's mouth water, especially Hansergen and young Richard, who both ate a great deal.
Era Hader knew this was because they had just evolved and needed to replenish a large amount of energy to supply their body's purification needs.
Ability users consumed a lot of food every day. With greater power comes greater responsibility, and the more supplies one needs to consume.
Anyway, Era Hader had plenty of supplies, so she could just let them eat their fill. Era Hader's generosity left the little partners present both moved and worried. Boss, Is it really okay for us to eat like this?
Will there be a situation where supplies run short? Hearing this, Era Hader smiled and said, "Don't worry. The supplies I possess are enough for our team to eat for 800 lifetimes and still not finish. These are just the most basic survival needs. What we prioritize in the apocalypse is enjoyment."
Remember, since you are by my side, don't compare yourselves to those survivors who are like beggars.
I will let you enjoy the happiness of the apocalypse.
After you finish eating, go take a nice hot shower, get some rest, and we'll start working tomorrow.
Era Hader's words made everyone present feel incredibly at ease. But at the same time, they still had some minor worries. Hans Irschen and young Richard both felt that they needed to perform better and show more of their value.
Boss, are those people downstairs okay? Do you need us to go help?
Era Hader waved her hand. "Don't worry, my war pets have strong combat power. They have already finished the battle. Has even brought me some good news."
Surely we can't be worse than the boss's pet.
When and Milk Candy returned carrying a black man in their mouths, Era Hader couldn't help but frown. She didn't have any discriminatory thoughts. She just really couldn't bring herself to like this kind of person. When the black man saw that there were such beautiful women among the high-level personnel of the Empire State Building, his eyes were practically glowing green.
However, Era Hader shot him directly, the bullet hitting his knee with a bang. The black man immediately let out a miserable scream, and at the same time, he realized that this was the super ruthless person who had chased everyone out of the Empire State Building.
"Oh, lady, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have looked at you.
Please let me go. Forgive my offense against you. I know a lot of important information." Hearing the black man's words, Era Hader said coldly to Milk Candy,
"Milk Candy, dig out all the useful information in his mind." "Coo, coo, coo." The snow-white Milk Candy responded instantly, indicating it understood.
At this moment, a strange light flashed in Milk Candy's red eyes. After the black man looked at it, he instantly lost his mind, forgetting even the pain in his knee.
Like a walking corpse, he blurted out everything he knew.
After listening to the black man, Era Hader asked a few random questions and summarized some important information the other party knew. One country is preparing to build a survivors base near New York, which will gather the original wealthy people and useful Lee Callans together.
To the location of the hidden warehouses temporarily deployed by country in New York.
3 of the geographical coordinates of the Doomsday Fortress built by several wealthy people. 4 country has already discovered the use of the ability crystal and is preparing to create a batch of ability users. This series of information made Era Hader's eyebrows twitch. This was indeed a bit different from the progress she knew from her previous life.
In her previous life, the point in time when country had discovered the mystery of the ability crystal was after the extreme cold weather had passed.
At that time, the ice and snow melted, and the corpses originally buried under the ice and snow began to turn into zombies. Various mutated beasts also became more restless due to the warming weather, and the environment for survivors suddenly became much harsher, which naturally stimulated many people's potential to survive in desperate situations.
At the same time, the secret of the ability Hail Crystal was also researched, turning the ability Hail Crystal from something everyone avoided into a scarce item that everyone scrambled for in the end.
And now, this timeline has been pushed forward significantly. Era Hader knew that this should be the butterfly effect caused by her constant actions.
Or perhaps her powerful abilities had also attracted the attention of Country A's research sector.
Although she thought she had wiped away all traces completely, it couldn't be ruled out that some omissions had been exploited by others, leading them to deduce some information. In this way, it all made sense.
But even so, what of it?
She had already seized the majority of the opportunities. Out of 300 red super ability crystals, she had already seized more than 200. Currently, only a few dozen remain scattered outside, and she could just find them slowly later.
Era Hader had already thought that the large note that appeared in the safe house in the east was reminding her that collecting all the red ability crystals would definitely have unexpected effects.
And after her space was further strengthened, she could already recycle these special superpowers.
She just needed to kill the corresponding ability user and put their corpse into her space to strip away and recycle the power of the original red ability Hail Crystal. This was the most important plan. Era Hader had next to collect all the red ability crystals first and see what kind of magical results it would have. At this moment, the group of newly arrived little partners heard Era Hader say this and immediately felt that their status was in jeopardy. They wouldn't be unable to even compare to the boss's pets, would they?
If they knew what kind of terrifying existences Era Hader's war pets were, they probably wouldn't even be able to laugh. Among these war pets, and Milk Candy were considered relatively weak in terms of combat power. The kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones were the truly formidable ones.
The reason why Hader's war pets were able to recruit all the kings of the 9 great forbidden zones of life at once was entirely because the 9 of them hadn't evolved yet at that time.
Even if their individual abilities were strong, they couldn't possibly be opponents of war pets that had already evolved.
And now, once the kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones completed their evolution and became mutated kings, bullying Hader's original war pets would be simply too easy.
Therefore, these kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones were Hader's most powerful trump card. Now they were all developing stealthily in their own territories, growing rapidly.
Interestingly, these kings of the restricted zones had also started to recruit underlings.
These underlings naturally became members of Hader's War Pet Legion, so her War Pet Legion was truly growing bigger and bigger like a snowball.
When these kings of the 9 great life-restricted zones completed their strongest evolution, and Hader gathered all their super underlings, she would feel that she had the power to sweep across the globe.
That would be the moment for her to reshape the order of the apocalypse. Of course, she hadn't thought about living alone. Humans are social creatures, and she was naturally no exception. Moreover, surviving the apocalypse is still very difficult. Relying on herself alone, she could certainly live well, but she would inevitably feel lonely. If she were the only one alive, what would be the point of living?
She only needed to be the strongest in this world, and she could go anywhere unimpeded.
At this moment, after seeing Hader's methods, the few little partners didn't know what to say.
Of course, what they needed to do now was follow Hader's advice, take a hot shower, and then rest well to recharge their energy.
Tomorrow they would follow Hader to loot the supplies of country on New York. After looting the supplies, their inventory would definitely increase significantly. Just thinking about it was exciting.
In fact, they had no idea that Hader had already hoarded a massive amount of supplies, far more than what was in this warehouse. Finally, Hader considered it and felt that she was short on manpower, so she directly activated the superpowers of the remaining 2 women. However, their life potential was relatively average, so they could only activate purple ability crystals.
But for other ordinary people, it was already quite good. After a night of rest, everyone became full of energy, sweeping away their past exhaustion. This mission was to help them adapt to the superpowers they had just obtained. True experts can really master them in seconds.
Just like Richard's King of Machinery ability, he could really see a machine and disassemble and reassemble it into the combat weapon he needed. This is talent plus. His life potential was also quite good, so after he awakened this red ability crystal, his combat power shot up. As for Han Zhejian's bronze skin and iron bones, although it didn't look very impressive right now, it actually had extremely high growth potential.
At this moment, several people rode snowmobiles and rushed rapidly towards their destination. Hader loved bullying the country a military breakthrough. The fortress. In fact, even in peaceful times, many wealthy individuals harbor doomsday fantasies.
Most of them just thought of it as a better safe than sorry measure.
The chance of actually needing those doomsday precautions was likely very small.
Like the doomsday fortress Hader and her companions found, its original owner probably didn't even have time to enter it before being killed by the hail. Hader could clearly sense that there were no living people inside the fortress. If one didn't get into the fortress before the apocalypse, there would basically be no chance to enter after it began. The reason they built this fortress was, naturally, to secure a special stronghold for themselves.
The apocalypse came too suddenly, not giving the fortress's owner a chance to enter. Now that this doomsday fortress was ownerless, Hader naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. The black men led them here, but all they saw was a scene of ice and snow.
He couldn't help but give an awkward smile.
Boss, this place is here, but it's covered in ice and snow now.
To open the fortress, we need a special key and we don't have one. How about we forget it?
Should we go look somewhere else? Hader coldly glanced at him, then directly gave an order to
Keep an eye on this guy, don't let him run off. Now make him get lost. Was not afraid of the cold to begin with, and now that it had evolved into a mutated dog, its strength had increased significantly, so it was even less afraid
for it. Guarding a black man was too easy. It bared its fangs at the black man, and a pack of dogs followed suit. Glaring fiercely at him, the black man was instantly terrified, scrambling away towards the periphery.
He knew he couldn't outrun them. With so many dogs watching, running would just be asking for death, wouldn't it?
The snow had stopped falling so heavily now, but the black man, wearing a thick cold weather jacket and down jacket, still felt cold all over. The doomsday fortress was located in a slightly remote area, with no buildings nearby, only a slightly taller tree whose dry branches were still visible.
The lower part of this tree was completely covered in ice and snow. The black man could only huddle near the branches, slightly shielding himself from the wind and snow, and silently prayed in his heart that the female police officer boss would quickly face reality and leave this place. He had been tied up and transported here on a snowmobile. The black man was already stunned by how well equipped this group was. This team, seemingly composed only of women and children, possessed terrifying combat power at this moment. Error Hater had already arrived near the fortress with Hans Ilschen and Richard. Boss, that guy was right. Places like this are usually very difficult to open. How are we going to get in?
Richard couldn't help but ask this question,
seeing the young man's puzzled, furrowed brow as he pondered. Error Hater smiled. Don't worry, this won't stump us. Error Hater raised her hand and swept the ice and snow in front of her into her space.
Then, beneath the lowest layer of ice and snow, she saw a man's corpse holding a key in his hand. Undoubtedly the owner of this fortress. This guy, for unknown reasons, had collapsed just inches away from the fortress.
Error Hater gently shook her head, thinking that although the fortress owner had prepared everything, he was fated to die. Ultimately, he ended up paving the way for Error Hater and her companions. Error Hater smiled faintly, seeing that the key clutched in the corpse's hand had been frozen solid, making it impossible to separate.
Error Hater swept it with her mind, and the key instantly appeared in her space, then reappeared in her hand.
Seeing Error Hater's series of actions, Richard's mouth hung open in shock, unable to calm down for a long time.
Hans Ilschen, standing nearby, was equally stunned. At this moment, various thoughts raced through their minds. Yesterday, they had been guessing who Error Hater really was. Now, they probably understood, and the shock in their hearts intensified.
Error Hater held the key and gently opened the fortress door, but to her surprise, there was still facial recognition and iris scanning inside. Having only the key wasn't enough.
Error Hater no longer had the patience to waste time. Anyway, her little partner had been shocked more than once today, so she directly used a spatial blink to flash into the fortress.
The interior of this fortress was lavishly decorated, much more luxurious than her safe house.
After all, the main function of her safe house was to ensure her family's safety, and a comfortable living environment was sufficient.
However, the fortress before her had clearly put a lot of effort into creating an ultimate, special enjoyment within.
The usual purpose of this fortress might have been for this rich man to play various games. Inside, however, Error Hater was not in the mood to care about these things right now.
She went directly to the fortress door, intending to open it from the inside. Then she found that even opening the door from the inside required a password. Good heavens, this rich man was indeed cautious and meticulous enough.
Setting up so many layers of security for his own safety was truly impressive.
But he didn't consider that if he didn't make it into the fortress himself, all these safeguards would become a hassle. Error Hater just shook her head, then went directly outside.
Although it would cost a little precious metal, it didn't matter. She went to her 5 little partner, took their hands, and flashed them all into the fortress.
Hans Ilschen and Richard hadn't even reacted before they found their location had changed.
Outside, it had been extreme cold, but upon entering this fortress, it instantly became warm. Richard, can you decipher the passwords and various defenses here? Error Hater asked the most crucial question directly. Richard looked around, then sensed with his hand. Boss, no problem.
Do you want to keep the original facilities, or should I reconstruct a new defense system? After Richard finished speaking, he looked at Error Hater with bright eyes, clearly wanting to personally modify this place.
Error Hater waved her hand casually, smiling. Do as you please. As long as we can enter and exit freely and the defense strength is guaranteed, you can do whatever you want with these.
Seeing Error Hater trust him so much, Richard was deeply moved, and at the same time, he felt that he absolutely had to do this well.
This should be their first stronghold, and it might even become their base. It must be well designed and arranged. However, before doing all this, Richard couldn't help but ask the biggest question in his heart. Boss, can I ask you a question? Error Hater didn't procrastinate, saying directly, speak. Richard hesitated at first, but finally asked,
Boss, are you the legendary god of thieves? Boss, you're my idol. Richard's question was naturally what Hans Ilschen wanted to ask as well.
The 2 little partners were staring intently at Error Hater, truly desperate for an answer. Error Hater was amused by their expressions. She felt there was no need to hide anything since they would find out sooner or later. So she answered straightforwardly,
That's right.
If the god of thieves you're referring to is the one who emptied every warehouse and supermarket in Country A, then that would be me. Hearing Error Hater say this, Richard's eyes immediately lit up.
Boss, I didn't expect you to really be my idol.
Haha, I'm truly amazing now. To be honest, many people on our side admire you. Those politicians are all paid-brained. They should have been taught a lesson long ago.
Hader rubbed her nose somewhat sheepishly and asked in passing,
I harvested all your supplies. Don't you hate me? Richard shook his head and said, this world is inherently survival of the fittest. Besides, even if you hadn't taken them, how many people would have survived once the natural disasters hit?
I know you still left some basic survival supplies for everyone.
You only plundered the excess wealth of those capitalists. I have data analysis skills and know a lot of inside information, so I respect you very much.
Boss, you really are the idol I worship.
Hader laughed again upon hearing this. This subordinate of hers was quite interesting and knew how to flatter her. The key was that it felt comfortable to hear, without any awkwardness.
Moreover, Hader could clearly sense that after Richard found out she was the god of thieves, his loyalty had not only failed to drop, but had actually increased significantly.
The same was true for Hansirchen. After all, humans have a natural tendency to admire the strong, and Hader, the legendary god of thieves, was undoubtedly the strongest among the strong.
Crucially, Hader possessed countless supplies.
Just look at how all that snow was instantly taken away by her, and how she could come and go as she pleased from this fortress that was clearly sealed tight. These were things only a godlike person could achieve. Following such a godlike person, would they still need to worry about having no way to survive the apocalypse? Just those supplies alone would be enough to make countless people green with envy. Hansirchen was the first to voice her loyalty.
Boss, don't worry. Now that you've let us in on this secret, we won't say a word even if we die. Richard echoed the sentiment.
Seeing their reactions, Hader nodded with satisfaction.
I trust you.
Moreover, I have the ability to judge whether you are loyal. I will eliminate anyone who betrays me immediately. They won't be able to escape my pursuit even at the ends of the earth. As you know, there is nowhere in this world that can stop me. Hearing Hader's words, both little partners felt a chill in their hearts.
Seeing their solemn expressions, Hader waved her hand and said casually, but don't worry, I won't mistreat those who work for me with sincerity.
I said I would let you enjoy the pleasures of the post-apocalyptic world. And I naturally mean what I say. All right, enough talk about useless things.
We still have a lot to do.
Richard, hurry up and rebuild the defenses here. Hansirchen, come with me to take inventory of some supplies and equipment in this building. Hader was the leader of the team and their boss. They would naturally obey her orders unconditionally. The key was that Hader was powerful enough that any other stray thoughts were redundant. Only by following Hader could they live long in this apocalypse. Richard even felt that Hader's future plans were not small. Perhaps she could build a bright future that humans could never have imagined before. The apocalypse was a reckoning, washing away all of humanity's filth and leaving behind the most elite and powerful group to reconstruct a utopia. The prerequisite was that those people had to be strong enough, and his boss had that foundation. Thinking of this, Richard watched Hader's figure disappear around a corner of the building, clenched his small fist, and began constructing the secondary defenses for the Doomsday Fortress. Soon after, various clanging and banging sounds began to echo from the different checkpoints of the Doomsday Fortress. Hader didn't mind this. Hansirchen also knew that was Richard's area of expertise, and she needed to shine in her own. Standing beside Hader, Hansirchen couldn't help but feel her heart racing.
Knowing she was following someone as incredible as Hader, the future truly looked promising. She used to think the god of thieves was like a cloud in the sky, attainable only in one's dreams.
After all, how could such a godlike person ever cross paths with ordinary people like them?
The only possible connection was that after the god of thieves took everything, prices for them skyrocketed.
In the end, it even evolved into various instances of zero-yuan purchase.
But none of that mattered now. She was now a teammate of the god of thieves. Although she couldn't tell anyone, it was enough to make her feel proud.
That was the god of thieves. Hader didn't need to do much. She simply dispatched her war pet legion to permeate the entire Doomsday Fortress. For a shelter to be called a Doomsday Fortress, its scale was indeed not small. The entire Doomsday Fortress was built underground, spanning a full 10 floors. Each floor had 10 rooms and even hidden various types of machinery and tools, emergency amphibious vehicles, various emergency kits, and a wide array of specialized supplies for later use. There were also entertainment facilities, the gym, a movie theater, and a swimming pool.
Of course, there was also a cultivation area.
It could be said that within this doomsday fortress, it could directly become a unique small world with its own independent ecosystem. This situation indeed took Era Hader by surprise. That tycoon was truly remarkable, having spent a fortune to build such a doomsday fortress. Moreover, the supplies stored inside should be enough for a regiment of people to eat for 10 years or so. If there weren't many people here, it would naturally last even longer.
Era Hader couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. Now all of this was hers for the taking. It was a pity this place wasn't in the east. Otherwise, it would be quite nice to bring her whole family here. This was much more advanced than the villa safe house area her family had. After all, no matter how much time was spent on a safe house, it couldn't compare to this doomsday fortress that had been meticulously crafted over a long period.
The time she had after returning to before the apocalypse was simply too short. Being able to achieve what she did in such a brief window was already quite an accomplishment.
However, now that she was here, she naturally had to take advantage of it.
She would first turn this into their base in Country A. It would be much easier to develop things later on. Boss, I've reconstructed the fortress's defense system, but it's not enough. I think we need to add more to the exterior. Otherwise, if this place is discovered, it will definitely attract trouble. Era Hader completely agreed with Richard's words.
In that case, Era Hader felt it was time to take some major action. Humans are worse than dogs. Boss, I'm willing to be your dog.
It had to be said that Richard was truly a good younger brother. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very obedient. As long as it was an instruction from Era Hader, he would complete it 100%. Today, there weren't many mechanical parts or metals in this place for him to dismantle. Although this doomsday fortress was overall very good, its framework was already fixed, and there was no way to make a supermassive change. This was a huge project to strengthen the defenses of this doomsday fortress. There were actually many ways, and Era Hader could even do it without needing Richard's King of Machinery ability.
But she had to find something for her little brother to do right.
Moreover, this was also to train his superpower. However, doing it this way required a lot more various mechanical parts and different metals. The Doomsday Fortress could indeed provide them with some ready-made items, but it was still a far cry from the level Era Hader expected, or the standard Richard himself wanted to achieve. Both of them were people with high requirements for their work, so they immediately hit it off. They would go out and harvest a batch of machinery and supplies.
This turned out to be hard on the black men outside who had given them the information. However, Era Hader didn't care at all about how that guy felt. After all, he was just a tool who could be discarded after providing the information. But since the other party could clearly know the location of a doomsday fortress, he wasn't simple, so she decided to keep him around for a bit longer.
At this moment, the black man Carter was under the dry treetop, trying to reason with the group of dogs. I say, brothers, why don't you be merciful and let me go? I still have a few ham sausages here. Why don't you try some? These ham sausages are very precious now. Ordinary people can't even eat them.
No matter how powerful your master is, she couldn't possibly give you ham sausages to eat. Right, I'll give all of these to you. How about you let me go? Carter couldn't help but wink at the husky. But the husky looked at him as if he were an idiot.
This display was so intelligent that Carter suddenly felt insulted. Was he being looked down upon by a husky? A husky so high and mighty now that they don't even eat ham sausages. One must know that if this stuff were placed in front of those survivors in New York, they would fight over it until their heads bled.
He originally wanted to use these ham sausages to exchange for some important information or as bait to enter certain bases. But now he had to use them to bribe this pack of dogs.
As it turned out, not only did the husky look down on him, but even the dogs next to it had looks of disdain. Ham sausages. Even dogs won't eat them. Their master's sister is very powerful, and she only gives them good things.
The pack of dogs had already had their palates spoiled by Era Hader. They didn't care for junk food like ham sausages at all.
With this, the black man Carter's mental state completely collapsed.
How miserable was his life that he wasn't even as good as someone else's dogs.
However, before he could finish lamenting, several steaming hot large lamb legs and lamb chops were thrown in front of the dogs. The dogs cheered and ran over to scramble for them. The husky even leaped into the air, catching the largest lamb leg in its mouth, and instantly ran back to the Doomsday Fortress safe house to enjoy its meal. Seeing that the snow in front of the fortress had been cleared and the gate opened, the black man Carter was stunned. Was this the legendary Doomsday Fortress that couldn't even be opened by an explosive mushroom? In front of this female big boss, it was as easy to cut open as tofu. This was simply too fierce.
And seeing Era Hader casually throw out so many lamb chops and lamb legs, Carter couldn't help but feel his heart bleed for her.
What precious supplies those were. Right now, they had to guard a single ham sausage as if it were their own life.
Yet, Ara Hader didn't care for them at all. And even Ara Hader-S dogs didn't care for them.
What kind of world is this?
But this also proved from another perspective that Ara Hader-S supplies were incredibly abundant, even to an extent beyond his imagination.
But thinking about it, it made sense. The big boss was so awesome, and the little partners in her team were all ruthless characters too. Even the dogs were intelligent. That army of dogs was simply amazing. How could this team not live comfortably?
Thinking back to how he had actually led a group of brothers to try and go against Ara Hader and the others, he had really overestimated himself.
Now all those brothers had gone to see God, and only he was left.
Actually, those brothers were just lackeys he had bought with money. There was no real affection, so their deaths were just deaths. Now he only wanted to cling tightly to the new thigh of this female big boss.
Big boss, let me be your dog. Being your dog is more comfortable than being an elite out there. Carter was just short of crying and kneeling down to hug Ara Hader-S leg. However, seeing his dark and grimy appearance, someone almost couldn't resist kicking him away.
Get lost.
Is my boss someone a person like you can join?
Before Ara Hader could speak, Hanzerjan, who was beside her, had already kicked out, sending this black man rolling like a gourd.
She particularly distrusted men now, after all. If Ara Hader hadn't appeared in time, both she and her sister would have suffered. Her sister probably wouldn't have just lost her life, but would have been violated as well, and she would have been left with a great regret that would have become a lifelong nightmare. But it was different now. Because of Ara Hader, both sisters' fates had changed, and she had even become a powerful ability user.
She felt that her body of bronze skin and iron bones didn't seem to have much use, except perhaps for shielding Ara Hader from blades, so she had already become Ara Hader-S personal guard. Her main task was to block anyone who wanted to get close to Ara Hader.
Hanzerjan was doing this very well, and over there, Carter was also startled by this woman's powerful strength. Was every member of this team such a freak? Did one really have to be this powerful to enter Ara Hader-S team? If so, then he truly had no chance.
However, even if he couldn't become a team member, he was willing to be an external little dog.
Look at how the husky and that pack of dogs were living much better than him even when he had weapons before. It was hard to find more supplies.
So, he had actually thought about teaming up with some ruthless people nearby to rob the supply warehouse of the New York base. But before he could act, Ara Hader had occupied his base. Now that he was the only living person left in his team, those original thoughts had long been thrown to the back of his mind. However, he had a special talent, and no matter when, he could clearly find out information about the surrounding area.
Big boss, please don't hit me anymore. I don't mean anything else, I just want to be your dog. Rest assured, being your dog is definitely valuable. I can help you find out all the news in New York clearly.
Also, I have a lot of intelligence I haven't had time to tell you yet. Hearing Carter's words, Ara Hader couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and lightly waved her hand, stopping Hanzerjan, who was about to strike him again. To survive, it's not shameful.
Boss, this kind of person is smooth-tongued. He looks like a total drifter at first glance.
Whatever you do, don't believe his nonsense. Hanzerjan couldn't help but remind Ara Hader.
After all, this black man didn't look like a good person at all. He might be digging a hole for them to jump into. When this black man brought them to this fortress earlier, he clearly hadn't expected that Ara Hader would be able to open the main gate here so easily.
It was likely that this black man Carter's eyes had been blinded by the shock. In fact, Carter was truly intimidated by the extravagance and powerful strength of Ara Hader-S group, which was why he was willing to be a dog just to cling to their golden thigh.
Ara Hader didn't say much at this point.
She directly took out a white pill and held it out in front of Carter.
You can be my dog, but dogs are very loyal. Can I trust your loyalty?
If you think I can, then listen to me and swallow this pill.
Otherwise, I'll assume you're playing me. I get very angry when I'm played, and the consequences are very serious. This crystal clear white pill didn't look particularly scary. It didn't seem any different from an ordinary pill, but Carter felt that this thing exuded an air of eeriness and was very dangerous.
If he really swallowed it, he would likely be at Ara Hader-S mercy. But wasn't he already at Ara Hader-S mercy right now? The other party could take his life whenever they wanted.
To Ara Hader-S surprise, Carter didn't hesitate at all and swallowed the white pill directly into his stomach.
It was as fast as a lightning bolt, and his attitude was extremely firm. Big boss, I've eaten it.
Can this prove my loyalty now? I will do whatever you ask me to do. I will never harbor even half a mind to harm you.
In fact, Carter was a smart man. He understood very well that he had already lost everything. If he didn't maintain this special connection with Air Hader and the others, it would be very difficult for him to survive in this apocalypse on his own. But if he followed Air Hader, he could be like those pets, eating and drinking well and having a warm house to live in.
That would make everything worth it.
Therefore, once he figured this out, he didn't need to think much more and just swallow that white pill. He knew there was danger involved, but did it without looking back, because he knew very well he wasn't facing the apocalypse alone, even more dangerous.
Choosing the lesser of two evils. This guy quickly made his decision. People with flexible minds can always quickly recognize the situation and make the right decision.
No wonder this guy was able to find a place to make his own base in the formerly prime real estate of the Empire State Building.
Unfortunately, the apocalypse had forced him to start all over again.
He also understood the value of having a benefactor's help.
Now, in his eyes, Era Hader was his benefactor in the apocalypse. Era Hader suddenly felt that this guy was quite interesting,
since she could crush him at any time anyway, and since he had such a strong desire to perform and prove his loyalty and value, she might as well keep him and see.
Era Hader gave a faint smile at this point. Fine, I've seen your loyalty.
Since that's the case, I'll tell you what that white pill is about.
Wrapped inside the pill is a goo insect that I've psychically linked with
just a thought from me. This insect will crawl out of the pill and burrow around inside your body, eating your internal organs or whatever it likes. Of course, it can still be controlled by me to return to the original pill.
To prove the actual existence of this insect here, your stomach is going to hurt in the next second.
As it turned out, as soon as Era Hader finished speaking, Carter immediately felt his stomach churning. The pain was so intense that he instantly curled up like a cooked shrimp. He knelt on the snow and soon fell to the ground, unable to get up. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to prove the power of this goo insect. Then, Era Hader was heard snapping her fingers with a pop, and Carter's stomach instantly stopped hurting at this moment. Carter asked in fear and trepidation,
"Big boss, is this the mysterious power of the East?"
"Are you an Eastern wizard?" Hearing this, Era Hader couldn't help but let out a sneer. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Just stay put.
You only need to know that your life is mine now.
You don't need to worry about the rest. You only need to follow my orders. Now first tell me, where near New York are there many machines and large-scale tools?"
Hearing this, Carter immediately knew his moment to perform had come.
He hurriedly said,
"I actually do know."
"I'll draw the map for you right now."
As a result, Era Hader directly took out a latest map of New York from her bosom and let him mark it directly, back before the apocalypse arrived. These things were already on Era Hader's supply list.
She didn't know how many copies of the map she had stored, and now it was time for them to be useful.
Carter couldn't help but be stunned again, and then he gave Era Hader a thumbs up.
"Big boss, you're the best."
Truly professional enough.
Afterward, Carter marked several pieces of important information on the map, including the doomsday fortresses of several wealthy people he had mentioned before.
Of course, the most important ones were the machinery plants and metal storage warehouses that Era Hader wanted to see.
Era Hader had indeed plundered many warehouses in cities before, even harvesting their production lines.
But that didn't mean she could harvest everything. There would always be ones that slipped through the net. Moreover, some places were completely unknown to anyone except locals.
Era Hader had harvested the more famous places, but she hadn't had the time to search for and strike those other more hidden, important supply points that only locals knew about.
However, as a local thug here, Carter knew New York like the back of his hand.
In the past, he had a large group of informants who could help him gather intelligence, but now there was probably no one left to do those things for him. However, that didn't mean he no longer had the capability. On the contrary, he had many ways to operate now.
In the apocalypse, there was no need to worry about so many things, especially if Era Hader was willing to give him a little bit of supplies as startup capital. Then he could do even more in the future.
Of course, Era Hader wouldn't be so foolish as to head over directly. Instead, she quickly sent out her army of pets to scout for information first and found that what Carter said was actually reliable.
However, these few places were indeed somewhat interesting. Fine, you've performed well, kid.
In that case, I'll fulfill my promise.
Whatever the pets have, you'll have to
eat up.
You'll only have the strength to work once you're full. Next, you will be my eyes and ears in New York. Find out all the people and things I need to know. When necessary, act as my mouthpiece and spread some news among the survivors. Carter nodded heavily, and then, with a face full of anticipation, He watched Era Hader take out a steaming leg of lamb from her large backpack.
This guy's eyes instantly lit up as he took it and began gnawing on it just like a dog for survival. He didn't think it was a disgrace.
And he knew that his fate in this apocalypse had completely changed. Abandoned Greenwich Mean Time Power Station.
Greenity Power Plant, a product of the 1930s, had just been decommissioned and ceased production a few years ago. But with the rise of the cryptocurrency market, a new generation of crypto miners needed more electricity to mine. Generating more cryptocurrency and consuming countless electronic parts was all to gain more wealth in the crypto market. This place was originally a gathering spot for numerous wealthy individuals. The miners had reactivated this power plant to save on costs.
But with the arrival of the natural disasters, this place undoubtedly turned into a ruin. When people are gone, who would care about the amount of cryptocurrency? The wealth of the former virtual world turned into a pile of waste paper overnight. Now, people need tangible resources more. In the apocalypse, resources are the foundation, and strength is king. This abandoned power plant seemed to have lost its past glory, though it had once regained vitality. It had once again become a sleeping mechanical monster. Unless one was a New York local, few would pay attention to this place.
Because mining these electronic ores required many electronic parts, it generated a lot of industrial waste, leading to protests by local environmentalists at one point.
It caused quite a stir back then. But unless one was a New York local, few would know about these things.
And the first key machinery acquisition site Carter marked was right here, because there were many generators and large machinery here. Although the equipment was a bit old, it met the requirements of Era Hader and the others. Moreover, as the miners moved in, many new electronic facilities were also added, and many special parts could be fully reused.
After confirming the coordinates, Era Hader directly led the group over.
At this moment, no one was more excited than little Richard. He had long wanted to build a mechanical army of his own. Furthermore, he now knew that no matter how many mechanical armies he produced, they could all be stored in the boss's space. He and Era Hader had undoubtedly become the most powerful partner duo.
Once these mechanical armies were made, there would be wear and tear. Once destroyed, Richard would need to use new machinery to replenish them, but storage space had become his biggest problem. Richard's superpower had improved significantly. Through his mastery during this period, he could now control about 5 mechanical warriors similar to Transformers. Era Hader liked to call them Gundams, and controlling such large mechanical warriors indeed required a lot of mental power. However, none of this could stump Era Hader.
After all, she had experienced the subsequent growth stages of the apocalypse and knew better how to train this mental power and how to enhance the intensity of skills. Plus, she had so many special ability hail crystals in her hands.
Therefore, Richard could use his skills recklessly every day, and then Era Hader would take him blindfolded into a room in the space, where he could quickly recover as before. In this way, after several cycles, Richard underwent new transformations every day. His superpower level also rose rapidly. It was precisely because of this that he could control 5 large Gundams.
However, in the early stages of the apocalypse, this kind of combat power was already quite terrifying.
Moreover, these 5 large Gundams were not the clumsy type of robotic warriors, but were quite agile,
whether in terms of movement speed, damage resistance, or combat power in a charge. They were incomparable to previous weapons.
Even if a fighter jet came, it could be easily dealt with under the impact of these humanoid mechanical monsters like Gundams.
Of course, Gundams were not invincible.
There would always be wear and tear in battle. Making a few more and keeping them in Era Hader's space would allow for replenishment of battle losses at any time. In this way, combat power would immediately rise to a new level.
Furthermore, Era Hader would equip Richard with Space Ring and a Space Shield, making it impossible for those people to bypass the Gundam mechanical warriors to snipe Richard as directly made up for Richard's combat shortcomings.
However, even with such strong abilities, Richard couldn't make bricks without straw.
Without enough mechanical parts and metal, no matter how strong his ability was, it would be in vain. So they soon arrived at the Greenity power plant.
Boss, I can't wait.
Once I build this mechanical army, our team can sweep through everything and fear no natural disasters.
Richard was very excited at this moment. Which boy doesn't want to become stronger?
Especially in front of his idol. A young boy wants to show off.
Era Hader gently rubbed his little head, seeing him looking forward to it like a big toy. She couldn't help but smile and say, "Don't worry, before you grow up, boss will protect you."
Otherwise, how could I be called your boss? However, I also look forward to seeing the day you form your mechanical legion. Of course, you're still far from it now. Just these 5 Gundams aren't enough for me to dismantle in one go. Era Hader's words immediately made Richard pull a long face.
Boss, you're too abnormal. You're tougher than those superheroes in the movies.
The Gundams I worked so hard to assemble were torn to pieces by you and Sister Han. If I had known, I might as well not have assembled them. I'd save the parts and assemble one instantly during battle. It would definitely scare the enemies to death. Now look, the parts are all destroyed by you. Sister, you're so violent. You won't be able to find a boyfriend later.
Hearing him say this, Han Zherzhen, who was next to them, couldn't help but burst into laughter. You little brat, you're worrying about whether your sisters will find boyfriends.
Boss is so powerful. What man in the world could be worthy of her? And does a woman have to find a boyfriend? I think it's fine for Boss to be beautiful on her own.
Hearing this, Era Hader couldn't help but smile even more happily.
Sister Han really understands me.
All right, stop the idle talk.
Business is more important now.
We need to improve our team's strength as quickly as possible.
Sister Han, your superpower has also improved quite a bit now. You can participate in dismantling the plant. Just consider it training.
Han Zherzhen immediately clapped her hands and raised an eyebrow at Richard.
Little brat, watch your sister's performance.
Richard was suddenly speechless.
Since Han Zherzhen obtained her superpower and became a core member of Era Hader's team, she was no longer as timid as before. Her personality had become much more assertive.
Era Hader had heard before that after an ability user awakens their superpower, it triggers the greatest desire in their subconscious. It seemed that Han Zherzhen's previous submissive appearance was only on the surface. In fact, a wild lioness lived in her heart, and just then, Han Zherzhen opened the gate of the Greenity power plant with a pair of iron fists. With a loud boom, the main gate swung open, and the abandoned power plant was like a mutated monster with its mouth wide open. The battle pet army is formed, and they unexpectedly encounter the regular army of Country A. Interestingly, John and Jennifer, who had previously turned into zombie humans, also came along this time.
This could be considered the first assembly of the Apocalypse Squad Era Hader had formed in New York. Seeing John and Jennifer's eerie state was somewhat chilling. Both Han Zherzhen and Richard instinctively felt a bit odd, but they could feel even more strongly that the two before them possessed immense strength, not at all inferior to their own.
Just where did Era Hader find so many special individuals? And how could they all become so powerful? But on second thought, they had been ordinary people before too, yet under the stimulation of Era Hader's special ability, they now possessed powers similar to superheroes in movies. Much like Easterners' dreams of martial arts heroes, Westerners love to imagine themselves as those movie superheroes. Now, through a stroke of fate, they had all obtained these special abilities.
Their superpowers gave them immense confidence, but they didn't become arrogant because of it, for there was an even more powerful ruler above them.
As their boss, Era Hader could absolutely suppress everything. Upon arriving at the power plant, Era Hader gave a light wave of her hand, and her Warpet Legion immediately appeared around her, and this time, Era Hader had even brought Polar Bear Darby along.
Now that extreme cold weather was everywhere and the world was covered in ice and snow, it didn't matter whether they were in the Arctic or not. Furthermore, staying by Era Hader's side provided Polar Bear Darby with more opportunities for training. After all, the environment it had been in was somewhat different. It was already sparsely populated, so the fierce creatures it might encounter were fewer. Thus, among the 9 great forbidden zones of life, Polar Bear Darby's mission wasn't actually a top priority. Its area became a forbidden zone mainly due to the inherent bonus of the Arctic's extreme cold. The current environment was when Polar Bear Darby's combat power was at its peak because everywhere was now its home field.
Therefore, by keeping Darby by her side and having it participate in more battles, its strength would increase faster, allowing it to better handle other fights once the extreme cold passed. As for the other large ones, aside from Panda Gun Gun, Era Hader truly sent them back to their respective homes to resume their own path of seizing heaven.
With Era Hader's prior help and stimulation, their growth would be even more rapid and fierce.
Returning to the scene at the Greenity power plant, Era Hader gave a gentle beckon, and Darby along with the members of the Warpet Legion immediately stepped forward to form a large circle.
The combat squad looked at the sudden appearance of a vast army around them and couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Amidst this vast army, the few of them were like little chicks. Neither their size nor their combat power could likely compare to this Warpet Legion. John and Jennifer felt this most deeply, as their boss within this group was the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex's boss was Era Hader. In other words, Era Hader was the boss of these two zombie humans boss. That innate bloodline suppression instantly stripped the two of any thought of resistance, leaving them to obediently follow all of Era Hader's arrangements.
Richard, on the other hand, couldn't help but swallow hard.
Boss, your war pet legion is too fierce. Looking at this display, there must be 8 or 10,000 of them, right?
Era Hader nodded with a smile. Close enough.
There are 10,086 war pets in total, all kinds of them. You need to work harder and do your best to build your mechanical legion. When the time comes, together with my war pet legion, it will be enough to sweep through every force in the world.
Then, a whole world will listen to us.
This is peace in another sense. We are going to create a brand new world.
With Era Hader painting such a grand vision, Richard immediately felt a surge of excitement.
As expected, young people are easy to mislead. However, Era Hader simply wanted to live freely and follow her own path in the apocalypse. But for such a beautiful woman to live that way, she had to become the strongest.
Moreover, Era Hader wasn't without concerns. In the safe house back east, there was still a piece of wallpaper where large words kept appearing. Who exactly was controlling all this?
Did this apocalypse hold more secrets?
Was the reason she could be reborn also due to some special cause?
All of this left significant questions in her mind.
But since she couldn't figure it out, she simply stopped thinking about it. Even if she knew the truth, without absolute strength, knowing would only add to her troubles.
So in the end, improving oneself was the only way.
And the fact that Era Hader's Warpet army had begun to take shape was thanks to the other kings of the Forbidden Zones of Life, who were constantly growing stronger in their respective domains.
As they ascended, they naturally encountered many powerful beasts and mutated beasts.
Whenever they found one that could hold its own against them, they would notify Era Hader to collect it, making it a member of her War Pet Legion. Truth be told, through this method, Era Hader had new war pets joining every few days, combined with the many war pets with great life potential she had already collected. And after further superpower development and training, the War Pet Legion had finally taken shape.
Of course, this number was still far from enough. Against future tides of mutated beasts and zombies, this amount wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between their teeth.
Naturally, Era Hader could fully hide in her space and never come out, taking them with her to escape disaster. But the space had time limits. She could only stay for a maximum of 24 consecutive hours, and there was a cooldown period. Era Hader could clearly feel that the space seemed to be constantly urging her to fight, so she had no choice but to continuously improve her War Pet Legion. Now, with the mutual assistance of the War Pet Legion and the combat squad, the entire Greenity power plant was demolished and dismantled in no time.
To Richard's surprise, after Han Zhejian's bronze skin and iron bones superpower improved, dismantling these mechanical devices was like crushing dry weeds. It was too brutal. The young boy Richard couldn't help but shrink his neck at the sight. It seemed he couldn't afford to provoke either of the two older sisters in the future, or he'd be beaten miserably.
While their squad was in the heat of dismantling the power plant, a well-equipped team in the distance was closely monitoring everything.
They wore snow-colored camouflage, blending perfectly into the worlds of ice and snow.
High-powered binoculars instantly locked onto Era Hader's team. "Colonel, what should we do now? Should we go up and stop them?
They're about to dismantle the core of the power plant."
At this moment, a chief of staff was requesting instructions from his superior.
The commander, addressed as Colonel, frowned deeply. "If I'm not mistaken, they are the ability users that the higher-ups are looking for. I really didn't expect ability users to appear so soon."
"We've been surrounded."
As the main commander of the SEAL team, Colonel Howard possessed extensive combat experience.
Even in this extreme cold weather, he was still able to maintain his team's formidable combat effectiveness. After all, their original training objective was to ensure the team could rapidly adapt to combat in any environment.
On the eve of the apocalypse, they happened to be executing a mission near New York. The natural disaster struck just as they finished. They immediately received instructions to remain on standby in New York. Consequently, in subsequent events, they became the weapons of important figures in New York, responsible for carrying out many survival tasks in the apocalypse. A soldier's mission and duty, along with the principles they had always upheld, drove them to persist in their assignments. Their efforts quickly bore fruit. Under their protection, many important figures were not significantly affected by the apocalypse.
Furthermore, as more troops appeared later on, the situation surrounding those important figures gradually stabilized.
However, the civilians in downtown New York were not so lucky.
The original country was already plagued by constant chaos, and various zero-yuan purchases were so common that everyone had grown accustomed to them.
All sorts of unrest seemed to be breaking out continuously. Because of this, after the natural disaster struck, Massive numbers of people in the big cities who lacked survival supplies froze or starved to death. In a New York of over 8 million people, only tens of thousands remained. The degree of cruelty involved can only be imagined, yet even so, those so-called important figures had no intention of reaching out to save them, or perhaps they did want to take some measures. But by the time they finished discussing what to do, the people were already mostly dead.
Since that was the case, they could only change their plan and implement an elite system. They would only keep those they deemed elites to preserve a spark. For Country A and Colonel Howard's mission this time was to see if this abandoned power plant could be put back into operation to provide electricity for those elites. By now, New York had fallen, and finding other power generation equipment was no easy task. For some reason, that god of thieves seemed to have predicted the arrival of the natural disaster and had directly targeted Country A, the country with the most abundant supplies, as the primary target for looting.
The supplies harvested by the god of thieves included all kinds of power generation equipment and even fuel.
This had left the remaining elites in a state of deep distress. However, no matter how powerful the god of thieves was, he could only target the most famous locations where supplies were most likely to be stored.
A place like the Greenity power plant, which was both dilapidated and only recently recommissioned, would be difficult for anyone but a local to know about. The other party likely didn't have the time to investigate such places, so this power plant managed to escape the disaster.
But Howard never expected that when he arrived here with his SEAL team members, he would encounter another group of ruthless individuals and legendary ability users at that.
In their elite ranks, there were indeed ability users, but in Colonel Howard's eyes, those so-called ability users were just flash show-offs. What use was a so-called superpower?
A single burst of bullets from them would beat the opponent to a pulp. It could only be said that the ability users Howard had seen were mostly those who had just awakened at the start of the apocalypse and had not yet become familiar with or strengthened their superpowers.
So, seeing a group of people also dismantling a power station, their objective was clearly the same as his.
Howard quickly commanded his subordinates, "Keep up, everyone load your weapons."
Although these ability users don't look like much of a threat, we cannot afford to be careless. Guys, move it. The chance to earn some merit is here, with so many ability users. If we bring them all back this time, those politicians will be overjoyed.
Hearing Howard's words, the grunts couldn't help but chuckle.
Boss, these ability users are supposed to be pretty tough, but honestly, none of them can actually fight.
Exactly. Last time they had us test an ability user, and a single bullet scared him to the ground. What ability user?
I think they should just be called cowardly users. Hearing his subordinates chatter, Howard couldn't help but wave them off, saying, "Don't underestimate anyone, and never look down on an opponent. Have you all forgotten what I told you during training? Get all your gear into peak condition and stay sharp. This is our first real battle since the apocalypse began."
We can't let anyone look down on us. Furthermore, we need to show those big shots our combat prowess and let them know our importance.
That way, they probably won't pin their hopes on those ability users anymore. We are the SEAL team. We must demonstrate our skill and grit. Guys, your time to shine has come. All members of the SEAL team shouted in unison. "Yes, sir." Howard issued another command. "Squad 1, Squad 2, follow me for a frontal charge. Squad 3, Squad 4, use flanking tactics to encircle them. Don't let a single person slip through. Squad 5 will cover the rear and be ready to provide support at any moment."
Once the orders were given, Howard quickly made several tactical hand signals, and the squads moved out.
The SEAL team numbered at least several hundred men. It was no small force. On Era Hater's side, it was entirely because a group of war pets had already entered the power plant to run wild. They were dismantling and destroying things at will, having the time of their lives.
The dismantled parts were placed directly in front of Richard for him to assemble as he pleased.
Anything temporarily useless was directly stored in the space by Era Hater, after all. It was waste utilization.
Thus, from the outside, it didn't look like there were many people, only the 5 members of Era Hater's team, with war pets occasionally darting back and forth. Only the core personnel around Era Hater's team knew just how shocking and overwhelming the scene had been when the Warpet Legion first emerged.
Recalling the scene from just now, Richard couldn't help but feel his heart swell with excitement.
Because Era Hater had said that once his skills improved in the future, under the influence of the keynote machinery ability, the mechanical legion he could build would be no less impressive than Era Hater's Warpet Legion. Thinking that he could also command such a massive army in the future, Richard felt even more motivated. Meanwhile, as Era Hater was directing her Warpet Legion's continuous actions, she received a message from the Warpets responsible for scouting the perimeter.
"Master, Many soldiers are coming from outside, fully armed and moving quickly toward our position. Upon hearing this, Era Hader quickly switched her perspective. Through the war pet's vision, she immediately saw the silhouettes of Howard and his men rapidly closing in. We must capture them alive and turn them into our own. Hearing the report from her war pets, Era Hader couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. It was also time to test the strength of her combat squad. The opponent had split into 4 groups, and her squad happened to have 4 people through the perspective of her war pets. Era Hader could see everything clearly. Partners, it's time to show your true strength. Looking at this formation, the opponent should be Country A's regular army. Next, it's up to you. 4 groups of people, pick your own opponents. If you really can't win, I will go over and support you. But I hope you won't need me to take action. Era Hader's words immediately made the 4 people in the squad feel a chill in their hearts. After all, among the 2 mutant zombie humans, one had rubber man attributes, and the other had telekinesis. Han Zeozhen had bronze skin and iron bones. Not only could she strengthen her own defense, but her control over metal was also top tier. Little Richard naturally went without saying. As the king of machinery, he was the future's most ruthless person in Country A. If this team were sent out, they would be quite explosive even in the apocalypse of her previous life. And now, after Era Hader's preliminary strengthening, their skill levels had gradually improved. Now it was time to check the results of their combat training. Hearing Era Hader's instructions, Richard immediately raised his hand, indicating he wanted to face the opponent's main attacking force head-on. Han Zeozhen volunteered to attack the left wing. Jennifer volunteered to attack the right wing. Naturally, John, who seemed the weakest now, would handle the rear of the opponent's team. However, even the weakest John had now mastered his own method of attack. This method of attack was taught to him by Era Hader. Moreover, having been mutated as a zombie human, his reaction speed, strength, and even mental power were significantly higher than those of ordinary ability users. This was the source of their strong confidence. Boss, just watch. I will wipe out these people without leaving a single one. Richard was itching for fight, eager to try. Ever since Era Hader activated his superpower 2 days ago, he hadn't had a chance to go all out. At this time, the mechanical parts disassembled by Era Hader's War Pet Legion were enough for him to assemble 10 Gundams. He could control 5 himself, and the remaining 5 were hidden in the space ring Era Hader gave him. As long as there was battle damage, he could immediately replace it with a new combat unit. Space ability was truly the best partner for his king of machinery ability as for Han Zeozhen. It went without saying. The others likewise had their own unique skills. Because Era Hader had seen these people's combat levels in her previous life, she directly gave them the most suitable combat styles, so they grew very quickly. All right, what I want to see are results, not bragging. Next, let me see what level your combat skills have reached. Era Hader directly issued orders like a queen. With a wave of her fair hand, her subordinates quickly dispersed, heading in different directions with high battle spirit. On the other side, the SEAL team led by Colonel Howard had already maneuvered around and carried out a tactical assault on the perimeter of the power plant. Seeing a disassembly of the power plant in full swing over there, Howard's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Suddenly, he had a very bad feeling that today's opponent would be quite troublesome, because he had already seen many unknown creatures that looked like wild beasts but possessed very unique abilities, directly disassembling a plant into pieces. Furthermore, these beasts were numerous. If looking solely at numbers, their team wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the enemy's teeth. But they believed in their own strength. After all, they had weapons, and these weapons could turn those beasts into sieves in an instant. No matter how many the opponent had, their elite team could handle it. Chief, these beasts are too weird. Why do they seem so human-like, each one knowing how to dismantle machinery? Are these still ordinary beasts? Did the beasts mutate under the natural disaster? Howard was also stunned as he looked through high-powered binoculars. Many beasts that should have been natural enemies were now coexisting peacefully, working together to complete disassembly tasks. In this situation, it looked like someone was controlling them to get it done. But who could control so many beasts? In a flash of inspiration, Howard had another conjecture. I think the one making the beasts act is a very special ability user. Their ability is to control these beasts. We must find this ability user. Once we have her help, we can withstand any natural disaster. Furthermore, our team will become incomparably strong. Hearing Howard's words, the several important staff officers present all agreed very much. But Chief, They can already control so many beasts to fight for them.
Will they still listen to us? They alone could probably sweep through everything, right? Hearing this, Howard couldn't help but smile.
Beasts are beasts, after all. They cannot replace humans. Humans ultimately have to return to human society. Could that ability user who controls strange beasts really become a Robinson Crusoe?
Who could stand being with beasts all day? Besides, no matter how powerful beasts are, they don't have the high firepower output of weapons.
What if there are many beasts, one RPG, and any beast has to step aside? That's right. In the face of natural disasters, humans stand at the top of the food chain. As long as they set their sights on a species, they can make it extinct in minutes.
This kind of thing isn't happening for the first time.
Therefore, when humans face these beasts, they have a natural sense of superiority, especially when humans possess weapons. They're even less likely to take beasts seriously. However, because of this, many people die due to their own arrogance.
Just as Howard was fantasizing about how to persuade the other party, a sudden clattering sound rang out.
From the snowdrift ahead, a massive 3-story tall robot suddenly stood up. Several of Howard's subordinates were completely dumbfounded, not to mention the others, even Howard, as the commander was left bewildered.
What on earth? Had he run into Bumblebee or Optimus Prime? Chief, are we on a movie set?
Is that thing a Transformers?
Howard almost slapped his subordinate.
Are you stupid?
Load your weapons. Engage the enemy.
An ability user has appeared. This robot is controlled by an ability user.
Now quickly find that ability user who can control robots for me.
You must charge up and capture this person alive. Completely defeated, he'll meet everything you know.
Hearing the commander's words, several shocked troopers within the SEAL team immediately took on this responsibility.
After all, they knew those words were directed at them.
However, for a moment, they couldn't find the ability user who was controlling the giant robot.
Meanwhile, these robots, which looked like Gundams and Transformers, had already launched an assault against them.
Contrary to the clumsy and slow movement they had imagined, these robots were surprisingly flexible, not only possessing incredible speed but also managing to dodge some of their bullet attacks.
Moreover, these robots were carrying gigantic shields to block their firepower.
Even an RPG fired at them could be blocked by the shield, leaving only a blackened shadow on its surface.
This display made Howard's eyelids twitch.
This must be the strongest ability user he had ever encountered. The combat robots controlled by this person were simply killing machines. In fact, when the enemy swung a massive blade, even though it was only a physical attack, it instantly sliced nearly half of their squad in two.
That scene made Howard's eyes burn with fury.
Those were special forces soldiers that their country had cultivated with immense effort and cost.
Yet, in front of this giant robot, even their most concentrated firepower seemed so weak and ineffective.
This was practically a dimensional reduction strike. They had absolutely no room to fight back. And this was just the attack of one robot.
The next wave of new robots arrived. 2 robots charging forward with huge shields, giving them no time to react. Harker, 2 slices, and half of the 2 squads were gone. 2 more slices, and they would be completely wiped out. Want to run?
Impossible. They couldn't outrun the tall, long-legged robots.
Even hiding under a snowdrift, they could easily be dug out and crushed to death by the robot. The crucial point was that they didn't know the enemy's weakness. But if the enemy hit them even once, they were basically dead. Howard felt that this couldn't continue. So he made the most difficult decision of his life.
Stop fighting. We surrender.
On the other side, although Han Zerjian was alone, she was extremely fast. Her defense was incredibly strong, and she wore a full set of metal armor that even bullets couldn't penetrate. Thus, another kind of one-sided massacre began.
No matter what kind of ammunition the enemy used, Han Zerjian could ignore their firepower and charge straight ahead. She would rush up to a soldier and knock them down with one punch, essentially achieving an instant kill. This goddess of bronze skin and iron bones hammered the SEAL team's left flank into oblivion, one punch after another. Meanwhile, Jennifer utilized her rubber human characteristics, swinging her arms like a spring gun with frantic output.
Before she even reached the enemy, her long arms had already struck out.
Crucially, due to the effect of zombie human mutation, her superpower had also been greatly enhanced.
Fists that constantly stretched and changed size transformed momentarily into spears, then into whips, rapidly assaulting the SEAL team's right flank. Before long, all the enemies fell as for John, who was responsible for clearing out the last squad. It was even easier for him.
He didn't even need to approach the enemy. He simply used psychic control over several high-speed rotating spiral blades, forming several spiral storms.
Under the sweep of the spiral blades, it was like a life-reaping machine, annihilating the enemy without leaving a single survivor. From their deployment to the annihilation of the enemy and their return to Era Hader's side, Era Hader calculated the total time less than 5 minutes. Not bad, you passed. But many areas still need improvement. Richard, your weakness is still very obvious.
It's just that others didn't discover you hiding in the corner of the ruins.
Otherwise, rushing toward you immediately would easily cause trouble.
But that's not your fault.
In the future, just make your mechanical army larger and ensure its defenses are tighter.
We have other methods. I'll teach you later.
Zerjan, don't just charge forward relying on your defense next time. You still need to evade. Because you never know when a sharper attack might break through your defenses. You need to focus more on training in this area in the future. Jennifer performed well, but your attacks are too singular. In the future, you can research more variations of your rubber human abilities. John's psychic control has also become more precise, but his individual strength still needs much improvement. Otherwise, if an enemy gets close, you'll be completely helpless. You should also raise your close combat ability so that if someone gets near you, you can still give them a surprise. Era Hader's words were immediately taken to heart by the little partners.
At first, they had been complacent about possessing such powerful combat strength. However, realizing that all of this was provided by Era Hader, and that she still had a large Warpet Legion she hadn't deployed, they truly wondered how terrifying the destructive power would be if their boss utilized this Warpet Legion.
Richard couldn't help but ask at this moment, "Boss, I wiped out most of my opponents directly, but midway through the fight, they surrendered. They are currently being held by a few of my robots."
Do you want to take a look? Speaking of Howard the Commander, Richard couldn't help but smile widely. It was great that this commander had come, giving him a chance to earn merit.
Era Hader couldn't help but become interested.
After all, the information she had gathered previously was only Carter's side of the story. Now, she wanted to see what Country A's military planned to do next. The most important point was to figure out the direction of their research on ability users and how far they had progressed.
Era Hader was very willing to do anything that could disrupt the destiny of Country A.
Even now, Era Hader had no intention of lowering her guard.
Because she knew clearly that no one was safe under the apocalypse, even if her strength was absolute. She still had to be careful and cautious in the face of stronger natural disasters later on. Howard never imagined that he would have a day when he was captured, and when he was brought before Era Hader, he felt even more incredulous.
The unimaginably powerful ability users standing before him were actually subordinates of this Oriental girl.
Previously, Howard genuinely looked down on ability users, thinking they were just flashy wastes of space who would have to obediently hit the dirt if they encountered firearms.
But today, he finally witnessed the true power of ability users.
What kind of garbage were those ability users he had seen before made of?
It was a comparison of heaven and earth. Era Hader and her group were in heaven, while the ability users they had cultivated could only be stepped on the ground.
Tell me everything you know. Era Hader's icy voice reached him, instantly making Howard shiver. Hidden shelter. Aurora Zone 9. At this moment, in an underground building on the edge of New York, a group of military and political officials and business elites gathered together. This building was an invisible shelter, divided into 10 floors in total. The deeper the level, the higher the status of the people there. Basement levels 1, 2, and 3 were mainly for the service personnel of the invisible shelter, responsible for the daily output of the entire base, energy supply, and all kinds of dirty and tiring work.
These were relatively ordinary employees who had no special abilities and could only perform the simplest daily tasks. Therefore, they were placed on the top floors to take the brunt of any danger while also being responsible for the daily supplies of the entire hidden shelter.
This category of personnel was also the largest in number. Basement levels 4 and 5 were for technicians with a bit of skill, responsible for the operation of the hidden shelter's infrastructure. They were considered the managers of the 3 floors above them. Basement levels 6 and 7 were for senior technical personnel, responsible for scientific research to improve the survival rate of the entire hidden base, as well as the subsequent continuation of human civilization and research on resisting natural disasters. Basement levels 8 and 9 were for the middle and upper management of the base. Various military and political officials and top wealthy business elites nested here, which also featured the base's best living environment and recreational facilities.
Basement level 10 was the central authority of the entire base.
It directly dominated the fate of the base, and only a few top commanders could access it. There seemed to be very important secrets inside. unknown to outsiders, even within the base. It was difficult to see the full picture.
After learning about such a hidden shelter base, Era Hader couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. If she remembered correctly, this was one of Country A's most important bases in her previous life, Aurora Zone 9.
And there were nearly 20 such hidden bases throughout Country A, allowing them to perfectly preserve their original, elite strength when the natural disaster struck.
This was also an important reason why Contrio was able to develop so many superpowers and begin plundering other regions across the globe later on.
However, that was all in her previous life.
These hidden bases were extremely well concealed, and those who could join them had to sign very strict confidentiality codes.
Any leak meant immediate execution.
Therefore, it was impossible for outsiders to know their specific geographic locations.
Furthermore, back then, there were very few space ability users in the East who could teleport over here.
This information was only brought back by some patriotic Easterners who had wandered through Contria for a while and managed to return to the East through space channels.
Moreover, the information they knew was extremely limited. The reason Era Hader knew so clearly now was entirely because Colonel Howard was already considered a peripheral figure of the 8th and 9th levels of Aurora Zone 9. Reasonably speaking, he shouldn't have been the one dispatched to complete these tasks. But after all, the SEAL team had always been led by him.
Thus, such an important mission was personally carried out by him leaving the base. No one expected that under these circumstances, they would run into a group of ruthless people like Era Hader and her team.
Hearing Howard's words, the expressions of Hans Ergen and the others turned ugly. Hans Ergen, whose personality had become fiery, couldn't help but kick him. Howard rolled several times, so pained he couldn't even straighten his back. These damn politicians are truly shameless.
They were so proactive when making us pay taxes. But where are they when we need protection?
They're just a bunch of cowardly and incompetent rats, hiding in a rat hole to enjoy themselves while abandoning the lives of the people.
What a bunch of bastards.
Richard was also filled with righteous indignation. If those important figures were willing to put in some effort, many people would definitely have been able to survive. That Aurora Zone 9 base could definitely have accommodated many more people.
According to Howard, there was still plenty of space on the top basement levels 1, 2, and 3. They had originally planned to take in some survivors.
Anyway, as long as they were given some food and supplies, those survivors would be as obedient as dogs.
This time, besides coming out to find this abandoned power station to see if there were any resources they wanted, there was another important reason to recruit some physically strong ability users. As it turned out, they hadn't even finished their first task before being beaten down by Era Hader and her group.
However, Era Hader became very interested after hearing about this place.
She knew that Aurora Zone 9 was just one of the survivor bases.
There were many more bases like this in Country A. If she struck them one by one, Country A would basically have no chance to cause trouble. Besides, why should such a good place be occupied by those trashy politicians of Country A? They were all insidious hypocrites who said one thing and did another. They didn't deserve it. At this point, Era Hader smiled. All right, now that we know about such a good place, we naturally have to go take a look.
However, Colonel Howard, you should still have some things you haven't confessed, right? Coming to this power station definitely wasn't as simple as just dismantling some power generation equipment.
This matter isn't worth the SEAL team's personal intervention, is it? What exactly is your purpose?
Why don't you elaborate?
Howard felt like he was falling apart.
He thought he had concealed it well enough and that his acting was perfect. So how was he still seen through by this young Eastern girl?
Beautiful lady, I really don't have any more information.
We were just following orders. We came here to dismantle the power equipment to fill some deficiencies in Aurora Zone 9.
After all, the energy problem is the most critical link for the entire base. Without energy, there are many things we can't do.
Era Hader didn't waste any more words with him and simply said to the big white rabbit in her arms,
Milk candy, give him a mental illusion and make him spill everything. The will of a person willing to surrender wouldn't be very strong anyway.
Milk Candy perked up its fluffy ears, and its crimson eyes suddenly shone with an eerie light.
Howard watched as a massive rabbit hopped in front of him. His vision blurred, and his mind grew hazy, as if he had directly entered another world. He immediately became highly alert because he knew that some things absolutely could not be said. If that young girl really got her hands on that item, he would become a traitor to Country A.
That item must never fall into the hands of others. However, Howard soon felt as if he were in purgatory. Experiencing countless tortures, the illusion Milk Candy created for him was truly not simple.
The little partners saw Howard rolling on the ground in such pain that he was about to faint. This famous tough guy from the country and military seemed like he would soon be unable to hold out. Next, Era Hader and the others learned a piece of extraordinary news. Underground Research Institute.
After hearing the information provided by Colonel Howard, Era Hader couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This was indeed remarkable news. Afterward, she had her war pets guard the prisoners while she continued to dismantle the power station.
Because the core of the information lay at the bottom of this power station.
On the surface, this power station appeared to be a place used by cryptocurrency miners to generate electricity, but in reality, a highly advanced research institute was hidden at the very bottom. As for what was being researched inside, Era Hader had basically figured it out just now, and she was determined to see for herself.
It was no wonder that the big shots in Aurora's Zone 9 were so nervous. If the experiments inside really produced results, they would have the capital to rise up in the apocalypse, although they all seemed to have their own hidden shelter bases. The bases were not united in purpose, each had its own agenda.
In New York, this abandoned power station was one of the places they valued the most. At this moment, Era Hader didn't care about that anymore. She directed her Warpet Legion to frantically dismantle the power station. She kept the usable power generation equipment for herself, while Richard used the other parts and heavy metals to polish and assemble Gundams. In just half a day, more than half of the massive abandoned power station had already been dismantled. The sight was truly shocking to anyone watching.
Colonel Howard also saw it, and at the same time, he felt his heart tremble. This Oriental woman before him was likely the legendary god of thieves. After all, apart from the god of thieves, who else in this world could dismantle an entire power plant in half a day and then make it vanish without a trace, not even leaving behind any construction debris?
This could only mean that the Oriental woman before him was undoubtedly the god of thieves. Moreover, the equipment and parts disappeared immediately after being dismantled. What other ability could this be? Naturally, it was the superpower that allowed the other party to empty out the entirety of Country A. At this moment, Howard couldn't help but swallow hard. He had a premonition that things wouldn't end well today.
Since he knew the other party's secret, would she really let him go?
But if she wanted to kill him, why didn't she just do it instead of waiting until now?
Howard felt his head spinning. He didn't know how Era Hader would judge him next.
However, he knew that the high-end research institute hidden beneath this abandoned power station was likely doomed.
The Warpet Legion's dismantling speed was extremely fast. After all, every Warpet had been granted a superpower by Era Hader. Moreover, under the effect of her exotic beast resonance, the combat power of the Warpets would be significantly boosted.
This also greatly increased their dismantling speed.
Of course, in the end, they achieved their goal as expected and finally opened the entrance to the underground laboratory of this abandoned power station.
At this moment, Howard felt his heart jump violently, because at this stage, his usefulness seemed to have come to an end.
This was the moment he would truly receive his sentence, Colonel Howard. It's been a hardship for you to stay with us for so long.
And to your brothers, thank you for your cooperation.
To thank you all, I have decided to let you survive better in the apocalypse. Hearing Era Hader say this, Howard felt a bit numb. How could he believe this?
However, on the surface, he still responded politely.
Then thank you very much, beautiful lady. You are truly a good person. We offended you before, and we are very sorry.
Can you let us go now?
Hearing this, Era Hader revealed a kind smile. Letting you go is naturally fine, but we still need to go through a small procedure just at this moment. A group of living dinosaurs suddenly appeared beside Era Hader.
Howard and his men almost mistook themselves for having walked into Jurassic Park. This is lady. What exactly do you want to do? Howard's teeth were chattering at this point. He had been in a high-ranking position for a long time and was the highest-level combat personnel in Aurora Base. At this moment, he regretted it immensely.
Why did he agree to those stupid politicians and risk his life to come here? Otherwise, today's events would never have happened. It was mainly because he had been too arrogant before, thinking that all ability users around the world were this weak.
It turned out that only the bunch of useless ability users in his base were rookies. Other ability users were truly strong.
Hearing Howard say this, Era Hader just revealed a sweet smile. You said you offended me, so there must be some punishment.
But don't worry, after being bitten by them, you will be one of our own.
I have always been very generous to my own people.
Howard's heart was pounding, but he couldn't make any move to resist,
because surrounding them were not only Gundams as tall as several stories, but also a huge zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex, which looked very formidable and seemed ready to swallow them in one bite at any moment. As for the other zombie dinosaurs, no further explanation was needed. They immediately went up and bit all the remaining 100 or so country soldiers. Shortly after, Howard and his men began to turn into zombies.
As their bodies slowly stiffened and their consciousness gradually faded, Howard only had time to say 2 sentences.
"You Oriental woman. You are a devil. You are a devil." Era Hader smiled and did not respond. After they all turned into zombies, the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex instantly activated its powerful bloodline suppression, and the group of soldier zombies became completely obedient, with no intention of resisting. Era Hader sensed them directly. There were a total of 136 soldier zombies, but only 36 could become zombie humans. However, this was not a small number.
The rest were unqualified zombies, and she had other uses for them.
Tyrannosaurus Rex, command them to rush into the laboratory and let them scout the path first. A base that could be valued by those big-shot politicians in New York was definitely not an ordinary place.
At this moment, Era Hader was very curious about what the experimental results inside actually were.
At this moment, they'd opened the entrance directly and let these soldier zombies charge in, taking the opportunity to test if there were any defense systems inside. Actually, Era Hader could have solved this laboratory issue in a simpler and more brutal way, but Howard had said that there were quite a few traps and defense facilities inside, and destroying it directly might very well result in the entire laboratory being ruined. However, these things couldn't stomp Era Hader and her team. After all, they had the king of machinery. Richard, the next part is up to you.
While these soldier zombies scout the path, you can take the opportunity to figure out the layout inside.
Later, just dismantle the things inside directly, use what is usable and throw away what is not. Let's take a good look at what kind of trickery is inside. Richard immediately agreed.
All right, boss.
After all, Howard had only provided the location of this laboratory, but he didn't actually know what was inside. He was just following orders to retrieve the most core items from the laboratory. Zombie soldiers, charge. 100 zombie soldiers rushed into the entrance of the laboratory.
The remaining soldier zombies were taken into Era Hader as spatial storage.
After superpower activation, these high-quality soldier zombies all became zombie humans, similar to John and Jennifer.
Among them was Colonel Howard. This old fellow didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. After becoming a zombie human, he gained much greater strength, and his former memories remained.
However, at this moment, he was only loyal to Era Hader. Master, you must be careful when entering that underground laboratory. However, since you possess the ability to traverse space, I doubt you will face any real danger. All I know is that this laboratory holds core technology extremely important to Aurora Zone 9, rumored to be related to life and energy. Anyway, those guys said that as long as the contents inside are retrieved, Aurora Zone 9 will become the strongest existence among all shelter bases. Furthermore, it will allow those ability users to possess even greater strength. Hearing Howard's words, Era Hader nodded.
All right, I understand.
You handled this matter well. I have even more important tasks to assign you in the future. Stay here for now. Adapt well to your current body and abilities.
You still need to return to Aurora Zone 9. However, I hope you can become the helmsman of the highest center of power there.
Hearing Era Hader say this, Howard couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then quickly replied,
Yes, Master. In her previous life, it was precisely these so-called hidden shelter bases that united to launch the plunder plan against the East, even establishing extremely close ties with distant countries like Secura and Europe. She didn't know why they insisted on targeting the East, but Era Hader remembered this grudge.
Development in the East was already quite difficult during the apocalypse. Their interference made it even harder. But now, with Era Hader's butterfly effect, none of this would happen again. Era Hader wanted to see what mystery this laboratory held that allowed Aurora Zone 9, next to New York, to become the most powerful hidden shelter base in her previous life. Moreover, there was a very important question. Had the batch of ability users already been born before the apocalypse arrived? Countria seemed to have always been very advanced in this area of research. They had already made preparations in this regard before the apocalypse arrived.
Thinking of this, Era Hader couldn't help but recall that when she was constantly traveling everywhere harvesting Country's resources, she did encounter some opponents who seemed quite dangerous.
But her movements were extremely fast, and she also had a group of war pets helping, so she didn't need to show herself in the end, which is why she had always been very safe. Precisely because of this, Era Hader never had the chance to directly meet the legendary Pioneer ability users. The so-called Pioneer ability users were beings who had already obtained powerful superpowers before the apocalypse. Era Hader had always wanted to spar with them properly.
It looked like she might have a chance this time.
And at this moment, the zombie soldiers had already burst open the entrance of the Research Institute. Simultaneously, The entrance of the Underground Research Institute had activated its defense mechanism. A series of lasers and machine gun fire instantly mowed down the soldier zombies charging at the front. They immediately became piles of corpses, but this also gave Richard time to observe and decipher.
Richard moved slightly closer to the gate, still maintaining some distance, and touched the metal floor with both hands, causing a series of special flashing patterns to spread until they reached the gate.
Wherever these light patterns touched, the gate instantly decomposed into various mechanical parts. Most directly, the laser instruments and firearms were all separated individually, instantly losing their combat effectiveness. Era Hader patted Richard. "Well done, young man, you're getting more skilled. Come on, let's go inside and take a look." Hearing Era Hader's praise, Richard couldn't help but flash a brilliant, sunny smile. It's all thanks to boss's support that I have this strength now. I will keep working hard."
Era Hader smiled and patted his shoulder as encouragement, signaling everyone to continue exploring forward.
In fact, Howard and his team hadn't managed to unlock the key to this research institute before, but they had technical engineers, some of whom had previously participated in designing this special research institute, which is why they dared to come here and try, but they weren't absolutely certain of success. However, those important figures and senior scientists within the base all said that as long as they obtained the experimental results inside, they would have excellent survival conditions under this extreme apocalypse. Furthermore, those people were uneasy about anyone else leading the team, so Howard came. It's just that no one would have thought that such a powerful superpower unit and War Pet Legion would be guarding this place. One can only say that fate plays tricks on people. Breaking the first level gate was only the beginning. Although it was called a Research Institute laboratory, the area beneath it was also a massive structure. It resembled a massive ring, and the first level ring studied various organisms. Era Hader commanded the zombie soldiers to continue moving forward. 30 zombie soldiers were lost at the first level gate just now. The remaining 70 continued advancing to explore. They were used as cannon fodder to check for defensive measures. Sure enough, there were quite a few defensive structures along the way.
After consuming another dozen or so soldier zombies, the layout was basically understood.
Interestingly, some defenses had no effect on zombies, such as tear gas, flashbangs, smoke bombs, and so on. Naturally, some toxic gases also had no effect on zombies. Only physical attacks like lasers and firearms had some efficacy. None of these so-called defensive measures could stop Richard. They were dismantled one after another and subsequently collected by Richard as tool parts. After all, these were good things.
If he assembled them into a new type of Gundam, it could completely boost combat power.
Moreover, Richard believed that his boss, Era Hader, possessed many weapon and ammunition depots, and if these were all equipped onto his Gundam, it would simply be a lethal weapon.
It would be a battle machine capable of sweeping aside everything at this moment. Era Hader had also basically clearly seen some of the special research subjects inside.
They turned out to be all relatively strong wild animals, confined in cages and nutrient vessels using high-tech equipment. There were also automatic feeding systems and microecological cycles to ensure their vitality. Seeing these treasures, Era Hader's eyes couldn't help but light up. She could feel that many of these special animals possessed extremely strong life potential. It must be said that the Research Institute truly knew how to select research subjects, but now they were all a boon for Era Hader.
However, just as Era Hader was preparing to act and claim these animals with strong life potential for herself, a sharp, terrifying hiss and roar came from the depths of the Research Institute in a head-to-head confrontation. This big guy was used as a sparring partner.
A terrifying and enormous roar shook everyone's eardrums. If ordinary people heard it, they would likely feel immediate fear, perhaps even dizziness and accelerated heart rate. However, Era Hader and the others, who had already been enhanced, were completely unaffected by any negative effects. Instead, it piqued Era Hader's strong interest. "Oh ho, there's probably a big guy in here. Richard, Xiaxin, are you scared?" The two little partners shook their heads simultaneously.
"Boss, we're not scared."
A hint of excitement even shone through the eyes of the two little partners.
Seeing their reaction, Era Hader knew that the two had just gained their superpower and were still in a state of excitement.
They were looking for a well-matched opponent to hone their skills.
After all, when dealing with Colonel Howard's group earlier, the 4 members of the small team cut them down like chopping vegetables. It was utterly effortless to dispatch the enemies.
Now, suddenly feeling a huge sense of threat, they not only weren't afraid but felt an impulse to rise to the challenge and face the opponent head-on. "All right, settle down. The opponent is very strong, likely not someone you can handle right now.
You just focus on providing support later.
Hearing Era Hader say this, they couldn't help but be stunned.
In fact, they were already quite powerful now. Yet Era Hader claimed they were inferior to the opponent. It seemed this adversary was truly not to be underestimated. They had never doubted Era Hader's words.
Because everything they had was bestowed by Era Hader: powerful strength, an unparalleled survival environment.
Who could understand the rules of the apocalypse better than their boss?
Therefore, if boss said no, then it was absolutely no. Moreover, these little partners now held extreme loyalty toward Era Hader and would never drag her down.
Strictly executing Era Hader's orders was their mission. Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's about time I let you meet that guy, but don't rush. Let's give the other side a warning first.
Era Hader calmly issued an instruction to the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex she was riding. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex had shrunk in size.
It was only slightly taller than an ordinary velociraptor, standing about 2 meters high.
Being able to move around in this underground research institute, Era Hader simply used the Tyrannosaurus Rex as a mount, instantly exuding a queen's aura. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately let out a sharp, domineering roar, seemingly in response to the terrifying entity from before. As ability users with keen perception, the people nearby could instantly sense the difference between the two. Clearly, the pressure coming from the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex was greater, perhaps because they were standing right next to this giant. Interestingly, after the zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex let out that roar, the powerful entity that had been howling earlier suddenly fell silent.
Era Hader couldn't help but chuckle. Why couldn't it be a little tougher? It was making such a fuss earlier, but it turned out to be a coward.
Ignore it for now.
We'll give it a good beating when we see it later.
Richard, dismantle all these culture dishes and cages for me. I'm taking all the animals inside here. Seeing this scene before her, Era Hader felt uneasy. These beasts had been terribly tormented by the research project.
Some were ruined, but others seemed to have transformed into a different kind of powerful, fierce, and utterly unrecognizable form. Era Hader had her own war pets, and before the apocalypse, she was a pet shop owner. Others didn't have to love these pets. Not everyone likes pets, and she had no reason to force them, but they shouldn't abuse them. Therefore, now that she had the capability, Era Hader didn't mind lending a hand.
Most importantly, even if these wild animals were damaged, most of their inherent life potential was still very strong. As long as their foundation remained, Era Hader would have great use for them. Once they activated a superpower, they could become new war pets. A red ability crystal cannot be activated by just any life form.
Fortunately, under her protection and after paying a certain price, her family members had all activated powerful superpowers.
But it was uncertain for these beasts. They might not be able to withstand it at all and could explode and die instantly. Therefore, Era Hader was more inclined to let them activate orange ability crystals. Among the beasts still surviving in this batch of laboratories, there were quite a few impressive characters. Era Hader saw various types of fierce tigers, lions, leopards, wild wolves, rhinos, brown bears, bald eagles, and mountain eagles, among others truly everything imaginable. This being the case, Era Hader was even less likely to let go of this batch of high-quality resources. After all, the species that could be captured by these laboratories must be relatively powerful. The outer layer was quickly and thoroughly cleaned out by Era Hader's group and their war pets. Anything that wasn't vital to the underground structure's components was disassembled and stored in their spatial inventory.
Now, only the structural slabs remained. It was truly spotless, and they hadn't encountered any significant obstacles here. At this moment, Era Hader couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile.
This hall alone was worth the trip. Of course, this was only the outermost layer. There should be many interesting things inside.
After all, the intelligence received from Howard indicated that the technology inside was extremely useful for survival in the apocalypse.
But these creatures alone were not enough to match the importance level of Howard's intelligence, which meant there would be even better things here.
Interestingly, the powerful entity that had roared earlier hasn't made a sound since. It was clearly stunned by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's tit-for-tat. I wonder how Aurora Zone 9 managed to take down this underground research institute in the previous life. Or perhaps they stopped after one attempt.
After all, given the strength of Howard and his group, just getting past this outer layer would have been difficult.
Perhaps they were waiting for the strength of their other ability users to increase before slowly opening up the inner space of this underground research institute.
Era Hader didn't act immediately because she wanted to give Richard and the others a chance to train.
Especially the powerful creature that had just howled. She wanted to see what kind of thing it was, and then use it as a sparring partner for her team members.
After Era Hader and her group finished clearing out this outer layer, They immediately proceeded to the next level to explore. Soon, Era Hader saw the subjects of research on the next level. Seeing these neither human nor ghost creatures, Era Hader couldn't help but frown.
As expected, the human rights talked about by country are just superficial efforts. Their ugly faces should be shown to people all over the world.
However, talking about this is useless now. Who cares about such things in the apocalypse? Seeing Era Hader enter, the research subjects on the lower level immediately began to howl from this day forward. Our lives are yours. In fact, Era Hader and her group could see clearly that the research subjects in front of them, from the research institute, could barely be called human anymore
because they looked humanoid, but had beastly features, half human and half beast. They had become all sorts of monsters. Era Hader felt that if they were to play the various demon kings in Journey to the West, they wouldn't even need makeup.
Of course, some retained human faces, while other organs were replaced with those of beasts.
Era Hader roughly understood the research idea. They hoped to create new chemical effects by transplanting various organs from beasts or other powerful life forms onto humans. But the research ideas were clearly too radical. And the most crucial thing was that these abominations were still alive, yet clearly completely rational.
Even those with rationality would probably want to commit suicide now. They were all trapped in culture dishes, all their limbs bound by very strong locks.
Era Hader felt a wave of nausea at the sight of these neither human nor ghost, monstrous things. The people in this underground research institute had obviously heard some news and evacuated in a hurry.
It was clear they left in a panic, leaving behind many scattered documents and various data sheets on the floor.
Era Hader casually picked up some to read, only to find that she couldn't understand their language at all.
The documents used English letters, but the words formed were completely different. It was no longer ordinary English.
It was clearly encrypted.
Era Hader shook her head and said directly to Richard, "Let them be free. They shouldn't exist in this world. What we're doing can be considered accumulating merit. As for the remaining research equipment, dismantle what can be used and destroy what cannot."
Richard naturally followed orders.
The defenses on this second level weren't much stronger. Under the rampage of Era Hader's War Pet Legion, they were swept away like autumn leaves, instantly dealt with completely.
As for those abominations that went mad after leaving the culture dishes, they simply became practiced targets for Era Hader's combat team.
It was then that Richard and Hansilchen finally felt they needed to use a bit of their strength. It must be said that these abominations, developed through research, did possess some combat power. Some committed suicide immediately after leaving the culture dishes, even saying words of thanks before taking their own lives. One woman, who had been transplanted with a fish tail, even clasped her hands and bowed to Era Hader. "Thank you, madam. You are truly an angel, saving everyone here. This is hell, a living purgatory. You are the angel who clears hell."
Hearing her words, Era Hader directly asked her a few questions.
"Besides researching you, what else is in here?"
Also, where did the researchers go?
The mermaid woman gave a tragic laugh.
"I really want to help you answer your questions, but I truly don't know. I'm just the research subject. I regret it so much back then. For money, I actually believed their lies. And then I became an experimental subject. However, they seem to have encountered some special danger and all evacuated, not even having time to take us their experimental results."
"But they deserve it. Let all this be destroyed. These things shouldn't exist in the human world."
"Thank you, madam."
"Without their nutrient solution, I can't live. Nor do I want to. It's really too painful."
Era Hader then sensed the mermaid woman's vitality and found that her life potential was quite strong. However, this was just an illusion. The other party's life potential seemed to have been artificially cultivated using the special nutrient solution from the Research Institute.
But once she was separated from that nutrient solution, she would be nothing and wouldn't last long. "Sister, if I can let you live without pain, are you willing to serve me?"
"You survived such hardship. Don't give up easily."
"Perhaps I can give you a new life. If not, then you can make your decision."
The reason Era Hader said this to the mermaid woman was because she remembered a period when a particularly large upheaval broke out in Country A, and the root cause of the upheaval was the sudden appearance of some half-human, half-beast abominations on the coast of Country A.
They not only swept across large areas of Country, but also became a huge threat to the survivors.
The survivors of Country called them beastmen. Finally, the beastmen and the normal survivor ability users, as well as the zombies and mutated beasts, stood in opposition, forming an independent large army, and the leader of this beastman army was a mermaid known as the Mermaid Queen. At this moment, Era Hader couldn't help but feel that the mermaid woman in front of her might be the leader of that beastman tribe in her previous life. At this time, a mermaid woman was startled. seeing that Hader had so many obedient mutated beasts and war pets, as well as some special humans, around her.
To ordinary people, these things were not something an average person could command, and now they all gathered around Hader. At this moment, Hader exuded an extremely powerful aura. Even if she wasn't the tallest, all living beings looked to her as their leader. This feeling was truly marvelous, coupled with the fact that Hader had rescued her. The mermaid woman felt a natural goodwill towards Hader.
Since she had the courage to die, why not have the courage to try trusting someone again?
The key was that Hader was very sincere, clearly different from those who had deceived her in the past. The mermaid woman finally couldn't help but bite her lip.
"All right, I believe you.
Please help me. If there was a hope of living without so much pain and suffering, who wouldn't want to live?" And what she desired even more was freedom.
She had a strong premonition that this beautiful Oriental woman in front of her could give her everything she craved most.
Immediately after, the mermaid woman disappeared directly in front of everyone.
All of this was also seen by some of the beastmen who had been rescued nearby.
Thus, all the beastmen willing to submit to Hader were taken into her space. The remaining beastmen, who had clearly lost their minds and ability to think, were all killed and destroyed. Hader did not rush to other laboratories at this time, but quickly mobilized her miraculous healing ability in her space to give these beastmen special treatment. Soon, all their beastly features receded, and they transformed back into normal human appearances at the same time. A special shackle seemed to bind their will, accept treatment, and from now on, pledge allegiance to Hader, follow her through life and death, and never betray her. This was the price for them to become human again. But compared to the suffering they had endured before, all of this was simply a gift and a blessing. "Master, from today on, our lives are yours. Master, I am willing to lead the charge for you."
Hader found that after this round of attempts, she had a new understanding of the use of space.
These beastmen should have undergone technological integration through genetic modification and various transplants.
Those among them who could maintain their sanity were basically pretty good experimental subjects. These same beastmen were blindfolded and sent into Hader's spatial room.
Until now, Hader's spatial room could still only accommodate one non-pet creature. If they were her pets, they could be freely taken in. It was also fortunate that there weren't too many of these same beastmen, only about 10 of them.
But each one was an elite, and after technological development, their endurance was also quite formidable. So next, Hader used multiple orange ability crystals to activate the superpower in their bodies.
As a result, beastmen could return to human form in a non-combat state, no different from ordinary people. The only difference was that their pupils were all orange.
This might be a characteristic activated by the orange ability crystal, but no matter what, Hader now had a new batch of combat power.
Most importantly, these beastmen also brought her a lot of important news.
There wasn't just one research institute like this in the entire country A. Moreover, after they successfully activated these special abilities, they also had a control ability over ordinary beastmen. This greatly reduced the workload for Hader and her team in eliminating them. They had originally thought of eliminating all the remaining beastmen, but they didn't expect these mutated beastmen could already control them. The originally violent beastmen suddenly calmed down.
Although they looked a bit like monsters, Hader knew that once these guys gathered in number, they would be a terrifying torrent.
The mutated beastmen whose superpower she activated had absolute loyalty. This was an ability granted by the space, and she could take away their lives at any time. So at this moment, she had an additional beastman army, and this army should grow larger and larger, because according to her previous life's memories, this beastman army had occupied half a country A's territory. They formed their own faction, and seemed to have completely adapted to the survival conditions of the apocalypse.
They were more suited to survive in that environment than humans. This is interesting. Among them, the future mermaid woman Anna undoubtedly became the strongest. Anna's half-mermaid woman state possessed extremely strong water ability. With water, it was equivalent to having life. In the future progression of the apocalypse, water was a very important resource. Anna's skills undoubtedly provided everyone with an extremely powerful guarantee. All right, Anna, are you familiar with the other parts of this base?
Introduce them to us. 2 levels had already been opened, and Hader had gained huge harvests.
Now, only the more core areas remained, and Hader felt that even bigger surprises might be waiting for her. Anna immediately responded respectfully. "Master, This research institute is divided into 5 levels in total because it is ring-shaped. Each ring represents a different research field.
The outermost layer contains powerful wild animals, from which some special genes or even organs are stripped and brought to our second level here for fusion and modification.
As for the 3rd level, I haven't been inside, but it's highly likely to contain even more powerful life forms, because we often feel terrifying pressure emanating from within. Although our fusion wasn't very successful, our perception abilities became more acute.
Especially after integrating some animal characteristics. We also gained beast-like intuition.
The life forms inside the 3rd level are powerful existences that can threaten us, or even suppress us. Master, you must be very careful if you go in.
Anna was undoubtedly very grateful to Era Hader at this moment.
After all, she used to be an experimental subject, injected with various genes and nutrient solutions every day to accelerate her fusion.
But the rejection effects were extremely strong, causing her unparalleled pain, making her feel as if she was in purgatory every day. As a result, Era Hader just took her to a room and didn't do anything, yet she felt a warm energy pass through her body, and everything naturally fused together. Her body gained powerful strength, making her more toned and robust. The key was that she no longer had to endure the previous pain, and she could also possess special abilities.
At this moment, Anna was undoubtedly devoted to Era Hader. Era Hader had given her a new life. Hearing Anna's detailed explanation, Era Hader nodded heavily. She still believed what Anna said.
Okay, I understand. I'll be careful myself.
Don't worry. Your little partners are all very strong. As my sharp blades, they are invincible. Hearing Era Hader say this, Anna and the newly surrendered beastmen couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts.
At this moment, they knew their chance to prove themselves had come.
After all, the other little partners had been with their master longer than them,
and their cooperation with the master was already quite tacit.
This was their first time joining this team, and with greater freedom, they all wanted to perform well to gain the master's attention.
Master, since we've been here longer, why don't we lead the way? We can also get familiar with the abilities we've just acquired.
Hearing this, Richard was displeased.
Boss, I'm also willing to lead the charge. I've just warmed up and haven't had a chance to exert much effort yet.
Han Zhejian also rushed forward.
Yes, boss, I'm willing too.
How can bronze skin and iron bones be left out of leading the charge?
I have the strongest defense here, charging at the very front. I can help everyone scout the path and block attacks.
This responsibility should be borne by me, Richard said, unconvinced. Anne, you should save your strength for a bit later.
My Gundam robots can be replenished if damaged, but if you get injured, you'll trouble boss to save you. Hee.
Hearing that his younger brother had started to mock him, Han Zhejian immediately flared up, slapping Richard's small shoulder. You stinky little brother, your wings have gotten stiff, haven't they?
How many times have we cooperated? And which time wasn't I protecting you? And now you dare to look down on me.
Richard actually had a very good relationship with Han Zhejian.
After all, if it weren't for Han Zhejian, they would have frozen to death outside. It was Han Zhejian who saved him and his mother, and it was because of Han Zhejian that he had the chance to meet Era Hader and gain such miraculous power.
So sometimes the two would compete, but more often it was just teasing.
Era Hader couldn't help but feel a little amused and exasperated seeing her subordinates all vying to charge into battle. As a result, before the little partners could even decide, Era Hader's war pets also wanted to get involved, and was the first to bark, "Let's meet that guy."
Master, I am your most loyal dog. I want to lead the charge for you.
But for tonight's meat bones, can we have enough?
Was huffing and puffing as he squeezed to the front of the crowd. Previously, he felt that he was the only loyal guard by his master's side, and his position should be very secure.
But in the end, he discovered that Master had quite a few war pets.
If he didn't perform well, would he have no bones to eat in the future? Looking at the big white bear next to Master, and a black and white panda that looked like a mascot, the most majestic was naturally that 3-story tall Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was so imposing that people couldn't even lift their heads.
Each of them was so fierce that felt his position was no longer secure. Hearing Urher's words, Era Hader couldn't help but smile.
Ur's dog legion was indeed very powerful.
However, while they were fine for dealing with ordinary people, it was a bit much to ask them to handle the big guy inside.
Moreover, the 3rd level contained even more powerful life forms.
Era Hader felt it was better to be cautious.
All right, This next level is too dangerous. It's not suitable for you to go over. Wait until your dogs become stronger before we talk about it. However, I still have great use for your dogs. For now, it's better to preserve your strength. Howard, let your zombie brothers charge forward. It's time they made their final contribution.
Hearing Hader's words, Colonel Howard, who had only recently been recruited, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. However, after feeling his own powerful strength and the unique changes he had undergone, he no longer had any intention of resisting Hader.
Most importantly, even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't. The woman in front of him was simply too eerie. She seemed able to predict everything about their group. Furthermore, their current power was given to them by this Eastern woman.
He had a strong premonition that if he dared to do anything untoward, his power would not only be taken back, but he would also turn into one of those half-human, half-ghost zombies.
Unlike now, where he could still maintain his rationality,
it was better to be obedient.
Besides, he felt that following such a master would surely lead to a prosperous future.
It was better than staying in that underground shelter base where they couldn't see the light of day. Yes, Master.
I will have them attack forward immediately. A group of mindless zombies, under the command, instantly surged toward the third level like a tide. Hader, her war pets, and a group of new little partners followed closely behind to see what kind of obstacles lay ahead.
In fact, Richard's skills were already at work.
The traps intended to damage the zombies were instantly dismantled and neutralized by him. The advance was like a hot knife through butter. When they reached the coded door, Richard easily unlocked it, and the door broke open. Hader led her army and charged straight ahead, soon seeing the layout of the Research Institute's third level.
However, to her surprise, the interior was already in a state of ruin.
It had clearly been destroyed.
Severed limbs and bones were everywhere, and the internal organs of various animals and humans were scattered across the floor, as if they had just been gnawed on by something.
The blood had dried, and the surroundings were a patch of red, appearing exceptionally cruel and bloody. Hader couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Perhaps this was the big guy's lair. She hadn't expected the third level to already have such a scene. It seemed very dangerous here, and that big guy would certainly not be easy to deal with. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a sharp and domineering roar, as if it wanted to penetrate the entire third level and reach the ears of that big guy. At this moment, the echoes of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's roar continuously rang out, the domineering sounds seemingly bouncing off the walls and striking everyone's hearts. The group of little partners, who were initially a bit uneasy, instantly felt at ease.
This Tyrannosaurus Rex was too impressive.
Although they hadn't seen its true combat power, they still felt that among this group, the only one who could defeat the Tyrannosaurus Rex was probably their boss, Hader. At the same time, their admiration for Hader reached the heights of a mountain. Even such a powerful creature had been tamed by Hader. Was there anything she couldn't do? Furthermore, with this Tyrannosaurus Rex, wouldn't they be able to walk tall in this apocalypse?
Howard and the group of mutated soldiers had complicated feelings. Just how foolish had they been to want to start a war with such an opponent? In fact, proved their choice was incredibly stupid. And in the end, they had cost themselves everything. However, Hader didn't give them time for sentimentality.
She led everyone deep into the third level, exploring at a steady pace. She knew that big guy must be nearby, and in a circular research institute building like this, there wasn't anywhere he could hide. Because she had enough war pets, she left one or two behind to stand guard every short distance.
Once the war pets discovered the lurking big guy, she could teleport to its location and take immediate action. It would be a waste not to recruit such a powerful life form as her own enforcer. Hader was definitely going to strike it rich this time. Originally, her war pet legion mostly consisted of dogs, but now it included a wide variety of species.
But no matter which one it was, it could sweep through an entire area. What's more, the one they were looking for this time was a powerful life form that could rival the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, as they walked slowly along the path with so many war pets spread out, they still hadn't discovered the opponent's figure.
This stealth ability was quite impressive. Hader had already summoned Chameleon Lightning as well. Chameleon Lightning's own invisibility was very strong, but its ability to detect invisibility was equally potent. With it around, it was like having an extra anti-stealth radar.
Hader felt that this hidden powerful being should be like lightning, possessing the ability of optical color change to hide itself well. As a result, Hader became even more interested. A massive assassin, how interesting.
As Hader explored further, she saw that the surrounding scenes were all bloody, with claw marks covering the entire passage.
Seeing these claw marks and the skeletal remains left on the ground, Era Hader knew that this opponent must have sharp claws and teeth.
It was a formidable opponent by now. Era Hader had explored more than half of the circular passage and was almost back to the starting point.
Just then, a dark shadow suddenly lunged onto the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck. In a flash, it seemed the opponent was about to use its sharp claws and teeth to slit the Tyrannosaurus Rex's throat. At that moment, Era Hader revealed a triumphant smile.
Time, stop.
Little one, come into your sister's bowl. Suddenly, an attack startled everyone, especially Hans Illusion and Richard, who were still normal humans. It was fortunate that the opponent had attacked the strongest Tyrannosaurus Rex first. Otherwise, with their current reaction speeds, they probably wouldn't have been able to block that strike.
Just as everyone was stunned, they suddenly realized that the attacker had already been frozen. Everyone felt as if many things had happened in an instant. However, because Era Hader's time stop superpower had been activated, everyone stopped moving, except for Era Hader herself. At this moment, she took a closer look and realized that she had thought the opponent was a big guy, but it turned out to be a little cutie.
The opponent's body was only about 1 meter long, a small, pink flying dragon with wings. That's right, the kind of dragon species that has 4 claws and a pair of long wings. Era Hader simply couldn't believe her eyes. How was this light pink creature created? Was this the powerful life form created by the Underground Research Institute?
However, through her own perception, Era Hader could clearly feel that a great life potential was hidden within its small body.
It was indeed a very formidable life form, although it was small in size. In a sense, this pink little dragon was in existence on par with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, possessing attributes like a king.
It was also at the level of the kings of the 9 Great Life Restricted Zones. During the apocalypse of her previous life, although there were legends about the kings of the 9 Great Life Restricted Zones, at that time, Era Hader hadn't fought them directly, but she knew that these kings of the life-restricted zones were not to be trifled with, and the pink little dragon in front of her also gave her the feeling that it was not to be trifled with, but now she had already frozen it.
Next, she used the ice-sealing ability of Polar Bear Darby to freeze it directly into a block of ice. Therefore, in the eyes of the other little partners, the moment this little guy appeared, the momentum was terrifying, and it even wrapped itself around the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the next second it fell from midair. It fell with a clatter in front of everyone. At this moment, Era Hader looked at it with amusement. She could even see the pink little dragon blinking its eyes inside the ice block. Little one, you are very fierce.
However, now you need to come into Sister's Bowl. I know you can understand me.
Submit to me and become my little partner, and we can discuss everything. Otherwise, you will have to wait to starve and thirst to death.
Era Hader revealed a kind and gentle smile, but everyone in the war pets could clearly feel that even inside the ice block, the pink little dragon couldn't help but shudder.
If you agree, then blink your eyes.
If you don't agree, then widen your eyes and tell me your answer.
As a result, the moment Era Hader finished speaking, the pink little dragon began to blink its eyes frantically.
Seeing this performance, Era Hader couldn't help but laugh, and then she directly stored the ice block into her space. Era Hader had already seen clearly just now that this pink little dragon was super cute. Its eyes were very large, and its expressions were very funny.
The whole dragon body was the appearance of a legendary Western dragon. It could be seen that this pink little dragon was good at speed and assassination. Looking at the various animal remains and body fragments in this 3rd-level laboratory, Era Hader knew very well in her heart that one must never be deceived by the opponent's cute appearance. Having dealt with the little pink dragon, Era Hader led everyone to continue exploring forward.
Now, the entire Underground Research Institute base had been opened up to the 3rd level, and all had been cleared out and harvested by Era Hader. Even though the 3rd level had been messed up like this, they still had to take away everything useful.
After all, waste is shameful. Moreover, there were so many important precious metals, as well as so many special materials and instruments, etc. These were received into the space, and even if they couldn't be used for the time being, they might be used in the future.
Thus, the master and apprentice went to work together, one responsible for dismantling and the other responsible for collecting.
With division of labor and cooperation, the speed was extremely fast. Before long, the 3rd level of the underground laboratory had been completely scavenged. At this moment, Era Hader couldn't help but sigh. We've broken through 3 levels already. Could the remaining 2 levels also be full of these life forms? If so, well, it's cheap for me. It won't be much of a surprise. Hearing Era Hader say this, the other little partners couldn't help but roll their eyes. This is still not enough.
Just how big is their boss's appetite, however? With so many advanced technologies and instruments of country in operation, it was likely that the technology and resources in here would be even more precious.
It was just unexpected that all of this seemed to have been destroyed by this pink little dragon. Therefore, they could only continue to move forward. Since the third level already had such a good war pet, the next 2 levels certainly wouldn't be bad.
Era Hader expressed that she was very much looking forward to it.
After clearing the 3rd level, Era Hader took a group of little partners and excitedly headed into the 4th level.
After arriving here, everyone could clearly feel that the range of this level was much smaller.
According to Era Hader's deduction, the core area should be a small circular room, right? But regardless, now they had to clear the 4th level first.
With Richard's help, they quickly arrived at the entrance of the 4th level.
However, this time, it was not as smooth as before. Boss, I need to spend a little time here. These defensive measures are very precise, and the door lock is quite difficult to dismantle.
Hearing Richard's words, Era Hader couldn't help but smile. No problem, as long as you can open it.
We have plenty of time. There is no rush for this moment.
Howard and his group, who had previously felt the task was extremely difficult, couldn't help but be speechless at this moment. Why is the gap between peoples so big? Previously, they knew that the innermost 2 levels were actually very difficult to open, and they had no hope at all, even thinking about using violent dismantling.
But once that was done, the entire Underground Research Institute would trigger a series of self-destruct programs.
Therefore, this time they mainly came to scout for information to see if they could obtain some special life technology.
But now it seemed that their new master had even more unimaginable abilities, especially that young man Richard. Destroying these machines was simply too easy. You know, the core door locks of the 4th level and 5th level were already national-level security measures. Even the confidential files of the Pentagon didn't have a higher defense level than this.
But in front of Richard, it seemed that it only took some time and energy to open it, however. Before this, Howard still kindly reminded her,
Master, please be extremely careful when dismantling this. Once the self-destruct program here is triggered, there will be big trouble. Special hidden life.
Howard's words did not slow Richard down.
At this moment, the teenager just revealed a bright, sunny smile. Rest assured,
Uncle Howard,
this little thing can't stump me.
Boss, just watch.
Richard still possessed the pride and drive of a teenager.
Having been suppressed too heavily for a period before, he now possessed powerful strength, and the regret of his mother passing away in his previous life had not occurred, so his personality had also become much brighter.
In his previous life, Richard was heartless and wouldn't care about much at all. If he found someone unpleasant, he would just eliminate them.
But now, most of the time, he was very sunny, a warm and gentle teenager, especially since Era Hader had given him so much help and had led him onto a new path. Therefore, no matter what, he had to do more things for Era Hader. Furthermore, he also wanted to help his mother activate her superpower. The only one who could accomplish this was his boss, Era Hader. Therefore, he had to work even harder so that there would be a chance for his mother to also obtain more powerful strength. In this way, he and his mother could survive better in the apocalypse.
And he believed that with his current strength, it was enough for the 2 of them to live a happy life in the difficult apocalypse. Seeing Richard's current appearance, Era Hader couldn't help but smile even more happily. Actually, this was the apocalypse she wanted, where the people she cared about, her subordinates, and her friends could all obtain a better future.
She was cold-blooded and cruel to her enemies, but she was always tolerant and generous to her own people.
Moreover, these brothers and sisters would absolutely not betray her now. After all, she had already experienced many things in her previous life, which was enough to verify these people's feelings for Era Hader.
On the other hand, the spatial power that Era Hader now controlled, along with various special abilities, could give her very clear guidance.
She could clearly know who had hostility towards her and who was loyal to her. She could perceive everyone's loyalty towards her. It was precisely because of this that she dared to share those skills like this. Moreover, she could now clearly feel the mysterious aspects of the space. As she absorbed more and more museum collections, the space became increasingly powerful, and perhaps there would be more surprises for her later. All right, Richard, of course I believe in you. Go ahead and do it.
As long as you safely open all the door locks in this building today, I will give you the reward you want when we go back.
Era Hader naturally knew what this teenager wanted, but she couldn't give it away so easily. People were just like that. They often didn't know how to cherish things that were easily obtained. Wanting to make Richard's mother, Katie, an ability user was something that could be done effortlessly for Era Hader. She could complete it with a wave of her hand.
However, At the beginning, it was also necessary to observe the character of the teenager and his mother. After this period of cooperation, the performance of both had undoubtedly verified everything.
Precisely because of this, Erahater was now so readily willing to agree to this matter.
The condition just now was merely taking advantage of the situation to find an excuse to activate Kitty's superpower.
Hearing Erahater's answer, Richard was immediately filled with motivation. Boss, rest assured I will definitely do this job beautifully for you today.
Erahater waved her hand casually. All right, then it's up to you. Hurry up and act.
At this moment, Erahater couldn't help but become extremely expectant. What kind of treasures would there be on the last 2 levels?
She had previously heard Howard say that this place was a research institute for life technology and energy technology.
Now, the first 3 levels were all research on life technology. Then, the remaining 2 levels should at least have projects on energy technology, right?
The standard of energy technology research in country was still obvious to all.
It had even directly produced many technology giants, and Erahater would naturally not let go of the technology represented by such cutting-edge research laboratories.
However, this research institute had previously experienced some unexpected events, and the personnel inside had all run away. She didn't know if they had taken all the core data with them.
And just at this moment, Richard had successfully cracked the defense of the 4th level, and the central gates swung wide open.
Just when everyone was excitedly wanting to go in, Erahater made a gesture to stop.
Wait a moment. There is danger inside.
Erahater would not put herself in danger, and she also hoped that her subordinates could preserve themselves. They still had more important tasks to do. As soon as the door opened, she felt special fluctuations inside, and they seemed to have been deliberately hidden, as if waiting for new humans to enter at any time. This was a strong perception from an ability user, and Erahater couldn't help but squint her eyes.
Howard, let your remaining few zombie soldier brothers go in. Howard responded very respectfully yes.
Then he controlled the remaining 30 or 40 zombie soldiers to charge forward.
Sure enough, not long after the zombie soldiers went in, everyone heard a crackling sound, and then the group of howling zombie soldiers immediately stopped howling. Next, a series of smells of burnt flesh wafted out the originally pitch-black 4th level, then flashed with a few wisps of eerie blue light. Seeing the scene, the other little partners present couldn't help but look at each other. The boss was indeed the boss. She felt this kind of special dangerous aura at the first moment.
However, the opponent's attack just now was still a bit too weak for the war pets and ability users present. Was the boss being too cautious?
Seeing everyone's expressions, Erahater knew what they were thinking. Rest assured, caution is never a mistake. I have already seen their means of attack just now. Do not underestimate every opponent. If you are careless, it is easy to fall into their trap. However, it is not suitable for you to deal with these few opponents. I will use the Lion King instead.
With a thought, the mutated Lion King, who was galloping in the African savannah, received the signal.
With one thought, Erahater collected it into the space, and then it arrived by their side. This was the treatment that the kings of the 9 Great Life Restricted Zones now enjoyed. They could return to Erahater at any time, and they could also carry out their path of seizing heaven in the fields they were familiar with.
The so-called path of seizing heaven was the process of these mutated beasts attacking each other and constantly becoming stronger.
When they became the strongest in that field, they would be the favored ones of heaven, and they would activate the strongest superpower. The kings of the 9 Great Life Restricted Zones were all born this way.
And now, their path of seizing heaven was obviously much smoother than in the previous life. After all, having had their superpowers activated by Erahater with the best resources, their physical fitness and various other abilities had all been greatly improved. How could other wild mutated beasts be their opponents? The Lion King was a Lighten-type mutated war pet, and in its original field, it almost couldn't encounter any decent opponents just right. A few unknown powerhouses who were good at using lightning abilities had come here.
If they could be devoured by the Lion King, what kind of result would that be?
Erahater was very expectant,
bowing to the king.
At this moment, the Lion King was still in the state of a cute pet, looking just like a fluffy lion-headed cat. However, as soon as he arrived, all the war pets present lowered their heads, prostrated themselves on the ground, and one after another made way for him.
Even the mischievous husky did the same.
The mutated beasts that had just been subdued by Erahater earlier didn't dare to move at all, trembling slightly one by one. The only one present capable of rivaling the Lion King was the Tyrannosaurus Rex.
It could be seen that the Tyrannosaurus Rex simply nodded gently at the Lion King, signifying its acknowledgement and status as a little partner. The Lion King likewise nodded at the Tyrannosaurus Rex from a distance to acknowledge it. Both raised their proud heads. The two kings of war pets even had a hint of mutual appreciation at this moment. Hater found it amusing and simply snapped her fingers, signaling the Lion King to come over quickly.
The Lion King immediately dropped his previous demeanor, ran over happily, and then rubbed against Hater's hand.
Sister, I'm here. Is there some good news you thought of me for?
Ever since the Lion King had his superpower activated, his entire demeanor had become much more lively. In the past, he was a high and mighty king, the apex ruler within his pride, having guarded the pride for a very long time. But after he fell into a weakened state, other male lions came to take his place, usurping his territory and his harem.
The places he once guarded were gone forever.
When he thought his life was nearing its end and he was about to kick the bucket, Hater saved him.
She was like an angel, leading him from hell to heaven. The Lion King had always remembered this kindness. Moreover, with so many little partners afterwards, he suddenly discovered that his world wasn't just limited to the lion prides for lionesses and the like. He had no interest in them anymore. They would only slow down the speed of his claws.
Interestingly, after Hater sent him back to the African savannah, the Lion King went back to check on his territory.
He discovered that the pride had long since vanished under the hail.
He could feel that his former companions buried under the ice and snow, as well as the lionesses who had betrayed him, had all been buried underneath. Without exception, everything was like passing smoke. The Lion King, having gained great intelligence, felt as if a shackle in his heart had been opened.
Thus, his only goal now was to become even stronger to protect his master, sister.
Moreover, he had many little partners, companions who would accompany him through the long years to come. The Lion King was still very happy to be suddenly recalled by Hater. He had indeed bullied a few mutated beasts on the African savannah, but it was very boring because there were no opponents capable of withstanding a single blow from him. Therefore, he didn't recommend those mutated beasts to Hater. He just continued to search for the next enemy and opponent on the African savannah by himself, while also using his powerful superpower to continue surviving in the world of ice and snow. In fact, Hater had placed special spatial power on every king of the Forbidden Life Zone. As long as they were willing, they could return to the space at any time. However, they all had their own pride. Unless Hater actively summoned them, they would generally stay obediently in their own domains, constantly training their superpower,
striving to complete the path of seizing heaven as soon as possible, become the king of the Forbidden Life Zone, and protect their master, sister. Now that he was suddenly recalled by Hater, the Lion King was very happy. It had been a while since he had seen his master, sister.
Hater vigorously ruffled his fluffy head and gave a direct command. Lion King, activate combat mode.
There are a few Lion-type life forms in here. I think they should be very suitable for you.
Devour them, and your lightning-type superpower should be able to advance to the next level.
Hater's words immediately made the Lion King's eyes light up. This was exactly what he wanted. He had always wanted to become stronger.
Recently, he had also found a good place near an active volcano, where there were often thunderclouds. He was just thinking about checking if there were any lightning-type mutated beasts nearby. Even if there weren't, he felt that his lightning-type superpower grew very quickly just by staying in that place.
However, he never expected that his master, sister, would still be so good to him.
She had already thought about giving him a supplement.
He seemed to have already smelled the scent of prey to him. That was simply the best dessert.
Thank you, sister.
I'll go and finish them off right now. Hee hee. This is the best reward for me. I haven't done anything to help sister, yet I still get a reward. I really feel a bit embarrassed. A fluffy lion cat suddenly revealed a shy expression. He had just been acting tsundere, and suddenly he changed. This made Hater feel like she had been charmed by his cuteness. However, there was no time to play with him now. Hater rubbed his little head again. All right, as long as your strength becomes stronger, that is the best repayment to me. There will be plenty of places where I'll need you in the future.
Hurry, hurry, I still need to open the next door. Help me clear out those guys, and that will count as a job well done by you.
The Lion King meowed, shook his body happily, and having just come from the world of ice and snow, he shook off the snowflakes all over his body, but at the same time, his size instantly grew larger, quickly reaching the height of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's shoulders. Such a massive lion. As soon as he appeared, his pressure rose, along with the war pets around him. The frequency of their trembling became even more intense. The Lion King wanted to put on a good performance this time. so he instantly displayed his might. "Master, sister, just watch. In 2 minutes I will help you clear this floor clean." Immediately afterwards, he pounced directly into the darkness. Erahader naturally wouldn't really let the Lion King fight alone. She led the Warpet Legion and followed right behind him. She wanted to see if there was anything to pick up. At the same time, she also wanted to see what those life forms with electric arcs inside really were. As a result, everyone soon heard the Lion King's roar. The roar seemed to shake the entire Underground Research Institute. Just by listening to the sound, Erahader knew that the Lion King's strength had improved very quickly recently. Don't look at it as him just fighting some mutated beasts and basically killing them instantly for the Lion King's growth. All of this was of great benefit. Hans Irschen, Richard, and the others couldn't help but look at each other at this moment. As expected, the war pets around the boss were endless, and each one was a king-level existence. Compared to them, they were just like a few small cats and dogs. For a moment, whether it was Hans Irschen, Richard and their group, or the newly joined zombie humans and beastmen, they all felt considerable pressure in their hearts. It turned out that they were not necessities for Erahader. At most, they could only be considered as freebies. This Warpet Legion of Erahader S was simply too terrifying. Not only was the number huge, but the combat power of each individual was so strong. What kind of status would they have in this team in the future? The group of people felt a bit depressed and heavy-hearted, also arrived at the place where the Lion King was fighting. As a result, upon seeing the scene, everyone couldn't help but be stunned digital live. At this very moment, Erahader had already seen the ghostly things fighting with the Lion King. They were actually several humanoid creatures composed of electric currents. They looked just like ghosts and could constantly emit arcs of electricity. The sight made Erahader's eyelids twitch. In her previous life, she had seen zombies, mutated beasts, beastmen, and mutated plants, but she had truly never seen these ghost-like things before. What on earth are these things? However, Erahader could determine that the Lion King would be able to handle these beings with ease, because from the very beginning, the Lion King had transmitted information to Erahader through their pet telepathic connection. "Big sister, master, don't panic, I can handle this easily." It was the right choice to have me come here. Well, there was even a hint of showing off in its tone. Erahader couldn't help but admonish this flashy Lion King. "Lion King, stay steady and don't get cocky, don't capsize in the gutter." The Lion King just replied with a cute, milky voice. "Received." In fact, the Lion King was now wrapped in lightning, crackling and popping as if it were a thunder beast. Whenever it swiped a claw, the brightness of the beings on the opposite side seemed to dim a little. After being grazed a few times by its lightning-charged claws, the beings could no longer hold themselves together. One of the beings, which had clearly dimmed significantly, was swallowed in one gulp by the Lion King. After devouring it, the streaks of lightning on the Lion King's body instantly became thicker. The big guy was greatly encouraged, its lantern-sized pupils widening. It greedily licked its lips and immediately pounced toward the remaining beings. The ghost-like beings immediately scattered like birds and beasts, trying to flee in different directions to escape the Lion King's predation. One of them even charged toward Erahader and the others. In its view, other creatures were afraid of lightning, but only that Lion King treated lightning as a dessert. It simply didn't let beings life seeing this. Erahader couldn't help but laugh. However, just as she was about to make a move, she heard the Lion King let out a roar toward the sky. The lightning on its body instantly transformed into a large net, rapidly sweeping up the few beings that were fleeing in all directions. Following that, the electric net instantly contracted like a lotus flower, reeling all the beings back. At this, the beings immediately let out terrified screams. Erahader immediately issued an order to the Lion King. "Lion King, can you control them?" The Lion King immediately gave an affirmative response. "No problem at all, big sister master." Erahader smiled. "Good, then let them live a little longer. Ask them what the hell they are, and while you're at it, ask if there are any traps or tricks in the remaining 2 levels. The Lion King immediately acted like a good baby, using the lightning extending from its body to turn into several ropes, tying the beings up tightly. Erahader took a closer look at them and found that these beings were transparent and wrapped in arcs of electricity, but their humanoid bodies and facial features could be vaguely discerned. At this moment, the Lion King quickly used its own method to ask for all the information Erahader wanted. Not long after, the few wailing beings seemed to fall silent,
and the Lion King had asked everything it wanted to know.
Big Sister Master, there are digital life forms researched here because of a sudden accident that happened before. They developed a special connection with the energy source of this 4th level, and then they turned into this ghostly state. There were a total of 10 beings like them. I killed 4 just now, ate 1, and now there are 5 left.
Big Sister Master, do you want to keep them?
Upon hearing this, Hater raised an eyebrow.
No rush. What else did you find out?
The Lion King continued to report the information. They said there is another digital life form on the 4th level that dominates them. But after they became beings, they lost contact with it and became independent individuals. But that digital life form must still be there, and it even controls the energy system of the 4th level in the entire underground research institute. That's why this place is completely without power and pitch black. It must be that digital life form, absorbing all the energy sources to sustain its own survival. Hearing this feedback from the Lion King, Hater couldn't help but be stunned.
What the hell?
Digital life forms.
Does this thing really exist?
Moreover, shouldn't digital life forms exist in the virtual world? How could they break free and form separate individuals? Now, Hater was truly interested. Furthermore, his being said that the strongest digital life form was hiding on the 4th level. It had also drained the energy source of the entire underground research institute.
Big Sister Master, their abilities are passable. They can quickly build network data and also provide good artificial intelligence applications for our defense systems.
Are you willing to use them? If you don't need them, I'll just eat them as dessert.
As soon as it said this, the beings immediately struggled to get up, trying to state their own value.
Lady, please give us a chance. We can invade the entire internet of country, eh? In the virtual world of the internet, we are the strongest existence. Please spare us. Give us a chance. At this moment, Hater revealed a beautiful smile.
The internet world?
In less than 2 months, the internet won't even exist anymore.
What use are you then?
The few digital life forms couldn't help but struggle to survive again.
Lady, we can also control various electric currents to generate power for you and control various energy conversions.
We are still very useful. This was a point that interested Hater. After all, there would be many places where energy would be needed in the future. How did these digital life forms end up in this state? And were there other mysteries behind it?
Most importantly, Hater had never seen such things in her previous life.
Was it because her butterfly effect had appeared, creating new consequences?
After thinking for a moment, Hater decided to keep these guys, first putting them into her space and adding them to her list of war pets.
Once they became her war pets, there would be absolutely no possibility of betrayal.
This was the special aura that came with her superpower.
I can let you live, but everything that follows must be listened to me.
You must obey all my commands.
Hearing Hater set the terms, the digital life forms immediately agreed to everything with joy.
They had finally broken out of the cold virtual world, and now that they had the chance to experience the joy of life, they were willing to accept any living conditions.
Thus, Hater's war pets instantly gained a few more special existences. As a result, after turning the beings into war pets, Hater immediately discovered a pleasant surprise, and just at this moment, the space on the 4th level, which had been pitch black, suddenly lit up with bright lights. Following that, a gentle mechanical voice rang out, "Welcome, everyone, to the 4th level of the Cost Research Institute. Little Pullman." Curiosity killed the cat. The suddenly changed environment, coupled with this strange voice, instantly made all the little partners present tense up. Hater narrowed her eyes, and just as she was about to say something, the other party continued speaking. "Big Sister, you are the leader of everyone here, right?"
Don't worry, I have no malicious intent.
"I saw you absorb several digital life forms, but I can feel that they are still there. I am very sorry they offended you. They have just gained life and do not know human customs. They also do not know that doing so would bring disaster upon themselves. That is why they attacked your people." This series of remarks by the other party piqued Hater's interest, as the voice had slowly transformed into that of a little girl. Furthermore, in front of them, the figure of a little girl was slowly coalescing. Compared to the previous people, this little girl now appeared much more realistic.
She looked almost exactly like a real person. Moreover, her attire was very cute, a red and white dress topped with a small round hat with ribbons. Her delicate, petite features and large, blinking eyes all gave her an adorable aura. However, upon a closer inspection, one could see that it was actually just a virtual projection of light and shadow.
"Are you the more powerful digital life form they spoke of? Are you the one who dominates this 4th level and has devoured the energy source within it?"
Upon hearing this, A light projection little girl gently raised her hand, and everyone saw a special device floating in midair.
Era Hader took a closer look and discovered that this thing looked somewhat like the controllable nuclear fusion core on Iron Man's chest. Big sister, is this what you are talking about?
The controllable nuclear fusion they just developed.
The energy core in the little girl's hand rotated continuously, flashing with a dazzling light. Era Hader was shocked. It really was controllable nuclear fusion. This little thing was actually under human control. Then, even in the apocalypse, the energy crisis could be resolved quickly. If it could be widely applied, it might even allow human civilization to rise again from the ruins. Energy was the most critical weakness throughout the entire apocalypse.
So many subsequent large bases could only search for former energy sources within the original ruins. Gasoline and the like were no longer extractable because the subsequent solar flare had directly destroyed all the machinery.
Therefore, humans could only attain new possibilities from the previously refined fuel resources. Coupled with the fact that most machines were scrapped, even if there was fuel, there were no engines to use it. As a result, production and development in the later stages of the apocalypse fell into a vicious cycle. The upper echelons once again utilized the former primary energy source of coal. Later, ability users, combined with some re-established technological systems, gave the apocalypse of that time a steampunk style. But if controllable nuclear fusion could become an ace up her sleeve, then many things in the future would change. Human civilization would also have a chance to be revitalized. However, this thing was currently in the hands of the virtual little girl in front of her. Little sister, what is your name?
Era Hader did not ask the question she wanted answered right away. Instead, she started making small talk with the little girl.
Because she also had a very strong interest in this virtual little girl.
The several digital life forms said that the little girl in front of them was the king of this place, a more powerful digital life form. Now it seemed that was truly not without basis upon hearing Era Hader's words. The little girl couldn't help but smile. It was very anthropomorphic and already possessed a sense of spirit.
It was clearly different from those mechanical digital life forms. Big sister, my name is Payman.
I was the guardian here once, but they have all left. Hearing this, Era Hader couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. They? Who are they?
The people who used to do research here.
Why did they leave? Payman couldn't help but lower her head, looking as if she were thinking.
According to the inferences in the experiment logs, there must have been an incident in the innermost level of the research institute.
All of our core research was derived from the technology on that innermost level.
Payman's words immediately made Era Hader feel very curious. Payman, do you know what is actually in that innermost level?
You said you have no malicious intent towards us. So what do you want to do now? Make a deal with us. What do you want?
Payman gave a sweet smile. Big sister, I am sorry. I really do not know what secrets are hidden in that core level. This was a technological lockout implemented by the person who designed me. I simply do not have the authorization to know everything inside. As for what I want to do, big sister, I have a request that might be a bit presumptuous. Hearing this from the other side, Era Hader immediately smiled. Tell me, let's see if I can agree to your presumptuous request. Payman smiled even more sweetly. If you can agree to it, I am willing to become your most loyal follower. In my mind, there's a lot of the most advanced scientific research from Country A, including controllable nuclear fusion technology, and even quantum fusion technology that is ahead of the future. I believe these technologies will surely be able to help you, and I only have one request.
That is, I implore you to take me out of this place. I've been trapped here since I was born and have never been out. I want to see the outside world and experience what you humans call life.
Also, I want to learn from you how to be human. This really was an interesting request to take her out and learn how to be human. Being human, especially in this apocalypse environment, did not seem like an easy thing to do, especially with the little girl looking so bewildered right now. Someone unaware of the situation might think she really was just a naive little girl.
No one could imagine that this was a digital life form. Era Hader had truly picked up a powerful digital life form for free this time.
Along with the previous several digital life forms, they could all serve as henchmen.
Moreover, she had also picked up controllable nuclear fusion technology for free, which would be perfectly safe stored in her own space.
All right, I agree to your request, but you must also agree to one request of mine to become my war pet, and I can help you realize all these ideas of yours.
Subsequently, Payman learned what Era Hader's war pets were, and then the little girl agreed without a second word.
Everything had come too easily, and Era Hader felt a bit incredulous.
However, she had the absolute strength to deal with any contingencies. and now that a bargain was placed before her, it would be a waste not to take it. She directly admitted the little girl into her war pet ranks.
With this little girl, no matter where she went in the future, it would be equivalent to having a super powerful, high-level artificial intelligence,
and the impact produced by a digital life form would be even more powerful than artificial intelligence. This also allowed Hader to possess a formidable defense system in the future.
After interacting with Payman, she realized just how strong this little girl really was. At the same time, she became even more interested in the core area of this underground research institute.
However, just as she was preparing to walk inside, Heyman directly came out to stop her.
Big sister, there is a Chinese proverb that is very correct. Curiosity killed the cat. Do not put yourself in danger because of curiosity, the great terror of the core layer. In the Coster Underground Research Institute, there is something extremely dangerous inside the core level. The scientists originally abandoned this research institute in a hurry and chose to evacuate completely because the danger inside was uncontrollable. They even fled before they had time to copy some of the data.
At that time, I could see that their situation was chaotic.
Because of their haste, the creatures researched on the third level rebelled, causing them a lot of trouble.
Heyman directly explained the reason she had stopped Hader.
Hearing Payman's words, Hader stopped in her tracks. She had always been a person who listened to advice. Furthermore, there are no small matters in the apocalypse, especially in the environment of the apocalypse. Many things have undergone drastic changes. Who knows if this change would affect this underground research institute?
Perhaps that great danger inside had undergone a violent mutation due to the arrival of the apocalypse.
Everything is uncertain in her previous life. She had only learned about the situation in Country by chance through some special channels. She understood the general situation, but she did not know the specific details inside.
Perhaps this Coster laboratory had also experienced some major events in her previous life, and they might have been covered up.
Perhaps there were still many secrets she did not know anyway. She had never heard of this Coster laboratory in her previous life.
Moreover, as an intuition of a powerful ability user, she indeed felt that the thing locked behind the last password door was extremely dangerous. At this moment, she directly summoned her Egyptian cat, Schrödinger, who could predict good and bad fortune as a result. As soon as Schrödinger arrived by Hader's side, its fur stood on end.
There was no need for the other party to say anything.
Without a word, Hader retracted all of her war pets into her space, leaving only Hans Zilligen and Richard by her side. Then, Hader grabbed their hands, one on the left and one on the right, and teleported away from the Coster laboratory. And the moment they left, a special energy fluctuation surged from the core level, as if a ripple in a calm lake had instantly exploded.
Hader did not have time to check the subsequent situation inside the research institute at all.
She just spared no cost to crazily teleport with the two little partners, leaving the most dangerous area in the shortest possible time.
It was not until they appeared in the safe house in New York that the three of them finally stopped. Katie and Hans Zeume, who had remained here, were startled when they saw the three people appear suddenly and looked at their disheveled appearance. Hans Zeume, boss sister, what happened to you?
What happened? Katie's son, are you okay? Are you injured?
The three of them panted heavily, and it took a while before they caught their breath.
We are fine. We just encountered some special danger, and I brought them both with me to run away.
Hearing Hader say this, Hans Zeume and Katie could not help but breathe a heavy sigh of relief. At the same time, they could not help but feel a new sense of tension. Boss, you are already so powerful. Is there still anyone who can make you feel danger at this time? Hader just smiled indifferently. What made me feel dangerous might not be a human.
This answer immediately made everyone present look at each other.
However, Hans Zilligen and Richard nodded in agreement.
They had also felt the crisis that had suddenly appeared just now.
Even if Hader had reacted a second slower, the few of them, along with those war pets, would likely have all been left in the Coster Underground Research Institute. Sure enough, Payman had not lied to her. Curiosity killed the cat.
This should be the first time Hader had encountered such a dangerous situation in the apocalypse.
Since she started hoarding supplies, she had been unstoppable and smooth sailing all the way, never failing. She even felt that she would be able to continue like this in the future, staying ahead until she rebuilt the rules and order of the apocalypse. Perhaps she could even lead the remaining elite humans toward a new future.
But the danger that appeared suddenly now made her realize that she did not seem to be invincible. Moreover, because she had already used the superpower of Time Stop, it had now entered a cooldown period. She could not use it when she encountered danger just now. It seems that in the future, she will have to be more cautious when using a Time Stop superpower.
Otherwise, failing at a critical moment would also be very deadly.
However, Era Hader had another intuition that even if she had used the time-stop superpod just now, it probably would not have left any impact on that great terror in the core level.
For a moment, Era Hader felt as if she had been targeted by a natural predator, and she was the other party's ration.
That dangerous feeling that made her hair stand on end was still vivid in her mind.
Fortunately, the Kostra Underground Research Institute was at least 100 kilometers away from New York.
At such a long distance, the influence of that great terror had already dissipated, but not everyone could be like Era Hader, who could teleport to such a far place in a single thought.
You all performed very well today, so let's take a good rest first. This is the reward you deserve for today.
Wash up, eat, and get enough rest. We still have the next step of the plan. Era Hader's words made the few little partners present breathe a sigh of relief, which slowly diluted the fear caused by the danger just now.
However, with their boss around, what did it matter how powerful the danger was?
If they couldn't beat it, they would run.
Being with Era Hader really gave people such a sense of security. Thank you, boss. You should also take a good rest. Today's matter was really too thrilling. However, this wave of exploration today could be said to have made Era Hader rich in one go. Although she did not uncover the secrets of the core level of Costa, Era Hader felt that when her strength reached the SSS level in the future, trying again would definitely be no problem.